World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 530 to Chapter 556. The 160 billion that the government owed had been redeemed after exchanging for so many things. Fang Ping was actually quite satisfied. Although he felt that there were not many things exchanged, these things could not be bought with money. If the government really held an auction, these things would not be worth 160 billion. If Li Jin's self-created origin secret art were to be sold globally, the experts of some countries might even be willing to pay a few trillion. He could study the path to the pinnacle, although the ultimate technique only slightly touched on the path of origin. The path to the pinnacle was really coveted. 1 petal golden lotus, 10 stalks of dark moon grass, 50 divine fruit, 100 vein molding flowers, 100 honing fruits, and the void-piercing sword technique. Commander Zhou noted these down and continued, I haven't brought them here yet, but I'll arrange for someone to send them over in 3 days. Fang Ping, although these are your own things and you exchanged your life essence for them, it's best not to use these things recklessly. Many things are used less and less. Once they're used up, they'll be gone. Also, consuming a lot of these things doesn't have many benefits for martial arts. You also know that martial artists in Star Town consume a lot of natural treasures, which also makes it harder for them to advance after they enter the mentality-vitality fusion realm. Fang Ping nodded. I know. Don't worry, Commander. I'll definitely use them where they need to. That's for the best. Commander Zhou was about to leave after saying that. Fang Ping quickly said, Commander, Minister, are you leaving now? I still have something to do, no. Fang Ping said immediately, they haven't arranged the award ceremony yet. I've become a general and received the Defend the Nation medal. No matter what, they have to show that they value me, right? If they just gave it to me in private, wouldn't it make the generals and the military department look like cabbages? Fang Ping said immediately, Commander and Minister, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately gather all the teachers and students to attend the award ceremony. Commander Zhou and Minister Wang were both stunned. This kid was really something. An hour later. MCMAU's auditorium. Fang Ping was dressed in a general's military uniform with a solemn expression. Commander Zhou was no longer in the mood to joke. He helped Fang Ping put on the Defend the Nation medal with a straight face and said loudly, MCMAU Fang Ping, with outstanding contributions, especially awarded the Defend the Nation medal and the rank of general. Salute. Thousands of instructors and students below the stage saluted one after another, solemn and respectful. Fang Ping's face was full of joy. He held back his smile and forced himself to be serious. He said loudly, Sino Nation will win. Mankind will win. Martial arts university instructors and students will never avoid a battle. All right. Commander Zhou shouted loudly and bowed to Fang Ping. Seeing that Fang Ping was so happy that he could not hold it in anymore, he could not help but laugh in his heart. He was a good seedling, and his martial arts future was limitless. Unfortunately, was there still enough time? Commander Zhou didn't say anything else, and the award ceremony came to an end. Below the stage, the MCMAU instructors and students were filled with emotions. Fang Ping, who was only a sophomore, was already a general. MCMAU had been established for 61 years, and countless students had graduated. There were only a few people who could be conferred the title of general in the military. Not to mention the Grandmaster powerhouses, there were less than 5 people who were below the Grandmaster level who had the rank of general. Fang Ping had once again set a new record. After the award ceremony, Commander Zhou and Commander Liu were ready to leave. Dressed in his military uniform, Fang Ping walked them all the way to the school gate. When the two of them were about to leave, Fang Ping glanced at Minister Wang and said helplessly, Minister, you didn't get much life essence from the government, did you? Minister Wang laughed and said, Why, do you think life essence is everywhere? If that's the case, I'll give you life essence this time instead of compensating you with a lot of important resources. Then your injury. Fang Ping was a little reluctant. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Minister Wang, you're also one of us. Back then in Sun City, although you only gave me a little bit of imperishable substance, I, Fang Ping, am also a person who knows how to repay favors. A drop of water should be returned with a fountain of water. I still have 1 caddy of life essence here. Minister Wang's face showed a touch of relief. Although MCMAU's Fang Ping was not very tactful, he was really a good person. As he was thinking, Fong Ping continued, just give me an IOU of 8 billion. No, 7 billion. Minister Wang's expression froze. What a waste of praise. Beside him, Commander Zhou really wanted to laugh, but he was also full of envy. To be honest, although the IOU was not a joke in everyone's eyes, how could Fong Ping force them to pay back without money? At this time, life essence was urgently needed by all parties. There were many people waiting to be saved. 1,000 grams was not a small amount. It was really a lot. It was a lot. With Minister Wang's current situation, he did not have the money to pay back. Paying back the money in the future was also a matter for the future. Minister Wang looked at Fong Ping for a while and chuckled. Writing an IOU is nothing, kid, Fong Ping corrected him. I'm a general now. Minister, pay attention to the way you address me. Minister Wang almost slapped him to death. After holding it in for a while, he said, I was just saying it casually. Life essence is rare. It's a wholly life-saving item, Fong Ping chuckled. It's okay. When I take over as MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, I'll privatize MCMAU. Just remember to speak up for me, Minister. Minister Wang's face was blank. What was this kid talking about? Beside him, Huang Jing, who had been silent for a long time, could not keep quiet anymore. He scolded, cut the crap. Fong Ping grinned. He took out a crystal bottle from his pocket and an IOU that he had written earlier. Minister, sign it. Minister Wang could not help laughing. He signed it and took the bottle. He looked at Fong Ping again but did not say anything. He took the flight step and left. As soon as he left, Commander Zhou suddenly remembered something that he seemed to have forgotten. He smiled and said, about the restricted area quota, there's news from Star City. But we'll have to wait and discuss the specific arrangements. I'll inform you when the time comes. Thank you, Commander. This time, it's not the military department who fought for it. It's the education department who fought for it for you. Old Wang was too excited and forgot to tell you. Commander Zhou laughed, patted Fong Ping's shoulder, and said, don't forget, I was there last time. Don't forget me next time when there's something good. Having said that, Commander Zhou also took the flight step and left. Last time in Sun City, Fong Ping pretended to be unconscious. It was Commander Zhou and Minister Wang who did it. As for Jing Minghong's help later, Fong Ping did not feel grateful. When Commander Zhou mentioned this, Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not help but ask Huang Jing, Vice-Chancellor, if I'm seriously injured and dying next time, can I find some grandmasters to save me for free? Huang Jing did not bother to answer. Instead, he asked, are you really going to fight for the restricted area quota? Fong Ping, your strength is improving quickly. There's no need to take this risk. Cultivating in peace is the right way. Fong Ping nodded. I understand. If it's too dangerous, then I'll think about it again. But after thinking about it, even Jiang Chao and the others dared to go in. The danger is probably just average. Actually, I'm not going to the restricted area to become a grandmaster. I mainly want to broaden my horizons. I've been to the catacombs a few times, but I haven't met any catacombs geniuses. I also want to see how strong the catacombs geniuses are. This is also a rare opportunity. In other small regions, I still have to consider powerhouses attacking us. But in the restricted area, according to Minister Zhang, powerhouses are restricted. In the same rank. I, Fong Ping, am really not afraid of anyone. Let's wait for the Vice-Chancellor to come out of closed-door cultivation. Okay. Oh right, these things that you exchanged, Vice-Chancellor, don't get any ideas. I'll think about how to use them myself. Huang Jing smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said no more. Fong Ping might talk big, but in the end, he would still use it on others. The 100 honing fruit, the vein molding flower, the divine fruit. Fong Ping had no use for these things. And these were the things that Fong Ping exchanged the most. It was inevitable that he would use them on others. At this moment, Huang Jing really did not know what to say. Ever since Fong Ping rose in MCMAU, especially after he became the president of the Martial Arts Society, his contributions to MCMAU increased day by day. Although he said that MCMAU would be his private property in the future, the Grandmasters had a balance in their hearts. Some things did not need to be said out loud. How Fang Ping had treated MCMAU, how he had treated the Grandmasters, how he had treated the students, everyone had a record. Half an hour later, Old Manly came to the Martial Arts Society. When he saw Fang Ping, Old Manly did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The void-piercing sword technique is mine. If there's any life essence, give me 10 caddies. I'm going into closed-door cultivation these few days. Fang Ping looked at him for a while and sighed softly. Take it easy. I've spent so much money on you. If you die after killing a rank 9, that'll be a big loss. At least kill a paragon to compensate me. Old Manly rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. After a while, he said, it's too difficult. I'll see. When I cultivate 10 million vitality, I'll go kill a paragon. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not continue. He said, the things haven't been delivered yet. I'll send them to you when they're here. Life essence. I'll give you 33 caddies first. Live a few more days. Of the 90 caddies of life essence, he gave Wang Jinyang 5 caddies, Minister Wan 2 caddies, and Old Manly 33 caddies. Fang Ping was left with 50 caddies. Old Manly was slightly surprised. He asked, there's still so much left? Yes. Use it sparingly. How's the forging of the longevity sword? I'll wait for Old Wu to reach rank 9 before I start forging. The university is buying other supplementary materials now. With a rank 9 divine weapon and a paragon's self-created advanced combat technique. MCMAU has 2 real rank 9 combat strength now. Fang Ping was delighted. The stronger MCMAU was, the more capital he had to go wild. In Sino Nation, MCMAU was his biggest backer. He, Fang Ping, had countless good stuff. Did he really think that those VIPs could not see it? He had many anomalies. Those VIPs did not say anything to expose him because of MCMAU's existence. Before this, only those rank 7 and 8 powerhouses paid attention to Fang Ping. These powerhouses did not dare to provoke MCMAU in the past. Now, rank 9s, including Paragon, had all noticed Fang Ping. However, Paragon powerhouses did not care too much about this. Rank 9 powerhouses. After Wu Quishan exposed his strength and Li Changxing's 10,000 Dao unification, rank 9 powerhouses did not dare to simply look for Fang Ping. Without a strong background, there were some things that Fang Ping could not explain at all. Wang Jinyang was from NMAU. When he fought with the 2 major companies, MCMAU directly built its own production line and even extorted a huge sum of compensation. What about Wang Jinyang? At that time, he also said that NMAU wanted to build its own production line. In the end, no one brought this up. The 2 major companies directly ignored him. If you have the ability, go ahead and build it. If a martial arts university without a grandmaster does not look for trouble with you, then forget it. If you look for trouble yourself, then don't blame us for being impolite. After sending off Old Manly, Fang Ping continued to busy himself. Chen Yunqi called again and asked if Fang Ping had any life essence left. She wanted to borrow some from her grandfather. When he heard this woman say, borrow some, write an IOU, I'll definitely return it, Fang Ping was a little amused. When Fang Ping said that he still had some here and asked Chen Yunqi and Chen Yaoting to come to MCMAU together, Fang Ping seemed to hear Chen Yaoting's roar. The old man seemed to be very angry. When Fang Ping hung up the phone, he could not help but shake his head. When people get old, their tempers get worse. I've already agreed to lend it to you, yet you're still so grumpy. This old man is quite hard to please. Busy, Fang Ping could not rest for a while. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang did not come either. Both of them were very busy when they returned this time. Li Hansong began to think about coming to MCMAU as an instructor, while Wang Jinyang went back to make some arrangements for NMAU. After Zhang Qingnan consumed a large amount of life essence, he had also woken up. His mentality was not light. As for whether he had fully recovered, it was hard to tell at the moment. Zhang Qingnan himself did not think that it was a big problem, but since he had not reached peak rank 6, he could not be sure if there would be any sequelae for now. all the way until the 7th of May. A grandmaster from the military department sent the items that Fang Ping had exchanged. Xianxia and Xiaoting, the grandfather-granddaughter pair, also arrived at MCMAU on this day. In the living room. When Fang Ping received these items, his eyes moved slightly. The data had changed: wealth 620 billion, conversion, vitality 7,805 calories, 7,805 calories, mentality 900 Hz, 940 Hz, honed 177 bones, 129 bones, 90, storage space 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield 10,000 wealth per minute, plus, aura simulation 10,000 wealth per minute, plus, this time, the system increased his wealth by 120 billion, which was not a small amount. After all, the price given by the government was slightly higher than the price given by the government. Fang Ping did not care too much about the high price of fewer items. It could increase his value by 120 billion, which was actually higher than the value of the life essence that he had lent out. At this point, Fang Ping could be considered to have completely calculated his gains this time. 620 billion wealth, precious heavenly and earthly treasures worth more than 120 billion, 1 rank 8 divine weapon, 2 rank 7 ones, 50 caddies of life essence, 10 billion high-ranked energy stones. In addition, Old Man Li's countless IOUs, Old Wu's 100 billion, Big Lion and Instructor 12 billion each, Old Lu 10 billion, Minister Wang 7 billion, Old Chen 2 billion. The things that I robbed in Moon Laurel City were exchanged for another 700,000 credits, which is a total of 2.5 million credits. After the restructuring, that will be 5 million credits. He did not know that he did not know, but after doing the calculations, Fang Ping himself was a little shocked. His net worth was so terrifying that it was limitless. Fang Ping dared to guarantee that the only people richer than him were the Paragon powerhouses. No rank 9 would be richer than him. Even a powerhouse like Nan Yunhua did not have much money. If she had money, she would spend it on cultivation. It was obvious that the other rank 9 powerhouses were even poorer. While Fang Ping was still calculating, Chen Yaoting, who was beside him, saw that Fang Ping had collected countless good things, and his eyes were also dazzled. This kid was too rich. At this moment, Chen Yaoting had the urge to sell his granddaughter. 100 honing fruit, vein molding flower, divine fruit. These are the heavenly and earthly treasures that middle-ranked martial artists need the most. Thinking of his own ambitions, could it be that the granddaughter that he, Chen Yaoting, was unable to defeat Fang Ping? At that time, he was full of confidence. Now, Old Chen's face was full of sorrow. I really can't defeat him. The Grandmaster from the military department did not stay for long. Old Man Li also left hurriedly after getting the void-piercing swordsmanship. After he left, only Fang Ping and the others were left in the living room. Fang Ping saw that Chen Yating's nose was not his nose, and his eyes were not his eyes. He could not help but laugh. Old Chen, your injuries are not much lighter than our vice-chancellor's. If you want to fully recover, you won't be able to without at least 8 caddies of life essence. Chen Yating humphed. No need. This time, I'm sending Yunqi back to MCMAU. I'll take care of my injuries myself. Grandpa. Chen Yunqi pleaded. Don't force yourself. Fang Ping already said that he's borrowing it. How can I not worry about you when your injuries are not healed? Chen Yating's face darkened. He humphed. It's not up to you to worry about this. Moreover, 1 or 2 caddies of life essence is better than nothing. Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping took out a sizable bottle from the side and said, 10 caddies. It should be enough for old Chen to recover completely. It will also be of great help to you when you continue to forge your golden body. Chen Yating was stunned. How did this kid still have so much? Fang Ping chuckled. I saved some in the past, so I still have some left. However, this is all my savings. Old Chen, I'm not a stingy person. As for the loan note, it was just a joke. My hobby is actually collecting. I want to collect some precious items of Grandmaster powerhouses. Loan notes are also very worth collecting. Fang Ping actually did not plan to collect the life essence from Chen Yaoting. He had calculated the value of the life essence. This included Minister Wang's as well. Among them, the one Fang Ping really wanted back was Old Wu's 100 billion. If Old Wu was willing to use her divine weapon to repay the debt, Fang Ping's wealth could exceed 700 billion. However, he was not in a hurry now. He would think about it when he reached 900 billion. Looking at the bottle in front of him, Chen Yaoting was struggling. F***ck, do I want it or not? This was not plain water. He had threatened him earlier because the life essence that Fang Ping brought back last time was not much. He needed a lot. What Fang Ping had was not enough for him to recover from his injuries. If that was the case, he did not want to waste it. There was no need. But now, it was enough for him to recover from his injuries. Today, he had just achieved rank 8 not long ago. He had not forged his golden body to its limit. With so much life essence, not only could he recover from his injuries, but he could also continue to forge his golden body, making him stronger. Wasn't the pursuit of martial artists to become stronger? Beside him, his granddaughter was staring at him eagerly. Chen Yaoting cursed in his heart. She was not understanding at all. Silly girl, why don't you persuade me? How can I change my mind now? And Fang Ping, this kid, why are you holding a pen and paper? Do you really want me to write a loan note? Chen Yaoting could not leave now, but he could not stay either. Either way, they were in a stalemate. I won't say anything. If you guys don't give me a way out, I won't accept it even if you beat me to death. But I won't leave either. We are in a stalemate like this. Seeing old Chen's tsunder a look, Fang Ping had the urge to laugh out loud. However, Chen Yaoting treated him quite well. Previously when he returned to Nanjiang, one call and Chen Yaoting came all the way to protect him. After that, when he was attacked in Sun City, he also rushed all the way through the night. Maybe it had something to do with Chen Yunqi. However, if old Chen was not willing, based on the current relationship between Fang Ping and Chen Yunqi, as a rank 8 powerhouse, there was no need for him to rush to please Fang Ping. Seeing that old Chen was not moving, Fang Ping gave Chen Yunqi a look. Chen Yunqi quickly pulled Chen Yaoting and said, Grandpa, only when you recover from your injuries and become stronger will you have the ability to go down to the catacombs and seize resources. Fang Ping is doing this with good intentions. Please accept it, I beg you. Chen Yaoting pondered for a moment and said reluctantly, this makes some sense. Forget it, forget it. If it wasn't for you, Grandpa would never. Before he finished speaking, he saw Fang Ping putting away the bottle as if he was about to leave. Chen Yaoting's face darkened. With a shift of his mentality, the bottle fell into his arms. Without signing, he turned around and left. Fang Ping was amused. Chen Yunqi said hurriedly, I'll sign it for my grandpa, no need. You have to return what you borrowed. Moreover, it's a rare treasure. Grandpa is actually very grateful, but he can't put down his pride, Chen Yunqi explained on behalf of her grandfather. If Chen Yaoting took the things and ran away, it would seem a little too much. However, Chen Yunqi knew that her grandfather was not that kind of person. When Fang Ping needed it, her grandfather would definitely return it. Afraid that Fang Ping would misunderstand, Chen Yunqi explained for a while and signed hurriedly. With a straight face, she said, Grandpa dotes on me the most. He will definitely keep his word. Fang Ping laughed for a while and did not say much. After keeping the IOU, Fang Ping passed all the 100 honing fruits beside him to Chen Yunqi and said, use some for yourself and enter rank 5 as soon as possible. As for the rest, rank 4 students or instructors in the school can have some. Of course, the old rules apply. Fang Ping said seriously, I'm not joking. I'll take back the money from the IOU sooner or later. The path of martial arts still depends on oneself. There's no free lunch in this world. Before you lend the things out, make it clear to everyone. If they can't pay, then when MCMAU goes to battle in the future, no matter how dangerous it is, they must go to battle when they're needed. It's up to everyone whether to lend or not. I still need to look at the vein molding flowers and fruits. Maybe I'll put them in MCMAU's logistics department. Everyone can exchange for them with their own money in the future. Reaping without sowing is not what I want to cultivate martial artists like this. It's not what MCMAU wants either. Chen Yunqi nodded hurriedly and said softly, then you don't have to. Chen Yunqi's face suddenly turned a little red. She said softly, okay, I understand. Fang Ping, I'll definitely enter rank 5 as soon as possible. I won't be a burden to you. No, I have to enter rank 6 as soon as possible. Fang Ping nodded and did not say anything. At this point, he was almost done with his work in the school. Looking at the dark moon grass and heavenly golden lotus in his hands, Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. Maybe, his mentality would be materialized on these. Mentality materialization first. Although it was not considered Grandmaster level yet, with the Xianxia gate sealed, perhaps he could become a real Grandmaster level powerhouse very soon. 2 years. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Could he become a Grandmaster before September? On May 5, Fang Ping was conferred the title of General. However, it took longer for the news to spread. After 2 or 3 days, the outside world only knew that MCMAU's Fang Ping had become a general. As soon as this news came out, it caused quite a heated discussion. Everyone knew how difficult it was to be appointed as a general in the military, and at this time, the Martial Arts Association added the icing on the cake, May 9. The Grandmaster ranking did not show any changes, but the rank 5 and rank 6 rankings changed quite a bit. Fang Ping entered the rank 6 ranking list for the first time. Name, Fang Ping. Age, 20. Martial arts level, early 6th pin position, General, Magic City Martial Arts University Board Secretary General, Martial Arts Society President, Sun City Honorary Commander, MCMAU Sophomore Student Battle Record, joined forces with Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong to kill a Mentality Vitality Fusion powerhouse head-on, killed a peak rank 6 martial artist alone. Rank, 18th title, Wild Blade General. With the release of this list, not only China, but all the powerhouses in the world also paid attention to it. An early-stage rank 6 young man had entered Sino Nation's rank 6 ranking list, ranking above most peak rank 6, second only to some powerhouses with Mentality Vitality Fusion and a few peak rank 6 powerhouses. Such a ranking was shocking. What was even more shocking was that he was only 20 years old. Was this something a 20-year-old could do? Not to mention, Xianxia had even killed a blood and essence fusion expert before. Actually, the Martial Arts Association, or the government, had concealed a lot of information. Fang Ping had said that he had ambushed and killed a rank 7 powerhouse. No one had seen this with their own eyes, but Nan Yun and the others all believed it to be true. If they really wanted to calculate the results, Fang Ping could even get first place. However, Fang Ping himself did not have the strength of a Grandmaster. It was not a good thing to raise his strength too much. Furthermore, there were too many things involved. Middle-ranked powerhouses were not too eye-catching. Killing a rank 7 powerhouse. One had to know that there were not many high-ranked powerhouses in the world. It was too easy for problems to arise. Nowadays, the ranking list of high-ranked powerhouses did not display their battle records. Everyone was shocked by Fang Ping's sudden improvement. They were shocked by the series of records Fang Ping had created at such a young age. Not many people noticed that Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang did not stay for long on the rank 5 ranking list. They also disappeared from the list quickly. Of course, everyone had seen Fang Ping's achievement. The 3 of them had joined forces to kill a powerhouse who had achieved Mentality Vitality Fusion. However, those 2 did not enter the rank 6 ranking list this time, so not many people paid attention to them. As for the title of Frenzied Blade General, not many people cared about it. The others did not care, but Fang Ping cursed loudly. What kind of stupid title is that? People of the Martial Arts Association, just you wait. I'll crush you sooner or later. Fang Ping was extremely dissatisfied with this title. It was not domineering enough. He had already called to complain and even offered a series of titles, but the Martial Arts Association directly hung up on him. When he tried to call again, the line was busy. Fang Ping was tempted to kill his way to capital city. On the side, Qin Fengqing, who had just come out of seclusion, suddenly said coldly, "Why didn't I get on the rank 5 ranking list?" Another King bullying. He, Qin Fengqing, had killed countless people in the catacombs. Although he did not kill a rank 6, he had killed many rank 5 martial artists that day. He wasn't on the list again. What a bully! Qin Fengqing was furious. This differential treatment was simply unparalleled. The Martial Arts Association, right? Qin Fengqing would remember this grudge. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. This guy came out of seclusion for the meridian sculpting flowers. According to what he said, he had previously gained 3 billion in the catacombs and wanted to exchange for 10 meridian sculpting flowers. As for the catacombs gains, he would exchange them all for Fang Ping. As for what Fang Ping used them for, he could not be bothered. Fang Ping did not bring up this topic. He said indignantly, "I've already acknowledged Saber King and frenzied Saber King. Why did you have to add the title of general? It's instantly lowering the level. Everyone else calls themselves kings. Aren't I a few levels lower than them?" Qin Fengqing snorted and continued the topic from before. 10 meridian sculpting flowers. Fang Ping, give me 10. I'll be able to achieve upper stage rank 5 in the meridian sculpting flowers. Fang Ping looked at him and suddenly felt a little displeased. He said, "You look better bald. You're dragging your long hair every day. It's so ugly. If you give it to me, I'll shave my head immediately." Qin Fengqing agreed without hesitation. According to the value, he could indeed exchange 3 billion for 10 meridian sculpting flowers. However, this thing was priceless. He could not exchange it for himself. At this moment, if Fang Ping did not agree, he really had no place to get it. Fang Ping frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "I can give it to you, but..." Qin Fengqing, to be honest, you don't have to push yourself too hard. You're not in the right state. Sooner or later, you'll kill yourself. We're not people you can compare to. Even eating and drinking for us counts as cultivation. You, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth. I know. You don't have to provoke me. The next time we enter the catacombs, I won't be with you guys anymore. I, Qin Fengqing, won't be anyone's burden. I'm going to search for my own destiny. I'm not dead. Sooner or later, I'll repay you and MCMAU. If I'm dead, then I'll have nothing. That's all. Do as you see fit. Fang Ping glanced at him and said exasperatedly, "There aren't many people who lend money like you. This time, it's not a loan. I'm exchanging." Nonsense. Go somewhere else and try exchanging. Qin Fengqing withered instantly. He bent over and said sorrowfully, "Fang Ping, exchange it for me. I still need to avenge my father. I also want to avenge the vice-chancellor. I don't have the ability to do it myself. I can't blow up the royal city. Sob sob sob. I'm useless. I'm useless." Fang Ping shuddered slightly. Mother ***, a grown man with a head full of long hair was crying and acting pitiful in front of him. How disgusting. In order to exchange for the meridian molding flower, this guy was shameless. It was not just a matter of shamelessness. It was a matter of using whatever tricks he had. Outside the door, Xianxia was sneakily looking around. Some of the martial arts society students who passed by were shocked, as if Fang Ping had done something dirty. Fang Ping was going crazy. Enough. Fang Ping shouted coldly. He said angrily, "Get lost. Go to the logistics department and exchange it yourself. If you do this again next time." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Fengqing, who was crying just now, ran away faster than a rabbit. As for the act of acting pitiful just now, it was impossible to see it now. This guy's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. Fang Ping snorted softly. Then, with a look of disdain, he said speechlessly, "Idiot." It was not just Fang Ping who was scolding. Xianxia had also entered the door at this moment. She asked curiously, "What was President Qin doing just now? Didn't you set the price at the university, 30,000 credits for one flower for public exchange? He has credits, he can exchange it himself." Fang Ping shrugged and said speechlessly, "How would I know? Although there are some thresholds, he can exchange it himself. Who knows what he's thinking?" However, Fang Ping could roughly guess that this guy did not even go to the logistics department to check. He probably thought that Fang Ping had hidden it and rushed over when he heard the news. Fang Ping shook his head. This guy was extremely stupid. Now, the credit system had begun to change. According to the standard set by Fang Ping, one credit was equivalent to 10,000 yuan. 30,000 credits was 300 million yuan. This price was not low. The students could barely afford it, and they had no need for it. The instructors were also working hard to earn credits now. Some middle-stage rank 5 instructors were keeping an eye on them. Fang Ping sent the meridian molding flour and the fruit to the logistics department, allowing others to exchange. Of course, the credits were his. Now, there were already people exchanging. Qin Fengqing had actually come looking for him and had even cried in embarrassment. Fang Ping was really helpless. This kind of idiot deserved to be embarrassed. Xianxia did not care too much about Qin Fengqing. In fact, Xianxia quite admired Qin Fengqing. Senior Qin was really amazing. He was willing to do anything to improve his martial arts. At least if it was her. Xianxia felt that she could not do it. As a woman, she was too embarrassed to cry. Senior Qin actually cried in Fang Ping's office. It was too mushy. Not talking about this, Xianxia smiled and said, "Fang Ping, you have a title. Among the 100 people on the rank 6 ranking list, less than half have titles. You're too amazing. Don't mention it." Fang Ping was a little depressed. He did not even want to hear this title. Anyway, Fang Ping had made up his mind. When he was stronger, if the Martial Arts Association dared to use this title again, he would beat them up. Xianxia saw that he did not want to talk about this, so she did not continue. However, she still said with a face full of admiration, "You're only early stage rank 6 and you're already in the rank 6 ranking list." Fang Ping, when I called my brother this morning to tell him about this, he was so shocked that he did not speak for a long time. Fang Ping was speechless again. Your brother was not shocked, he was angry. How could he not know about this? You just had to call him and hurt his feelings. Chen Haoran probably wanted to die. You even provoked him. It was a good thing that he did not come to settle the score with you. Fang Ping did not mention this. He asked, "Have Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong arrived?" "They've set off. They'll probably arrive in the afternoon." I'm fine here. You can go and cultivate by yourself. When they arrive, I'll also be cultivating in seclusion. During this time, everyone should work hard to improve their ranks. Right now, the catacombs everywhere are in a period of peace. After the Tiannan War, Sino nation's situation has improved a lot. However, this situation will not last for long. Fang Ping said for a while. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. In the afternoon, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong arrived. This time, Li Hansong came. Not only did he come, he also brought a big bag of luggage. When he saw Fang Ping, Li Hansong was slightly excited and a little embarrassed. After a while, he said, "That is MCMAU still recruiting instructors?" Fang Ping was stunned for a long time. These words. Did he mean that he wanted to rely on MCMAU? Aren't you afraid that Grandmaster Su Zhan will kill you? That. The Vice-Chancellor asked me to come. Li Hansong said awkwardly. The Vice-Chancellor said that CCMAU is in a period of stability now. The capital city catacombs are the same. It's not suitable for me to continue staying here. When I become a Grandmaster, cough, cough. Anyway, I'm prepared to come to MCMAU to apply for a job. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside him, Wang Jinyang shot him a look and shook his head lightly. Li Hansong actually wanted to come to MCMAU. This guy, after being tricked by Fang Ping a few times and being abducted a few times, had actually been abducted. The Grandmasters of CCMAU were probably also helpless. There was really no other way. After fooling around with Fang Ping a few times, Li Hansong was no longer that obedient and good kid. As for CCMAU, currently, there was really no way that they could provide more help to Li Hansong. At Li Hansong's level, he still mainly relied on himself. It was still alright for CCMAU to cultivate step by step, but there was not much hope for him to advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps there would only be a turning point if he went to MCMAU. Fang Ping glanced at Iron Head. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's not impossible if you want to be an instructor in MCMAU. But let me say this first. You're not going to the catacombs. You have to fulfill your responsibility as an instructor and guide students. This year, MCMAU has expanded its enrollment. In the future, there won't be enough instructors. Now, there's a lot of demand for instructors. Don't be like that bastard Qin Fengqing. He's just a fighter. If I let him guide students, I'm afraid he'll torment them to death. Li Hansong hurriedly said, that's not a problem. Actually, in CCMAU, I used to guide some juniors too. Ling Yi, Han Su, and the others were all taught by me. I used to have plenty of time, but recently I've been a little busy. In the past, he was actually not that busy. Although Ling Yi, Han Su, and the others also had instructors, most of the time, it was still Li Hansong, their senior, who was guiding them. When Fang Ping heard this, he was a little surprised. He said happily, that's good. Later, send a resume to the school committee. As for the recruitment, we'll do it after you've graduated. Ironhead was quite reliable, unlike that fellow Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping had no intention of letting him guide students at all. Although Fang Ping and the others cultivated too, to be honest, they did not cultivate crazily. At least they could spare some time to relax. As for Qin Fengqing's 2 points and 1 line, the catacombs, cultivation room. After he went down the catacombs, he went to the cultivation room. After he was done cultivating, he continued to go down the catacombs. It was slightly better in the past. Now, it was almost impossible to see him in the school. Many of the freshmen had forgotten the big trouble, Qin Fengqing. Perhaps only freshmen like Tang Wen still knew that there was a veteran troublemaker in MCMAU. After saying all these, Fang Ping said as he walked, this time, the main reason why I called both of you here is to try and quickly seal the Sanjiao gate. You know that I can change my aura and carry out disguises. Of course, a certain price has to be paid. As for whether it works or not, we'll only know after we try. I've tried it before. If I disguise my vitality, I can come into contact with old Wang's Sanjiao gate. The 3 of our vitalities are very strong. With the combined power of the 3 of us, the strength of our vitality is definitely comparable to a peak rank 6 martial artist with 10,000 cal, or even stronger. Before he could finish, Li Hansong thought for a while and said, is this considered as dual cultivation? No, triple cultivation? Fang Ping's expression darkened, cultivation my ass, could he not say such suggestive words? These fellows were not quite right now. Qin Fengqing had long hair and was crying in his office. It had already made people speechless. Now, Ironhead said dual cultivation, it was very easy to make people think, okay, Fang Ping did not answer. He continued, I'll make it clear first. Help me seal the gate first. After I've sealed the vitality gate, I'll try to help you guys seal the gate. After all, I've sealed 1 gate. My vitality will be stronger. Also, my mentality is about to materialize. Once it does, it'll be even easier. After the vitality gate is sealed, a mysterious force will return to me. I'm ready to take the opportunity to materialize my mentality. Once it's done, my strength will definitely be stronger than a powerhouse who has achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Also, after materializing, I might be able to use a divine weapon. If it's possible, I still have a rank 8 divine weapon Chengdao. I'll use it first. This way, my combat strength will increase by a lot. When the time comes, I might be able to fight against a grandmaster. What do you guys say? Li Hansong nodded. I'm fine with it. Wang Jinyang said calmly, sure. Fang Ping smiled immediately. That's easy. Let's hurry. Come, let's go to the energy room. Don't worry, MCMAU's energy room has opened up its supply this time. It can help you guys recover quickly. All your expenses in MCMAU are on me. Li Hansong grinned. Wang Jinyang could not help but laugh too. Then we'll be eating from the rich. Fang Ping was really rich, the energy room had opened up its supply. What did that mean? It was an extreme consumption of energy stones. Fang Ping might not be interested in energy stones now, but to anyone, they were precious cultivation resources. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had gained a lot before, but they could not bear to use energy stones to cultivate. They could not afford it either. MCMAU's energy room. Now, the instructor guarding here was no longer Song Yingji. Old Song had been stimulated to the point of insanity. Now, he was the same as Qin Fengqing. After cultivating, he went down to the catacombs. After coming out of the catacombs, he cultivated. These few days, he went to the Magic City catacombs again. The instructor who stayed here now was a rank 5 instructor. When he saw Fang Ping and the others, he was extremely polite, even with a hint of admiration. Today, Fang Ping was the second strongest middle-ranked martial artist in MCMAU. The first was Luo Yichuan. After he achieved mentality-vitality fusion, he was ranked 13th on the ranking this time. He did not make it into the top 10. Although Fang Ping's ranking was a few places lower than his, how old was Fang Ping and how old was Luo Yichuan? Moreover, if the two of them fought, it was hard to say who would win. Luo Yichuan did not have as many tricks as Fang Ping. Even if Fang Ping was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he would not die. If Luo Yichuan died, he would really die. Even the instructors had to show some respect to a dean-level student, not to mention the countless changes Fang Ping had brought to MCMAU. Today, MCMAU was the #1 martial arts university. This was under the condition that the Grandmaster ranking had not changed. Once the Grandmaster ranking changed, MCMAU's strength might be comparable to the Southern Guardian House. Among the 4 Guardian Houses, the Southern Guardian House was the weakest. Seeing this scene, the few of them entered the cultivation room. Li Hansong said softly, "Fang Ping, you can go to another martial arts university and be the vice-chancellor, like NMAU." The current vice-chancellor of NMAU was not ranked higher than Fang Ping in the rank 6 ranking. When he said that, Wang Jinyang was speechless. He glared at him and said in a low voice, "You talk too much. Li Hansong, weren't you very aloof in the past? Why are you acting like an idiot now?" Li Hansong sighed and said, "Don't mention it. I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in the past. Now, I've experienced the vicissitudes of life. Besides, we're brothers, there's no need to pretend." "Brothers?" Wang Jinyang said in a barely audible voice, "This life is more or less the same. In the previous life, we might have been enemies." Old Wang shook his head. Who could say for sure about these things? Besides, Fang Ping was an impostor. Who knew if he had a previous life or not? Fang Ping did not want to waste time. He adjusted himself slightly and said in a low voice, "All right, let's begin." In the next moment, 3 doors appeared above Fang Ping's head. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang's aura changed instantly, becoming an aura of the same origin as Fang Ping's. The change of aura consumed more than the energy barrier. If 1 person was added, it would cost 1 million per minute. If 2 people were added, it would cost 10 million per minute. 600 million in an hour. Fang Ping's wealth was high now. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from the pain. More than 600 billion in wealth was actually only used for 1,000 hours. However, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong's vitality was limited. If they gave it their all, they could only last 2 to 3 hours a day. Fang Ping was still willing to spend money in exchange for time. If he spent 2 billion in a day, including his own consumption, he would only have 3 billion at most. If the effect was good, he might be able to seal 1 door in 10 days to half a month. The stronger he was, the more wealth he could earn. Fang Ping understood this very well. The moment his vitality changed, Li Hansong's golden body shone. Wang Jinyang's vitality was like a tidal wave. Fang Ping bluntly unleashed celestiality. The 3 of them poured their energy into the vitality door at the same time. At this moment, the door between reality and illusion began to tremble. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He said in ecstasy, "It works. The speed is at least 10 times faster. In a month at most, I can seal the Sanjiao gate. Both of you, keep it up. It's coming." At this moment, Li Hansong's entire body was covered in golden light. Wang Jinyang's body was also permeated with bone marrow force. The faster Fang Ping sealed the Sanjiao gate, the faster everyone could improve. With the 3 of them working together, they could push the door together. This made Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang extremely happy. At this moment, even Wang Jinyang was suspicious. Did Fang Ping really intercept their life origin in his past life? Otherwise, after disguising his aura, he could actually touch the other party's Sanjiao gate. This was an unheard-of miracle. At this moment, old Wang was at a loss. If Fang Ping and the others did not come out of closed-door cultivation, then there would be world peace. The Grandmasters kept a low profile. The older generation martial artists were also very low-key. The few young people who had appeared stopped stirring up trouble. It was really quiet to the extreme. For a moment, even the grandmasters felt that it was a little too quiet. In the past 2 years, these little guys had made a lot of noise, and every time they did, they would set off a storm in the martial arts world. Now that all of them had disappeared, the grandmasters started to feel bored. Meanwhile, the Year 10 martial science examination had officially begun. This year was the year with the highest number of applicants. Across the country, the number of applicants for the martial science examination was as high as 27 million. In the 10th year of the reform, all the liberal arts students in school could apply for the martial sciences. Even Year 1 and Year 2 students who met the requirements could apply. Initially, there were more than 30 million students, but in the end, some people were filtered out during the political background check. Although all conditions were relaxed this year, the students' political background checks were stricter. When the martial sciences examination began, the 27 million-strong army of martial sciences examinees filled every corner of the nation. MCMAU-affiliated high school was also one of the examination sites. MCMAU-affiliated high. In the vitality assessment room, the examiner looked at the round-faced girl in front of him and said with a smile, "Fang Yuan, is General Frenzied Blade not here this time?" Fang Yuan was taken aback for a moment. She immediately smiled and said, "Master, do you know me? I'm an instructor from ESNNU. I've been to MCMAU's Grandmaster Banquet before." "Of course, I know him." Fang Yuan's little round face turned even rounder from the smile. She quickly said, "Teacher, my brother didn't come, but he said that I'll definitely pass the martial sciences exam. It doesn't matter whether I come or not." As she spoke, Fang Yuan beamed with joy. "Instructor, ESNNU is also one of the top 10 elite schools. If I fail to enroll in MCMAU, can I go to ESNNU?" The invigilator smiled and said, "You're already an official martial artist, how could you fail?" Fang Yuan giggled. "I'm just worried. There are too many people taking the exam this year. Teacher, do you think I can go to ESNNU?" Of course, the invigilator did not even think about it. What a joke, this was an official martial artist. And a twice-honed official martial artist at that. Even if there were tens of millions of people taking the exam this year, there would not be many who were stronger than Fang Yuan. Besides, this brat's brother was the pillar of MCMAU. Nowadays, who did not know that MCMAU's Fang Ping was a man of his word in MCMAU? In terms of strength, Fang Ping was no match for a grandmaster powerhouse. On the other hand, the grandmasters of MCMAU had almost become family with Fang Ping after 2 years of hanging around. It was a legend in martial arts universities for a student to reach this stage. His sister had applied for martial sciences, and she was even an official martial artist. How could she not get into MCMAU, ESNNU? Fang Ping might not even be interested in it. It was a fluke that ESNNU was able to enter the top 10. Their strength was not strong. They only had 2 grandmaster powerhouses, and both of them were rank 7. Compared to MCMAU, there was a huge gap. She did not go to MCMAU and came to China as a teacher. This little girl was quite interesting. The invigilator said it casually, but Fang Yuan looked at his nameplate seriously. After looking at it for a while, she giggled and said, "Instructor, if I don't get into MCMAU, I'll apply for ESNNU and fill in ESNNU as my second choice. If ESNNU doesn't make it, I'll look for you, okay?" Upon hearing those words, the instructor was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Was he really going to apply for ESNNU? Also, it was impossible for ESNNU to fail. Why would she look for him? The invigilator was a little confused, but he did not think too much about it. He nodded and said, "Any time is fine. Student Fang Yuan, it's your turn. Go in and get tested." Fang Yuan grinned from ear to ear. Without delay, she entered the vitality chamber immediately. After she entered, the invigilator found out the girl's specific vitality after a while. It was 232 calories. Her strength was not weak at all. This girl had honed quite a number of bones. Her vitality was slightly stronger than what he could sense. She has honed more than 15 bones. When she enters school, she might be able to enter middle stage rank 1. Fang Ping is really willing to invest a lot in his sister. The invigilator smiled and shook his head. With this strength, even in MCMAU, she was definitely one of the top people. There were many applicants this year, and with the energy recovery, there were many strong students. However, the energy recovery had not been long, and geniuses were not everywhere. Was he worried that MCMAU would not accept him? While Fang Yuan was secretly participating in the martial sciences examination, MCMAU also welcomed a group of acquaintances. On the MCMAU campus, Jiang Chao was eating an energy fruit as he lamented, "MCMAU's cultivation atmosphere seems to be much more enthusiastic than ours. Look, there are close to 10,000 people in the school, but there are not many living people." Xianxia did not reply. Instead, he said in a serious tone, "These people in martial arts universities cultivate really crazily." This time, they came to MCMAU in seclusion. Also, Fang Ping and the others have entered rank 6, which is also unexpected. It was too fast. The last time they came here was not long ago. They came to MCMAU in the middle of March. Now it was the middle of May. It had only been 2 months. In 2 months, everyone's strength did not improve much. However, the few rank 5 martial artists from last time were all rank 6 now. Qin Fengqing was not included. Not only that, Fang Ping had killed a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. This was also shocking. What was more shocking was not this, but the previous trip to Tiannan's catacombs. Fang Ping and the others' performance in the catacombs was known to Star City. After all, it concerned Star City. This guy, Jiang Chao, revealed to the public that Star City was going to the bounded zone. After that, this guy even claimed credit, saying that he told Qin Fengqing. Otherwise, if Fang Ping and the others did not go to the bounded zone, they would not have been able to save the 2 rank 8 grandmasters. Originally, this guy took credit for it. In the end, when he said it, the Jiang family's rank 9 almost struck him to death. This bastard really dared to say anything to the public. The matter of the bounded zone involved the Paragon ancestor. Before this, other than communicating with the government, Star City did not tell anyone. Even the grandmasters who participated in the battle were not very clear about it. However, they did not expect Star City to have a stupid spy. If it were not for Liu Mo, who had yet to recover from his serious injuries, coming out to plead for him, the Jiang family's rank 9 would have killed this guy. It was also because of Liu Mo's help that Star City later discussed for a while and agreed to let Fang Ping and the others compete for the youth tournament places. Liu Mo, who was still seriously injured, recounted what happened that day. However, he still did not mention the matter of Fang Ping pretending to be the ancestor of the bounded zone. That day, Liu Mo had some suspicions that it was Fang Ping. Later, Fang Ping brought them out. If Liu Mo still did not know it was Fang Ping, he would be really stupid. However, Fang Ping's disguise did not change anything. The restricted zone and Star City both wanted to enter the bounded zone's inner periphery. They were already mortal enemies. In Liu Mo's opinion, a battle to the death in the later stages was also inevitable. He could only say that Fang Ping took advantage of Star City and the restricted zone. However, Fang Ping saved his life, and so did the other rank 8. The 2 rank 8 powerhouses recovered slightly and did not mention this matter. Actually, it did not matter if this matter was said out loud. The only effect was that it proved that everyone was stupid. They all believed this and almost treated him as the ancestor. However, before Jiang Chao and the others came, Liu Mo still reminded them to take it easy and not be stupid again. MCMAU's Fang Ping was not a kind person. He had a way of tricking people. If they were tricked again this time, these fellows could forget about going back to Star City. They really could not afford to lose face. While Xianxia was lamenting about this, Jiang Chao, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He said happily, "Honestly, I'm very happy that these fellows are going to participate in the youth competition. They're all crazy people. I really want to see how they torture people. Fang Ping and the others can kill powerhouses who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Then, it's not a big problem to kill those big noses. Anyway, I don't want to participate in the competition. I'll just be a bystander," Li Fei said coldly. "Jiang Chao, this time, Sino Nation must fight for at least 10 quotas, maybe even more. Also, they have just entered rank 6. Don't rely on others. If Star City embarrasses themselves and can't get a few quotas, you're dead meat. Xianxia said gloomily, what does this have to do with me? You guys are the main force. If you can't get a few quotas, that's also your responsibility. You. Alright, stop arguing. Su Zixu interrupted the quarrel and changed the topic. When are Fang Ping and the others coming out of seclusion? Beside them, Huang Jing was talking to a grandmaster from Star City. When he heard the question, he turned around and smiled. Should be soon. There's still some time before the youth competition. If you guys are in a hurry, I can arrange for some instructors to spar with you. When he heard about sparring, Jiang Chao immediately shook his head. No sparring. Among the crowd, someone said in a low voice, but no divine weapon will lose. Cough, 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 Huang Jing was slightly embarrassed. He did not say that they would bet on the competition. It seemed that these kids from Star City were still in a state of shock. Huang Jing was embarrassed, and the Grandmaster from Star City was speechless. These fellows, could they not embarrass Star City? From what he said, they were afraid to fight. It was fine if they did not have enough experience, but being afraid to fight was not a good thing. Although Star City did not let these descendants enter the catacombs early to fight, they should at least not be afraid to fight. When the results of the last competition were out, Star City knew about it, including the process. The most embarrassing one was Jian Chao. If it were not for the fact that he had good talent and that he had smoothly sealed the second gate and entered upper stage rank 6, Star City would not have let him participate in the youth competition. The Grandmaster who led the team felt like a flower stuck in cow dung. Jiang Chao's talent was really not bad. He had entered rank 6 not long ago, but he had already sealed 2 Sanjiao gates. He was not much worse than his freak older brother. The 2 brothers of this generation of the Jiang family were extremely talented. However, compared to his older brother, Jiang Chao's talent might be about the same, but their temperaments were too different. When his older brother was rank 6, he was also someone who feared nothing. Why was it that when it came to Jiang Chao, he became a glutton and lazy? Fang Ping did not know about the arrival of the people from Star City. He did not know about Fang Yuan participating in the martial sciences examination either. Now, it had been a full 10 days since Fang Ping and the others entered the energy room. In these 10 days, they did not eat or drink, cultivating continuously. When their vitality was depleted, they recovered extremely quickly with the replenishment of energy stones. Previously, Fang Ping planned to cultivate for 2 to 3 hours a day. Now, he cultivated for 2 hours, used 2 hours to recover, and then continued cultivating. Normal martial artists would have been exhausted a long time ago. No matter how fast their recovery was, their energy was limited. However, Fang Ping realized that he had underestimated Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. These two were really ruthless. Fang Ping was still fine. His recovery speed was very fast, and his mentality was also strong. He could cultivate continuously. The 2 of them were slightly worse than him, but when they really could not take it anymore, they actually created themselves, relying on the imperishable substance to recover. This time, their speed was also extremely fast. Moreover, they could also rely on the imperishable substance to cultivate, so it was not considered a waste. In this way, the 3 of them sealed the gate for close to 10 hours every day. 10 hours. The daily consumption of wealth was more than Fang Ping expected. Just the aura conversion alone was 6 billion, and he had to continuously recover his vitality and mentality, as well as condensed celestiality. Every day, the daily consumption of wealth was close to 8 billion. After 10 days, Fang Ping had used up almost 80 billion wealth, much more than he had expected. Even so, the results were also obvious. In 10 days, the cultivation time exceeded 100 hours, which was equivalent to a normal rank 6 martial artist cultivating for 2 months. Moreover, with the 3 of them working together, it was equivalent to someone else cultivating for half a year. With the 3 of them working together, the effect was even better, at least equivalent to a normal early stage rank 6 martial artist cultivating for 2 to 3 years. With such a high-speed accumulation, Fang Ping realized that he was closing the first gate very soon. Really very soon. The location of his Sanjiao gate, the Vitality Gate, was originally a black hole, a black gate with no end in sight. At this moment, where the vitality gate was, where the black hole was, there were two ancient bronze gates that were about to close. It was just a little bit away from completely closing. Seeing this, Li Hansong was a little excited too. So fast. 10 days, Fang Ping, it's only 10 days, and you're actually closing the first gate. He was excited, but Fang Ping's heart was twitching in pain. 80 billion wealth. These days, the energy stones were still being supplied continuously, which was also an incomparably huge consumption. Billions of energy stones had been burned by him. This was probably the most serious wastage he had ever wasted since he started cultivating. Even when he was seriously injured and repaired his flesh last time, it did not consume so much. Previously, he kept saying that Qin Fengqing was wasting resources. Now, Fang Ping was too embarrassed to scold him, so Ironhead did not know that he had burned 80 billion. Wealth was also money, otherwise, Ironhead would break down. Old Wang could probably kill Fang Ping and rob him directly. More than 80 billion in exchange for 10 days of closing a gate, was it worth it? If this was asked to anyone, they would probably say it was not worth it. Rank 6 was not a decisive combat strength. If it was a rank 9, it could go one step further. Everyone would say it was worth it with such a huge consumption. However, a mere rank 6 would burn money like this. The people in Star Spectre City would not do it. This was almost comparable to the value of a rank 9 divine weapon. In exchange, Fang Ping could only advance from early stage rank 6 to middle stage quickly. Fang Ping was also very helpless. Actually, his wealth was not mainly spent on his consumption, but on aura simulation. It was too expensive, so expensive that Fang Ping was helpless. More than 80 billion, 60 billion was spent on aura simulation. In reality, Fang Ping only used 20 billion on himself. 20 billion to let him advance to middle stage rank 6, Fang Ping felt that it was still not a loss. But now, the key point was that he had also promised to help Old Wang and Ironhead. Fang Ping wanted to renege on his debt now. How about I renege on my debt and be done with it? After advancing to middle stage rank 6, I won't do it anymore. Otherwise, if I help these two fellows seal the gate, it would actually cost 160 billion, that was too much. Fang Ping really wanted to renege on his debt. The way he looked at the two of them was not quite right. Ironhead did not feel anything, but Wang Jinyang seemed to have noticed something. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is the consumption very serious?" Fang Ping kept saying that changing his aura consumed a lot of energy. However, they could not tell what exactly it consumed. At least, for the past 10 days, they could not tell what Fang Ping had sacrificed. However, even an idiot would know that this kind of heaven-defying ability that the three of them could seal the gate together would probably come at a shocking price. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "It's very serious. Actually, I'm using up some of my foundation, the foundation that I left behind in my past life. And these are all prepared for me to recover my past life's strength. Now that the consumption is serious, once it's used up, I might not be able to recover my past life's combat strength." Old Wang rolled his eyes. Motherf *Ker, again, Li Hansong asked with concern, "That's so serious, is it because of the foundation inside the life gate?" "Something like that." Li Hansong frowned slightly. "Why don't we just forget about it?" Fang Ping gave Ironhead a deep look. "What a good man, Ironhead, you're such an honest man. I, Fang Ping, have made friends, but you're too considerate of your friends. But after you said that, if I agree to it just like that, wouldn't it seem a little wretched?" Thinking of the 160 billion wealth consumption again, Fang Ping felt that maybe he could be a little more wretched. Should he not trick these two fellows to help him seal the second gate, and then repay them when his strength became stronger? One day, if these two fellows know all the inside stories, I wonder if they will beat me to death. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. The possibility was not small. He was not in a hurry to talk about this. Fang Ping took a look at his own data. Wealth 539. 5 billion, convert, vitality 6,805 calories, 7,999 calories, mentality 900 Hz, 949 Hz, honed 177 bones, 129 bones, 90, storage space 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield 10,000 wealth per minute, plus, aura simulation 100,000 wealth per minute, plus 1,000 million wealth per minute, vitality has reached 7,999 calories and hasn't moved. Looks like I need to seal the vitality gate to continue growing. It's the same with my mentality. It's been stuck at 949 Hz for the past few days. Fang Ping took a look at the vitality gate that only had a slit left, and suddenly stopped aura simulation. Old Wang and Ironhead were stunned. Wang Jinyang frowned. Why did you stop? It's going to be sealed soon. If the consumption is too high, it's okay. We've gained a lot these few days. At least our semi-golden bodies have become stronger. Fang Ping shook his head. No need. I want to wait a little longer. I'll consume the dark moon grass to increase my mentality first. When I reach my limit, I want to complete mentality materialization when the vitality gate is sealed. Fang Ping's eyes shone brightly. I've waited for this day for too long. I want to complete it myself. You two cultivate on your own for the next 2 days. Seal one gate and materialize your mentality. I, Fang Ping, will be the strongest rank 6. Your mentality is about to materialize? Both of them were surprised. Fang Ping had mentioned it before, but they did not take it seriously. Now, was it really going to materialize? I don't know, but I have a feeling that relying on treasures won't work. Only the moment the vitality gate is sealed, the mysterious energy will feed back into my body. There's hope for me to cross this hurdle. At this moment, Fang Ping was very excited. He stood up suddenly and was about to walk out. Wang Jinyang was surprised. You're not cultivating here? No, I want to go to the rooftop of the school archives to cultivate. Being in close contact with this place might help me realize the true meaning of martial arts faster. The rooftop of the school archives, both of them were dumbfounded. The highest place in MCMAU. Did this have anything to do with martial arts cultivation? Could cultivating at a high place allow one's mentality to break through the barrier? Both of them really could not understand. Wang Jinyang frowned and said nothing. Li Hansong, on the other hand, mumbled, is it better to cultivate at a high place? Should we give it a try as well? Fang Ping smiled. Up to you. After saying that, Fang Ping walked out of the energy room. Outside the energy room. Once Fang Ping came out, he went straight to the school archives and used flight step to get to the rooftop. Not just that. Fang Ping sat cross-legged on the rooftop, floating in the air and starting his own cultivation path. From afar, Huang Jing and the others saw him coming out of closed-door cultivation. However, this guy went straight to the rooftop of the school archives the moment he came out of closed-door cultivation. He was still floating in the air, as if he was still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, the Grandmaster from Polaris City was a little confused. What kind of cultivation path was this? Huang Jing did not understand at first, but soon, the corner of his mouth twitched and his face stiffened. What a familiar routine, it seemed like. Once, no, it was the last time someone cultivated at sea for many days, and when he was about to break through, he suddenly returned to MCMAU, causing a huge commotion. This time. Could it be? Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping from afar, his expression changing constantly. Beside him, Xianxia and the others said seriously, could it be that cultivating this way has better effects? Absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon? Xianxia suddenly had a strange idea. Su Zixu, on the other hand, said with a face full of admiration, as expected, an eccentric person has an eccentric cultivation method. How about we try it next time? Huang Jing did not say a word, F*CK, he was too ashamed to say it out loud. If he told these guys that this guy just wanted to let everyone know, see, and notice him when he broke through, would they all break down? Huang Jing resisted the urge to go up and hack Fang Ping to death, suppressing his desire to tell everyone the truth. Still, he was extremely shocked. March 30th, Fang Ping broke through to rank 6, today, May 19th. It had been exactly 50 days since the last breakthrough. Could it be that Fang Ping's appearance this time was to seal the vitality gate? 50 days, Huang Jing muttered, his voice so low that it could not be heard. Was there really such a freak in this world? The higher the rank, the faster the breakthrough. How could there be such a logic? in the past, everyone had predicted that because of Fang Ping's powerful ability, it would be extremely difficult for him to seal the Sanjiao Gate at rank 6. Everyone had prepared themselves that Fang Ping would not be able to achieve rank 7 within 2 to 3 years. Now, however, in 50 days, Fang Ping actually wanted to seal one of his gates. Did that not mean that in another month, he could seal the Sanjiao Gate and achieve peak rank 6? Did he still need to go through the process of mentality-vitality fusion when he was at peak rank 6? That meant rank 7, a rank 7 with golden bones, and he, Huang Jing, was also a rank 7. Huang Jing suddenly felt a little irritated. What the hell was this kid doing? Was he going to catch up to his rank? What a joke. Previously, Tang Feng, Lu Fengru, Song Yingji, and the others were chased by Fang Ping until they wanted to die. That was because the pressure was so great that they had no choice but to break through. Huang Jing took it as watching the show. He even wanted to get a small stool and enjoy the show. Now, however, Huang Jing suddenly had the urge to chop someone up. He instantly understood how Tang Feng and the others felt. It was close at hand, imminent. I'm rank 7. He's an aspiring martial artist. I'm rank 7. He's rank 7? The more Huang Jing thought about it, the crazier he became. He was happy to see MCMAU producing talents. However, a freak had appeared who had caught up to his rank 7 in 2 years. He would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. This only proved how useless he was. Huang Jing was not the only one who was going crazy. The moment Fang Ping appeared on the rooftop of the school archives, Tang Feng was going crazy, Lu Fengru was going crazy too. If this kid really entered rank 7 this year, they really wanted to jump off the building. Even if they did not die, they could smash themselves into a hole and not come out. The sorrow of the 3 rank 7 powerhouses was truly like a river flowing against the current. Song Yingji, who had just come out of the catacombs and had just returned to MCMAU. Seeing this scene, Song Yingji seemed to think of something. At this moment, Song Yingji broke down. His face was pale as he said, I admit defeat, okay? Huang Jing and the others could be caught up. If Fang Ping broke through this time, he would be caught up immediately. Both of them were of the same rank. Song Yingji wanted to cry but had no tears. He could not take this blow. Forget it, he admitted defeat. Was it not just being surpassed? Fang Ping had surpassed too many people. From afar, he saw Tang Feng's murderous gaze. Song Yingji was suddenly overjoyed. Mother **Ker, what am I afraid of? I'm not famous. These guys should be the ones breaking down. Song Yingji recovered in an instant. I'm just an unknown rank 6 instructor. So what if I'm surpassed, these grandmasters, just you wait. Thinking of this, Song Yingji relaxed, happy, and joyful. Right, today is my daughter's martial sciences exam. I'll go and see my daughter. I don't care what rank Fang Ping is. I don't care anymore. Come and beat me up if you can. I'm promoting a book called I Might Be a Fake Immortal. Big Boss selling copyrights. Adapted into movies and television. Brothers, you can read it. Mekmo. More and more people noticed Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping was like a Buddha. His golden bones shone brightly, and there were 3 ancient doors above his head. It was as if he was walking out of the doors, like a demon from ancient times. At this moment, Fang Ping's vitality was soaring. Other than the 3 doors above him, there was also a vitality light pillar. Old Manly, who was about to go into closed-door cultivation, walked out of his courtyard. Not long after, a few MCMAU grandmasters gathered together. Other than Wu Quishan, who was still in closed-door cultivation, everyone was alarmed. Looking at Fang Ping, who was suspended in the air, Lu Fengru's expression did not look right. She frowned and said, his vitality door is about to close, why isn't he moving? Tang Feng was also at a loss. Huang Jing was speechless. Give him more time to show off and let people notice him. At this moment, he had already sent the people from Star City away, but they did not leave. Luo Yichuan was strolling around the campus with them. In reality, the people from Star City were not in the mood to stroll around either. They were all staring at Fang Ping. They did not speak for a while. Old Manly muttered, this kid usually won't drag it out for too long even if he wants to show off. This time, he dragged it out for a longer time. At this point, Old Man Li's eyes were sharp. He seemed to have seen something. His eyebrows twitched. This kid is eating dark moon grass. When the others heard him, they noticed it too. Tang Feng was shocked. Could it be? Yes. His mentality has always been strong, even stronger than Tang Feng before. The Grandmasters spoke one after another. Soon, they realized something. Lu Fengger frowned. He wants to materialize mentality? It's unheard of for rank 6 mentality to materialize. Can it really be done? Old Man Li said uncertainly, I'm not sure. Under normal circumstances, before achieving mentality-vitality fusion, vitality can't nurture mentality. I've never heard of anyone materializing mentality before mentality-vitality fusion. When mentality-vitality fusion is achieved, mentality will be rank 7. Under normal circumstances, mentality materialization actually meant rank 7. This was because martial artists would first reach peak vitality and peak rank 6 before mentality would be nurtured and materialized. Without a cultivation method that specialized in mentality, they had never seen a martial artist who could materialize mentality before achieving mentality-vitality fusion. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing suddenly said that Yao Qingjun from the top military academy hasn't materialized his spiritual power yet, right? No, if it really materialized, there will definitely be news about such a big event, Huang Jing added. If Yao Qingjun's mentality materialized, it would not be a small matter. It would cause quite a stir. He had been staying at MCMAU all this time, so it was impossible that he did not know about it. Yao Qingjun did not materialize, so there was no precedence. For a moment, everyone did not know what to say. Tang Feng scratched his head and said, what will materialize if his spiritual energy materializes? Anyway, it's not Big Lion. Old Man Li teased. Tang Feng said nonchalantly, I think lions are pretty good looking, and they're very powerful too. The materialization of spiritual power could be used in battle. When the Catacomb City Masters fought, they would often release their materialized objects. If human martial artists did not have divine weapons, they would also release their materialized objects to fight. A battle between rank 7 martial artists was actually more dangerous than a rank 8. At every turn, materialized objects would fight and kill each other. Once the materialized object was destroyed and obliterated, mentality would be extinguished. At rank 8, on the contrary, they did not use their materialized objects to fight. These rank 8 powerhouses, when fighting against same-rank martial artists, would be clashing with their golden bodies. When fighting against rank 7, if a rank 7 dared to release a materialized object, it would be directly tearing the other party's mentality apart. Materialized objects could also be integrated with vitality force, turning into materialized objects condensed from celestiality. Their combat power would be even stronger. The more complicated the materialized object, the more powerful it would be. If there was a divine weapon, under normal circumstances, martial artists would integrate the materialized object with the divine weapon. This way, the divine weapon could erupt with powerful power. In the hands of a rank 6, a divine weapon was not strong, but in the hands of a rank 7, it was the strongest external object to enhance combat power. A rank 7 divine weapon was integrated with the heart and brain cores of rank 7 monsters and monster plants. When martial artists integrated their own materialized objects, they were actually activating the divine weapon. It was as if the divine weapon had come to life, recreating the combat power of the monster plants and monsters when they were alive. In this way, martial artists with divine weapons were actually equivalent to two people fighting together. Naturally, their strength would be much stronger. A rank 9 powerhouse equipped with a rank 9 divine weapon was equivalent to giving himself half a rank 9 war pet. How could it not be strong? As for a rank 7 divine weapon, to a rank 9 powerhouse, it was better than nothing. It could only slightly increase their combat power. Fang Ping had always felt that Wu Chuan had embarrassed the Guardian and the rank 9 powerhouse. Wu Chuan did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. Otherwise, if he had a rank 9 divine weapon, even if Old Man Li and Wu Quishan joined forces, they might not be his match. As the few of them were talking, Huang Jing crossed his arms in front of his chest, raising his eyebrows slightly. If this kid really wants to materialize mentality, What do you think his obsession is? To be honest, I can't really see through this kid. Don't be fooled by his cheeky face. Do any of you know what he really cares about? Materialized objects were also the embodiment of a kind of obsession. Lu Fengru's obsession was to kill the Skygate City Lord. Tang Feng's obsession. It was hard to explain. Perhaps he had been called Big Lion too many times, so he developed the idea that he was really a mad lion. When Old Manly materialized, he materialized a sword. His obsession in this life was martial arts. It was the same for Huang Jing. Under normal circumstances, martial artists yearned for greater strength. Especially at their level, who had not fought in the catacombs for many years. Humans were weak, Sino Nation was weak. Martial artists all yearned to increase their strength. That was why among grandmasters, materialized weapons were the most common. Weapons were meant to kill. As soon as Huang Jing said that, everyone fell silent. Tang Feng hesitated. Money? This kid used to love money. Old Manly, on the other hand, shook his head and said, that's not necessarily the case. He wants money, but it doesn't mean that he needs money himself. What he needs is what money can bring him, such as the improvement of his abilities and the exchange of resources. Earning money was just a process to become stronger. Martial artists loved money, but they also did not care about money. Money only brought them an increase in strength. Then there's no way to guess. Everyone could not figure out what Fang Ping was thinking. The young Fang Ping did things in a hurry. He looked stupid and crude, but Fang Ping had his own ideas. If he was really stupid, he would not have made it to where he was now. If he was really simple, a naive martial artist would have died somewhere long ago. The more he thought, the more complicated his thoughts became. It was hard to say what Fang Ping would materialize. MCMAU's grandmasters guessed that Fang Ping was going to materialize mentality. The students had not thought of this yet. In their eyes, mentality materialization was something that only grandmasters could do. Although they did not think of this, everyone saw the 3 huge doors. One of them was about to close. The president is going to defy the heavens. He just broke through rank 6 last time, and now he's going to enter middle stage rank 6. The president is not satisfied with the rank 6 ranking list, he's ranked 18th. Our president has always been first since rank 3. I think the president is ready to rush to first place quickly and complete his 4th consecutive championship. Since rank 3, Fang Ping had been first on the ranking list. He reached it at the fastest speed every time. Now, he was not even in the top 10 of the rank 6 ranking list. The MCMAU students felt indignant for Fang Ping. Even if the martial artists who were ranked ahead of him were all old men and women, the students still believed that Fang Ping should be the first. Someone laughed softly and said, the president has broken through. Let's remember to congratulate him. It's another big income. As soon as this was said, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Very soon, the whole school understood. The opportunity to take advantage of the rich was here. The students could not wait for Fang Ping to break through every day. The president was rich. Every time there was a breakthrough or a happy event, it was a big bleeding. The students had long since grasped the pattern. The others were discussing. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued to eat grass. This time, he exchanged 10 stalks of dark moon grass. Dark moon grass was consumed by rank 7 grandmasters. Its effect was excellent. Originally, Fang Ping's mentality was already as high as 949 Hz. After consuming a stalk of dark moon grass, it went straight to 980 Hz. After consuming the second stalk, it only went up to 992 Hz. The effect of the second stalk was instantly weakened. This made Fang Ping frown uncontrollably. It seemed like he had reached a point where he was close to his limit. However, he was worried that the power of the reverse nourishment later would not be enough. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and consumed the third stalk of dark moon grass. 5 billion worth of dark moon grass. He ate 3 stalks in one go. Fortunately, after consuming 3 stalks of dark moon grass in a row, although the increase was getting smaller and smaller, it still allowed Fang Ping's mentality to reach 999 Hz. At this time, Fang Ping knew that if he continued to eat, he might not be able to increase anymore. Barriers could only be broken by oneself. The system did not show a plus sign. Otherwise, the system could forcefully break this barrier. Vitality 7,999 calories, mentality 999 hertz. They've reached a limit. Can mentality materialize when the vitality gate is closed? Fang Ping felt a little uneasy. He had not heard of rank 6 martial artists materializing mentality until now. Previously, Lu Fengru was prepared to forcefully materialize because she could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion. However, she did not materialize at first. Instead, she forcefully completed the fusion. As for the other rank 6 martial artists, even if they could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion, their mentality would generally not reach the stage of materialization. Although he felt a little uneasy, Fang Ping was not too worried. Even if he could not materialize at this time, it would happen sooner or later. He was only an early stage rank 6. Even if middle stage could not do it, what about upper stage rank 6? Don't worry too much. Even if I can't materialize it, it's no big deal. Fang Ping comforted himself in his heart. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. What exactly is my materialization? Old Man Li told him that this was the manifestation of obsession. Did he have an obsession? Fang Ping did not know. He really did not know what kind of obsession he had. A person's obsession might not be clear until the very last moment. Who cares? Fang Ping did not think too much. In the next moment, the vitality pillar above his head became even stronger. Downstairs in the school archives, a few grandmasters had rushed over. He's about to break through. This kid. I really want to slice him into pieces. Huang Jing mumbled to himself. There was no one else who could match his cultivation speed. Old Man Li glanced at him and said nothing. Huang Jing, on the other hand, sensed something and could not help but curse in a low voice. Li Chongsheng, I'm your senior. Why are you looking at me like you're going to slice me into pieces? What do you mean? This senior brother of his was a proper senior brother. Both of them were the old vice-chancellor's students and had stayed in MCMAU. Back then, Huang Jing would hit this kid if he wanted to. He was 10 years older than Li Chongsheng. When he was an instructor in MCMAU, Li Chongsheng had not entered the school yet. After entering the school, the old vice-chancellor had a lot of things to do and did not care much. Huang Jing had also taught Li Chongsheng for a long time. Now, however, this bastard had become stronger. He actually dared to glare at him, an old man who was half a senior and half a senior. Old Man Li pursed his lips and said vaguely, "Did I say anything?" Huang Jing's expression was unfriendly. "Just you wait, I'll hammer you to death sooner or later." Just as they were talking, above their heads, Fang Ping suddenly let out a roar. Seal. When this roar came out, the entire school's teachers' and students' spirits were lifted. Not far away. Qin Fengqing's eyes were gloomy. Why bother? It was just early stage to middle stage rank 6. Which rank 6 made such a big fuss that they could not cultivate anymore. Those who did not know would think that rank 9 had reached the peak. Other rank 6 instructors did not say anything when they broke through a small rank. They only told others when they broke through. You, on the other hand, thinking about these, Qin Fengqing could not help but curse in a low voice. If you can't seal it, let's see if you'll embarrass yourself or not. Mother ***, he made such a big fuss every time. If this vitality gate could not be sealed, he would embarrass himself all the way to his grandma's house. Just as Qin Fengqing was feeling complicated, a rumble came from the void. This time, Qin Fengqing did not utter a word. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at Fang Ping, his face full of surprise. This fellow's sealing of the gate was so big and fast. Midair. Fang Ping let out a roar. In the void, the gap left behind by the vitality gate was completely sealed by him in the blink of an eye. The moment the gate was closed, the vitality gate became clearer and more real. The vitality gate that was initially like a mirage was now extremely clear, as if it really existed in this space, standing tall above Fang Ping's head. Rumble. Another rumble came from the void. Immediately after, an invisible force was transmitted from the gate to Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping had felt this force the last time. When the Sanjiao gate materialized in another void, it had given Fang Ping a feedback. This time, the power transmitted from the sealed vitality gate was even stronger. The first thing that increased was vitality force. 8,000 calories broke through in an instant, 8,100 cal. 8,200 calories. In the past, the vitality force that grew slowly was now increasing rapidly in units of hundreds of cal. Fang Ping's golden bones became more brilliant. His half-golden body also began to shine. His internal organs began to glow a faint golden color. Initially, his internal organs were only in a crystalline state. At this moment, they began to show signs of turning into a golden body. A rank 8 powerhouse's entire body was golden. Only when the entire body was golden would it be a complete golden body. At this moment, the degree of Fang Ping's golden body was even higher. His blood also began to glow with a faint golden luster. His vitality force skyrocketed, rising all the way to 8,999 calories before stopping. This was the normal state of martial arts cultivation. Fang Ping did not mind it. The moment his vitality force stopped increasing, Fang Ping opened his eyes abruptly. Golden light flickered in his eyes. 2 golden rays pierced through the void. At this moment, martial artists who did not know what was going on might really think that a golden body powerhouse had arrived. Just a little more, just a little more. This is not enough. Fang Ping roared in his heart. 999 Hz mentality actually did not reach 1000 Hz after the feedback. This 1 Hz increase was actually so difficult. For the first time, the system panel showed a situation where the numbers were floating and jumping. In the mentality column, the number of 999 Hz kept jumping, but it still could not break through. This is the biggest hurdle I've encountered. This time, I must break through. Some of the instructors and students below thought that Fang Ping had already finished breaking through and were waiting to cheer. However, when they saw Fang Ping not moving, the golden light flashing in his eyes, and the vitality pillar becoming stronger, many of them swallowed their words. What's wrong with the president? Did something happen during the breakthrough? That can't be right. Isn't the vitality gate closed? Look, the vitality gate has already solidified. Look, Vice Chancellor Huang and the others seem very nervous. What's going on? Everyone was discussing fervently. Some of them looked worried. Everyone in MCMAU really admired Fang Ping. Even if he had been tormented many times, how many fools were there to become martial artists? Compared to other schools, even compared to CCMAU, MCMAU treated its students the best. It was so good that when MCMAU students went out to speak, their backs would be straighter than others, and all of this was due to Fang Ping. The stronger Fang Ping was, the more advantageous it was for MCMAU. Everyone knew this. If something went wrong during this breakthrough, no one dared to think about it. If something really went wrong, it would be terrible. In another place, Xianxia and the others looked strange. Li Fei frowned and asked, "What's wrong with him?" The expression of the leading Stellar Sky City Grandmaster changed again and again. He said in a low voice, "Good heavens! The void is shaking. Can't you feel it?" What? He's going to materialize mentality. Grandmaster powerhouses had strong mentality. Previously, this Grandmaster did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, he felt it. He felt Fang Ping's strong mentality stirring the void, shaking it constantly, trying to break through a limit. Having experienced it once, he understood what Fang Ping was doing. This monster from MCMAU wanted to materialize mentality at middle stage rank 6. No one in Stellar Sky City had ever done this before. It was not an exaggeration to call him a monster. Mentality materialization. How is this possible? Everyone's tone was shrill. This was impossible. At this moment, in midair, Fang Ping was furious. A golden petal appeared in his hand. Heavenly golden lotus, it was not a whole lotus. Fang Ping had only exchanged 20 billion for one lotus petal. The heavenly golden lotus from the Forbidden Sea, it was difficult to find such a treasure even in Stellar Sky City. If eaten, it would be effective even for rank 8 powerhouses. At this moment, in order to break through the limit, Fang Ping did not care how rare it was. He was only 1 Hz mentality away, but he could not break through. This made Fang Ping furious. This time, he had paid such a high price, but he still could not break through. This made him feel like he had lost out. Throw another 20 billion at him. As soon as the heavenly golden lotus entered his stomach, the void began to shake violently. At this moment, even martial artists who had not reached the stage of expelling their mentality could feel it. In the crowd, an instructor exclaimed, "He's going to materialize mentality." What? He's crazy. Just as everyone was shocked, Fang Ping roared, "Materialize!" Rumble. At this moment, all the Grandmaster-level powerhouses in Magic City felt the change. Another Grandmaster in MCMAU? Luo Yichuan? Motherf asterisk Ker, is there still justice in this world? How many people have broken through this year? At this moment, some were envious, some were cursing. MCMAU was too exciting. In a year, there were people who broke through and entered rank 7. The last time they held a Grandmaster banquet for the 3 high Grandmasters. It had only been a few days, and someone had materialized mentality again. Cursing aside, these Grandmasters got up and flew toward MCMAU. They also wanted to see who it was this time. MCMAU's Luo Yichuan had just achieved mentality-vitality fusion. How could he break through so quickly? Was there still any law, MCMAU? Rumble, a loud sound spread through the void. In the blink of an eye, a golden flatbread flew out of Fang Ping's body. Other than those who knew, everyone was stunned. MCMAU students had seen mentality materialization a few times this year. In fact, they already knew that Fang Ping was materializing mentality. But did he not fly out a bridge? Why? Why was the president a golden flatbread? This golden flatbread became bigger and bigger, blotting out the sky. It was as if a second sun had risen in the sky. At such a solemn moment, someone wanted to laugh hysterically. What was going on? And this was not the end. In the next moment, other people had 3 gates sitting on the bridge, while Fang Ping. The Sanjiao gate in the void seemed to be stuck for a moment. After a while, a vitality gate flew out alone, flying toward the golden flatbread. Everyone was stunned. Old Manly said in a daze, "There's someone who flew through a gate alone?" The Sanjiao gate was not completely sealed, not completely solidified. No one knew that this would happen. Only a solidified gate flew toward the flatbread. Their worldview was turned upside down. Not only were their worldview turned upside down, but the Grandmasters who flew over from Magic City were also dumbfounded. This? What is this? This is Fang Ping? And, a materialized mentality that has been dismantled? They were stunned. Fang Ping was stunned too. Looking at only the vitality gate flying over, Fang Ping almost cursed out loud. There was such a situation. Did the Sanjiao gate not advance and retreat together? It could even be separated. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. He could not figure out the situation now. There was no time to figure it out either. The vitality gate's tricks were not over yet. When this gate saw the golden flatbread, it did not seem to know where to land for a moment. It circled in the sky for a while, and finally landed abruptly in the center of the flatbread. Fang Ping had created a miracle once again. It was completely different from everyone else's materialization process. There was nothing similar about it. The Grandmasters began to shake their heads. They had learned something new. They had really learned something new. Lu Fengru stared at the materialization process in a daze as she mumbled, "I hope the materialized object won't cause any more trouble." She was on the verge of breaking down now. This brat's materialization process made her speechless. Just as she finished speaking, Old Man Li's gaze was strange. "I'm afraid, something is really going to happen." At this moment, the prototype of the materialized object began to appear in the void. In the void, Fang Ping's mentality began to solidify. A slightly shabby house appeared in front of everyone. A house. No one had expected Fang Ping to materialize a tiny house. The house looked a little shabby. As the house appeared, it was as if someone was decorating the house and adding those pieces of furniture. Some worn-out pieces of furniture slowly appeared in the old house. Below the materialization, Fang Ping's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. An old house. The old house in Sun City was not the one in Scenic Lake Gardens, but the one in Lakeview Gardens, Block 6, Room 101. The old house that he had lived in for 2 lifetimes. The house continued to materialize and continue to be perfected. Fang Ping's mentality seemed to be running out. Fang Ping did not speak. He quietly replenished his mentality and continued to materialize. The house, the furniture, the walls. A complete house began to appear in front of everyone. Many were at a loss. Many were silent. At this moment, no one spoke. Li Chongqing and the others were also a little dazed. This house. What did it mean? They thought that the materialization of the house was the end, but this was just the beginning. When the house appeared, a few vague silhouettes appeared in the house. Ping ping, brother, in the void, there seemed to be some inaudible voices. 3 blurry silhouettes appeared in the house. Fang Ping. Is his obsession his family? Someone murmured. At this moment, everyone could see that it might be Fang Ping's home. No one would have thought that the courageous and invincible Fang Ping, who was as bright as the sun, could not let go of this. Among the grandmasters who flew over, some were a little dazed and had some indescribable discomfort. Even a prodigy like this yearned for this kind of peaceful life. Yes, the campaign had been too long, too many people had died in battle. For someone like Fang Ping, deep in his heart, what he longed for the most was to enjoy the warmth of a family with his family. Indescribable discomfort, indescribable sorrow. Martial artists dying in the catacombs was the highest honor. Who really understood martial artists? The honor and glory in the eyes of outsiders, who did not know that it might just be a cover. I miss home, someone murmured, but his eyes were blank. Where was home? How many years had it been? His parents died in battle. He was alone, fighting in the catacombs for decades. How could he have a home? The figure in his memory was already blurred. The materialized object was still changing. In the house, a few illusory silhouettes had yet to materialize completely, and there were only 3 silhouettes. Fang Ping was not there. Fang Ping was not there. Soon, the house turned into a dilapidated old building. It was even more dilapidated than the old houses in Yang City. Unfortunately, not many people knew about this. Even Wang Jinyang did not think much of it when he saw the scene. Wang Jinyang had been to the old house in Lakeview Garden. It was very shabby, but not as shabby as it was now. However, Wang Jinyang did not pay much attention to this small change. An old building rose from the ground. Soon, another old building rose from the ground. These floors were not as solid as before. They were somewhat illusory. Even so, it was still shocking. The more complex the materialization, the more powerful it was. Fang Ping's ability to materialize his own house as if it was real had already shocked many grandmasters. Who would have thought that he still had the strength to continue? Even if the last part was a little vague, it was still enough to shock everyone. However, there was still no sign of this ending. Soon, an old residential area appeared. There was only the appearance. There was no substance, except for the house that belonged to Fang Ping. In the residential area, blurrier silhouettes appeared. They looked like old people sunbathing, like children playing. That kind of tranquility, that kind of carefreeness. Even if the silhouettes could not be seen clearly, one could still feel the sense of freedom and carefreeness. A residential area. If in the beginning, everyone was shocked by Fang Ping's materialization, now they were shocked by Fang Ping's strength. Some people could materialize buildings of this scale, but they were all slowly filled in later. NMAU's old vice-chancellor spent many years but could not achieve this step. He could not truly materialize NMAU. Fang Ping did not either. However, he had only reached the stage of materialization. It was already shocking enough to be able to materialize a microscopic model. This, however, was not the end. Fang Ping was constantly replenishing his mentality. The endless consumption made Fang Ping's face a little pale. Consumption and replenishment were also very tiring. However, Fang Ping did not care. He wanted to see how far he could go. The residential area appeared. Soon, it began to spread. The streets outside Lakeview Gardens appeared. The residential area next to it appeared. Everyone seemed to be looking at a painting. Fang Ping was the painter, filling in the painting continuously. No, Wang Jinyang realized that something was wrong. He murmured, "This is not the present," or rather, this was not the Sun City in his memory. Many things had changed. When he saw some buildings that had never appeared before near Lakeview Gardens, Wang Jinyang murmured, could it be the future that he imagined? A peaceful and tranquil future world? This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Jinyang's mind, so, the Fang Ping who did not seem to care about anything, the Fang Ping who was extremely bold, only desired this, Li Honsong said in a low voice, as expected. I knew it. As the Celestial Emperor, as the leader of the ancient martial artists, what he desired was indeed to pacify the catacombs. This is a true martial artist. This is the leader of martial artists. Wang Jinyang was speechless. Li Honsong suddenly said excitedly, people like us only fight to pacify the catacombs in this life. The future should be like this. No war, no destitution, no death in a foreign land. Fang Ping is the one with true determination. We've bled too much. I don't want future generations to fight in the catacombs. I don't want generations of martial artists to die. That's not courage. That's just helplessness and sorrow. In the air, the materialization continued. The Lakeview Gardens area was still expanding. It was still materializing. In the later stages, it became more blurry. Even so, everyone was moved. A city, a rank 6 martial artist was materializing a city. A quiet and peaceful city, and this city seemed to be still expanding. Fang Ping's face was extremely pale. It was a little difficult for him to hold on. It's not just Sun City. Don't tell me he wants to materialize the whole world? The thing is, I'm not familiar with it. Fang Ping did not know if he was happy or sad. The materialization did not stop. It looked like it would continue. The thing was, he was familiar with Sun City. He was not familiar with other places. The materialization did not come out of thin air. If he materialized the wrong map, how embarrassing would that be? Forget it. I'll fill it in later stages. It's already eye-catching enough. If this continues, everyone will collapse. Fang Ping roughly knew what he was going to materialize. A future world. A world without martial artists, a world where even if they could not earn money, they would not starve to death. At least, they would not have to face the threat of death and the threat of human destruction all the time. As expected, I'm just a nobody. In this turbulent era, what I yearn for is to return to that world. What a joke. He thought he had adapted to everything today, he thought he could face everything today calmly, facing the killings, facing the catacombs, facing the powerhouses who could easily destroy a city. Only now did Fang Ping understand that his obsession was to return to that world. What a joke. You're a coward in your bones. You have to pretend to be fearless. I'm very afraid of death. I'm also afraid of my family dying. I'm even afraid of seeing all my acquaintances die, but, in the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly restrained himself and shouted, "May the world be peaceful and without war. I, Fang Ping, will only work hard for the well-being of the people and the prosperity of the country. I will fight for this, even if I die without regrets." As soon as these words came out, everyone understood now, even if they did not understand the meaning of materialization before. Many people were moved, some of the grandmasters from outside did not even think that Fang Ping was only a rank 6. An old grandmaster with white hair said loudly, "General Fang has great spirit. You're a prodigy martial artist, fully deserving of the title. Sino Nation's blessing. General has a great ambition. Although we are weak, we will definitely do our part for the well-being of the people and the prosperity of the country." Among the younger generation, only General Frenzied Blade can be called a martial arts leader. The grandmasters praised him to the extreme. Look, this was a prodigy, a leader. It did not mean that you could be a leader just because you were strong. Fang Ping was not considered too strong, even if his mentality was materialized now. However, he was wholeheartedly focused on quelling the threat of the catacombs. He did not consider a family or a country. A martial artist like this was really rare, at least looking at the big picture. Fang Ping's big picture was really admirable. Those grandmasters from outside, even if they were older than Fang Ping's grandfather, treated Fang Ping as their peer at this time. Martial artists did not look at age. Some people did not understand how a martial artist with great spirit like Fang Ping could achieve what he had today. Now, everyone understood. If this kind of person was not strong, who could be strong? The outsiders were still cheering. Li Chongqing and the others looked at each other. Why, Did they feel that something was not right? Fang Ping had such great spirit, he was actually thinking about world peace. It sounded a little fake, however, the people and furniture were materialized here. A quiet and peaceful city, in line with Fang Ping's world peace, people's well-being, did not seem wrong. Did MCMAU have such a big shot, and this big shot was their student? Lu Fengru said in a barely audible voice. Do you guys think there's a problem? Tang Feng said solemnly, this is probably what he's thinking. The materialization can prove everything. This kid Fang Ping, when he was weak, I didn't really like him. I thought he was too realistic and selfish, but now, to be fair, Fang Ping is destined to leave his name in history. Old Manly could not help but scratch his head. He said awkwardly, is that so? If this kid says he wants to protect his family, I believe him. But if he says, forget it, who cares? Old Manly did not want to think about it anymore. Anyway, he felt that Fang Ping was not that great. If this kid was so great, he could jump off a building. No, he could jump into the Forbidden Sea. Those who did not know Fang Ping well believed Fang Ping's nonsense. Those who were familiar with Fang Ping were mostly skeptical. A small portion, like Qin Feng Qing, did not believe him at all. They scolded in a low voice, world peace? Like hell I'll believe you. This guy can fool middle and low-ranked martial artists, but now he's even fooling grandmasters from outside. He did not believe Fang Ping. Oh my, he's even acting like he wants to maintain world peace. Do you think I'm stupid? Qin Fengqing suspected that if the catacombs really attacked, this kid Fang Ping, seeing that he was no match for them, might even run away with his family. The possibility was very high. Qin Fengqing did not believe him, but Li Hansong believed him without a doubt. This was because, in his opinion, a leader must have a leader's boldness and breadth of mind. In the past, he had suspected that Fang Ping used to be a nobody. Maybe he was his underling. Now, however, Ironhead did not think so. He was ashamed of his inferiority. He was not as good as Fang Ping. At least, from the perspective of the big picture, he did not think as far as Fang Ping did. That greatness could only be achieved by a leader. Ironhead had completely fallen for it. Wang Jinyang looked at Li Hansong and sighed softly. Actually, he also felt that something was not quite right. However, since Ironhead believed and admired Fang Ping so much, he could not say anything. Fine, he would let Fang Ping do whatever he wanted. In midair, the materialized Sun City did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it entered the Vitality Gate. The Vitality Gate that was initially sealed could actually be opened now. This scene was also shocking to everyone. Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, he bowed slightly to the grandmasters around him and said modestly, Grandmasters, please don't make fun of me anymore. My abilities are shallow and I can't take this. This is just a small wish of mine. How would I dare to embarrass myself in front of the grandmasters and make a fool of myself? If someone hears this, they'll laugh at me to death. The old grandmaster who first praised Fang Ping said seriously, General Frenzied Blade, you don't have to be so humble. You can cultivate if you're weak. No one is born a powerhouse. General, you've materialized your mentality in your 20s and sealed the Vitality Gate. This is unprecedented. A high rank is just around the corner. With a young talent like you, General, we humans have hope and a future. That's right, that's true. General, you don't have to be so humble. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. These people. I didn't pay them. The thing is, if you guys flatter me like this, I'll be embarrassed too. If I say now that the catacombs are really attacking and I need to find a place to hide, will you guys hack me to death? Perhaps, everyone would think that he was preserving humanity's hope, intending to lead humanity to counterattack again in a desperate situation? Am I going to gain a group of Grandmaster fans now? Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. Of course, it was nonsense to expect people to bow down to him just because of the materialization. In the future, he could show some benevolence and righteousness, as well as the attitude of serving the country and the people. Who knows, he might really convince these grandmasters. People, they're too outstanding. They'll believe anything they say. I just want to live a peaceful life. I'm just saying a few things casually, and you guys take it seriously. Fang Ping criticized in his heart for a while, but he could not hide the joy on his face. The mentality materialized. Moreover, it was a small city. Although it was not completely lifelike, Fang Ping felt that it should be much stronger than Lu Fengger's dynamic map. It was also stronger than Big Lion's golden lion. In the future, if anyone provokes me, I'll move the city and smash them. That's awesome. The key is that I can continue to fill in the gaps. When I go back, I'll go around the country and look around the world. Maybe I can really materialize a world map. Maybe it'll be Earth. Damn, when I'm fighting, I can smash people with Earth. Isn't that awesome? I can smash people's mentality in an instant. When Fang Ping thought of this, he almost could not hold back his laughter. Of course, he had to be more reserved. There were still many grandmasters from outside. Moreover, although the strength of the materialized object was related to the materialized object itself, the strength of the mentality and the materialized object's realism were more important. Not to mention rank 8 and rank 9, even if it were to smash a rank 7 powerhouse, there was a high probability that it would not be able to beat them. At this moment, thousands of students below him roared, "Congratulations to the president for materializing mentality and becoming a grandmaster. Congratulations to the grandmaster. Congratulations to MCMAU." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. "You guys are exaggerating a little too much. Can't you see that only one of my Xianxia gate is sealed? There are so many grandmasters here, and you guys still dare to brag like this? You're inflating." At the thought of this, Fang Ping said loudly, "Students, you've misunderstood. I'm not a grandmaster yet, so I don't deserve the title of grandmaster. Ha ha ha, General, you don't have to be so humble. It'll happen sooner or later." Some grandmasters did not take it seriously and laughed loudly. With General Fang's breakthrough speed, a high rank is just a snap of the fingers. That's right, it'll happen sooner or later. He deserves this title. We, on the other hand, are a little behind. Ha ha ha, the rise of the younger generation powerhouses is also what we want to see, especially a prodigy like General Fang. Fang Ping was now in a difficult position. Enough, stop bragging. If you continue to flatter me, should I charge you if something happens in the future? Should I write an IOU? Fang Ping did not reply and immediately descended from the sky. The other grandmasters landed one after another. There was still a grandmaster who was still supporting him, saying, "General Fang is willing to." Before he could finish, Fang Ping immediately said with a straight face, "No. I admit that my ability is shallow and my strength is low. I dare not think of myself as a grandmaster. Thank you for your kindness, grandmasters." Having said that, Fang Ping winked at Lu Fengru and the others. "Help, if I get blown any further, I'll be roasted on the fire." Lu Fengru was speechless. I knew this kid wasn't that kind of person. Now he's gone too far. Although she was speechless, Lu Fengru still interrupted, "Everyone, let's disperse for today. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. It might not be a good thing. I hope everyone can understand what I mean." "Dean Lu, what are you saying?" However, Dean Lu can produce a student like General Fang. Lu Fengru felt that it was a little harsh and said awkwardly, "Just call me Fang Ping." "I say, you guys are already so old. It's about time. Why are you still calling me General? Hurry up and leave. Don't keep us here." As soon as she said that, the grandmasters could not help but laugh. They stopped talking and nodded at Huang Jing and the others. Finally, they looked at Fang Ping as if they were looking at their sons, their faces full of satisfaction. Only when Fang Ping was about to break down did the grandmasters leave one after another. As soon as they left, Lu Fengru curled her lips and said, "Just you wait. Do these old guys really think they're praising you? After tomorrow, wherever you go, you'll meet their granddaughters, great-granddaughters. As soon." As she said that, Fang Ping's face stiffened. He said dryly, "Really?" "Haha." Lu Fengru laughed coldly. Old Man Li, on the other hand, looked like he was experienced. He said, "You will. In the future, wherever you go, you'll meet women. Kid, take it easy. Don't eat whatever you want. If you eat them, they'll definitely blame you for it." Fang Ping wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could it be so evil? On the other hand, Chen Yunxi, who had rushed over to congratulate him, heard that and her face stiffened instantly. In the future, would Fang Ping meet women who came to his door everywhere? That seemed to be the case. Fang Ping was so outstanding. All the women in the world should like him. What should she do? At this moment, Xianxia's heart was ringing with alarm. She believed that Fang Ping was not that kind of person. However, she could not stop those women from worshipping Fang Ping and sticking to him shamelessly. That would not be good. Xianxia gritted her teeth, feeling anxious. Fang Ping glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He was a little speechless. Women. Troublesome, he wanted to say a few more words. In the next moment, Old Manly and Lu Fengru did not hold back at all. Both of them moved at the same time, grabbing Fang Ping's neck at the same time, ready to take him away. They had questions to ask. Fang Ping felt the scene. He was so angry that his face turned red. He said in a low voice, "I'm a general now. Look at the situation now. Do you still think I'm a nobody?" Lu Fengru and Old Manly ignored him, especially Lu Fengru. She was determined to take him away. Nothing else. I'm afraid I won't have the chance. F***ck, this kid's mentality had already materialized. At this speed, he might be rank 7 in a few months. When Fang Ping really became rank 7, even if Fang Ping asked her to take him away, she would not do it. Rank 7 was a real grandmaster. She had to save some face for Fang Ping. Now that he was still rank 6, there was no need to save face. Lu Fengru took the shining Fang Ping away. Fang Ping's golden light shone brightly, not letting outsiders see what was going on. Old Manly, Huang Jing, and the rest were all smiles. Who asked you to be so smug? In the end, you still had to admit defeat. Huang Jing's hands were itching. If he did not teach this kid a lesson now, there would not be a chance in the future. Thinking back, he had crushed Fang Ping many times in the past. Not only had he crushed him, but he had also thrown Fang Ping directly into the Southern Sea. Thinking of this, Huang Jing suddenly looked at Tang Feng and said, "This kid has really reached rank 7. Will he do what he did to Lil Song last time? Will he come and deal with us secretly?" The corner of Tang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The possibility was very high. Based on this kid's personality, he would do anything. Once he turned around and restrained his aura, he would sneakily give them a few smacks on the head. There would really be no place for them to reason with. Just as Fang Ping was being carried away, the news spread. Fang Ping's vitality gate is closed. His mentality has materialized. Those were the exact words. Soon, it became, Fang Ping's mentality has materialized. Not long after, it became, Fang Ping has become a grandmaster. Grandmaster Fang. The youngest grandmaster powerhouse among humans. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Leaving his name on the grandmaster ranking. Unbelievable. The news spread like wildfire. Today was the day the martial sciences exam was about to begin. Originally, the exam with tens of millions of participants was the big event that everyone was paying attention to. However, when the news of Fang Ping becoming a grandmaster spread, it instantly suppressed all the news. A 20-year-old grandmaster powerhouse, how could it not cause a commotion? Martial arts were now widespread. Powerhouses could fly in the sky and burrow underground. Grandmasters were like gods. How many grandmasters were there in Sino Nation? There were less than 500 high ranks. There were more than 1 billion people. This number of grandmasters sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was really very few. Today, a young martial artist had become a grandmaster in the blink of an eye. It was too shocking. MCMAU affiliated high school. Fan Yuan had just finished her assessment and was about to leave when she heard someone shout, "General Frenzied Blade has broken through to grandmaster." What? Really? Isn't he early stage rank 6? It's true. The person shouted, "General Frenzied Blade has really become a grandmaster." Just now. All the grandmasters in Magic City went to congratulate him. He's really a grandmaster? The crowd was in an uproar. Fang Yuan's mouth was agape, her round face stretched. Fang Ping had become a grandmaster. In the past, she did not understand what it meant to be a grandmaster. Even if she did not, she knew that grandmasters were people that all humans should respect. Back then, Fang Ping had only mentioned the name of a grandmaster, and people had already said, grandmasters should not be called by their names directly. It was clear that in everyone's eyes, grandmasters were the most powerful and invincible of people. Now, people were saying that her brother had become a grandmaster. In the next moment, Fang Yuan sprinted toward MCMAU. Halfway there, she picked up her phone and quickly called. She could not suppress her ecstasy. She laughed loudly and said, "My brother has become a grandmaster." This ecstatic roar attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, someone still couldn't help but sigh, could this child have gone crazy from practicing martial arts? If you say that your grandfather has become a grandmaster, we will still look at you. If you say that your brother has become a grandmaster, how old is this kid that ran over? Fang Yuan might have run away, but there was an old acquaintance among the crowd. Song Yingji had just received his daughter and his expression was extremely strange. What a joke, grandmaster, are you sure you're not kidding me? When I left just now, he was still sealing his vitality gate. I've only been gone for about half an hour, and you're telling me that Fang Ping has become a grandmaster. Song Yingji really wanted to punch the fellow who came to report the news. However, when he heard that even a middle-ranked martial artist around him was talking about this matter, old Song was at a loss. Seeing that her father was in a daze, Xianxia said worriedly, "Dad, big brother Fang has become a grandmaster. Don't go against him in the future." Song Yingji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Me against him? That kid was so narrow-minded. What was Fang Ping's reason for fighting with him? It was the processing fee he had received from this kid. How many credits was it? 1 credit, it seemed to be 1 credit, for the sake of 1 credit, that bastard Fang Ping had held a grudge until now. He even wanted him to clean the toilets. Song Yingji was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He has become a grandmaster. I don't believe it. Song Yingji did not believe it at all. He did not want to return to the university at first, but now he could not help but say, "I'll go back and take a look." You go home by yourself. If this bastard really becomes a grandmaster, your dad will really have to clean toilets in the future. Cleaning toilets, of course. However, if Fang Ping became a grandmaster, MCMAU would really be the kid's world. Who knew what kind of tricks he would come up with later? Would he secretly beat him up? Would he put a sack over him and beat him up? Damn, it was very possible. Now that he had become a grandmaster, he had the right to be arrogant. He had to confirm it. Thinking of this, Song Yingji suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. The next moment, Song Yingji's face turned red. I actually thought of waiting for Fang Yuan to enter the university and beat him up. I have fallen, that was a bastard thing done by Fang Ping, Qin, Feng Qing, and the others. I actually thought of it in this direction. It was too embarrassing. Fortunately, it was from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, if his daughter heard it, how could he keep his face as a father? This is too embarrassing. Motherf *Ker, what has MCMAU become because of this group of little bastards? Song Yingji would never admit that these were his true thoughts. They were definitely influenced by Fang Ping and the others. He was a rank 6 martial artist, and the person he wanted to beat up was his daughter's classmate, a 16-year-old girl. God, I'd rather dig a hole in the ground. While Xianxia was still in a daze, Song Yingji ran away. He ran so fast that his face was red. The news spread like wildfire. It was even on the internet. Some grandmasters from other places did not know what was going on. They all asked the grandmasters in Magic City for the news, and they were all extremely shocked. Fang Ping had become a rank 7, the 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association began to consider whether or not to change Fang Ping's title. Fang Ping was very dissatisfied with this title. He said that he would settle the score with them sooner or later. However, the 2 grandmaster presidents thought that this kid was only a rank 6. How could they be afraid of this kid? But now, if he really became a rank 7, the 2 presidents would have to reconsider. The outside world had spread the word that he was a grandmaster. Naturally, Fang Ping knew nothing about it. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the few people opposite him helplessly. What were they doing? Not only did they not congratulate him, but they also looked like they wanted to hack him to death. Was this the attitude of a teacher? Was it not just mentality materialization? Was it not possible that he would surpass them soon? As a teacher, If he did not have this little bit of magnanimity, how could he be a role model? That day, I achieved rank 4 in a year. They said that I would reach rank 8 in 2 years. Am I not rank 8 yet? Just as Fang Ping was cursing in his heart and amusing himself, Huang Jing coughed softly and interrupted this strange atmosphere. He said, mentality materialization is such a big thing. Why didn't you tell us in advance? You're only early stage rank 6. Middle stage, Fang Ping added in a low voice. Shut up. Lu Fengru scolded. It's not your place to interrupt. Listen carefully. If it was in the past, she would be happy to watch Fang Ping talk a little. Now, she was extremely annoyed at Fang Ping. If he interrupted again, she would really beat him up. Fang Ping was helpless. He was as obedient as a child. He looked at everyone pitifully and asked them to continue. Huang Jing felt a headache coming on from him. He took a deep breath and did not continue the topic. He said again, mentality materialization in advance. Can you use vitality to nourish your mentality now? Fang Ping did not say a word. Huang Jing's expression was dark. I'm asking a question. Seeing that Huang Jing was about to lose his temper, Fang Ping glanced at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru was about to go crazy with anger. She said angrily, speak when it's time to speak. Fang Ping saw that the Grandmaster powerhouses were agitated by him. He stopped fooling around. He tried silently and shook his head. No. I can't use vitality to nourish it. However, the materialization has entered the vitality gate. Although I can't nourish it directly, I can feel that it's progressing slowly. Of course, the speed is extremely slow. That's good, Vice-Chancellor, what you're saying. Aren't you gloating a little? Fang Ping said gloomily, even if you're afraid that I'll surpass you, you don't have to do this. Vice-Chancellor, this magnanimity, Huang Jing gave him a look and said exasperatedly, get lost. Do you think I'll be jealous of a student? What I mean is, not being able to use vitality to nourish is actually a good thing for you. Your speed is too fast. Having said that, Huang Jing said seriously, the first Sanjiao gate is the vitality gate. Your vitality is already very strong. You should know the difficulty of sealing the gate. Huang Jing suddenly could not continue. Difficulty? The difficulty was to seal the gate within 50 days, although he could not continue. Huang Jing suppressed his helplessness and continued, the second gate is the mentality gate. Similarly, the stronger your mentality, the harder it is to seal this gate. Lu Fengru thought of this too. She frowned and said, your mentality has already materialized. Fang Ping, this means that your mentality gate is much harder to seal than the vitality gate, sense it yourself. What's the difficulty of pushing the gate? Fang Ping heard that and tried hurriedly. This attempt made Fang Ping frown incessantly. His expression changed slightly. He said, it's very difficult indeed. It's almost not moving at all. This? Even if I give it my all, I'm afraid it'll take me 1 or 2 years. Huang Jing and the others were a little surprised. If it was so difficult, you could do it in 1 or 2 years. Fang Ping, however, frowned. The second gate was the mentality gate. Even he needed 1 or 2 years. Right now, Ironhead and Wang Jinyang were much weaker than him. Even if the 2 of them cooperated with him and the 3 of them worked together, the effect would not be as good as before. He did not expect that materializing mentality in advance would have this problem. However, if the 3 of them really worked together, it should be faster than if he did it alone. The key was, if it was 1 or 2 times faster, it would not be worth it. The consumption would be too high. Mentality gate. Maybe. I have to look for Yao Qingjun. Fang Ping suddenly thought of old Yao. Yao Qingjun's mentality was also very strong. When sealing the mentality gate, a strong mentality would be very helpful in sealing the gate. While Fang Ping was still thinking about this, Lu Fengru pondered for a moment and said, release the materialized object and see. Before she finished speaking, Fang Ping's Sun City appeared. It covered the entire hall, inside and outside. Lu Fengru's face was full of black lines. She really could not stand it anymore. She scolded, shrink it a little. I didn't ask you to show off. Fang Ping was helpless too. It was as if he had taken gunpowder. What was he doing? He had just materialized it, wasn't he familiar with it? Thinking about it, Fang Ping still obediently shrank Sun City until it was the size of a wash basin. Then, it could not shrink anymore. At this time, Lu Fengre did not say much. A lively phoenix appeared in front of him in an instant. However, this phoenix was a little small, about the size of a chicken or duck. Attack me. Instructor, are you sure? Fang Ping frowned. You just materialized it not long ago. Your mentality might not be stronger than mine. After I materialized, my mentality increased again. The heavenly golden lotus I consumed earlier also has some residual effects. Now, my mentality is close to 1100 Hz. Yours. When she heard him say that his mentality was close to 1100 Hz, Lu Fengre raised her eyebrows slightly. She said quickly, stop talking nonsense. We can use vitality to nourish it. The growth of mentality is not slow either. The growth of rank 7's mentality is much faster than rank SIXS. I'm almost at 1100 Hz now. You're still too young to hurt me. It had been a little more than 2 months since her breakthrough. Her mentality had grown close to 100 Hz. The speed was not slow. In rank 7, early stage, middle stage, and upper stage cultivated mentality. Below 2000 Hz was early stage. Below 3000 Hz was middle stage. Above 3000 Hz was upper stage. The peak was skull honing. Based on this speed, if it was calculated. On average, Lu Fengre could increase her mentality by 40 to 50 Hz in a month. There was hope for her to achieve middle stage rank 7 in 2 to 3 years. This speed was considered extremely fast. Others might think it was fast, but Fang Ping thought it was really slow. Even if she followed the prescribed order and everything went smoothly, it would take at least 5 to 6 years for Lu Fengre to achieve upper stage rank 7. Skull honing was also a big problem. Conservatively, it would take 3 to 4 years. That was at least 10 years in rank 7. If everything went smoothly and she cultivated without any obstacles, she could achieve rank 8 in 10 years. How slow? Although Fang Ping was disgusted, he did not say much. He reminded, Instructor, are you sure you want to try? If your mentality is hurt, don't blame me for deceiving you, hurry up. What's with all the nonsense? Alright, Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He was straightforward. Like throwing a stone, he threw the shrunken city over. Lu Fengre said it was fine, but she still took it seriously. The phoenix let out a low cry, spread its wings, and collided with the shrunken city. The collision of mentality caused a vibration in the void instantly, like water ripples. Fang Ping's small city suddenly became a little illusory. Lu Fengre's phoenix, on the other hand, was still vivid and lifelike. Seeing this, Old Manly rubbed his chin and said, it's not bad. After all, it just materialized. However, this city of his is very illusory. Before he finished speaking, the small city returned to its original state. Old Manly was stunned for a moment. Lu Fengre was initially a little proud. Look, their mentalities were about the same. Her mentality had become illusory in one hit. However, at this time, they remembered, this was a freak, he could recover any time he wanted. Lu Fengre suddenly did not want to talk anymore. She quietly retracted the phoenix. Huang Jing looked at Lu Fengre, then at Tang Feng who was staring at the ceiling. He could not help but laugh. He said, your materialized object is not weak in essence. You could even say it's extremely strong. However, rank 7 martial artists don't just rely on strong mentality. The strength of a martial artist is all around. Including physique, Fang Ping said quietly, I have golden bones. Vitality, I'm almost at 9,000 calories. Mentality-vitality fusion. Huang Jing's tone was a little heavier. Try saying that again. Fang Ping grinned and said, I can also condense celestiality. Get lost. Shut up. Huang Jing scolded loudly. He said angrily, if you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll smack you to death. Listen to me, listen carefully. Now that your mentality has materialized, in addition to your strong physique, in terms of strength, let's not talk about combat techniques, experience, and the like. I mean, in terms of strength, your strength should be stronger than martial artists who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. However, compared to rank 7 martial artists, because you haven't sealed the 2 Sanjiao gates, there hasn't been a process of qualitative change. You should understand this yourself. Upper stage rank 3 martial artists and middle stage rank 3 martial artists are only one small rank apart. However, an upper stage rank 3 martial artist's 1 calorie vitality is at least equivalent to a middle stage rank 3 martial artist's vitality strength of 3 calories and above, or even 5 calories. Do you understand what I mean? Fang Ping said seriously, I understand. I know what you mean. You're afraid that I'll get arrogant and think that I've really achieved rank 7 and can fight rank 7. Even if I have the same mentality strength as the instructor's mentality is concentrated and not scattered. It's extremely resilient. In terms of strength, my mentality is the same, but it can be easily defeated. If I say that I'm a lump of loose sand, the instructor's is a rock. Vice Chancellor, do I understand it well? Huang Jing nodded and said, that's what I mean. Yours isn't actually a lump of loose sand, but a broken rock that hasn't completed that kind of cohesion. In essence, it's still the same. However, if it really collides, a glued-together rock will naturally shatter more easily when it collides with a complete rock. Fang Ping, once your mentality is obliterated, it'll be too dangerous. I know. Fang Ping nodded and said, Vice Chancellor, then if I continuously recover and replenish my mentality, can I contend with a rank 7? Huang Jing hesitated for a moment and glanced at Lu Fengru. Lu Fengru thought for a while and said, a rank 7 martial artist isn't just a matter of mentality. There's also the advantage of combat techniques. Mentality combat techniques are combat techniques that unleash the strongest mentality. Because you've materialized in advance, I don't know if you can cultivate mentality combat techniques. If you can, Zhang Dingnan's series of saber techniques, the last set of saber techniques, Immortal Vanquishing Saber, is a mentality combat technique. As she said that, Lu Fengru added, however, this set of saber techniques is not yet complete. This set of saber techniques was created by him when he was in the mentality-vitality unity state. It's of the same origin as the previous 2 sets of saber techniques. However, he has just entered rank 7, so his understanding of mentality combat techniques is not deep enough. Fang Ping, if you want to learn this set of mentality combat techniques, its power might not be too strong. Of course, because it's of the same origin as the saber techniques you've cultivated before, it'll be easier for you to learn. However, there are some loopholes that you'll need to fill in on your own. Zhang Dingnan's self-created combat techniques, even if there are loopholes, he'll know where the problem lies. That's why the saber techniques can unleash greater power in his hands. However, in your hands, it'll be much weaker. Or you can learn some other mentality combat techniques. MCMAU currently has a total of 9 sets of mentality combat techniques, but their power is average. The truly powerful mentality combat techniques are all created by others. Perhaps they're only suitable for themselves. After all, everyone's situation is different. Fang Ping nodded. After some thought, he said, I'll learn Governor General Zhang's Immortal Vanquishing Saber first. Oh right, instructor, if it's possible, can you help me get some mentality combat techniques that deal 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to myself? Actually, I'm more suited for this type. Whoever dares to compete with me in mentality, if he thinks that it's okay to injure himself after he cripples me, I'll let him know why flowers are red. As he said this, Fang Ping's face was full of confidence. In a battle of attrition, who was afraid of who, Lu Fengru and the rest were speechless once again. After a long time, Huang Jing said softly, the government actually has a set of mentality combat techniques, old Huang. Huang Jing. The few of them growled in a low voice, slightly dissatisfied. However, Huang Jing ignored them and continued, the blood saber method was specially provided for those old grandmasters to learn in the past. Many old grandmasters have learned it before. There aren't too many complicated things. Its only function is to combine mentality and vitality, without wasting it, and condense it into a blood-red saber. It can even combine everything you have, including a golden body. In the past, the method of accumulating force for longevity, including slashing a rank 8 with a sword, actually also referred to the blood saber method. These 2 methods achieve the same result through different means. When the instructor was alive, he also learned the blood saber method. In the last battle, he used the blood saber method to kill a rank 8. That was all Huang Jing said. Lu Fengru said unhappily, the blood saber method is used to perish together with the enemy. Although Fang Ping can recover, the blood saber method squeezes out every last bit of energy. Once Fang Ping can't keep up with the consumption of the blood saber method, his foundation will be obliterated. No matter how much he recovers, it will be useless. Fang Ping, don't learn this. This kind of mentality combat technique, once created, was the kind of combat technique that would make people commit suicide. It only sought to maximize the damage, regardless of the cost. During the battle in the Magic City catacombs, those old grandmasters all used the blood saber method. Once the saber was unleashed, all of their essence, vitality, and spirit would be depleted, and they would not stop until they killed the enemy. Although Fang Ping could recover, if he did not kill the enemy, the blood saber method would continue to absorb his energy. If Fang Ping could not kill the enemy, and could not escape from the combat technique's execution, he would definitely die by his own hands. Lu Fengru knew how reckless Fang Ping was. At least, she had seen it in the Tiannan catacombs this time. Once he learned the blood saber method, this kid might not be cautious when he encountered a rank 7 again, but he would attack immediately. If he could not kill the other party, then he would die. Right now, he still had some concerns and dared not act recklessly. If he encountered a rank 7, he would mainly hide. Lu Fengru would rather he hide and admit defeat than fight a rank 7 now. Fang Ping did not say anything, but he remembered this in his heart. Blood saber method, other than that, he had a general understanding of his own strength. Perhaps he was slightly stronger than the average mentality-vitality powerhouse, but those at their peak, such as those with 999 Hz mentality, those who had cultivated combat techniques for many years, he might not be able to win such a top-notch rank 6 for sure. However, how could there be so many top-notch rank 6, under normal circumstances? At this stage, they would either be in closed-door cultivation and breaking through, or they had already broken through. It was almost impossible to encounter them. Just like Lu Fengru and Tang Feng, during the last short period before their closed-door cultivation, they were in such a peak state. The moment before their mentality materialized, they were the strongest rank 6, encountering this kind of rank 6 was even rarer than encountering a rank 9. If that's the case, I'm invincible among rank 6? Fang Ping murmured, and then said with a face full of certainty, I'm invincible among rank 6. The Grandmasters did not say anything about this. If Fang Ping did not recover his vitality and mentality, he might not be invincible. However, if he added those, he might really be invincible among rank 6. Even if those rank 6 who were close to breaking through really fought with Fang Ping, it was still uncertain who would win. She did not deny it, but looking at Fang Ping's confident look, Lu Fengru still warned him one last time, don't think about fighting with a rank 7. Not all rank 7 are early stage. Once they reach middle stage, they will crush your mentality instantly. Understood. Lu Fengru and the others gave some instructions and left quickly. Huang Jing was the only one left. Recently, he was more idle. Besides, the people from Star City had not left yet. He still had to entertain them later. Both of them walked out of the hall. Fang Ping asked as he walked, Vice-Chancellor, can I use a divine weapon? Theoretically, yes. I still have a rank 8 saber, a rank 7 saber, and a rank 7X. Which one do you think is more suitable for me? A rank 7 saber. Huang Jing explained, a rank 8 consumes a lot too. As he said that, he saw that Fang Ping was about to speak. Huang Jing knew what he meant and shook his head. Only with strong mentality and vitality can you unleash the full power of a divine weapon. This has nothing to do with recovery speed. Yes, you can constantly recover, but your vitality and mentality are so strong. That's why the strength of a divine weapon unleashed is so strong. A strong recovery only means that you can last longer in battle. I understand. Fang Ping said and pondered for a moment. Then if I destroy the 2 rank 7 divine weapons and combine them with the chaos-ridden saber, do you think I can be like Instructor Tang and create a new divine weapon that suits me? Previously, when his mentality materialized, he threw the divine weapon into the storage space. At that time, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Fang Ping could not take it out. In order to put on a show, he forgot to take out the divine weapon in advance. However, Fang Ping was not too regretful. It was only a rank 7 divine weapon. It was not too rare. He would get it sooner or later. He was not too interested in rank 7 divine weapons. You want to use up 2 rank 7 divine weapons and chaos vanquishing saber just to forge a rank 7 divine weapon? Huang Jing really had the urge to kill someone. You don't treat money as money, do you, kid? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for being so wasteful? Fang Ping nodded. Both divine weapons are not too strong. Didn't you say that divine weapons can be artificially upgraded? I'm thinking if I can combine these 2 divine weapons together with chaos vanquishing saber to forge an upper stage rank 7 divine weapon. This? Huang Jing was a little helpless. This was not worth it. 2 rank 7 divine weapons were worth more than 20 billion. An upper stage rank 7 divine weapon was not worth this price. If they really fused together, it would be a losing deal. However, when he remembered that Fang Ping was rich, he did not say anything more. He said, it should be possible. Old Wu has done it before, but we don't have any experience in this. You're not going to do any dangerous missions now. Let's wait until Old Wu comes out of closed-door cultivation. Alright. After that, Huang Jing went to receive the people from Star City. Fang Ping did not want to go for the time being. He had just broken through and had many things to do. As a result, along the way, every student he met looked at Fang Ping eagerly, shouting loudly, "Congratulations to the president's mentality materialization." Fang Ping did not pay much attention to the first classmate he met. The second person still shouted the same thing. Fang Ping was frustrated. The third, the fourth, alright, Fang Ping understood. This group of bastards. Do they think they can get some benefits just by flattering? You're looking down on me too much. Fang Ping muttered to himself. The students he met along the way were all sucking up to him. Alright, Fang Ping felt that he should still give them some benefits. Otherwise, it would be awkward if no one supported him next time. How great was this? As soon as he broke through, the whole school cheered in unison. The grandmasters who came to congratulate him were all shocked. They had earned a lot of face. Fang Ping was in a good mood. Without any hesitation, he said loudly, "Tell everyone that every student in the school can go to the energy room to cultivate for 3 hours for free. Count it on me. The president is mighty." A group of people began to support him, all of them beaming with joy. 3 hours was not cheap. It was equivalent to 1 gram of rank 9 energy stone. Fang Ping did not give them energy stones this time because he realized that some people did not use the stones he gave them last time, sold them, or kept them because they were reluctant to use them. This was not in line with Fang Ping's original intention. If that was the case, he would not give them any more. He might as well give them the cultivation time. If they did not use it, then he would not give them. Outside the energy room. When Qin Fengqing saw Fang Ping, he turned around and left. He was already used to Fang Ping's routine. Fang Ping did not care about him. He glanced at Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang and said, "I just broke through today. I'll rest for a day. From tomorrow onwards, I'll help you guys seal the Vitality Gate." Fang Ping's ability was stronger now. It would be faster if he helped them seal the gate. Previously, the few of them spent 10 days and expended a lot of energy before they finished sealing the gate for Fang Ping. Now, with the 3 of them working together, it might only take 5 or 6 days. Moreover, Fang Ping had thought it through. Previously, when he sealed the gate himself, he needed to change Old Wang's and Tai Tu's aura. He himself did not change, which was why the consumption was so high. If he helped Old Wang and the others, the consumption would not be so high. He only needed to change one of Old Wang's or Tai Tu's aura. It would reduce the consumption by 10 times. The consumption of aura would only be 60 million an hour. 10 hours a day, that would only be 600 million. If he recovered himself, even if he consumed 4 billion, 2 billion a day would be enough. 5 or 6 days, that would only be 10 billion. Thinking about it this way, Fang Ping felt that it was bearable. There was no need to ruin his character. As for himself, he was not in a hurry to seal the second gate. Old Wang and Tai Tu were not strong enough, so their help was limited. Yao Qingjun had not come out of closed-door cultivation, so it was not too late to wait. Wang Jinyang nodded. Li Hansong said somewhat excitedly, Fang Ping, now I believe that you're the real leader of the ancient martial artists. Fang Ping was speechless. Big idiot, don't be so stupid. You're so stupid that I'm embarrassed to tell you all this now. There was no sense of accomplishment in fooling an idiot all the time. After settling Old Wang and the others, Fang Ping walked back while looking at his new data wealth, 539. 3 billion, converted, vitality, 8,000 calories, 8,999 calories, mentality, 1,000 Hz, 1,092 Hz, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, I become much stronger. Fang Ping murmured. This time, there was really some qualitative change. His vitality increased by 1,000 calories directly. The explosive increase in vitality meant that his physique was stronger in all aspects. Fang Ping felt that his physique was not weaker than a rank 7 martial artist's. The reason why his vitality did not reach 10,000 cal was probably because the door was not sealed. If the Xianxia gate was not sealed, there would be loopholes. Even if the vitality gate was sealed, his body was still a sieve. This was the main reason why his vitality did not reach 10,000 cal. When he was about to reach the dormitory, someone came to inform Fang Ping that his sister had come looking for him. Outside the dormitory area, Fang Ping saw an excited Fang Yuan. This girl had been running all the way, but she had not recovered yet. When she saw Fang Ping, her face lit up with joy. She said loudly, "Brother, you've really broken through to Grandmaster?" Fang Ping was speechless. Even his own sister knew about it. The point was, he was not a Grandmaster, okay. Before he could say anything, Fang Yuan said happily, "Mom and Dad know about it, and so do my classmates." "Brother, you're too awesome." "You said that?" "Yes, I called to tell you the good news." Fang Yuan looked very happy. "My brother had become a Grandmaster, of course I had to tell you the good news." Fang Ping was speechless. He went forward and pinched her cheeks hard. Needless to say, after becoming a martial artist, one's skin had become more pliable. In the past, when her cheeks were stretched out, it was only a few centimeters. Now, it was like noodles. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. "I called to tell you the good news, to congratulate you." "Why did you pinch me again?" Looking at his sister's confused face, Fang Ping said impatiently, "You haven't broken through to rank 7. Who are you listening to? How dare you spread any kind of news? Alright, I still have something to do. Go home early." As he said that, Fang Ping glanced at her and frowned slightly. "Where did you go today?" "Huh? I had a vitality outburst. Oh, I was in a hurry just now. I had a vitality outburst to get here." Fang Yuan's little heart was thumping wildly. Her brother was too amazing. She had only vitality outburst during the assessment. How could he tell? Panicking, Fang Yuan quickly changed the topic. "Brother, you haven't broken through to Grandmaster yet? And I've been calling everywhere." "Don't talk about that. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up." As he said that, Fang Ping looked at her again and frowned slightly. "Also, don't lie to me next time. Your brother's mentality has manifested. Do you think you can hide your little thoughts from me?" As Fang Ping said that, Fang Yuan's expression became awkward. Oh no, she had been discovered. However, she heard Fang Ping say again, "You sparred with your classmates, right? It's fine, but don't hurt them. Do you understand?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded quickly. "I thought you found out. I didn't expect you to be so dumb." Fang Ping did not care about what she thought. He did not know that the martial sciences exam was today. Fang Ping did not care much about these things now. He was busy every day. He did not have the time to care about something as trivial as the martial sciences exam. Moreover, the schedule had changed a little this year. After sending his sister away, Fang Ping met Xianxia again. In fact, Xianxia had been lingering nearby. Looking at the woman's conflicted expression, Fang Ping felt helpless. I'm already so busy. I don't have time to pick up girls. After comforting her for a while, Fang Ping did not say anything else and went back to rest. This time, he had not slept for almost 10 days. He really could not take it anymore. Before he got busy again, he would take a nap. 20th of May. Fang Ping slept all the way until the sky was bright. On this day, the news of Fang Ping's breakthrough had spread all over Sino Nation and the world. Of course, the government had personally refuted the rumors. Fang Ping had not broken through to rank 7. However, it also meant that Fang Ping had manifested his mentality. This was probably the only time in many years that the government had refuted the rumors of a rank 6 martial artist. It could not be helped. It was too sensational. A 20-year-old grandmaster. Even some big shots from overseas had called the Sino Nation government to ask for news. When they found out that he had not become a grandmaster, they heaved a sigh of relief. A 20-year-old grandmaster was too shocking. Even so, Fang Ping's mentality manifesting still made some people extremely depressed. In the living room, Xianxia brought this up. He said happily, Fang Ping, when your mentality manifested, those big-nosed people were furious. There's one less spot for no reason. At least if you participate in the youth tournament, you'll definitely get a spot. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were also there. However, Qin Fengqing was not here. He was a rank 5. According to the rules, he could not participate in the World Youth Tournament. Fang Ping was still a little confused. He said, let's not talk about this first. Can you first talk about the rules of the youth tournament? And the allocation of spots. Who are our opponents? When will the tournament start? When will we enter the restricted area? If it's too late, I'll enter rank 7 directly. Will that still count as me? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. The Grandmaster from Stellar Sky City was stunned. What he said. Did it make sense? The youth tournament was aimed at martial artists below 30 years old. Under normal circumstances, it was. Not that there were no Grandmasters below 30 years old, but it was extremely rare. When Li Jin broke through and became a Grandmaster, he actually broke the record. He became a Grandmaster powerhouse at 25 years old. Fang Ping was now only a middle stage rank 6. Forget it. He did not want to talk about the Grandmaster from Stellar Sky City. What rank was Fang Ping? Who cares, he should be rank 6. Thinking of this, Wei Qing said, at the beginning of June, we'll compete for the spots. In the middle or late July, we'll enter the restricted area. It's only 2 months from now. He wanted to say, if you can seal 2 Sanjiao gates in 2 months, I'll jump into the Forbidden Sea. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. If he really did that, then his face would be swollen. After saying that, Wei Qing continued, if you get a spot and really achieve rank 7 before entering the restricted area, then you can still enter the restricted area, but it'll be slightly different from the others. We'll talk about the specifics when the time comes. After he finished, Xianxia was speechless. Grandpa Wei, you're really talking to him about this? You believe that I can achieve rank 7 in 2 months? Forget it. I won't say any more. Xianxia shrugged. Grandpa Wei was also shocked into a daze. No matter how fast Fang Ping's cultivation speed was, it could not be this fast, right? He actually discussed it seriously with the other party. Wei Qing could not be bothered with him. Compared to the others, Wei Qing still paid more attention to Fang Ping. This kid's mentality had manifested, so he could no longer be treated as a junior. Fang Ping had already taken one step into the path of Grandmaster. At this time, he should treat Fang Ping as a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. As for those who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, they could actually be regarded as quasi-grandmasters. Fang Ping was actually more qualified to become a grandmaster powerhouse than these mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses. Ignoring Jiang Chao, Wei Qing continued, there are a total of 6 parties participating in the battle for the spots this time. 6 major forces? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, which 6? Are they the same as Star Town? They're not all the same. Some represent the government, some represent their own forces, and they may not have any reputation in the outside world. Wei Qing continued, we don't represent Star Town, but Sino Nation. President Fong, you must be clear about this. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're from Star Town, and you're telling me this, as if I'm representing Star Town. Please continue. The other 5 parties are South Asia's ancient Buddhist Holy Land, Europe's Pantheon Heaven, Africa's Wanta World, North America's Totem City, South America's Andes. Fong Ping could not help but ask immediately, they're all representatives of the same continent? You can't say that. Some small countries are directly represented at this time. They don't have the right to speak. As Wei Qing spoke, he thought for a while and added, countries are weak, so they can only rely on these powerhouses to protect them. That's why they won't participate in these matters. We say that we're representing Sino Nation, and also East Asia. There are many countries in East Asia, but because there's an ancient Buddhist Holy Land in South Asia, we won't mention this matter. Otherwise, we can say that we're representing Asia. Oceania, Antarctica. Before Fong Ping could finish, Wei Qing shook his head and said, there aren't many people, how can there be powerhouses? Powerhouses are also born from the base of the population. With a small population, there will naturally be fewer powerhouses. There are many powerhouses in Sino Nation because we have a lot of people. With a lot of people, we can wash away the sand from a large number of martial artists, eventually leaving behind a batch of powerhouses. Because of the large population in Asia, there are also many entrances to the catacombs. More entrances means more resources. That's why in Asia, there are 2 major martial arts countries. However, as for the ancient Buddhist Holy Land, how should I put it? Wei Qing thought for a while before saying, although it's called the ancient Buddhist Holy Land, it's actually more cruel. The mortality rate of some low-level martial artists and ordinary people there is extremely high. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Everyone has their own training methods. Under normal circumstances, we won't participate in the affairs of the local governments. As long as the government is willing to resist the invasion of the catacombs, then no one will care about how the government governs. This time, it's the 6 of us who are fighting for the quotas. There are a total of 30 quotas to enter the restricted area. The conditions are also simple, as long as you're below 30 years old. There's no rank restriction? Fong Ping asked. Of course not. Wei Qing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, fighting for the quotas, those are the strongest powerhouses below 30 years old. Most of them are rank 6. There are almost no rank 7s participating because the probability of a rank 7 appearing below 30 years old is too low. Of course, Commander Li's batch back then, Commander Li participated. He was also one of the few rank 7 martial artists who participated in so many years. When I said there are no rank 7s, it doesn't mean there aren't any. We've actually held the quota fight once every 3 years for 39 times. Including this time, that's 40 times. A total of 120 years. In these 120 years, we've held it once every 3 years. 39 times, 120 years. There will always be a few monsters, so there are rank 7s, but they're really, really rare. At least from what I know, I think there are 3 or 4, and only one appears every few decades. I don't think there are any this year. Even if there are, you don't have to worry. To ensure that you get the quota, rank 7 martial artists won't challenge you, understand? Fong Ping asked again, fighting for the quotas is a one-on-one challenge? Yes. Wei Qing nodded and said, it's not split evenly between each party, but whoever is stronger can take it. The only restriction is the number of participants. The quota for Sino Nation is 20 people. The quota for the other places is slightly less than ours, about 10 on average. In other words, a total of about 70 people will participate in the fight for these 30 quotas. The specific rules vary every year. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, you'll definitely get a quota, I can guarantee this. Wei Qing had absolute faith in Fong Ping. What a joke. If a powerhouse with mentality materialization could not get a quota, Sino Nation might as well not go, lest they embarrass themselves. However, Wei Qing still said, but this time, we're not just locking in 1 or 2 quotas. This year, because you guys are participating, we have to get at least 12 or so. The other party's strength is all rank 6? More or less. Almost no rank 5 will appear. After all, 30 years old, the restriction is actually not too big. In all the major forces, there are still many rank 6 martial artists below 30 years old. When will it start? Where will it be held? Sino Nation. Fang Ping's face was blank, and he said somewhat speechlessly, I thought it would be held overseas. Turns out it's here. Wei Qing smiled and said, it's very normal. Polaris. Cough, Sino Nation's martial arts strength is the strongest in the world, and they also have the most desperation powerhouses. It's normal to hold it in Sino Nation, unless Sino Nation themselves are unwilling to hold it, then it will be held in other places. This time, I came to MCMAU to inform you guys, so that you can be prepared. On the other hand, before the competition, there will actually be a training session. As he said that, Wei Qing suddenly said, forget it. Actually, when I came here, I was thinking that since you guys have just entered rank 6, you might not be able to represent Sino Nation in getting the quota. Now, at least you can at least lock in one quota, and that's enough. As for the training, you guys don't have to participate. Wei Qing did not know these people very well, but after seeing Fang Ping and the other two, Wei Qing felt that the training was really not necessary. Fang Ping did not mention these three brats. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong sat there quietly, but their aura was so oppressive that even the upper stage rank 6 Xianxia, who was about to step into peak, felt slightly uneasy. What kind of training was this? The people in Polaris lacked experience, but these guys did not lack any at all. Glancing at Xianxia and the others, Wei Qing also made up his mind, Motherf *Ker, he could not really make a fool of himself. Tomorrow, he was prepared to bring these few brats into the catacombs. This time, they would be fighting with rank 6 martial artists, killing 8 or 10 martial artists of the same rank, even if they were not strong, would make them stronger. The young people in Polaris did not lack anything. The only thing they lacked was the experience of bloody battles. After returning from MCMAU last time, Xianxia and the others actually went into the catacombs, but Wei Qing felt that it was not enough. The gap was quite big, so he had to be more ruthless. Fang Ping did not say anything else, but Li Hansong could not help but say, that. Grandmaster Wei, it's just the three of us? Can't Yao Qingjun go? Yao Qingjun, Wei Qing frowned slightly. Before coming here, we actually went to FMS once, but Yao Qingjun has not come out of closed-door cultivation, and before that, he was still rank 5. If he is not rank 6, then there is no way to let him participate. Of course, if he can achieve rank 6 before the competition and show the corresponding strength, then there is no problem. This time, since we have opened our mouths to martial arts universities, then we will not deliberately restrict anything. This bit of magnanimity is something that Polaris still has. The few of them did not say anything else. The other party had already put it this way, that was already extremely benevolent. Yao Qingjun had not achieved rank 6. Even if he was peak rank 5, that still meant that his combat strength was lacking. After all, this time, the people from Polaris were at least middle stage rank 6. Those early stage ones were all eliminated this time. The 6 representative forces actually meant a lot of things. For example, they all had paragons. Seeing that Wei Qing seemed to be easy to talk to, Fang Ping asked curiously, Grandmaster Wei, are there many paragons in the other 5 parties? Not too many. Wei Qing did not hide this, saying, the ancient Buddha sacred land announced that there are 8 ancient Buddhas, but all these years, the ancestors only sensed 7. When saying this, Wei Qing pondered for a moment, saying, so the ancestors guessed that one of the ancient Buddhas in the ancient Buddha sacred land might have gone extinct. However, we are not too sure about these things, and no one will talk about this. Heaven of the Gods has 9 gods, Wanta World has 8 Law Kings, Totem City and Andes Mountains are in the Americas, so we don't have much contact with them. We only know that there are about 4 to 5 people at the apex of these 2 forces. Fang Ping heard this and calculated, raising his eyebrows slightly. That means the world's paragons are less than 50 people? Wei Qing nodded, sighing softly. That's why the situation has worsened. If there are really hundreds of paragons, each of them guarding a territory, then these paragons can join forces to seal the restricted area. Having said that, Wei Qing continued, now, because there are not enough paragons, a paragon must guard at least 2 territories. There are some things you don't understand. If the paragons guard 2 territories, then they can't form an alliance. They can still make it in time to cross from one territory to another, but to cross another territory, when the war starts, they can only give up a part of the territory. I think you might have heard of some things. When it comes to a critical moment, they will give up a part of the passageway. It's not that we want to give up, but we have no other choice. In the past, there were not many passageways opened, and the ancestors could still suppress it. But now, the war has broken out because the ancestors can't suppress it anymore. He can suppress the territory where he is, but some territories have no one to suppress, and there may be chaos in the end. Fang Ping nodded, expressing his understanding. The world's paragons were about 50 people. The number was not too many, but not too few either. It was better than Fang Ping expected. He thought it would be even fewer. With so many people, they could suppress the catacombs for so many years. Looking at it this way, there would not be too many paragons in the restricted area for dynasties. The monster plants and the 2 great imperial courts did not dare to fight a bloody battle with the humans. They were afraid that they would be taken advantage of. That meant that they were stronger than the humans, but there was probably a limit. The absolute powerhouses of the Forbidden Land, if the 4 majestic courts were added together, there might be 100 of them. Quite a lot. Fang Ping shook his head. Now he really understood why the powerhouses did not tell everyone the truth. Was it despair? How strong were the peerless experts? According to Fang Ping and the others' judgment, once mentality suppression was released, Magic City would be destroyed. There were hundreds of such powerhouses in the catacombs. These 100 experts didn't even need to do anything. Just the pressure they released could instantly destroy a few provinces. However, experts were not existences that could only release pressure. This kind of top-notch powerhouse would only be more destructive, and their mobility would also be extremely strong. Not 100, but 10 or 8 of them would probably be able to destroy the entire China in a day. Terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly said, Sino Nation has the most paragons, but in the previous rank 9 ranking, Commanderly was only ranked 3rd. Wei Qing smiled and said, do you know who are 1st and 2nd? I do. Before he could finish, Wei Qing laughed and said, I'm talking about their real identities. They are the East and North Guardians. You should have heard about them from Jiang Chao and the others. The first one's real identity is the first god of heaven of gods. The second one is the great king of Wampagoda country. Whether it is age, experience, or strength, they should be slightly stronger than Commanderly. It's not surprising that they are ranked above him. Although Commanderly is strong, he has not broken through for too long. Actually, Commanderly in Star City may not be the strongest. You should understand what I mean. Some of the old ancestors are actually not too willing to show their faces. Fang Ping understood. I understand. Keeping a low profile is the most important. After all, the old ancestors have lived for countless years. They have long seen through fame and wealth. Wei Qing smiled and nodded. That's true. Actually, everyone has seen through the realm of the paragons. The reason why they are on the list is also because the situation requires it. Both the Heaven of Gods and the Wampagoda world need to boost morale and inspire people. The 2 strongest powerhouses on the list can also be considered as boosting their morale. Commanderly is still very famous in countries all over the world. Everyone knows that he is incomparably powerful. He can kill many rank 9s alone. He is stronger than Commanderly. This can inspire a lot of people. That's why when these 2 stand out and are ranked ahead of Commanderly, no one really wants to fight for this. Fang Ping finally understood everything now. After a simple inquiry about the competition, things were almost over. As for the situation in the restricted area, Fang Ping would only be informed when he obtained the quota. Fang Ping was not surprised about this. The people from Star City gave some simple instructions and left. After they left, Fang Ping sipped his tea and smiled. What do you guys think about using life essence to brew tea? As soon as he said this, there was an instant silence. Huang Jing's eyes were sharp. Then, he stood up and left without saying a word. This bastard. He wanted to beat this guy to death. However, after thinking about it, Huang Jing felt that it was better to leave. Now that he heard Fang Ping's words, he wanted to beat him up. This was not a good thing. It meant that his state of mind was not stable enough. He needed to calm down. Vice-Chancellor, take care. Huang Jing ignored him and disappeared quickly. As soon as he left, Li Hansong could not help but laugh. Fang Ping, Vice-Chancellor Huang is quite easy to talk to. At CCMAU, we don't dare to joke around with the grandmasters. Fang Ping grinned. Yes, MCMAU's grandmasters are easy to talk to. Joking around and chatting are all harmless. Iron Head, you can joke around if you have the chance. It's nothing. Li Hansong was about to speak when Wang Jingyang could not help but say, all right, shut up. Did Li Hansong really think that MCMAU's grandmasters were easy to talk to? Still joking. What kind of joke was that? If Iron Head dared to make fun of the grandmasters, Wang Jingyang could guarantee that he would be beaten up so badly that he would doubt his life. How many of these MCMAU grandmasters were easy to deal with? They were all hot-tempered. After scolding him, Wang Jingyang said, let's not talk about the youth competition first. Fang Ping, our life gate is closed. Theoretically, our strength should have increased a little, even to middle stage rank 6. But now, there doesn't seem to be any changes. Do you know why? Li Hansong nodded hurriedly. Yes, if we were middle stage rank 6, then we would be stronger than we are now. But the life gate's closure doesn't seem to bring us any benefits, nor is there any energy feedback. Both of them were asking Fang Ping. Fang Ping was speechless. How would he know what was going on? However, after some thought, in order to maintain his omniscient air of mystery, Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, because the life gate is the last gate to be closed. When you have closed the first 2 gates and completely sealed the Sanjiao gate, only then will there be a chance for transformation. Also, maybe we can try to open your life gate and take a look. It didn't work before, but now that my mentality has materialized, it might not be impossible. Let's try it then. Li Hansong was a little impatient. He really wanted to see what was hidden behind the life gate. As for Fang Ping saying that the life gate would only give feedback and transformation when all 3 gates were sealed, he believed it. In fact, old Wang believed it too. They had this idea from the start, but they were not too sure. Now, they were asking Fang Ping to confirm it. Since this guy said that, it was probably what he meant. Half an hour later. Fang Ping shook his head, frowning slightly. That's strange. My mentality has materialized. Logically speaking, I should be able to open the gates. I can do it myself. If I transform into your aura, I should be able to do it too. However, when he tried pushing the life gate just now, although the gate kept trembling, it still could not be opened. Wang Jingyang looked like he was thinking. After a while, he said, I have a feeling that we must wait until all the Sanjiao gates are sealed. Only then can we open the life gate when all 3 gates are sealed. Is that so? Fang Ping pondered. Then let's wait a little longer. The competition for the slots will start in early June. Then, while there's still some time left in this month, I'll help you seal the Vitality Gate. When the time comes, we'll both be middle stage rank 6 martial artists. Even if the opponent is a peak rank 6, both of you should not be weaker than them. However, if you encounter someone who has mentality-vitality fusion, both of you will be in danger. Wang Jingyang shook his head. Let's not think about this first. It's okay even if we can't enter the restricted zone. The main thing is still the improvement of our abilities. According to their age, if there was enough time, both of them could still participate in the competition for the slots 3 and 6 years later. Fang Ping could even participate in the competition for the slots 9 years later. However, at that time, whether or not it would be necessary was a problem. No one knew what would happen 9 years later. It was not even clear what would happen 3 years later. Fang Ping could not be bothered with this. He would think about it when the time came. In the following time, Fang Ping helped both of them seal the Vitality Gate while he started to study mentality combat techniques. Combat techniques were all different routes to the same goal. Whether it was combat techniques below high-ranked, or combat techniques above high-ranked, they all pursued a kind of control over power. Ordinary combat techniques had ultimate moves. The so-called ultimate move was when the control over power had reached a certain level. Through moves, this kind of control was displayed. That was the ultimate move. Old Zhang's combat techniques are so shameful when I cultivate them. In the energy room, Fang Ping took advantage of the break time to read Immortal Vanquishing Saber while sighing. Every time he saw the name of Zhang Dingnan's combat techniques, he felt very ashamed. As for Lu Fengru's combat techniques, he had cultivated her blood arrow method before. This was considered normal. However, things like Invincible Fist were also very shameful to Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang recovered quickly while saying, "The name of the combat technique doesn't matter. If you're happy, you can name it whatever you want. The key is still the degree of control over power." Powerhouses create their own combat techniques because martial artists are different. Learning other people's combat techniques might not allow one to unleash one's full strength. Fang Ping laughed. 100%? Can anyone do it? At least, among the people I know, only Instructor Li did it once when he was rank 6. But that was after 10 years of accumulation. He traded a life for a life without thinking about the consequences. If he can unleash half of his power, he's already strong. Governor General Zhang's Immortal Vanquishing Saber was created by him. It's the combat technique that suits him best. However, according to Governor General Zhang, he can only unleash 60% of his power at his peak. Even so, he used it to kill a rank 7 martial artist. That's why I don't have much hope. If I can unleash half of my power, I think I'm not weak. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. You're thinking about the martial artists in the outer areas of the catacombs. These martial artists don't have high enough control over their own power. However, the genius martial artists in the catacombs are all in the restricted area. Since they're called geniuses, geniuses are able to do things that others can't. They learn faster and master faster. In the outer areas, there are very few who can control half of their power. However, in the restricted area, there might be some freaks who can control 80% or even higher. Fang Ping, don't underestimate others. The catacombs can suppress humans and even attack the human world. They have more powerhouses than us. Naturally, they have their own unique points. Now that we're all rank 6, some of the rank 6 genius martial artists in the restricted area are stuck at their peak and can't enter the higher ranks quickly. Then, they have enough time and capital to complete a high level of control over their own power. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, "That's true. We're still too young after all. We might not be able to compare to those fellows." As he said that, Fang Ping grinned. But it's okay. Rank 6 martial artists are nothing to worry about. Rank 6 powerhouses have 10,000 cal vitality. Even if these powerhouses have extremely high control over their power and have cultivated their combat techniques to perfection, even if they have 80% outburst, 8,000 calories vitality outburst. As for the power of mentality outburst, 1 Hz is equivalent to 10 calories vitality. As long as I can outburst 800 Hz mentality's lethality, it'll be enough to kill the other party. Because my mentality has materialized and belongs to the quality of a rank 7. Under the same outburst, I can definitely kill the other party. Wang Jinyang frowned. When martial artists fight, they don't just look at these things. You should understand these things. Understood. Fang Ping smiled. When I was rank 3, Instructor Li said this more than once. When martial artists fight, many things are looked at. At the same level, with the same outburst and the same combat techniques, one person might be able to kill another in seconds. It depends on experience, combat talent, judgment of the situation, courage, boldness, and timing. I know all of these. Old Wang, don't think that I only know how to fight head-on. What you see is only the surface. Fang Ping sighed. The catacombs opponents I met in the Outland were either much weaker than me or much stronger than me. If they were weak, I killed them in seconds. If they were strong, I couldn't beat them. This has nothing to do with anything else. Moreover, in the Outland, I have to seize every minute and second, so I don't have time to seize the opportunity. Don't I know that if I seize the other party's weakness and wait for the right time, I might be able to kill the other party in one hit? I know, but who gives me the time to seize the opportunity and wait? So, don't think that I'm reckless. I have no other choice. Since I can kill the opponent quickly, then I'm too lazy to wait for the right time. Wang Jinyang still shook his head. I'm afraid that if you continue like this, you'll lose some of your combat instincts. Martial artists improve through battles. Combat techniques are also honed through battles. You have a gun with unlimited bullets in your hand, while the opponent only has a dagger. Both of you have the same strength. Now, all you're doing is firing bullets continuously, but you've never considered using the simplest method to kill the enemy. You've even forgotten your own combat instincts. Once the opponent has patience and waits for the right time, he might be able to kill you in one hit. Fang Ping, I think you should put more effort in this area. You have a clear understanding, but you're used to crushing the enemy head-on to kill the enemy. This isn't a good thing. In my opinion, you have many tricks up your sleeve. You don't have to crush the opponent the whole time to kill the enemy. As long as you're the one who lives in the end, and the one who dies is the opponent, that's enough. Martial artists below peak rank 7 have not honed their skulls. This is everyone's Achilles heel. Even if you cut off his arms or legs, he won't die. Even if you crush his internal organs, he might not die. But if you crush his skull, he'll definitely die. In the battle in Moon Laurel City, that powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion was exhausted to death by you in the end. You've also recovered your vitality and mentality many times. Originally, the battle didn't need to be so difficult. I didn't say that if you hadn't attacked first and waited for the right time, there was still hope that you could kill him in one hit. And your combat instinct is to charge forward directly. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to recover quickly anyway. You'll be able to drag him to death sooner or later. Isn't that what you're thinking? But if you restrained your aura that day and hid in the dark, Iron Head and I would hold him back and create an opportunity for you. You could have killed him in one hit, right? Although the result is the same, the process is different, and some things are different. Fang Ping, it feels good to crush the opponent head-on, but I think that using the least cost to kill the enemy is what we need to do now. Fang Ping rubbed his chin, understanding. I understand now. You think that I'm more suitable as an assassin? Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. You can think of it that way. Every martial artist is actually an assassin. They all pursue a one-hit kill, and they all pursue using the least cost to kill the enemy. When we fight with the catacombs martial artists, it's not a martial arts duel. The ones we met earlier were all civilian martial artists. You can wear them to death. But the geniuses of the restricted area, do they have life essence? Or in other words, can they recover quickly? If they can do it too, then your advantage will be wiped out. When that time comes, your combat instinct won't be as good as the opponent's. Maybe you won't last until the end, and you'll be killed by the opponent. That's true. As Fang Ping said that, he continued, actually, I have the same idea. I should major in 2 combat techniques, stepping techniques, and one-hit killing techniques. There's no need to learn any complicated routines. I'm fast and I can fight and run. I can kill the opponent in one hit. If the opponent is careless, they'll die without any chance to turn the tables. If others can't kill the enemy in one hit, they might be powerless and can only wait for death. But I'm different. As he said that, Fang Ping's eyes flickered slightly. It's fine if I don't learn old Zhang's combat techniques. I should learn the blood saber technique. Also, I should ask if there's any way to increase my speed again, or if there's any speed-type mentality combat techniques. After mastering these 2, there's no need for me to learn anything else. When I meet an opponent, I'll kill them in one hit. If they don't die, then I'll continue. If they're too strong, then I'll run. Sigh, I'm a martial arts prodigy, and now I'm thinking of changing professions to become an assassin. Forget it, for the sake of humanity, I don't care anymore. Wang Jinyang was speechless. However, Fang Ping's thoughts coincided with his. He also felt that Fang Ping should be this kind of assassin. An assassin with unlimited one-hit killing opportunities, this kind of person could kill more enemies in battle. As for whether the battle process was cool, gorgeous or not, as long as he killed the opponent, he could say whatever he wanted. Fang Ping had thought it through. This time, he did not plan to learn the immortal vanquishing saber, but he could still take a look and understand more about the characteristics of mentality combat techniques. Every combat technique had something worth learning. Other than combat techniques, Fang Ping was still studying his own materialization. Other than smashing it like a ball, was there a better way to kill the enemy? Other people's materialization had some unique means. For example, Lu Fengru's phoenix burning the tree was not just a collision of light. That phoenix could erupt mentality fire, burning the opponent's mentality directly. It was very powerful. How am I supposed to use this thing of mine? Fang Ping looked at the basin-sized city model in front of him, slightly distracted. Maybe I can envelop the opponent and self-destruct directly? Fang Ping thought about it and shuddered a little. He was so evil. Why would he have such an idea? Can I envelop the opponent? I should be able to. I can envelop the opponent directly and self-destruct with a bang. The opponent will probably be dumbfounded. When Fang Ping was studying the materialized object, he also discovered something very interesting. Why can't Dad, Mom, and Gun Gun show their real faces? In the energy room, Fang Ping zoomed in on Sun City, mainly showing his home. There were 3 shadows in the house. Previously, there seemed to be a voice coming from it, but now it was gone, as if it was a dead thing. The 3 figures seemed somewhat illusory, not very lifelike. Compared to the houses, they were not very realistic. Lao Wang, do you know the reason? At this time, no matter how much mentality Fang Ping consumed to fill it up, he could not make the 3 apparitions materialize completely. On the other hand, he could do it for the other houses. As he consumed his spiritual energy to replenish and fill in the gaps, the floors that were originally just shells were being perfected by him, as if they were real. Wang Jinyang thought about it and said, I don't think there's a way to materialize a human. Li Hansong added, that's true. I've never heard of anyone being able to instantiate a human. It's not just humans, even the catacombs humans can't do it. When they said that, Fang Ping suddenly understood. No wonder. It was no wonder that Lu Fengru had come up with a phoenix burning tree instead of directly burning the Skygate city governor. Fang Ping had always been a little puzzled. Why did they have to make it so complicated? They even had to make a substitute. From the looks of it, the divine gate tree had only appeared because Lu Fengru could not materialize a real person. You're right, Fang Ping chuckled suddenly. If I really materialize humans, it'll be fine if they're high-ranked powerhouses, but those middle-ranked and low-ranked ones won't be able to distinguish reality from illusion. If I materialize their relatives, won't these people fall for it completely? Thinking of this, Fang Ping's interest was suddenly piqued. He grinned and said, Old Wang, tell me, if I really materialize Sun City into reality, then destroy the real Sun City and throw my materialized object at its original location, the Sun City will be destroyed. Will the people of Yang City be bewitched and live in an illusory Yang City from then on? Wang Jinyang was speechless as he said, firstly, materializing objects requires mental strength to appear, a Yang City that was the size of reality. Do you know how much mental energy it would take to maintain such a huge materialized object? No matter how fast and strong your spiritual power is, how long do you think you can maintain it? Half an hour, an hour. Secondly, what was fake was fake. Buildings could be real, but what about eating, drinking, and defecating? Don't tell me you're going to send in supplies. Alright, let's not talk about this. If you want to materialize a city as if it exists in reality, Fang Ping, have you thought about how long it will take? Do you know how many years the Vice-Chancellor spent to materialize NMAU? Even so, he was unable to complete it. The Vice-Chancellor had spent more than 20 years on a small NMAU, but he still could not fully materialize it. The Chancellor's NMAU was only an empty shell. One could imagine how difficult it would be to fill it in. Many experts materialized a mountain. A mountain was actually simpler than a building. It wasn't that complicated. However, even if it was a mountain, if the experts wanted to make the mountain seem real, they still couldn't do it. It was just too difficult. If they had the time and energy, they wouldn't spend too much time on materializing objects. Instead, they would train their mental strength and improve their mental strength. Fang Ping nodded but still smiled. If they can't do it, that doesn't mean I can't. You don't say. I've noticed that after martial artists reach rank 8, they don't seem to care too much about materialized objects. When they reached the 8th rank, they cared more about the golden body. However, once the materialized object reached 8th grade, would its combat power really not be strong enough? That's not it. How could a mentality amalgamation be weak? It's just that everyone can't spend too much time on it, and they don't have enough mentality to do these things. I still want to give it a try. I'm ready to materialize Sun City. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. If I materialize a city, the materialized object will be like a substance. How heavy is a city? When I do it one day, won't I be able to destroy a royal city with one hit? Moreover, as long as the materialization is successful, even if it's destroyed, I can quickly complete a second materialization through recovery and repair. This means that as long as I have enough mentality, I can bring a city to destroy cities every day in the future for fun. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were a little tired. Li Hansong could not help but say, Fang Ping, you're materializing a peaceful world, nonsense. If we don't destroy the catacombs, how can there be peace? Peace is for humans. When it comes to the catacombs, we need to use the weapon of peace to get rid of them. Iron Head, does that make sense? Yes. That's right. Where does peace come from? I materialized a peaceful Sun City because I want to destroy the catacombs through the power of Sun City. This way, it fits the definition of peace. Seems like it. Li Hansong nodded. That made sense. If humans were at peace, it would mean that the catacombs would suffer. If that was the case, Fang Ping's materialization object was not just for show. Instead, it represented a weapon to achieve peace. Li Hansong was deep in thought. Wang Jinyang did not say anything else. Fang Ping could do whatever he wanted. Even if Sun City was not big, it was not that easy to achieve. Fang Ping could materialize a small district. According to Wang Jinyang's judgment, his mentality must be at least 10,000 Hz and above. That was something that only a peak rank 8 powerhouse could have. How strong a mentality was needed to materialize a city? Wang Jinyang dared not think about it. Would 100,000 Hz be enough? Probably not. Fang Ping's mentality of 1,000 Hz was enough to maintain his small house. Sun City was 10,000 times bigger than his house, 100,000 times bigger. How strong was a rank 9 powerhouse's mentality? What about a rank 9 paragon? Perhaps even a rank 9 paragon would not be able to materialize a small Sun City. This was highly possible. Therefore, there were not many people who took the path of materialization object expansion when they reached rank 8. Everyone was more concerned about the strength of mentality itself. They would not insist on making the materialization object more detailed and strenuous. Of course, the more complicated the materialization object, the stronger its strength and toughness. Everyone knew this. If Fang Ping were to materialize a small district, he would be much stronger than others with the same mentality strength of 10,000 Hz. Other than researching the problem of materialization, Fang Ping was also researching the other functions of the materialization object. In his free time, Fang Ping experimented on Old Wang and Wang Jinyang and gained some results. There were many uses for mentality. The suppress word that Yang Daohong took out in the realm last time was actually a use of mentality. Of course, that referred to the one that Yang Daohong brought out. He himself used vitality force later. There were some differences between the two. Sometimes, mentality was not only used to kill people. For example, it could be used as a barrier, to seal some things, or to suppress some things. Most of the time, simply relying on mentality to kill people might not be able to kill the opponent. However, if it was used as a support function, the effect might be better. It could help you gain an advantage in battle. While Fang Ping was researching the materialization object, he was also filling it up. His depleted mentality could recover quickly. This way, he could fill up the current Sun City from time to time. As for the blood saber technique, this was a mentality combat technique that was made public. Of course, this referred to being made public to high ranks. However, for Fang Ping, it was not difficult to obtain it because MCMAU had it. Fang Ping's own mission was to research the blood saber technique and fill up the materialization object. As for Old Wang and Iron Head, their mission was to seal the Sanjiao Gate. Under the situation where Fang Ping had become stronger, the speed of sealing the gate had increased greatly. In just a short 5 days, Li Hansong was only one step away from sealing the gate. May 25. When the gate was only a little bit away from being sealed, Li Hansong suddenly called for a halt. When Fang Ping looked puzzled, Li Hansong grinned and said, "I want to try going to the sky too. Last time, you materialized your mentality directly. I don't want to materialize it. It's fine as long as I can release my mentality." Fang Ping, is there really a benefit to breaking through in the sky? Fang Ping was speechless. Were you really stupid or just pretending? Martial artists were no fools. Li Hansong was not stupid. He just felt that having hope was better than having no hope at all. Martial artists were all like that. In order to improve their strength, they were unwilling to give up any opportunity. In order to improve his strength, Qin Fengqin was willing to shave his head and eat dirt without hesitation. Although Li Hansong would not go as far as shaving his head for a few cal of vitality consumption, it was just breaking through in the sky. Who knew if luck would come? Fang Ping was helpless, but he still said, "It's up to you. But wait until night. Your life gate is sealed. It won't be good if someone sees it." Not many people knew about this, or rather, only 4 people knew about it at the moment. The 2 paragons might be able to see something, but the others were not so capable. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang had never revealed their Sanjiao gate in front of outsiders. A sealed life gate might cause some trouble. Rank 6 martial artists did not have to release their Sanjiao gate intentionally during a battle. Unless the battle was desperate and they released their Sanjiao gate. Activating the Sanjiao gate would increase their combat strength. As for other times, it did not matter. However, breaking through was a must. After hearing what Fang Ping said, Li Hansong nodded hurriedly. It was true that they could not be seen by others. However, when the spirit gate was sealed again, it would be fine. Li Hansong was about to break through. Fang Ping also calculated his own consumption. The consumption was not high. Compared to his own consumption of 80 billion, Li Hansong's consumption was really not much. It was only 5 days, more than 50 hours. The aura simulation only needed to imitate Old Wang alone. Fang Ping imitated it casually. The consumption was not high anyway. The aura simulation only cost less than 4 billion. Fang Ping's consumption was not as high as before. In total, he spent more than 5 billion. This made Fang Ping breathe a sigh of relief. In this case, 10 billion for both of them was enough. On the night of the 25th, Li Hansong really went to break through in the sky. As for the result, it went without saying. Not everyone was like Fang Ping. Li Hansong's breakthrough, other than the sealing of his vitality gate, the energy feedback made his body stronger and his vitality higher. The change in his mentality was not too obvious. However, Fang Ping borrowed Lu Fengru's mentality detector and helped Ironhead do a check. Before breaking through, this guy's mentality was not low. More than 450 Hz. After sealing one of his gates, it was more than 470 Hz. Based on this, when the spirit gate was sealed and his main focus was to increase his mentality, he might reach the stage of external projection. Old Wang was almost the same. Although their mentality was not as good as Yao Qingjuan's, it was stronger than the average person. After the Sanjiao gate was sealed, mentality could be released. This also meant that they could quickly enter the mentality-vitality fusion stage. Next, when his mental strength materialized, he would be able to step into the Grandmaster realm. Li Hansong did not achieve external projection, but he was not disappointed. He sealed 2 gates. Theoretically, he was upper stage rank 6. However, the life gate did not have energy feedback. He could only be considered middle stage rank 6. Li Hansong was stronger. Fang Ping was stronger too. This time, Wang Jinyang's cultivation speed was even faster. Fang Ping also realized the benefits of cultivating together like this. If everyone became stronger, it would be easier to continue, and the consumption would be lower. On the night of May 29th, Wang Jinyang completed his breakthrough. At this moment, it was exactly a month since they came out of the Tiannan catacombs. Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang's rank 6 cultivation speed was faster than Fang Ping's. Fang Ping did not mind. These 2 guys cultivated so fast because of his help. No matter how fast they were, he broke through before them, and he was stronger. When Wang Jinyang broke through, Fang Ping took a look at his own data. The consumption of wealth was less than he expected. This made Fang Ping even more satisfied. Wealth, 529. 5 billion, convert, vitality, 8,800 calories, 8,999 calories, mentality, 735 Hz, 1,099 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, May 30th, Martial Arts Society. In Fang Ping's office. Chen Yunqi tidied up the office and glanced outside. She sighed softly. Fang Ping had not come out for a long time. Since returning from the Tiannan catacombs, Fang Ping did not show up much. Before this, Chen Yunqi was worried that there would be women seducing Fang Ping. Now that there were no women seducing him, Chen Yunqi was even more worried. 3 grown men, holed up in the energy room, in a cultivation room, for 20 days, if she did not know that they were cultivating, Chen Yunqi would have some strange thoughts. Fang Ping did not seem to be very interested in women. She had been chasing after Fang Ping for a long time. In the end, although Fang Ping treated her better than other girls, he was still distant. There was no intimacy between couples. Fang Ping and those 2 men, however, stayed together in a small cultivation room for 20 days. Bastard! The mild-tempered Chen Yunqi suddenly cursed under her breath as she tidied up. She was not cursing Fang Ping, but Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. These 2 men were so annoying. If they wanted to cultivate, they could just go home and cultivate, but they had to drag Fang Ping along. As she was cursing, someone hurried in from outside the door. When he saw Chen Yunqi, he smiled and said, "Sister Yunqi, you there? Not cultivating?" Chen Yunqi turned around and glanced, saying listlessly, "President Qin." Qin Fengqing grinned and said, "Not feeling well? It's okay. I'll tell you some news, and you'll feel better. I'm upper stage rank 5. Chen Yunqi looked at him, speechless. After a while, she said, "President Qin, Fang Ping is not here." "I know he's not here." Qin Fengqing said proudly, "I know he's not here, that's why I came." Having said that, Qin Fengqing said loudly, "I broke through to upper stage rank 5. If Fang Ping was here, he would not have come. These few days, he was almost suffocated to death. Since cultivating until now, he had not stopped once, but Fang Ping and the others were pulling further and further away. He had not advanced a small stage in rank 5, but Fang Ping had already advanced to rank 6. Today, he had finally broken through to upper stage rank 5. Knowing that Fang Ping and the others were still in the cultivation room, Qin Fengqing specially came to the Martial Arts Society to show off. In the whole of MCMAU, other than that monster Fang Ping, was there anyone stronger than him? Of course, instructors did not count. Other than him, among the students, Zhang Yu and Chen Wenlong were both early stage rank 5. Xiaolei had also broken through to early stage rank 5. That guy had also exploded recently. Even though they had reached the 5th rank, they were still 2 ranks below him. Qin Fengqing's cultivation speed was so fast. Even if he suffered a setback in front of Fang Ping and the others, he could at least put on an act in front of others, right? It had to be said that Qin Fengqing's shout had indeed shaken the martial arts club. Qin Fengqing had actually reached upper stage rank 5. Recently, Fang Ping had been in the limelight too much, and Qin Fengqing had been cultivating all this while. Everyone had not paid much attention to him until now. Not only did they not care, some people even thought that Qin Fengqing was a rank 4. The martial arts club became lively in an instant. And Qin Fengqing was also very proud. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Qin Fengqing's face froze. "When I come out of seclusion, all of you come out as well." He had already sensed Fang Ping and the others' auras. Very soon, before Fang Ping could say anything, Li Hansong was already beaming with joy. "Old Qin, I'm already a middle stage rank 6. Oh right, Old Wang is also a middle stage rank 6. Old Qin, you've also achieved upper stage rank 5. Not bad." Qin Fengqing's face froze. "You're laughing at me, aren't you?" "He's definitely laughing at me. How long has it been since you broke through rank 6, and now you're already a middle stage rank 6, do you even want me to live? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing could not help but glance at Fang Ping again. These three fellows had achieved middle stage rank 6 so quickly. There must be a secret. Among the three middle ranks, the cultivation speed of rank 6 was the slowest. It was not just because of the high rank. The key was that the Xianxia gate was sealed, and external objects could not be used. It was unlike rank 4 and 5, where all kinds of resources could be used to assist. Advancing in a month, there must be something fishy. Qin Fengqing's eyes flickered, sweeping a glance at them. When Fang Ping asked these two fellows to come to MCMAU to cultivate, he already felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Fang Ping must be the mastermind behind the scenes who helped them advance so quickly. I can't catch up to them even if I cultivate like this. These fellows advanced so easily. Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing suddenly thought of something else. These fellows only cultivated together when they reached rank 6. Did it mean that before rank 6, Fang Ping's methods were useless? Once they reached rank 6, he could help people advance quickly? It had to be said that Qin Fengqing's judgment was very good. With this judgment, Qin Fengqing had a plan in his heart. Looks like I have to reach rank 6 first, then think of a way to let Fang Ping help me advance. At most, I will cry again. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Fengqing pondered about these, preparing to go down to the catacombs again. Now, he was still far from rank 6. He had not reached peak yet, and the Xianxia gate had not materialized. It was still too early. However, he would not stop until he had exhausted all his resources. Now, he was out of money again. At this point, he could only go down to the catacombs a few more times and quickly achieve rank 6. With this plan in mind, Qin Fengqing did not say anything else. Without saying goodbye, he left quickly. Watching him leave in a hurry, Fang Ping felt a little helpless. This fellow's cultivation speed was very fast, okay? He wondered if he was going to continue going to the catacombs. He understood Qin Fengqing quite well. He had broken through his realm and exhausted all his resources. It would be strange if he did not go down to the catacombs now. Before he had time to think about Qin Fengqing, Xianxia saw that he had come out of closed-door cultivation and asked him about it happily. After chatting for a while, Xianxia said, "There's news from the Ministry of Education. They want you all to gather in Capital City as soon as possible. The youth competition will be held in Capital City." Did they say when exactly? They didn't say. They want you all to gather first. We'll make arrangements when the time comes. Got it. Xianxia reported the news. She did not say that she would go with them. Fang Ping was still a little surprised. He thought that Xianxia was going to go too. He did not expect that she did not even mention it. However, Xianxia did not mention it, and Fang Ping did not mention it either. Now that everyone's time was tight, it was better to focus on cultivation. Capital City, Fang Ping murmured. He had seen a few foreign martial artists before. He had seen rank 8 helping him recover his flesh. However, he really did not know the specific combat techniques of these people. 1st of June. Outside Capital City Airport. Bastard! A petite and exquisite girl suddenly scolded. Seeing that someone was looking at her, the petite girl said fiercely, "What are you looking at? I'll kill you with my axe if you keep looking." President Ling. Hansu looked helpless. He smiled apologetically at the passers-by and said, "Don't vent your anger on others. Martial artists don't practice martial arts to bully their own." Ling Yi had an impatient look on her face as she said, "Stop lecturing me. I didn't kill him." Ling Yi was furious again. She said angrily, "What the hell is Li Hansong doing? He wants to be an instructor at MCMAU. This bastard, I really want to kill him with my axe." Li Hansong was going to be an instructor at MCMAU. In June, the seniors of martial arts universities graduated. The president of the Martial Arts Society, Li Hansong, had stepped down as president in May. His successor was Han Su, an upper stage rank 4 martial artist who was still a sophomore. Ling Yi, a junior who was also an upper stage rank 4, was the vice president. A year ago, an upper stage rank 4 martial arts society president was extremely powerful. Before Fang Ping and the others, rank 4 was rare among the martial arts society presidents. In 2009, however, the golden generation of martial arts society presidents appeared. MCMAU Fang Ping, middle stage rank 6, mentality materialized. CCMAU Li Hansong, early stage rank 6. NMAU Wang Jinyang, early stage rank 6. FMS Yao Qingjun, peak rank 5. NMS Xiao Yuming, early stage rank 5. SNMAU Lu Shiji, early stage rank 5. SCMAU Chen Haoran, early stage rank 5, rank 6s and rank 5s came one after another. Rank 4 had almost become the standard for every school. Even some normal martial arts universities and non-professional martial arts universities had forcefully spent resources to push their elites to rank 4. It was embarrassing to be the president of the martial arts society when one was not rank 4. However, after this short period of glory, everyone except Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang had graduated. Ling Yi did not see anything wrong with Han Su taking over as the president of the martial arts society of each school. CCMAU was still as strong as ever. As for Li Hansong, Ling Yi had initially thought that he would definitely stay in CCMAU. However, the key point was that she did not expect that Li Hansong, whom CCMAU regarded as a glory, would actually go to MCMAU. In the past few days, there had been news. Li Hansong submitted his resume to MCMAU. MCMAU's University Council had already reviewed and approved it. Li Hansong was about to enter the School of Weaponry as the instructor for the next batch of new students. A rank 6 powerhouse, and such a young prodigy at that, had gone to MCMAU after graduating from CCMAU. Not only was he a rank 6, but he was also the former president of the Martial Arts Society, a representative of the students. For the past few days, some of the CCMAU students had been scolding Li Hansong to death. Even if Li Hansong went to another school, they would accept it. Of all people, he had to go to MCMAU. This was a school that had stolen their position as the #1 famous school. Traitor, traitor, all of these titles were attached to Li Hansong's head. How much he worshipped her in the past was how much he hated her today. Although Ling Yi did not hate him, she was extremely furious with Li Hansong. Why did this guy want to go to MCMAU? Today, Li Hansong returned. On one hand, it was to participate in the youth competition. On the other hand, it was to return to CCMAU to complete the final graduation procedures and leave the school completely. Ling Yi, who had received the news, did not wait for Li Hansong to return to school. She waited at the airport. She wanted to ask, did this bastard's conscience get eaten by a dog? Did CCMAU treat him badly? Just as Ling Yi was still fuming with anger, someone suddenly said with a smile beside her ear, "Lil Chest Ling, you're too kind. You even came to pick us up. I'm flattered." Fang Ping. Ling Yi was furious. One of the two people she hated the most in her life, the first was Fang Ping, and the second was Li Hansong. Now, both of them were here. Ling Yi ignored him. She glanced at Li Hansong, who was beside Fang Ping, and said angrily, "Li Hansong, you still have the face to come back?" Li Hansong looked embarrassed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued with a smile, "Little girl, you." Ling Yi was about to explode. "I'm 1 year older than you, and I'm also 1 year older than you. Who are you calling?" Fang Ping did not mind. He coughed softly and said with a slightly serious expression, "You're already a rank 4 martial artist. You don't have any self-control at all. Look at Han Su, he's much more mature than you. They say that women with big boobs are brainless. You. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. You're brainless even if you're not big. Why did Li Hansong enter MCMAU? Don't you understand? How did you become a rank 4 martial artist? No wonder we were at the same rank when we were competing for the first place among rank 3 martial artists. Now, I'm about to enter Grandmaster, and you're still lingering at rank 4. With your brain, that's all you can do." Ling Yi was about to go mad with anger. Fang Ping, on the other hand, kept a straight face and scolded, "What's wrong? I, Fang Ping, am a general of the military department. I'm teaching you a few lessons, and you still want to rebel?" With this accusation pinned on her, Ling Yi's face was frighteningly red. She was so angry, Han Su was a little helpless. He said, "Fang Ping, don't provoke her. Senior Li's trip to MCMAU this time is indeed provoking some objections. Provoking objections means that you're not doing a good job as president. Fang Ping laughed. Get in the car. I still have to teach you a lesson today. Making the previous president of the Martial Arts Society the target of everyone's hatred is not a way to prove your ability. Turning CCMAU's glory into a disgrace is also a disgrace to you. Hansu smiled bitterly. Fang Ping, I really didn't mean that. I believe in Senior Li, you guys. Fang Ping had already gotten in the car. Behind him, Li Hansong followed in silence. Wang Jinyang also followed with a calm expression. Once Fang Ping got in the car, he laughed. You guys still can't see it. It's fine if others can't see it, but if you guys can't see it, then you're stupid. The World Martial Arts Universities are a family, or rather, all martial artists in the world are a family. What are we martial artists? We're warriors who resist the invasion of the catacombs. We're all comrades in arms, comrades. I heard that someone actually entered MCMAU because of Li Hansong and called him a traitor. A traitor? Is that what a traitor says to a human hero? A bunch of newbies who have never entered the catacombs before. Where did they get the guts to bring such disgrace to a powerhouse who fought in the catacombs? Li Hansong has killed more martial artists in the catacombs than you've ever seen. You, Han Su, actually didn't think of forcefully suppressing this kind of dissent. You actually accompanied this brainless woman, Ling Yi, to question him? Fang Ping's face was full of dissatisfaction. He glanced at Ling Yi, who was glaring at him, and said softly, Ling Yi, say it yourself. Is Li Hansong a traitor? Ling Yi said angrily, then he shouldn't have gone to MCMAU. Can't he stay in CCMAU? Kmo? Fang Ping sneered. What can CCMAU give Li Hansong? Help him become a grandmaster? At this time, humanity is facing a great crisis. Let me ask you, is it better to stay in CCMAU and continue to be a rank 6 instructor, or to go to MCMAU and become a rank 7 or even stronger grandmaster to protect humanity? When it comes to killing enemies, does it still matter if they're from CCMAU or MCMAU? When grandmaster powerhouses kill enemies, they only kill high-ranked powerhouses. How many people will die? A grandmaster is comparable to a regular army of 10,000 martial artists. No, even an army of 10,000 martial artists can't exhaust a grandmaster to death. Tell me, which is more important? You're a petty big shot. When you've reached the middle ranks, you still can't tell the difference. What face do you have to be the president of the Martial Arts Society? If everyone is like you, so petty. Just because Li Hansong didn't stay in CCMAU, you call him a traitor. Then, is there still hope for humanity? Ling Yi's face turned red from his words. Han Su looked embarrassed too. Soon, however, Ling Yi retorted, then, if he goes to MCMAU, he can become a grandmaster? Nonsense. Fang Ping said proudly, look, Li Hansong entered rank 6 at the same time as me, didn't he? And he only went to MCMAU for a few days, and now he's already a middle stage rank 6 martial artist. This is enough to prove everything, right? Middle stage rank 6. Both of them were shocked. Han Su could not help but ask, Senior Li, you're already middle stage rank 6? Yes. This? Han Su was dumbfounded. Ling Yi was also dumbfounded. How could he be so fast? Seeing their expressions, Fang Ping sneered, do you understand now? This year, Li Hansong has hopes of achieving Grandmaster, and all this is because he went to MCMAU. If he stayed in CCMAU, would there be any hope? CCMAU's development in recent years has been stagnant. Many good seedlings have been delayed. You, Ling Yi, are also a well-known figure. You used to be an existence that suppressed Qin Fengqing. What about now? Now that Qin Fengqing has entered upper stage rank 5, rank 6 is imminent. You, Han Su, participated in the championship with me back then. I won't talk about myself. You're upper stage rank 4, and Chen Yunqi is almost peak rank 4. And some of those who were weaker than you back then are also about to surpass you. Not just one person, but many people. And you, Han Su, are the current face of CCMAU, the president of the Martial Arts Society. In MCMAU, a rank 4 wants to be the president? Even rank 5 has to wait in line. Good seedlings have been ruined. Of course, it's also related to your lack of ambition. Back then during the second championship, I already said that you can consider coming to MCMAU. No one listened. And now? I forgot to mention, Li Hansong coming to MCMAU is actually your vice-chancellor's idea. Do you understand now? The opportunity is right in front of you. If you still have the heart to fight for once, you can consider coming to MCMAU. But to be honest, MCMAU is not short of rank 4 students now. There are too many, almost 100 people. If you go to MCMAU, you'll only be normal students. CCMAU's isolation has made you look at the sky from the bottom of a well. Do you really think that you're so strong? Fang Ping's words were a blow to both of them and made them lose their composure. Li Hansong glanced at Fang Ping, his eyes full of helplessness. Why did he have to give them a good blow? Li Hansong felt that it was a blow, while Wang Jinyang felt that this guy was up to no good. Was he trying to lure all the good seedlings of CCMAU to MCMAU? Was he not afraid that the grandmasters of CCMAU would go crazy? Fang Ping did not care about this. He was just saying it casually. But then again, if these people went to MCMAU, they would indeed have a bright future. At CCMAU, it was fine to teach students step by step. If they wanted to improve by leaps and bounds in a short time, it would be difficult, too difficult. If they went to MCMAU, they might be able to form a middle-ranked student combat team. Let these people go to the Tiannan catacombs and fight with the Tiannan catacombs martial artists. That place was now extremely suitable for middle-ranked martial artists to train. Fang Ping's words made Ling Yi and Wang Jinyang lose their composure. They were confused and fell silent for a while. Fang Ping saw the situation and laughed again. Of course, you don't have to go to MCMAU. But martial arts universities are one. You can work together on normal days. The capital city catacombs is a little more comfortable. It's fine if there's no fighting, but when there is, it's a battle between high ranks. If you have time, you can go to MCMAU for an exchange. You can also form a team and go to the Magic City catacombs together. At this time, there's no need to be so clear. MCMAU and CCMAU are actually all one family. Hansu took a breath and nodded. I will. Actually, I've also considered going to MCMAU to learn. In these 2 years, MCMAU has indeed developed very quickly. About Senior Li, I will explain clearly to the students. Li Hansong finally spoke. He said dryly, actually, it's nothing. I don't really care about these things, don't say any more, Senior Li. It's true that we're too short-sighted. Hansu sighed softly. Previously, I heard people say that some grandmasters said that President Fang is the leader of the current generation of young martial artists. In our generation, no one has President Fang's vision, nor do we have President Fang's breadth of mind. When I heard this before, I was still a little upset. Now that I think about it, President Fang being recognized by the grandmasters is not just because of his strength. The grandmasters would not be so shallow as to praise someone as a leader just because of his strength. Li Hansong nodded in agreement. Fang Ping is worthy of the title of leader. If not, I wouldn't have gone to MCMAU. As soon as these words came out, Fang Ping appeared calm on the surface. In his heart, he had already rolled his eyes many times. Were the people from CCMAU so easy to fool now? It seemed like he would not only be leading MCMAU. He would be leading the martial arts universities in the future too, right? The previous 2 martial arts society presidents of CCMAU had already treated him as a leader. What else could he say? As they chatted, Ling Yi's face was full of indignation. Was this bastard really as amazing as they said? All right, she admitted that Fang Ping was very strong. But if he was strong, how did he become the leader of their generation? In Ling Yi's gloomy mood, the car arrived at CCMAU. Li Hansong went to look for the vice-chancellor and Su Zhan. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang did not follow. Both of them did not get out of the car. They waited in the car for a while. Soon, a sports car stopped next to them. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Chao laughed and said, Fang Ping, let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Fang Ping was speechless. They were martial artists who could perform the flight step. Who would care about this? Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He said, "Why are you the one who came to pick us up?" "I'm just leading the way. I'm not a child. I'm a rank 6 martial artist. How could I possibly bring the wrong person?" Xianxia was unconcerned. He looked around and smiled. "Baldy didn't come? He's only a rank 5. He can't participate in the competition. Why would he come? That guy should have gone to the catacombs." As Fang Ping said that, he glanced at him and laughed suddenly. "Looks like you guys haven't been idling around these days. There's a little smell of blood on you." "Of course." Xianxia laughed. "This time, I killed 2 rank SIXS, early stage?" Xianxia was speechless. Fang Ping guessed it right. How amazing. An upper stage rank 6 killing an early stage rank 6 is indeed amazing. Fang Ping joked and walked down the road. "Where is the competition being held?" "At the Martial Arts Association headquarters." "Which day?" "The day after tomorrow." "That's the 3rd. Most of the others are here now. Only the people from Pantheon haven't arrived yet." Xianxia had been at the Martial Arts Association for the past few days. He had a better understanding of the situation. He said, "Fang Ping, you don't say. Before this, I thought that the people from Polaris were quite strong. Now I know that we're not. Let's not talk about those from abroad. The central government and the military department sent 8 people. Damn, they're all martial artists above upper stage rank 6. For upper stage rank 6, 4 peak. One of them seems to have achieved mentality-vitality fusion." Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Were they that strong in the past? No. There weren't many peak rank 6 in the past. This time, there are too many peak rank 6. Xianxia continued, "Xianxia and Li Fei have also achieved peak rank 6. These 2 fellows are quite crazy this time. They've killed a lot of people in the catacombs. Fang Ping, don't underestimate them. Also, there are 2 newcomers from Polaris. They're also peak rank 6. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, 2 more? Weren't the 10 of you all the last time? No. Xianxia shook his head. We were part of the last batch. 1 from each family came. Didn't I tell you? Polaris has a total of 13 families. Last time, 10 of them came. There are still 3 families who haven't sent anyone. This time, the other 2 families didn't send anyone either. Even the families of the 2 guardians didn't send anyone. Both of their families are considered to be on the military department's side. The people from the military department are from their families. I know them too. The 2 fellows who came this time are from the Yang family." "Fang Ping, you have to be careful. I have to be careful?" Fang Ping was amused. "Is it still because of what happened last time? But I've made myself clear enough. Even the government thinks that I only have credit. The Yang family doesn't remember my kindness. Don't tell me they want to find trouble with me?" Xianxia said softly, "I heard that Commander Li and Minister Zhang preached for your vice-chancellor. Your vice-chancellor is preparing to break through to rank 9 in seclusion. Excluding the Paragon Patriarchs, rank 9s are the pillars of our families. When Grandfather Yang passed away, the Yang family declined completely. If you had given that rank 9 corpse to the Yang family, that rank 8 from the Yang family might have been able to break through to rank 9. Before this, they didn't know that. The corpse's origin was still there. If they knew, they would definitely not let it go so easily. Now, the corpse's origin was consumed. They only found out about this after that. The Yang family almost went crazy. I heard that the rank 8 from the Yang family went to Mount Royal Sea and complained to the other patriarchs. You also know that when Patriarch Yang passed away, the other patriarchs also remembered that the Yang family had it hard. However, the Paragon powerhouses can't make a move easily. Even if the other rank 9s join forces to kill a rank 9, to be honest, it's almost impossible to get a rank 9 corpse that still has its origin. This time, the patriarchs have no choice. That's why they gave the Yang family 2 slots. Other than the 3 of you, the government has 8 slots, and Polaris City has a total of 9 slots. Of the 9 slots, other than the Shen and Chen families, 11 families will get 9. The Yang family alone will get 2. The other 3 families won't get a single one this time. This is also the patriarch's intention. The 2 peak rank 6 from the Yang family, actually, they seem to be more than 30 years old. However, you also know that if they consume a little more life essence, it won't be a problem to recast their bones. In order to let them enter the restricted area and become grandmasters, the Yang family must have spent a lot of money, Fang Ping said impatiently. That has nothing to do with me. They can enter their own places. Do you think they can snatch mine? Xianxia said softly, that's hard to say. If they snatch it from the foreigners and don't get it in the end, we can still snatch it ourselves. Of course, everyone didn't do that in the past, but it's hard to say this time. You're very strong, so they might not dare to give you trouble, but old Wang and old Li can't. They've just entered rank 6. When the time comes, they might even eliminate them first. Otherwise, they'll wait for you guys to make a move, and when both sides are injured, then they'll come after you. In any case, you guys have to be careful. Fang Ping looked at him for a while. Polaris City's big spy lived up to his name, this fatty. He leaked all kinds of information. Logically, Xianxia and the Yang family were in cahoots. How long had they known each other? Xianxia chuckled. Don't look at me like that, this time I might have to enter the restricted area too. The 2 Yang family fellows aren't close to me. If I go in, do you think they'll take care of me? But you guys are different. Fang Ping, I risked being beaten to death to leak information to you. If we really enter the restricted area together, you have to take care of me. You martial arts university people are awesome, killing people like killing chickens. The restricted area is very dangerous. Every time we go in, more than half of the people die. I don't want to die. But if I get a slot, I have no choice but to go. You're only upper stage rank 6. You can snatch it, but the Yang family's paragons can't? Fang Ping was speechless. Are you kidding me? Xianxia snorted. What do you know? When the time comes, I'll find the weakest one to challenge. If I win, I'll probably get a slot. You guys still have to wait for others to challenge you. Why? Nonsense. Xianxia was really disdainful now. He said exasperatedly, my old ancestor is amazing. The Yang family doesn't have a paragon old ancestor. Of course, it's not safe. It's the same for you guys. Can I be the same? Even among the paragons, my old ancestor is one of the best. As long as I win one, 70 people, 30 slots. If I win one, then it's more or less a choice between 2. Who would dare to find trouble with me? After all, 30 slots is not a small number. It's not just me. For the other 5 places, you should take it easy too. Try your best to defeat those without paragon old ancestors. There are a total of 50 people participating, but there are not that many paragon old ancestors. Under normal circumstances, a paragon old ancestor will only send one descendant. In this way, there are still many people without paragon old ancestors. These people can defeat them. Of course, in the end, you can find some weak paragon old ancestor descendants to bully. Don't be afraid. Sino Nation isn't afraid either. However, it's best not to find trouble with the descendants of Heaven of Gods, Sun God, or God of War. Otherwise, their old ancestors will be unhappy and remember you. If they find trouble with you, you'll be finished. Fang Ping was speechless as he listened. At this time, he still had to find someone without a strong backing to bully. This fatty looked confident. If that was the case, this fellow's old ancestor was also the top-notch kind among the paragons. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, Xianxia said again, also, don't fight all of them. Each family has to leave a few. For paragons like Totem City, there are fewer. Leaving 1 or 2 is enough. There are a lot of paragons like Heaven of Gods. You have to leave at least 3 or 4 for them. If you defeat all of them, then you're not leaving them any face at all. Fang Ping was speechless. He said, you have a lot of tricks. If I knew this, I would have just divided a few for each family. Why fight for slots? Is this a joke? Xianxia chuckled. You don't say. It's just a joke. The old ancestor is afraid that we'll really be useless. That's why he purposely created a competition. It's so that we can learn from each other in a relatively safe manner. Everyone's status is about the same, their age is about the same, and their ranks are about the same too. No one is willing to submit to the other. That's why this kind of competition was created. As for you guys, you're the ones who got in through connections. We're not the ones who got in through connections. You guys are. Minister Zhang insisted that you guys come. You guys don't have a powerful old ancestor either. Of course, it'll be harder than us. That's only fair. What do you think? Fang Ping thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. These slots were originally yours. Now that we outsiders want to take them away, it'll be difficult for us. Fang Ping, I knew you'd see through it. Xianxia grinned. It's so refreshing to talk to smart people. Those fellows from the military department and the government have lost their minds from practicing martial arts. Some of them are especially unhappy with us. They don't even think about it. If it weren't for Commander Li leaving and the Chen and Shen family's old ancestors going to the House of Guardians, the people of Star Town would have fought for the slots themselves. They have 8 slots, and those were fought for by these 3 paragons. Including you guys, they gave you 11 slots. Even Star Town doesn't have as many as you guys. We're the ones who are unhappy. Of course, I'm fine with it. Actually, I don't really want to go, but my grandfather said that if I dare to be a bystander, he'll throw me into the catacombs and leave me alone. Xianxia looked helpless. He sighed. That's why I have no choice but to fight for it. However, there are people in Star Town who really want to enter the restricted area. After all, everyone wants to become a grandmaster. It's very easy to become a grandmaster in the restricted area, provided that you're still alive. Even if we don't count the Chen and Shen families, there are still 10 paragons in Star Town after the fall of the Yang family's old ancestor. Now, there are only 9 slots. Each family doesn't get a single one. Don't you think Star Town is the one who should be unhappy? Fang Ping nodded. After nodding, Fang Ping smiled. You've said so much. You don't want me to be unhappy. When we enter the restricted area, I'll take care of you. Is that what you mean? That's exactly what I mean. Don't tell me that your old ancestor won't care if you die in the restricted area? They won't care. Xianxia exhaled. Once we enter the restricted area, life and death are determined by fate. They really won't care. We're going there to become grandmasters. If they even care about this, then there'll be no sense of danger. Then we might as well not go. Usually, when we're in the catacombs outer realm, there's someone to protect us. This time, when we enter the restricted area, we'll really have to rely on ourselves. Otherwise, do you think I'd say so much to you? Fang Ping, don't worry. Look after me. If there's any top-secret information, major events, or the movements of the paragons, I'll tell you guys secretly. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. This fatty was godly. In the past, he would have been a traitor for sure. Wang Jinyang was also dumbfounded. He had to admit defeat. This guy wouldn't rely on the catacombs to survive, would he? Xianxia seemed to understand what Wang Jinyang meant. He immediately said seriously, don't worry, I won't rely on the catacombs. Besides, if I really dare to, my old ancestor can personally beat me into minced meat. If the descendants of the paragons rely on the catacombs, they'll be killed without a doubt. Even the powerhouses of the catacombs won't do anything. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, so you really had this idea before? Fatty, with your unscrupulous character, I have to guard against you, lest you betray me one day. What are you saying? Xianxia was a little indignant. Even if I betray someone, it depends on who it is. Tell me, are you a bad person? Is old Wang a bad person? That can't be right. I only did it because I felt that you guys were more reliable. That's why I did it. If it was someone less reliable, would I do it? Counting on others is not reliable. Those fellows in Star City are not very reliable. I'm doing this because I trust you guys. I'm willing to do anything for you guys. How dare you guys doubt my character? Don't worry, I, Xianxia, am also a man. If you guys really want to protect me, I definitely won't do something ungrateful, right? Fong Ping had his reservations. His grandpa had almost sold out Star Town. You don't know much. Otherwise, you would dare to say anything to others. The last time they went to the bounded boundaries, this fellow revealed everything to Qin Fengqing. Most importantly, this fellow also liked to eavesdrop on their elders' conversations. The information he revealed was more confidential than Su Zissou and the others. Fong Ping glanced at Old Wang. Old Wang shook his head slightly. It was not a rejection, but he did not care about this. Fong Ping could do whatever he wanted. If they really entered the restricted area, Fong Ping would decide whether to protect this fellow or not. Fong Ping did not say much. He said casually, "We'll see when the time comes. We don't know the specific situation yet." Xianxia smiled like the Maitreya Buddha. "Look, I'm so smart." Although Fong Ping said to see when the time comes, I've already worked so hard. Every time I sell information to you guys, how can I refuse? A rank 6 mentality materialized was no weaker than those who had mentality-vitality fusion, maybe even stronger. This was called reliable. After chatting with Jiang Chao for a while, Li Hansong returned. Li Hansong's eyes were slightly red. He might be an honest man, but he was still an iron-blooded martial artist. He could not hide his emotions, as if he had been crying. Seeing Fong Ping and the others looking at him, Li Hansong forced his front teeth and laughed dryly. "It's done. We can go now." Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang did not say anything, but Jiang Chao chuckled. "Old Li, what happened? Did your girlfriend run away with someone else?" As he said this, Jiang Chao glanced at Ling Yi and Han Su, whose expressions were complicated. He said with disdain, "You don't need this kind of woman. What's so good about a pretty boy? You, Li Hansong, are destined to achieve great things. This woman dumped you today. You'll regret it for the rest of your life." Jiang Chao's voice was especially loud. He said it for Ling Yi and Han Su to hear. He did not know either of them. Rank 4 martial artists like them were not worthy of his attention. However, Jiang Chao analyzed the situation and came up with a rough idea of what had happened. It was nothing more than that between a man and a woman. The woman dumped Li Hansong and fell in love with the pretty boy. The pretty boy might have been Li Hansong's brother in the past. Li Hansong was an honest man. Although he was strong, he still chose to let them be. Just thinking about it made Jiang Chao feel bad for Li Hansong. Of course, he despised Ling Yi and Han Su even more. His voice grew louder. "Old Li, it seems like you like this type. If it really doesn't work out, I'll suffer a little. I won't chase Zissou anymore. I'll let you have her. Zissou is also petite, but in terms of body, she's much better than this flat one." The fatty spoke to himself, thinking that he was righteous enough to avenge Li Hansong. However, Jiang Chao quickly realized that something was wrong. Li Hansong and the others stared at him blankly. Not far away, the woman was glaring at him with a murderous intent. She had even taken out her axe. Jiang Chao's mouth twitched. Then, without another word, he got into the car and shouted, "Follow me." With that, Jiang Chao's car drove away with a hum. After he left, Li Hansong said gloomily, "Is this guy an idiot?" Wang Jinyang looked up at the sky. "If you say so, then so be it. However, others had the right to call others stupid, but you, Tai Tu, shouldn't say such things." In the distance, Han Su had regained his composure. Keeping a distance from Xianxia, he did not walk over to send him off. Instead, he said, "I wish Senior Zhang all the best in the world. May you become a grandmaster soon." Li Hansong didn't say much and nodded heavily. Beside him, Ling Yi also looked at him for a while. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are the glory of CCMAU. You will always be. Even if you die in battle, remember to bury you in CCMAU." Li Hansong smiled. Han Su kicked Ling Yi lightly. Seeing this, Fong Ping was a little speechless. "Alright, that's enough. Cell phone, internet, video chat. If that doesn't work, high-speed rail or plane. Which one of them wouldn't be able to meet right away? You're making it sound like we're going to be parting forever." "That's enough. It's normal for martial arts university graduates to work in other schools. I can't stand you guys. Li Hansong was a little embarrassed by Fang Ping's words. Ling Yi said in embarrassment, "It's none of your business." "How rude. You have no manners." Fang Ping let out a humph. As he got into the car, he said, "Oh right, Qin Fengqing said he likes you and has always wanted to pursue you. He was too embarrassed to say it, so I said it on his behalf. If you have time, you can go to MCMAU for a walk. Qin Fengqing even shaved his head to muster up the courage to confess to you." The scene was silent. Ling Yi's face was blank. What a joke. She knew Qin Fengqing. They had met a few times, but that guy liked her. Who was he trying to fool? At this moment, Fang Ping had already gotten into the car. He sighed softly. Martial artists don't talk about love affairs. The catacombs isn't fair. If you talk about it, you'll hurt yourself and others. I've said too much. Qin Fengqing could die in the catacombs at any time. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go. Having said that, the car started and left slowly. On the spot, Ling Yi was still in a daze. Then, she scolded loudly, "Get lost. I'm not even close to him. What does his death have to do with me?" Scolding aside, Ling Yi waited until the car was far away before she suddenly blushed. She looked at Han Su and said, Say, do you really like me?" Han Su rolled his eyes. Ling Yi was probably not interested in Qin Fengqing. The key was that no one chased after this fierce woman, and no one dared to. Now that she heard that someone liked her, she must be very happy. This time, he could tell that Fang Ping's words were 100% fake. However, Han Su suspected that if he said that, Ling Yi would either beat him up or think that he, Han Su, was jealous. The possibility was very high. This senior's brain circuit was also different from others. What if she thought that he was jealous and latched onto him? Thinking of this, Han Su said seriously, "It's very normal. A young martial arts powerhouse like Qin Fengqing admires a female martial arts powerhouse of the same age like you. Senior Ling, you don't have to care about him. There are many people who like you. It doesn't matter if he's the only one." Ling Yi nodded reservedly. "Yes, there are many people who like me. Who does Qin Fengqing think he is? Just this guy next to me pestered me all the time. He might be interested in me too." Thinking of this, Ling Yi suddenly snorted. She glanced at Han Su, carried her big axe and walked away arrogantly. She did not care. He was so weak that he could not even compare to Qin Fengqing. Han Su shook his head, looking helpless. Crazy woman, in the car. Li Hansong did not know whether to laugh or cry. Old Qin didn't say that he likes Yi, did he? Don't try to matchmake them. Yi is very serious. If this, Fang Ping said with a smile, "I'm just saying. Qin Fengqing is very narcissistic. He doesn't like Ling Yi even if she pursues him." As he said that, Fang Ping smiled and changed the topic. "What did your vice-chancellor say just now?" Speaking of this, Li Hansong did not talk about Ling Yi. He said with a rare melancholy, "The vice-chancellor said that CCMAU has declined in his hands, and he's quite disappointed. He also said that MCMAU's old vice-chancellor died in battle. At least he got some glory." As Li Hansong said that, his voice became lower and lower. From what the vice-chancellor said, he might have the same thoughts. Fang Ping patted Li Hansong's shoulder and chuckled. "Don't worry. For someone like CCMAU's vice-chancellor, if he wants to fight to the death, it's not up to him. CCMAU doesn't have a good arrangement. No one will take over. He can't die even if he wants to." What he said was very realistic, but also very sad. Some people really wanted to fight to the death, but it depended on whether they could do it or not. MCMAU had a successor. Wu Quishan was that successor. CCMAU currently did not have a leading figure. No one could take over the vice-chancellor's position. At this time, even if CCMAU's vice-chancellor wanted to fight to the death, he would not have the chance. It was different from the previous Tiannan battle. That was a national mobilization. If he really died in battle then, it could not be helped. Just as Fang Ping and the others were heading to the Martial Arts Association headquarters. Martial Arts Association. In terms of function, The Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association was an important department that governed all the martial artists in Sino-Nation. It was so important that, according to the definition, the Martial Arts Association was the department with the most power in Sino-Nation. In reality, although the Martial Arts Association was not an empty shell, its power was not too great. The 3 ministries and 4 houses were the most important departments in Sino-Nation. In the Martial Arts Association, only the president was a rank 8, and the deputy president was a rank 7 grandmaster powerhouse. Currently, there were only 2 main tasks. First, to assess casual martial artists. In this case, it referred to the lower 3 ranks of martial artists. Second, to manage the ranking. Of course, the Martial Arts Association would sometimes organize some activities and competitions. Nowadays, some of the martial artist combat teams in various places were registered with the Martial Arts Association. In the Martial Arts Association, in a large open-air square. In the middle of the ring, 2 martial artists were sparring. Below the ring, some people were watching. Some were from the association, and some were outsiders. Below the ring. A young man with a crew cut and wearing a military singlet watched the sparring for a while. He looked bored and turned to look at Li Fei. He chuckled. "Little Fei, tell me again. How are Fan Ping and the others' abilities?" Li Fei did not say a word. The young man suddenly put on a stern face and shouted, "What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat your brother? Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Li Fei looked aggrieved. After a while, he said, "I've said it many times. You keep asking. They'll be here soon. Can't you just spar with them yourself?" The young man sighed. I can't spar." At this point, the young man shook his head slowly. "I'm afraid that if I kill them, it'll be hard to explain. When powerhouses like us spar, it's also a matter of life and death. It's different from you kids." Li Fei was going crazy. He said in a low voice, "I'm peak rank 6. The young man in front of him was also peak rank 6. Both of them were in the same rank. Both of them were the same age, but the other was a few months older than him. What about now? This guy was acting like he was their elder and they were kids. These few days, Li Fei was so angry that he wanted to leave the Martial Arts Association. Peak rank 6? The young man looked melancholy. He continued to sigh. Peak rank 6 and peak rank 6 are different. In my eyes, you're still kids who haven't grown up. Playing games is fine, but fighting to the death. You guys should just forget about it. Little Fei, the outside world says that military martial artists are first among their ranks, and martial arts universities are second. Actually, it's still wrong. In our opinion, there's no doubt that the military martial artists are first, followed by martial artists from the House of Guardians, martial arts universities, and the Department of Investigation Services. After that, it's the local government martial artists, followed by the middle and high-ranked martial artists in society. Lastly, it's the martial artists from Star Town. I'm talking about those below high ranks. That's why, the gap between you and me is too big." The young man continued to shake his head. "According to this classification, although both of us are in the same rank, the gap is like heaven and earth. Don't talk to me about being in the same rank, kid." As soon as the young man said this, Xianxia and the others around him looked annoyed. This guy talked too much nonsense. 8 powerhouses from the central government and the military department had come. The others were very cold, but this guy was the only one who could not stop nagging. Nagging was one thing, but there was nothing they could do about it. There was no other reason. This guy was from the military, but he was also from Star Town. They were all Paragon old ancestors. Who knew how many generations of ancestors they were separated from? He was Paragon Grandpa, Li Zhen was this guy's grandfather. His background was frighteningly strong. The Li family's background was strong enough. One family with 2 paragons, although Li Zhen had already left Star Town and was now leading the military department, representing the government, it did not mean that he had fallen out with Star Town. The Li family's old ancestor in Star Town was also Li Zhen's old ancestor. Li Zhen's descendants truly had a heaven-defying background. Even the second generations of Stellar Sky City had to be courteous to them. Originally, everyone was too lazy to care about him. they each went their own way. If you ignore me, I won't bother with you. However, this guy Li Yiming did not seem like someone from the military department at all. Military martial artists were usually quiet. But this guy just had to be talkative. Moreover, every word he said was the kind that hurt people's hearts. Xianxia and the others looked at Li Fei with some sympathy. You're unlucky to have a cousin like this. Li Fei's grandfather and Li Zhen were cousins. In their generation, their relationship was actually quite distant. However, for a big family, a few generations was not too far away. Once Li Yiming arrived, he kept asking Li Fei all sorts of questions. It was fine if he asked, but the thing was, this guy would hit them every time. At this moment, Li Fei wanted nothing more than to hack this bastard to death. Fang Ping's mentality materialization should be stronger than his, right? It's best if this bastard provokes Fang Ping and gets killed by Fang Ping. Li Fei knew himself well. He was indeed not as good as Li Yiming. This guy was wild and arrogant, but he had the right to be so. His grandfather was a paragon, his father was also a rank 8 golden body, and he himself was also a peak rank 6. He grew up in the military, or more accurately, he grew up in the catacombs. How could a peak rank 6 like this not be strong? But you're strong all you want. Aren't you embarrassed to always bully us? Li Fei cursed in his heart. Li Yiming did not care about him. He looked around, yawned, and said, "It's quite boring. Instead of watching you guys exchange pointers, I might as well catch 2 monsters and fight them. If I knew it would be so boring, I would have waited until the third to come. When will Fang Ping and the others arrive?" Someone actually said that the kid is similar to my grandfather when he was young, and that he's the current martial arts leader. I, Li Yiming, haven't said anything, and this kid dares to say that? Li Yiming's face was full of displeasure. Next to him, a cold-looking young man said slowly, "When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey calls himself king. The real powerhouses are all hiding their strength and biding their time. For the sake of some empty reputation, the common folk don't know their place." Before he finished speaking, Li Yiming suddenly looked at him and scolded, "Get lost. Who do you think you are? I have the right to despise him. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to provoke me? Get lost now, or else I'll kill you with my sword." The young man who just spoke changed his expression. Li Yiming snorted coldly. "What are you looking at? You want to fight me? Don't look at us as equals. If you can take 3 of my swords, you're good. I despise people like you the most. You don't have any abilities, but you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. I'll kill whoever I don't like. If you have the guts, kill him directly. Stop talking nonsense. You're already in your 30s, and you're still pretending to be young. Do you think I won't know just because you've changed your identity? Why don't you let your Yangqing come? Yangqing is more reliable than you guys by pretending to be young." As soon as he said that, another young martial artist in the crowd had an ugly expression. He said in a low voice, "Li Yiming, you're taking advantage of my patriarch's death, get lost." Li Yiming scolded. "Don't *king mention your background. You're better than me, so I'll admit that you're a man. Even if your patriarch is alive and you're as timid as a dog, I'll still look down on you. You're a peerless patriarch? My grandfather is still a peerless patriarch. What's so great about that? I'll become a peerless patriarch sooner or later. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't get lost and anger me, I'll kill you, do you believe me?" Seeing the ugly expressions on the 2 young family members, Li Fei had no choice but to mediate. "Li. Cousin brother, don't use vulgar language." So what if I use vulgar language?" Li Yiming looked disapproving. He crossed his arms and said casually, "If you don't use vulgar language, how can you call yourself a military martial artist? Our military martial artists go up and scold people. If we can beat them, we scold them. If we can't beat them, we scold them to death. We'll piss them off." Everyone was speechless. For a moment, no one said anything. At this moment, Li Yiming suddenly turned around and glanced at them. He squinted and smiled. "They're here. Speaking of which, I haven't really interacted with people from martial arts universities in so many years. I'd like to see for myself." As soon as he said that, a few figures walked toward them from afar. From afar, Xianxia laughed. Fang Ping and the others are here. Xianxia was still laughing when a sword aura cut through the air and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xianxia panicked and scolded, "Mother of asterisk cur, I didn't even provoke you." Bang! He was halfway through his sentence when Li Honsong stood up and smashed the sword aura with a punch. He curled his lips and muttered, "Child's play." Not far away, Li Yiming's eyebrows twitched. He said with a faint smile, "You're Fang Ping?" Li Honsong glanced at him and ignored him. Behind him, Fang Ping also glanced at Li Yiming and smiled faintly. "I'm Fang Ping. This brother here attacked us out of the blue. That's not right, is it?" "Pfft, I'm just playing. Why don't you give me a blow too?" "That won't be necessary," Fang Ping said and smiled. "I like using sabers. I'll give you one. You run away first." As he said that, a blood-red saber materialized in the air in the blink of an eye. The blood-red saber shot out, and the air seemed to tremble. Li Yiming, who had a playful look on his face just now, suddenly turned serious when he saw this. Then, Li Yiming suddenly turned around and ran. He was not the only one running. The people around him also fled at lightning speed. The blood-red saber in the air expanded in the blink of an eye. It grew bigger and bigger until it covered the sky. When the blood-red saber neared the place where Li Yiming had been, it suddenly expanded to its limit. The next moment, a deafening bang was heard. Boom! There was a loud explosion. When the smoke and dust settled, everyone could not help but look at the huge crater that was more than 10 meters in diameter and 5 to 6 meters deep. Fang Ping's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I was just playing. Sorry for the embarrassment. Do you want to play some more?" As soon as he said that, countless blood-red sabers appeared in the air around Fang Ping. In the distance, the corner of Li Yiming's mouth twitched. Li Fei and the others were stunned. "You call this playing? A show of strength? The tables have turned." Before they could show their strength to the martial arts university people, the martial arts university people showed their strength to them first. An outsider like Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. Li Yiming had given him a sword light, and he had returned with a sword light that was 100 times larger. Some people were dissatisfied, while others were cautious. Li Yiming didn't say anything, but a strange look appeared on his face. He grinned and said, "Interesting, there's actually someone more arrogant than me." "Interesting, interesting." At Li Yiming's words, a few military martial artists looked at Fang Ping sympathetically. It was over. Li Yiming was interested in this brat. This brat was going to be in trouble. Similarly, Wang Jinyang looked sympathetically at the guy in the distance. It's over. Not only did he provoke Fang Ping first, but now he wanted to compete with him in terms of arrogance. It looked like he was going to continue playing with him. This kid was done for. Wang Jinyang calculated in his heart. How long would Fang Ping need to deal with this guy? Did he scam the other party to the point of losing his pants, or did he dupe the other party to the point of being iron-headed and licking his boots whenever he saw him? The spectators on both sides were pitying each other, but Fang Ping acted as if nothing had happened. The crimson saber disappeared, and he laughed. "I was just joking. We're on the same side. How could we really fight? If you have the energy, you can kill a few catacombs with mentality-vitality fusion. It's better than wasting your vitality here." In his words, essence and blood fusion was like a cabbage that could be killed at any time. Li Yiming laughed when he heard that. "That's true. We're all on the same side. There's no point in fighting to the death. If we're going to do something, it's the catacombs martial artists." After that, the two of them walked toward each other at the same time. Then, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, they hugged each other and patted each other's backs. "Nice to meet you. I'm Li Yiming from the military. Fang Ping, MCMAU student." Bang, bang, bang. While the two of them were talking, they clapped loudly and communicated with each other as they clapped. "Fang Ping, I've long heard of your great name. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You're overpraising me. The powerhouses of the military headquarters are still the best. They're willing to shed blood for us humans." Boom boom boom. At first, the two of them could still chat. In the end, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the two of them stopped chatting. Li Yiming's back was about to be punched through. On the other hand, Fang Ping's expression was one of agony. Li Yiming had a smug look on his face. However, as he hammered it, Li Yiming began to curse. He was still hammering. If he hammered again, he would really be pierced through. Also, there was something wrong with this guy. Just as Li Yiming was thinking about this, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Fang Ping's clothes were torn. Then, a dim golden light appeared on his back. This is a 9th grade demonic beast inner armor. It's rank 9. All of them were rank 6 martial artists, so their judgment was not bad. Previously, no one had noticed. Fang Ping's martial arts uniform had covered his body, and no one had noticed what he was wearing underneath. But at this moment, everyone saw it. It was an inner armor made from the skin of a 9th grade demonic beast. When a monster reached rank 8, its body would be forged with a golden body. This kind of inner armor made of leather was not only a matter of defending against piercing weapons, but also had a certain energy isolation function. And at level 9, it would be even more powerful. Moreover, the inner armor that Fang Ping wore was not made from any random part of a rank 9 monster's skin. That was the most essential part. Li Yiming hammered for a long time, but neither of them used the tremor force, nor did they intend to shatter the opponent's internal organs. In this way, Li Yiming could not even penetrate the defense of the inner armor. At this moment, Li Yiming's face turned black. F***CKU, this bastard was still pretending to be in extreme pain earlier. So you were just messing with me? Li Yiming pushed Fang Ping away. His face was dark, and he sneered. Well done, it's getting more and more interesting. Fang Ping smiled, as if he did not know anything. Brother Li, please excuse me. Rank 9 inner armor, is it? Looks like I'll have to wear my ultimate inner armor later. Fang Ping's pupils shrank instantly. Then, a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. He laughed and said, Brother Li, don't joke around. Impasse inner armor? How is that possible? You don't believe me? Li Yiming sneered. Usually, I'm too lazy to wear this thing. It's boring. If I were to fight on the ground, wearing this would be boring. Leather armor, inner armor, and the like were not considered divine weapons. Divine weapons could greatly increase combat strength, and they could be used as living things. These armors, on the other hand, were just inanimate objects. No matter how high their grade was, they could not be considered divine weapons. After all, no matter how strong the inner armor was, if a powerhouse crushed your mentality in an instant, you would still die. Even so, this kind of high-grade inner armor could sometimes be used to save lives. Especially against those below the high ranks, most people would not rely on mentality to fight, even if it was mentality-vitality fusion. It was impossible for a rank 6 martial artist to penetrate the ultimate inner armor, no matter how hard he slashed. The only way was to smash the other party's head or shatter the other party's internal organs. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Military martial artist, surname Li, ultimate inner armor, alright, if he still could not guess the other party's identity, he would be really stupid. Li Zhen's direct descendant, if he was not a grandson, then he was a great-grandson. After all, Li Zhen was still young. Even if he was a son, it was still possible. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said with a smile, that's because I'm ignorant. Brother Li, you also know that martial arts universities are too poor, and their strength is also shallow. The inner armor I'm wearing is from our vice-chancellor. Sigh, Fang Ping sighed and said softly, this inner armor is the only rank 9 inner armor that MCMAU has accumulated for decades. I don't know how many MCMAU instructors and students' blood it has been stained. Before I came, the grandmasters in the school told me that the people participating in the competition this time are all human elites. All of you use divine weapons like alloy weapons and drink life essence like water. But MCMAU can't embarrass the martial arts universities too much. Not only the martial arts universities, but also Minister Zhang. We can't embarrass the old man. Getting an inner armor was just to look impressive. I didn't expect. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Fang Ping's face was full of sorrow, his face full of bitterness. Beside him, Jiang Chao and the others looked at each other. So familiar, they had heard Fang Ping say this before not so long ago. First, he flaunted his wealth in front of them, then he pretended to be ignorant and started to act pitiful, making everyone feel bad. After that, they lost 5 divine weapons in MCMAU. Now, this guy was here again. Xianxia glanced at Li Yiming, then at Fang Ping, wanting to say something but hesitating. Forget it, let's not care about them. These 2 guys were not good people. Whether Fang Ping tricked Li Yiming or Li Yiming killed Fang Ping, that was their own business. Regardless of what they thought, Fang Ping quickly recovered his smile and said, "We're all on the same side, let's not talk about this. I like to make friends. Brother Yiming, we still have to work together to deal with the foreigners this time. I was just joking before, don't mind it." Li Yiming looked at him for a while, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, glanced at Fang Ping. Was he going to make friends again? Could he not look at others with that kind of gaze when making friends? Li Yiming did not feel anything from Fang Ping's gaze. However, those who knew Fang Ping well knew that this guy was probably calculating other people's net worth. Wang Jinyang was too lazy to speak. At this time, a military martial artist who looked extremely calm stood up and said, "General Fang, my name is Du Hong, and I'm also the temporary leader this time. Everyone, get to know each other first. General Fang, you probably don't know much about the specific situation. I'll introduce you later." Du Hong was also the only powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion among the people who came this time. If his surname was Du, then he was not a member of the Shen or Chen family. Fang Ping did not expect that the strongest person this time was not a descendant of a paragon. However, it was normal when he thought about it. After all, the central government ruled Sino Nation, and there were a lot of talents. Among more than 1 billion people, it was not difficult to choose a few geniuses to train. After all, the Paragon family only had so few people. There were a total of 20 people from Sino Nation participating in the competition. On the government's side, Fang Ping and the others were actually considered part of the government, representing the Ministry of Education. There were a total of 11 people. Among the 11 people, the weakest were Fang Ping and the other 2, all of them were middle stage rank 6. As for the other 9 people, there were 4 peak rank SIXS, for upper stage, and 1 middle stage, Su Zissou. Fang Ping was still a little surprised to see Su Zissou. This girl had been early stage rank 6 last time, and now she had improved and entered middle stage rank 6. Fang Ping did not know how long she had been stuck at early stage rank 6, but it should not be too long. However, participating in the competition as a middle stage rank 6, was she not sending herself to death? As if sensing that Fang Ping was looking at her, Su Zissou giggled and said, "My family is just here to join in the fun. Among those under 30 years old, I'm the strongest in my family. However, if I'm lucky, there's still hope for me to get a spot." It was not that the other major forces did not have any middle stage rank 6 martial artists. They did, and there were quite a few of them. If she was lucky, she might not be unable to get a spot. When it came to fighting for a spot, these people would be the last to fight. The ones who would really fight first were Fang Ping and the others. Even if these people were very strong, a batch of them had to be eliminated first, the best of the best, and the rest would be left. Fang Ping understood and did not say anything more. At this time, Fang Ping also felt 2 unfriendly gazes. People from the Yang family. Fang Ping knew what was going on. He glanced at the 2 of them and did not say anything. He actually knew that the Yang family was unhappy. Yang Qing was very unhappy last time. There was no other reason. In the eyes of the Yang family, the spoils that Fang Ping obtained belonged to them. This was because Fang Ping himself had said last time that he took advantage of the situation. The ones who really crippled Rose City Lord were Tai Mu and Yang Daohong. According to the rules of spoils distribution, even if Yang Daohong died, he would still get a big half. However, that was a group battle, an official mission. Yang Daohong's trip to the bounded territory was not an official mission. It could only be considered as a private adventure for Star Town and even the Yang family. At this time, Fang Ping did not need to follow the rules of spoils distribution. He brought back Yang Daohong's remains and returned the rank 9 divine weapon. He had already done his best. That was why last time even Nan Yunue and the others did not mention the matter of the spoils being distributed to the Yang family. Whether this matter was divided or not, that was Fang Ping's own will. If Fang Ping was unwilling, no one could say anything. As for Fang Ping, naturally, he was unwilling. What a joke. If Yang Qing from the Yang family had been more polite to him last time and thanked him a little, he probably would not have shared it, but at least he had a better impression of him. In the end, Yang Qing did not even say a word of thanks. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. Fang Ping was sure that without him, not only would Yang Daohong and the others have all died, even the rank 9 divine weapon and corpses would not have returned. In the situation that day, if not for him, the last person to reap the benefits would most likely be the Rose City Lord. This was because the other party would not have been discovered in the beginning. Naturally, there would not have been a subsequent battle. If a hidden rank 9 appeared when both sides had exhausted their trump cards, those people would all die. Everything that the Rose King left behind, Fang Ping naturally wanted to take it for himself. After all, he was the one who obtained it. Du Hong was still helping to introduce everyone. On the government's side, there were 7 other people. Other than Li Yiming, there was one with the surname Shen and one with the surname Chen. Moreover, they were all peak rank 6. In this way, the descendants of the 3 great paragons were all peak rank 6. Including Du Hong, these were the only peak powerhouses in the government. The other 4 were all upper stage. 20 people, 8 peak, 8 upper stage, and 4 middle stage. 3 martial arts university students, including Fang Ping, were all middle stage. It seemed that martial arts university students were naturally the weakest. However, Fang Ping and the rest were the youngest. Even the oldest, Li Hansong, was only 23 years old. Fang Ping was 20 years old, and Wang Jinyang was 21 years old. The others, especially the 2 from the Yang family, were all over 30 years old. Du Hong also happened to be 30 years old. Du Hong introduced for a while, then said, "The people from the other parties are almost all here. However, they are not here now. They are all at the hotel arranged by the government. The competition starts the day after tomorrow. The rules are very simple. Challenge. Everyone has the right to challenge 3 times, but they can only be challenged 3 times. In other words, the worst-case scenario is to fight 6 battles. The last 30 people left will have the quota to enter the restricted area. It's that simple." Fang Ping smiled. "General Du, can people from the same force challenge people from the same side?" There are no restrictions." Du Hong glanced at him, frowning slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "But there's no need for this. We're all on the same side. Naturally, we'll be united against outsiders." Fang Ping chuckled. "Of course. I also hope that Sino Nation can get more quotas. If we can get 20 people, that would be even better. We can enter the restricted area together. I, Fang Ping, still have this big picture." After saying that, Fang Ping asked again, "How strong are the people from the other parties?" "I'm not too sure at the moment. However, according to a few grandmasters, their strength is not weak. There are many peak rank 6. There are also a few who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. The other 5 parties also had dozens of peak-level powerhouses, which was much more than Sino Nation's total." Fang Ping was not surprised that Sino Nation had powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion. However, Fang Ping still asked, "Are there any high ranks?" "I'm not too sure about this." Du Hong shook his head. "The probability of a grandmaster appearing is very low. After so many years, there are only a few. Moreover, even if someone becomes a grandmaster before the age of 30, they might not come to the competition. Grandmasters, if they want to, they can enter the restricted area too. Of course, entering through the quota is relatively safer. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the youth competition is fought for by rank 6. Also, some grandmasters below the age of 30 have actually entered the restricted area before through the youth competition. In the batch 3 years ago, there were many who entered the grandmaster level. Many of them are not even 30 years old. However, they won't come to participate again. It's meaningless." Fang Ping nodded. Now that he mentioned it, he remembered. That was true. The batch 3 years ago, or even the batch 6 years ago, might not even be 30 years old now. After entering the restricted area, if they could become grandmasters quickly, they would not be over the age limit now. Then, will there be people who cheat and let those grandmasters who have not entered the restricted area change their bone age to participate in the competition? Fang Ping asked again. As soon as the words left his mouth, the faces of the two Yang family members darkened. It was possible to change one's bone age. In reality, a martial artist's age was sometimes very difficult to detect. Take Li Chongqing for example. How old was he? According to his bone age, 1 year old, his original bones were all shattered. In the later stages, only some broken bones were remolded. The youth competition said that it was under 30 years old. However, as long as you did not have white hair and participated with an old face, most people would not care how old you were. Of course, if the other party was a grandmaster powerhouse, they would have to consider it. If someone really came to expose them, would they still be able to keep their face? More or less, grandmasters had some fame. Some grandmasters had been famous for decades. If they wanted to pretend to be young, they would have to see if others would agree. The two Yang family members were not famous. They were just normal peak rank 6 martial artists. If they consumed some life essence and remolded their bones a little, not many people would care if they fooled them. Du Hong looked at Fang Ping again, a little helpless. Was he taking the initiative to provoke the two Yang family members? Fang Ping really did not mean that. He was talking about grandmasters. He could not be bothered with these two guys who were not even grandmasters. Du Hong pondered for a moment and said, the probability is not high. Even if we are not familiar with some people, it does not mean that others are not. If they have really become grandmasters and are over 30 years old, they usually will not participate. Understood. Fang Ping nodded. It was a simple rule, but it sounded very loose. However, it was a game. A game prepared for these rich second generations did not need to be so strict. There was a wide range of maneuverability. There was no limit on how many rounds they had to win. If they won 1 round, they would qualify. No one would challenge them. In the end, they could still get a spot. If they won 5 rounds, they would be defeated in the last round. Sorry, they would not have a chance. The chances of the rich second generations fighting 1 round were higher. As for Fang Ping and the others, they might have to fight all 6 rounds to get a spot. If I want to get a spot, I have to at least leave myself a chance to challenge until the end. Even if I don't use it, it's best not to use it all. Fang Ping had a plan in his mind. Maybe, he could take the initiative to use up all 3 chances to be challenged. That way, he would have the upper hand and could fight whoever he wanted. Fang Ping glanced at Old Wang and Ironhead. Should the 3 of them fight among themselves first, challenge each other and use up all the chances to be challenged? As he was thinking about that, Du Hong added, oh right, challenges have priority. Mentality-vitality fusion starts first, and it goes down according to the strength level. Fang Ping could not help but frown. That means that us middle stage rank SIXS will be fighting those foreign mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses? Their ranks were the lowest. As for Su Zissou, she had a paragon ancestor. Under normal circumstances, those people would not attack these people first. Fang Ping and the others would naturally become the targets of all parties. Although Du Hong did not want to admit it, he had to nod. Indeed, the few of you, your opponents are most likely mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses. Of course, you might not be challenged. However, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong will definitely be challenged. Therefore, when facing a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse, everyone must be careful. There's another rule, no surrendering. So, once the other party attacks, they might injure you severely and not give you the chance to challenge others. It's useless even if you have 3 chances to challenge. No surrendering? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. I can't surrendering even if I'm beaten to death? If you lose your combat strength, the other party will also stop. However, if you're careless and get killed, there's nothing you can do. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. I understand. This is also targeted at us. As for the others, they won't be killed. Du Hong's expression was helpless. Yes, this was only targeted at them and Fang Ping. If they participated in the competition, their lives would be in danger. As for the descendants of the Paragon, there was no such thing. It was just that realistic, even if he had mentality-vitality fusion, his life might still be in danger. However, a middle-stage rank 6 like Su Zissou would not be in danger. Fang Ping did not ask any more. He understood the rules. As for Old Wang and Ironhead, Fang Ping did not think that they were any worse than mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. After chatting with Du Hong for a while, a grandmaster came over. Minister Wang was one of them. Fang Ping was now certain that Old Wang was an errand boy. He was everywhere. Not only Minister Wang, but the government also attached great importance to the competition. Among the grandmasters, there was also a rank 9 existence, Commander Li Daong of the military department. Seeing that Fang Ping and the rest had arrived, Li Daong nodded slightly and said, "Everyone's here. The other 5 parties are almost here too, 14 from Heaven of Gods, 12 each from Wanta World and Ancient Buddha Sacred Land, 6 each from Totem City and Andes Mountains, 50 in total." Li Daong said a few words and then said, "Our people went to investigate and found that the other side's contestants are not weak. There were middle stage rank 6, but there were very few of them. There were only 5 or 6 of them. On our side." Li Daong glanced at Fang Ping and the others and said, "There are 4 of them." Without the trio from martial arts universities, Sino Nation could still gather another 3 upper stage rank 6 martial artists. In that case, Su Zissou was the only middle stage rank 6 out of the 20 people in Sino Nation. Now, the trio from martial arts universities had dragged down Sino Nation's standards. If it were not for Zhang Tao's efforts and the fact that Fang Ping and the rest were not weak, the 3 of them would not have been allowed to come. Fang Ping was not interested in these weaklings. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yiming chuckled and said, "I don't care how many people they have. No matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than my sword." Li Daong glanced at him and said with a slight frown, "Li Yiming, don't be too confident. I'm warning you, if you lose in the end and fail to qualify, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." "Impossible," Li Yiming said confidently, "even essence and blood fusion is not my match." Li Daong didn't say anything more about him. He continued, "Among the 5 parties, we haven't been able to find out how many experts have achieved essence blood fusion. Currently, we can confirm that there are about 5. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of a rank 7 martial artist hiding among them. The other party has blocked our detection, so we can't pry forcefully." Although it was difficult to achieve rank 7 before the age of 30, it did not mean that there was no hope. If there really is a rank 7 martial artist, the challenged is allowed to surrender. There was no need to sacrifice himself for no reason. He could still put up a fight against martial artists of the same rank. However, a rank 6 fighting a rank 7 would be courting death. Fang Ping thought it sounded reasonable after he heard that. He really thought that he could not admit defeat. If the level 7 expert really wanted to challenge him, even he was not sure that there would be no danger. In reality, if he really encountered a rank 7 and the other party wanted to kill him during the battle, Fang Ping would not care about the rules. He would just run away first. As for not being able to escape, that was not to the extent of it. Fang Ping had already called Old Man Li, "It's so dangerous here. Someone might want to kill me. It's best if I call Old Wu along. At the critical moment, I'll appear and hack them to death." Old Man Li should be making a move now. As for whether Old Wu had broken through and come out of closed-door cultivation, it was still unclear. As for Old Man Li's rank 9 longevity sword, Fang Ping was not even sure if he had succeeded in forging it. If the forging was successful, Fang Ping was not afraid of anyone. The chances of a peerless powerhouse making a move were extremely low. A rank 9. Fang Ping felt that Old Man Li could defeat him. There was nothing to be afraid of. Li Daong continued, "Also, this time, the 11 of you must take at least 6 spots." He was referring to Fang Ping and the others. Li Daong said solemnly, "No matter what, no matter how dangerous it is, we must take down at least 6. If you're lucky enough to enter the restricted area, all 6 of you can become rank 7 martial artists, as long as you survive." Although it's very realistic, I want to tell all of you that a rank 7 is comparable to 10 or even 100 rank 6. Among you, some of you may become high-ranked martial artists, but who knows how long it will take. You may not necessarily achieve rank 7. Even Fang Ping and Du Hong may not have a 100% chance of becoming high-ranked. Before you reach that level, all talent and signs are useless. The so-called quasi-grandmaster, no matter how accurate, is still not. Let me say something more realistic. Before you become rank 7, your lives are not as important as the spots. These words were extremely realistic. It was cruel, so cold-blooded. The restricted area spot represented becoming a grandmaster. Fang Ping and the others had not become grandmasters. Even if they had unlimited potential, they were not as valuable as the spots. Of course, that was what they thought. In Fang Ping's eyes, the spots were naturally not as important as his own life. After speaking to Fang Ping and the others, Li Daong looked at Li Fei and the others, pondering for a moment before saying, "As for the 9 of you, just take 4 or 5 spots. Those middle-stage rank 6 martial artists are all your opponents, Commander Li." Xianxia could not take it anymore. He said sullenly, "We're not that afraid of death yet. I'm also a peak rank 6 martial artist. If we're so afraid of death that we only dare to challenge middle-stage rank 6, then we might as well give up this spot. If we're all so afraid of death now, what will we do when we go to the restricted area? Commander Li, there are real men in Star City too. We don't want to be treated differently." This was a form of humiliation. Xianxia's face turned red. Li Daong's words, "I'll leave middle stage rank 6 for you guys," was a blatant humiliation. It was not just Xianxia. Among the crowd, other than Jiang Chao who looked happy, everyone else was furious. Their participation in the competition meant that they wanted to become stronger. If they wanted to become stronger, then they did not need to be treated differently. Otherwise, they might as well just mingle around in Star City. Even if they did not go to the catacombs and did not participate in the competition, no one would say anything. Li Daong said lightly, "That's up to you. We won't set any restrictions on who you challenge." When he said that, everyone was speechless. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Commander, once I'm in the arena, people make mistakes and horses stumble. If I kill a paragon's descendant, you won't make me pay with my life, right? If that's the case, then I won't dare to go." Li Daong said calmly, "As long as you didn't kill him on purpose, then there's no problem. If the other party has completely lost the ability to resist and you still kill him, then that means you killed him on purpose. There's no need for that. If you can't hold back during a spar, it's very normal. A paragon is also a martial artist. Don't you understand this principle? Moreover, our Sino nation is not weak. Which paragon will make irresponsible remarks because of these things? Naturally, there will be people supporting them." However, Li Daong glanced at him and said word by word, "Fang Ping, there's no need to provoke a great enemy for no reason. If you can't hold back and kill the other party, then it's fine. If you kill the other party on purpose, then that's a provocation. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If your family was deliberately tortured to death, would you agree? However, if you're accidentally killed during a spar, no matter how angry or sad you are, there's nothing you can do about it. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Ping laughed. "Of course I understand. I'm not stupid. Don't worry, Commander. I won't deliberately provoke a great enemy for myself. However, if someone provokes me, then I won't hold back. It's fine if it's an outsider, but if one of us dares to stab me, then I promise to kill him." As he said this, Fang Ping looked at the people from Star Polaris with a grin. The faces of the two from the Yang family were extremely ugly. Li Daong also glanced at them and said lightly, "It won't be that bad. Since you said that one of us is on the same side, this kind of thing won't happen. If it really happens, he deserves to be killed." Li Daong did not waste any more words, throwing out these 2 words with a murderous aura. This deputy commander of the military department was also a person who killed decisively. He understood the Yang family's intention. However, if they really provoked Fang Ping and were killed by Fang Ping, the Yang family better not feel the pinch. As for revenge, if Star Polaris did not stand up for them, the Yang family should be careful of others taking revenge on them. Fang Ping was all smiles. Li Daong did not say anything more to him and said again, "There's one more thing that everyone needs to pay attention to. The martial arts cultivation of each country is generally the same, but there are some differences. For example, the martial artists from the ancient Buddha sacred land have strong physiques. There are many rank 6 who have forged half-golden bodies. The martial artists from Totem City have vitality force. They call it totem power. Although it's the same as our vitality force, it has some special attack effects. In the world of 10,000 pagodas, the martial artists are more famous for a kind of confinement art. Their vitality force, some people can cultivate some special effects that can erode your vitality force, causing your vitality force to fall into silence. Of course, these are all small tricks. The strength of Sino Nation martial artists is that we have no major weaknesses. As for them, the martial artists from the ancient Buddha sacred land are slow, the martial artists from the world of 10,000 pagodas have weak physiques, and the martial artists from Totem City have mixed vitality and less endurance. As for the Andes, their martial artists will only delve into some mentality attack techniques when they reach rank 7. Below rank 7, they are considered the weakest. The Hall of Gods is more similar to us, but most of the martial artists from the Hall of Gods know a combat technique, the vitality ignition art. During battle, vitality ignition increases attack power. If you encounter the martial artists from the Hall of Gods, avoid them, wait until they are weak, then defeat them. When Fang Ping heard this, he was instantly interested and said immediately, "Vitality ignition art. Commander, do we have it?" "I think so. Why don't you teach us?" This was a good combat technique, vitality ignition, who could be more powerful than oneself. This kind of combat technique was his favorite. Li Daong thought for a while and said, "It's not that we don't teach. For martial artists below rank 7, we generally don't encourage this kind of combat technique. Do you understand? Sino Nation's policy was that the strong go first and die first. When the weak did the weak's things, vitality ignition would be excessive, and they would also die. There were combat techniques that risked their lives, such as the blood saber technique, which was specially prepared for high ranks. Perishing together with the enemy, not stopping until the enemy was killed. The blood saber that Fang Ping condensed earlier was not the real blood saber technique. It was just a replica. Martial artists below rank 7 rarely had combat techniques that caused great harm to themselves. Even if they did, they would not make it public. Fang Ping nodded, but still said, "I can learn it." Li Daong chuckled. Actually, the increase in combat strength is limited. It's not very useful. If you want to learn it, I'll give it to you later. Alright, does anyone have any other questions? Commander, if we win, will there be a reward? The quota is the biggest reward. If I defeat my opponent, can I take his things? Both of these questions were asked by Fang Ping. Li Daong had a slight headache. Motherf *Ker, which son of AB *TCH told him that Fang Ping had the demeanor of a leader, this bastard. Every question he asked was a headache. He wanted to kill the descendant of a paragon, wanted a reward, and wanted to take the spoils of war. With this, how could he have the demeanor of a leader? *CK off. Li Daong cursed in his heart, but he said, "Yes, of course, pay attention to your image. You can take some of his things in the process of defeating him. For example, in the process of fighting, you can take away the opponent's weapon, and then quickly defeat the opponent. At this time, the weapon is in your hands. If you don't care, you don't have to return it. But don't take the initiative to take it. Sino Nation is a big country. A big country should still have the bearing of a big country." Li Daong's words made everyone look dull. He really started a discussion with Fang Ping, moreover, he was teaching others how to do it. He was not a good person either. Li Yiming looked at Fang Ping, then at Li Daong, and then scratched his head. There was such a saying, should he do the same? Li Daong did not care about them. Similarly, he did not want to continue talking nonsense with Fang Ping. He said quickly, "If there are no more questions, then that's it. Everyone, have a good rest today and tomorrow." "Commander, can we buy our lives with money?" Li Daong was just about to leave. He glanced at Fang Ping and frowned. "What do you mean?" Fang Ping smiled. I'm not talking about me. Unless a rank 7 comes looking for me, I won't lose. What I mean is, if I defeat some opponents, can I force them to buy their lives with money? Li Daong was slightly annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to do this in the arena, I'll tear you apart. That was not the way to embarrass oneself. Besides, the other party would not agree to it. Did he really think that he was a robber? Fang Ping coughed dryly. I'm just asking. If you put it that way, of course I can't do it. Don't be too confident. Don't think that you're invincible among rank 6 just because you can materialize mentality. Let me remind you, the other party may have some special combat techniques or weapons that can suppress your mentality. Star Town has such a combat technique. You've seen it yourself last time. There were some special materials that could isolate spiritual power. Once that happens, your mentality attack will be ineffective. Of course, this special material is extremely rare, but it's not like it doesn't exist. Although it can't defend against mentality attacks that are too powerful, you've just materialized it, so it's not too powerful. I'm afraid that even Star Town has such techniques. As soon as he said that, in the crowd, Xianxia looked left and right. Suzisa looked embarrassed. Li Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly. When Fang Ping saw this, he was dumbfounded. Motherf *Ker, there was such a technique. There were 9 people in Star Town. These 3 guys who were moving probably had it. Li Daong was not surprised at all. It was normal for the descendants of the top to have some life-saving techniques. Otherwise, if they were not rank 7, they would be shocked to death when they encountered a rank 7. This kind of item or combat technique that could block mentality attacks was specially used to save their lives. They would not be killed before they could even speak when they encountered a rank 7. Of course, not everyone had it. In the huge Star Town, among the 13 aristocratic families, there were very few people who had this kind of life-saving item. Li Daong and the others came quickly and left just as quickly. As soon as they left, Fang Ping suddenly grabbed Xianxia. Xianxia looked helpless and whispered, "You can't snatch it from me. Fang Ping, this is my trump card. My grandfather said that if I lose this thing, he'll beat me to death. I can't lose anything even when I'm dead. If you dare to snatch it, my grandfather will definitely come looking for you. Not only my grandfather, but my elder ancestor will also come looking for you. This kind of item is very rare. It's a life-saving artifact for martial artists below rank 7. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Who's snatching it from you? Am I that kind of person? No, Xianxia said helplessly, it's not snatching. The key is that you can tell me. In the end, if I were to give it to you because of my stupidity, who would I be able to reason with? Fang Ping was speechless. He asked, can it really block a rank 7 mentality attack? It should be able to. Of course, it won't last long. This thing can be sustained for a while using vitality force, but if a rank 7 really wants to kill you, they won't just rely on mentality attacks. It can only be used to prevent being killed by mistake. For example, when rank 7 powerhouses fight, most of the time the pressure covers us. If we're in this situation, we can at least escape. The others might be crushed to death. Also, martial artists who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion have weak mentality. Relying on mentality to attack us definitely won't work. Fang Ping looked at him and glanced around. Xianxia knew what he was looking at. He shrugged and said, I didn't bring it with me. Haha. Fang Ping would be weird if he believed him. If this fatty was so afraid of death, would he not bring this kind of treasure with him? Really? Forget it, I don't want yours. I just want to see what material it's made of. If I see it in the future, I'll get some back too. Fang Ping was really tempted. He did not need this himself. After all, it could barely block a rank 7's mentality attack. But his family needed it. If each of them wore one, they would not have to worry about being crushed to death unintentionally in a chaotic battle between high ranks in the future. This kind of situation was too common. In Skygate City, in Rose City, in gigantic Willow City, when powerhouses attacked and released their mentality pressure, many people exploded immediately. They could not even run away. And those high ranks really did not kill these people on purpose. Xianxia shook his head and said, I really didn't bring it. As he spoke, Su Zissou, who was beside him, handed over a bangle and giggled. Let me show you. Fatty seems to have been swallowed into his stomach. Don't take it, it's disgusting too. Xianxia's expression stiffened. He cursed in a low voice, traitor. Oh right, how did you know? He thought he had hidden it very well. How did this woman know? Su Zissou said with a look of disdain, of course I know. I saw it last time. You swallowed it and then spat it out. It's disgusting. What do you know? Xianxia said angrily, idiot. What if you drop it if you keep it on you? Swallowing it into your stomach is what you call a life-saving measure. As the two of them talked, Fang Ping fiddled with the bangle. His eyes moved slightly, and he released a little of his mentality. As soon as he released it, Fang Ping felt a resistance. This material. I think I've seen it before. Fang Ping thought hard. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly handed the bangle to old Wang. Wang Jinyang took it, puzzled. After examining it for a while, he suddenly said, yes. It can't be. Exactly. The conversation between the two left the others in a daze. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was a little excited. He looked at Su Zissou and asked, is this expensive? Su Zissou giggled. Of course it's expensive. No, it's impossible to buy. No one will sell it. This is given by powerhouses to protect their descendants. It's even rarer than a divine weapon. Yours doesn't seem heavy, does it? It's not heavy, but it's rare. This much is enough. How much is this? It's only about half a caddy. Fang Ping swallowed and mumbled, yours is only half a caddy. I have seen a few tons. Fang Ping and old Wang's conversation was about the broken tablet he saw in the bounded domain. When Fang Ping touched it, he felt that the texture was familiar. Now that he thought about it, was it not the same material as the broken tablet? Last time, Fang Ping did not think of using his mentality to attack it. He did not have the time to use his mentality to attack the broken tablet either. Now that he thought about it, the sealed boundary was often triggered and would retaliate. That ancient city was in ruins. Some of the buildings were destroyed beyond recognition. Many of them were caused by the sealed boundary. But that broken tablet, other than the upper half that was cut off by someone, the lower half was intact. The last time Fang Ping triggered the sealed boundary, he immediately fled the place. If he was not mistaken, that broken tablet should be intact and still there. It's a real priceless treasure. It's a pity I can't dig it out unless the sealed boundary is destroyed. Fang Ping looked regretful. He had planned to dig it out last time, but it was a pity that it was connected to the sealed boundary. Su Zissou's bracelet was only so big. That broken tablet was more than 1,000 times bigger than hers. This time, Fang Ping really felt like vomiting blood. That thing might really be worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions, maybe. Su Zissou and the others' life-saving items were related to it. Maybe it was made from the upper half of the broken tablet. Of course, Fang Ping suspected that other bounded domains also had such things. He wondered if it had been taken away by someone, or, it could not be taken away at all. Fang Ping said no more. He took the bracelet from old Wang's hands, looking dispirited, and threw it to Su Zissou. It's not a big deal. I'm not someone who has never seen the world. Fang Ping looked like he did not care. Xianxia was puzzled. Didn't this guy love money? Why did he not even want to take a second look at this divine artifact? Wang Jinyang saw Fang Ping sigh and knew what he was thinking. He laughed and said, give up. That thing could not be taken away at all. We'll see. Fang Ping did not want to talk. He would have to move it sooner or later. Not only the broken tablet, but the heavenly palace too. Because of this, Fang Ping did not even have the mood to fool Li Yiming. He ignored them directly and began to let Fatty bring him to his room to rest. In his heart, however, he was thinking of getting a top-notch armor, the kind that covered the whole body. Then, inside the armor, he could feel a layer of inner armor made from the material of the broken tablet. Did this mean that even if he stood there and let a rank 7 hit him, he would not be able to kill him? Of course, rank 7 were not fools. They could take off his armor and beat him up. However, if he had this thing, he could dig a hole and bury himself next time. He could hide his aura. Even if a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse fought above him, they might not be able to kill him with the aftershock. It suits me too well. Fang Ping murmured softly. This kind of amazing armor was suitable for him. Otherwise, he would be almost killed by the aftershock like last time. Shaking his head, Fang Ping did not think about this. Beside him, Wang Jinyang did not think about this at all. Instead, he said with some regret, Yao Qingjun did not come out of closed-door cultivation. Looks like he will miss this opportunity. To them, recovery did not mean that they did not lack resources. They talked about the restricted zone quota as if it was a sure thing for grandmasters. There must be great benefits. Just as Fang Ping and the others were preparing for the competition. Magic City. FMS. Although FMS was located in Magic City, its location was extremely remote, located on an island near Magic City. June 1st. At night. Rumble, thunder exploded in the void. The originally quiet night was suddenly noisy. Near the island, waves surged to the sky. FMS. Outside the cultivation room. A middle-aged man in military uniform wore a solemn expression, looking worried. Beside him, a heroic-looking woman said in a low voice, "It's all right. MCMAU Fang Ping has already materialized his mentality. It's not a big deal." He's different from Fang Ping, the man sighed softly. Fang Ping's golden bones are half-formed. One of his Sanjiao gates is sealed. His ability is much stronger than Qingjuan's. He can materialize, but it doesn't mean that Qingjun can do it safely. Things have come to this. There's no point in worrying. The woman was very worried. Yao Qingjun was not Fang Ping. He was still only peak rank 5. At peak rank 5, could he withstand the materialization of mentality? If his mentality was too strong, it would be too overwhelming. It might even crush Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjun was unwilling to stop, though. Otherwise, he could suppress it for a while and wait until he reached rank 6. After hearing that Fang Ping's mentality had materialized, and that the other two had also entered rank 6, Yao Qingjun had not slept or rested for the past few days. He had been cultivating madly. The pressure room could not be stayed in for long, but Yao Qingjun used it as a resting room. As the two of them spoke, a celestial bridge halo appeared in the air. Soon, the halo unfolded and formed a bridge to the sky. It stopped abruptly. Yes, it stopped abruptly. Originally, there should have been 3 Sanjiao gates suspended in the air, sitting on the bridge. Now, there was nothing. The air seemed to have quieted down. The middle-aged man was getting more and more worried. He said in a low voice, "After his mentality materializes, how do we nurture it?" Fang Ping had sealed one of the gates. Even if it was not a mentality gate, at least he had made a place for his materialized body to stay. Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, did not even open his Sanjiao gates. At this time, there was no place for him to nurture his materialization. The woman was not too worried about this. She replied, "It's okay. Nurturing is just an improvement. It's not necessarily a bad thing if there's no place to nurture it." The materialized form entered the Sanjiao gate to nurture mental energy. Yao Qingjun was unable to achieve essence and blood fusion and materialize it ahead of time. There was also no way to nurture it. This also meant that even if he could improve his mind power, it would be extremely slow. He could only let his mental energy grow naturally, and the speed was extremely slow. If a typical rank 7 powerhouse's mentality growth rate was 10, Fang Ping's was only 5, and Yao Qingjuan's was only 1. Using vitality to nurture mentality was something all high-ranked powerhouses could do. Mentality-vitality fusion was also possible, but Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun could not do it. As the two of them spoke, Yao Qingjun began to materialize. When the materialized object slowly appeared, the two grandmasters revealed slightly strange expressions. What is this? Although it was the dead of night, at their level, they could still see the objects in the air, no matter how dark they were. He did not instantiate a city like Fang Ping. Unlike ordinary people, they did not conjure ordinary weapons, demon beasts, or demon plants. A map of ruins appeared in midair. It wasn't that real, but gradually, countless shadows appeared in the ruins. They could not see the faces of these shadows. They could not tell whether they were male or female. However, they could vaguely see two parties fighting and killing each other, even if it was just a shadow, just an object materialized by Yao Qingjun. The two grandmasters could still feel the desperation and power. The ground cracked, the sky shattered, golden blood spread all over the void. What is this? Is this an ancient battlefield? Is this the future that Qingjun imagined? Or, something that has already happened? The two grandmasters looked at each other, somewhat indescribably horrified. That materialized object was just a picture. Even so, both of them felt an incomparably huge pressure. Plucking the stars and the moon was nothing more than this. Very soon, the picture disappeared. In the next moment, what appeared in front of both of them was only a stretch of broken ruins. They could not see anything. They could not distinguish it. There were only ruins and broken walls. The materialized object seemed to be frozen, just at this moment. It was a lifeless stretch of ruins, without any signs of life. Everything that had happened before seemed like an illusion. The two grandmasters were still in shock. What was going on? Was it an illusion? However, both of them knew that it was not an illusion. That was really a war that happened, a war that countless powerhouses participated in. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and blood spilled in the sky. After an unknown period of time, Yao Qingjuan's greeting sounded in their ears. Principal, teacher. The two grandmasters had awakened. The man was Yao Qingjuan's teacher. The woman was the principal of the first military academy, a powerhouse who almost never appeared in front of the public. Even in the circle of grandmasters, she did not show her face much. Qingjun, the middle-aged man's expression was slightly strange. He said, the previous materialization. There was also a strange look in the depths of Yao Qingjuan's eyes. He shook his head slightly and said, I also don't know what happened, but, maybe someone knows. Huh? Yao Qingjun looked toward the demonic city outside the island. Maybe, that guy knew. In the war, countless powerhouses fell. In the heavenly court, 108 generals died in battle. Such a scene actually appeared in his materialized object. Was it the past or the future? Had it already happened, and the obsession from his previous life continued until now? Or was it because of the crisis of this life that he subconsciously thought of the tragic future? He could not tell. He could not tell. At this moment, his materialized object no longer had these abnormalities. There was only a ruin, a broken ruin. Nothing could be seen at all. It was like a dead object. The illusory figures had all disappeared. However, Yao Qingjun had something weighing on his mind. It was difficult for him to calm down. In the past, he did not pay much attention to what Fang Ping and Li Hansong had said. In other words, he thought it was nonsense. But now, he wavered. Heavenly Court? Celestial Emperor? Muttering in his heart, Yao Qingjun suppressed the irritation in his heart and said, Vice Principal, Teacher, I want to go to MCMAU. MCMAU? Looking for Fang Ping? The middle-aged man said immediately, Fang Ping and the others are not in MCMAU anymore. They have already gone to Capital City to participate in the youth competition. People from Polaris City had come to the first military academy before. Unfortunately, Yao Qingjun was in closed-door cultivation at that time and had not entered rank 6. The youth competition was considered a failure. They went to Capital City? Yao Qingjun frowned slightly. At this time, the woman suddenly said, Qingjun, let's go. I'll bring you to Capital City. Vice Principal, Yao Qingjun looked doubtful. There was no need for him to go to Capital City to ask. Even the vice principal wanted to go with him. The woman looked to the north and said in a sonorous tone, to fight for a place in the competition. When your mentality materializes, it will not be weaker than a rank 6. It will only be stronger. If that's the case, then we must fight for it. At this point, the first military academy can no longer help you. If you want to enter rank 7, you can only rely on time. However, Fang Ping, Li Hansong, and the others are already moving forward quickly. You cannot be left behind. On the path of martial arts, if you fall one step behind, you will always fall behind. You are all prodigies of this generation. If you only want to be the best among normal martial artists, then you don't have to fight for it. However, you are not a normal martial artist, so martial arts must fight for it. Vice Principal, but the competition is about to start. The places should have been decided, so what? The woman snorted coldly. The weak will be eliminated and the strong will survive. This is the truth. Eliminate someone weaker than you and you will naturally be able to enter. Many people from Polaris City and the military department are participating. One more or one less doesn't matter. Beside her, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Vice Principal, this is not good. Moreover, they might not agree. They have no choice but to agree. The woman took a deep breath, paused, and said, among the 3 departments, only the Department of Investigation doesn't have a place. If it really doesn't work, I will go to the Department of Investigation. No matter how useless Nan Yunue is, can't she even fight for a place? If that's the case, what's the point of her being a minister? As soon as she said this, the middle-aged man and Yao Qingjun looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Among the 3 ministers, 2 were paragons. Nan Yunue was the only one who was not. Therefore, the Department of Investigation was the weakest among the 3 departments. The military department mainly fought and guarded the catacombs. The Department of Education controlled all martial arts universities in the world. Martial arts universities were also the main force in conquering the catacombs. There were countless grandmasters. As for the Department of Investigation, they were only in charge of some martial arts disputes on the ground. They killed some evil sect martial artists and arrested some martial artists who committed crimes. Most of them were in the 3 lower ranks. Among the 3 departments, the Department of Investigation was the weakest. However, as one of the 3 departments, Nan Yunue was known as the number 1 person below the paragons. She had killed a lot of rank 9 powerhouses. She was not a weakling. If she really wanted to go crazy, no one could suppress her except for the paragons. The female vice-chancellor of FMS wanted to find Nan Yunue, not the military department or the education department. The reason was that she and Nan Yunue were sisters. However, she was the elder sister. Nan Yunue was the younger sister. The relationship between the 2 sisters was not very good. They were both strong-willed people. However, she was only a rank 8 now. Nan Yunue had been a rank 9 for many years. The gap in martial arts realm also caused her to be unwilling to bow down to Nan Yunue. However, in order to let Yao Qingjun achieve rank 7 as soon as possible, she did not care anymore. Yao Qingjun's mentality materialized. However, the Sanjiao Gate was not sealed. Who knew how many years it would take? On Earth, there was no way to seal the Sanjiao Gate quickly. However, in the restricted area, many people could seal the gate quickly. Some people could achieve mentality-vitality fusion in the blink of an eye. Those who entered quickly achieved Grandmaster within a year or 2. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The female vice-chancellor was not willing to give it up. Vice-chancellor, I'm only a rank 5, idiot. The female vice-chancellor scolded directly. She said rudely, they didn't stipulate that you must be a rank 6. Besides, if you say you're a rank 5, I insist that you're a rank 6. If I say you're a rank 7, how can they prove that you're a rank 5? Can a rank 5 mentality materialize? When women were unreasonable, there was no way to reason with them. Especially powerhouses like the female vice-chancellor. Moreover, the female vice-chancellor had also grasped one point. What rank was mentality materialization? Right now, it was fine to say that Yao Qingjun was a rank 5. It was also fine to say that he was half a rank 7. Since the vice-chancellor had already said so, Yao Qingjun did not say anything else. In reality, he was also a little impatient. He wanted to find Fang Ping and ask him what was going on. When he materialized, was the scene real or fake? Why did it disappear? Would it appear again in the future? Since such a scene had appeared in the materialized object, it should still exist. However, Yao Qingjun realized that the current him could no longer materialize this scene. He did not know if it was because his mentality was not strong enough. June 2nd. Capital City. Martial Arts Association. The others adjusted and cultivated, but Fang Ping did not go into closed-door cultivation. He had enough closed-door cultivation these few days. He was not in the mood to do this. Martial Arts Association, in a big office. Fang Ping was like a leader, patrolling left and right. The others were silent out of fear, one by one lowering their heads and working seriously. Fang Ping watched for a while and said again, "It's just changing a title. Isn't it just a matter of moving a finger? You guys can't do it. Let me do it myself." General Frenzied Blade, a junior leader, had just said this when he noticed Fang Ping glaring at him. He immediately looked helpless and corrected himself. "General Fang, the Martial Arts Association is only responsible for the regular updates and operations of the ranking list. We can't change the issue of the title." "Do you think I believe that?" Fang Ping's face was full of disbelief. The other party said helplessly again, "It's true. Why don't you ask the two presidents? We have no right to change it." "I'm not going." Fang Ping shook his head. He was not a match for the two grandmasters. It would be a waste if he went. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the right way. As they were talking, Li Hansong hurried over and said quickly, "Old Jiao is here. Fang Ping, go take a look." "Old Jiao is here?" Fang Ping was a little surprised. He quickly said to the junior leader, "The next time you update the ranking list, make sure to change my title. Otherwise, I'll find trouble with the Martial Arts Association sooner or later." After saying that, Fang Ping left in a hurry. As soon as he left, everyone in the office breathed a sigh of relief. Someone could not help but laugh. "I think the title Frenzied Blade suits General Feng quite well. Other things aside, just yesterday when he first came here, that blood saber. Isn't that crazy enough? He wants to be the Frenzied Blade King, Saber Emperor. It's not because of the Frenzied Blade." Someone laughed bitterly. "But calling himself a king at rank 6 is too much. This is the first time I've seen someone argue with us because of a title. In so many years, General Frenzied Blade is probably the first powerhouse to barge into our office and force us to change our titles. He's just short of holding a knife to our necks." Before he finished, the junior leader suddenly scolded in a low voice, "Who said he's just short of holding a knife to our necks? This bastard." Cough, the mentality saber that General Fang just condensed is circling around my head. What do you guys know? Although his mentality had not been released, he was still a peak rank 5 martial artist. Just now, when Fang Ping condensed his mentality into a knife to scare him, he felt it. As soon as he said that, someone could not help but laugh softly. "How about, we change his title to Exploding King? He has an explosive temper and does things in an explosive manner. I heard that he blew up all the way to the Nanjiang Catacombs and Tiannan Catacombs." "Forget it. If you're not afraid that he'll blow you up, change it." The junior leader did not know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, if he really reaches Grandmaster level, he really needs to change it. It's best if it's a single title. As soon as he said that, many people raised their eyebrows slightly. Single titles were exclusive to top-notch powerhouses. Moreover, they were exclusive to those who had hopes of becoming rank 9 powerhouses. For example, many rank 9 powerhouses had single titles. It was the same for some rank 8 powerhouses, such as Wu Quishan, Snake King. Even if Tang Feng achieved rank 7, he was still a mad lion. However, when he achieved rank 8, he might become Lion King. Among humanity's top powerhouses, the old antiques aside, Zhang Tao and Li Zhen also had single titles. It was clear that powerhouses with single titles were highly valued and recognized. But thinking about it, it seemed normal. How old was Fang Ping? Was it not normal for him to have hopes of achieving rank 9? No one brought this up again. Even if they changed it, it was not up to them. While the people in the Martial Arts Association were discussing, Fang Ping had already arrived at the central square yesterday. At this moment, the atmosphere at the central square was not very good. Yao Qingjun stood behind a middle-aged woman. The woman had her hands behind her back, her brows raised high. "Deputy Commander, is FMS raised by a stepmother? We are under the jurisdiction of both the military department and the education department. Logically, we are more qualified to participate in this competition. Why can't Yao Qingjun? The Department of Investigation Services has also signed a note. Why must Nan Yingyue come here to testify? Li Daong said with a slight headache, Vice-Chancellor Nan, the competition is tomorrow. You want us to change people at this time. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The 8 people from the central government and the military department were selected after countless selections. Beside him, a level 9 expert from Star City had also come this time. Su Haoran smiled faintly and said, Vice-Chancellor Nan, Star City has already given up a lot of places this time. Currently, there are only 9 places left. Previously, we gave Yao Qingjun a place, but it was later filled up by the military department. So, if you want to fight, it has nothing to do with Star City. The female vice-chancellor glanced at Su Haoran. After some thought, she decided to give up on Star City. Star City had indeed given up most of the places this year. They did not even occupy half of the places. If they were to eliminate their people now, who would be eliminated? Eliminate Su Zissou. Su Haoran would definitely not agree to it. Eliminate 2 people from the Yang family? These 2 people were the unanimous decision of Star City's top powerhouses to give them as compensation. This compensation was actually to appease the Yang family's many powerhouses who had fallen. They could not be snatched away. If that was the case, they could only look for the military department. At this time, Li Yiming said casually in the crowd, isn't this easy? I think from the martial arts universities, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong might not be much. They are only middle stage rank 6. Let Yao Qingjun fight with them once. Why must they look for the military department? As for Fang Ping, Li Yiming did not mention him. Li Yiming only cared about strength. Fang Ping was very violent. If they really fought, he might not be a match for him. As for the other 2 people, he still did not think much of them. Yao Qingjun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, I challenge you. If you have the guts, then come out and fight. If your strength is not enough, I naturally won't force you to join. I don't have the face to do so. You, want to challenge me? Ha ha ha, Li Yiming was laughing so hard that he almost lost his mind. What kind of joke was this? Was this guy crazy? He wanted to challenge him? He, a rank 5 martial artist, wanted to challenge him, a peak rank 6, and a top powerhouse among peak rank 6. Do you dare? What a joke. Li Yiming was arrogant to the extreme. He was also confident to the extreme. He said immediately, fine. If you insist on snatching the military department's quota, then you're making things difficult for me. You're the one who's arrogant enough to challenge me. I have no reason to refuse. As he said that, Li Yiming chuckled and said, 1 sword. I'll defeat you with 1 sword. Yao Qingjun said without batting an eyelid, so you agree? Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Qingjun's spear pierced through the air. This spear pierced through the air directly, piercing toward Li Yiming's chest. Li Yiming let out a cold humph. He did not move at all. He said casually, come, I'll let you stab me. If you stab me to death, I'll consider you great. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. Li Yiming did not move at all. Both his legs sank deep into the ground. A muffled sound came from his chest, but there were no signs of injury. He chuckled and said, you're just one of us. I'll let you attack first. I'll stand still and let you hit me. You might not even. He wore the best inner armor today, mainly to protect his internal organs. Could Yao Qingjun penetrate his defense? Li Yiming was just about to boast when his expression changed abruptly. He scolded quickly, F***ck, are all of you forcing me? Must you force me to wear that 10-catty no-break chain of mine? As soon as he said that, Fang Ping, who was watching the battle, could not help but laugh. A tycoon is a tycoon. This guy is interesting. The so-called no-break chain was a chain made of the kind of material that could isolate mentality. 10-catty. The chain was probably not thin. Li Yiming did not wear it, probably because he thought that thing was too ugly, making it look like a big gold chain. As he spoke, Fang Ping glanced at Yao Qingjun. Old Yao's mentality had materialized. No wonder he dared to challenge him. At this moment, Yao Qingjun did not materialize anything. However, his long spear seemed to have something like a protective film rising. At this time, the long spear struck Li Yiming. It was no longer attacking his body, but it was cutting his mentality. Li Yiming's expression was pained, but he was also extremely furious. As he cursed, Li Yiming was really angry. Just as Yao Qingjun was still attacking, Li Yiming let out a roar, shouting, "Eternal Night Sword." As soon as he said that, the sky and the earth changed color. It was still daytime earlier. The next moment, it was as if night had come. In the void, a sword's shadow was as fast as lightning, heading straight for Yao Qingjuan's head. Yao Qingjuan's expression changed drastically too. With a muffled roar, the long spear was like a dragon, emitting the roar of a ferocious beast. A spear glow materialized from mentality struck out instantly, rumble, the void shook. At this moment, Li Daong, who had not spoken earlier, suddenly made his move. A giant hand that covered the sky covered the place where both of them were fighting, extinguishing everything in an instant. Yao Qingjun and Li Yiming's faces turned pale, taking a few steps back. Li Daong did not care about this. He frowned slightly, thought for a while, looked at the 4 upper stage rank 6 military department martial artists beside him, sighing softly. "Hu Ming, you should withdraw." Among the 4 of them, a short military department martial artist was silent for a moment. Very quickly, he said solemnly, "Yes." This time, Li Yiming did not say anything else. He only cursed in a low voice, "Mother asterisk cur, what the hell is this? Anyone can materialize mentality. Didn't they say that there are no specialized cultivation methods for mentality?" As he said that, he added, "I'll have to wear the big chain." Li Yiming felt that he really could not be careless. Previously, he felt that even a martial artist who had fused with essence and blood would not be able to harm him with their mental strength. His vitality force was enough to disperse mentality attacks. If a mentality-vitality fusion martial artist wanted to use mentality to attack him, they would have to be careful of becoming an idiot. But now, he was a human, and he was able to materialize his spiritual power. Fang Ping was the first. Alright, he would treat it as an accident. It was only the second day, and another one had materialized. Moreover, it was a rank 5 materialization. He could not reason with it anymore. Li Yiming was still nagging. Yao Qingjun bowed slightly at Li Daong, then flashed an apologetic smile at the military department martial artist who had withdrawn. Then, he quickly walked up to Fang Ping, looking at Fang Ping with a complicated gaze, not saying a word. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. "What do you want? This guy. Why was he looking at him with such a complicated gaze out of the blue? What did he mean? Resentment, admiration, forget it." Fang Ping really could not decipher the meaning. Just as he gave up trying to decipher it, Yao Qingjun seemed to be a little bitter. His tone was extremely complicated as he asked softly, "General conquering the south, is it true?" At this moment, 10,000 crows flew across Fang Ping's mind. What the hell? Wang Jinyang was even more thunderstruck, like 5 thunderbolts had struck him. "Mother asterisk cur, am I hearing things?" Yao Qingjun came all of a sudden to ask such a question. His mouth was asking if it was true, but his expression was obviously saying, "General conquering the south is here to report for duty." Fang Ping had an innocent look on his face. "I really didn't say anything this time. Old Zhao came here to acknowledge us as relatives all of a sudden. What should I do? I'm panicking." Fortunately, someone helped him. Li Hansong grinned and said, "Old Zhao, it's true. And this time, you don't know that we even went to your enemy's house." Cough cough. Fang Ping coughed lightly. Li Hansong came to his senses and laughed immediately. "I'll tell you when the time comes. It's very interesting anyway. I thought you were going into closed-door cultivation and missed this opportunity. I didn't expect you to come at this time. Us brothers can finally join forces and fight again." Yao Qingjun asked and did not speak anymore. At this moment, he stood at the side in extreme silence. Fang Ping wanted to say a few words, but he had nothing to say in the end. He patted Yao Qingjuan's shoulder. Yao Qingjun did not care. At the side, Wang Jinyang continued to look at the sky. Not saying anything, that was even more unbelievable than talking nonsense. Forget it. He would pretend that he could not hear or see. In the future, he would be deaf and blind. Otherwise, he would be finished sooner or later. These people were discussing in low voices. On the other side, the grandmasters confirmed the new quota. Yao Qingjuan's mentality materialized. Although the attack he used against Li Yiming earlier was extinguished by Li Daong, as a grandmaster, he could feel that Yao Qingjun was extremely powerful. He might not be more powerful than Li Yiming, but he had at least the combat strength of a typical peak rank 6 martial artist. In addition, Nan Yunyue had also spoken. Li Daong could not say anything. In fact, this quota was prepared for Yao Qingjun. The grandmasters had always come and gone quickly. The grandmasters disappeared again. This time, the others were not in the mood to go into closed-door cultivation. Li Yiming walked over. He stared at Fang Ping, then at Yao Qingjun. Finally, he looked at Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang, rubbing his chin. Both of you, have you materialized your mentality? No. Li Hansong shook his head. Li Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he said, have you achieved a golden body? No. Can you achieve rank 7 in one night? No. That's good, that's good. Li Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to eat his words anymore. He said he could defeat Yao Qingjun with one sword. He said he would beat Fang Ping up, but he did not do it. He, Li Yiming, had also fought in the midst of an army of 10,000, killing people like cutting grass. Why didn't he have a smooth journey here? Seeing that he was relieved, Fang Ping smiled. Brother Yiming, we're all on the same side. It doesn't matter who's stronger or weaker. As he spoke, Fang Ping patted his shoulder. Li Yiming instinctively wanted to move away, but he felt that there was no need to be timid, so he did not. Fang Ping, on the other hand, gave it a pat and raised his eyebrows slightly. Good stuff, it was really good stuff. Was this the inner armor of the impasse realm? His actual strength was not small. It looked like he did not use much strength when he slapped, but in fact, his strength was enormous. But even so, it did not cause any damage to Li Yiming. Peerless leather armor. Could it be that Li Zhen has killed peerless demons before? Or... Fang Ping felt a little disgusted as he thought about it. Could it be that Li Zhen killed the catacombs apex and skinned them? It shouldn't be that bad, right? He had never heard of Li Zhen killing a venerable end demon before. Li Zhen's most famous battle was when he fought against 3 rank 9s by himself. The rank 9s who came from the restricted zone were all catacombs humans. As for his other battle achievements, Fang Ping was really not sure. Logically, even if Li Zhen had the ability to kill a peerless demon, he would not do it. Otherwise, if a peerless demon fell, would the catacombs not start a war? Then where did this peerless leather armor come from? Also, could Li Zhen's combat strength reach the level where he could kill a peerless demon? Fang Ping thought of many things. He did not say anything else. He glanced at Li Yiming, thought for a while, and said, "Your eternal night sword." Li Yiming said casually, "I just made up a name." What's wrong with that? Wang Jinyang glanced at Fang Ping, then at Li Yiming. The others did the same. They looked at each other. Was this not Fang Ping's style? Li Yiming continued, "It's a martial arts competition. I just make up random names. Sometimes I call it the Eternal Night Sword, but I don't actually use my sword. I'm just bluffing my opponent. These are all tricks. You guys are still young, so you probably don't understand. Don't feel ashamed. In the catacombs, saving your life and killing your enemies is the most important thing." Li Yiming was also a veteran in the catacombs. He had a lot of experience. He explained his experience to everyone with a smile. To sum it up, don't be too concerned about your pride. If you can survive and kill your enemies, then you are a real man. As if afraid that they would not be able to put down their pride, Li Yiming continued, "Let me tell you a secret. Sometimes, when you meet an opponent you can't defeat, it's okay to admit defeat. Don't be stubborn and refuse to admit defeat. If you get killed, then you'll have nothing left. Do you know what that means? Sometimes, the catacombs powerhouses are like idiots. If you yell, admit defeat, pretend to be a coward, they might just ignore you. Really, I tried it once before. You don't say. There was an idiot rank 7 who took it right over my head. He didn't even say a word. Just because of this, I even went to every department to give a speech." Fang Ping's expression was so strange that it was frightening. "If that's the case, you're the lucky one who escaped by a fluke." And you even gave a speech everywhere. Does this mean that the words that old Manly taught me back then came from you? Never in a million years would I have thought. No wonder old Manly felt that there was hope to save his life. It turned out that there was a precedent. When he thought of the time when he first entered the catacombs, he did not know anything. When he met the catacombs martial artists, he yelled this sentence. Fang Ping was instantly overwhelmed with shame. Top secret, those who knew about it were all killed. He was not as thick-skinned as Li Yiming. He actually went around telling it. Li Yiming might have said that, but in the end, he still said seriously, that's the only way to escape when we meet a powerhouse we can't defeat. However, when we meet a martial artist of the same rank, we have to fight even if we can't kill him. We can't embarrass ourselves. You guys are still young. There are many things you don't understand. Li Yiming was acting like a big brother. Fang Ping wanted to say, I've done what you said countless times. I'm too lazy to beat you up. Otherwise, what you said is really child's play. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed. After waiting for Li Yiming to leave, Li Hansong curled his lips and said, this guy talks a lot of nonsense. He acts like he wants to be the big brother. Fang Ping, don't you have any ideas? Fang Ping chuckled. What ideas? He wants to be the big brother. Sure, give each of us a set of peerless inner armor first, then a divine weapon, and then a treasure that can block mentality. If we can really do it, so what if we become the little brother? If we become the little brother, we can still use the tiger skin of another peerless powerhouse in the future. Together with Minister Zhang, on the surface, the two strongest peerless powerhouses are protecting us now. We can do whatever we want. In Sino Nation, who won't give us some face? After making a joke, Fang Ping looked at Yao Qingjun, frowning slightly. Mentality materialization. What did you materialize? Ruins. Yao Qingjun's words were concise and comprehensive. After thinking for a while, he added, the ruins of a great battle, where countless powerhouses fought. In the end, the powerhouses disappeared, leaving only ruins. Fang Ping roughly understood. Li Hansong, on the other hand, was surprised. The scene of a great battle between powerhouses? Old Yao, your obsession is really deep. Looks like even though you've died once, you haven't forgotten that last battle for the rest of your life. Fang Ping had said before that in the last battle that year, all the heavenly court powerhouses had fallen. They were matched again. Fang Ping was speechless when he heard that. He looked at the sky. I'm really just spouting nonsense. Of course, it was actually a very simple matter. If powerhouses had really died, it would only be because a great battle had erupted. There seemed to be no other reason. Could it be that they had died of old age? Therefore, this sentence worked on everyone. If he had the guts, ask Fang Ping to describe the details. Like their generation, powerhouses had also died in great battles when they died. Years later, if a modern martial artist was resurrected and someone told him that a great battle had happened that year and all of them had fallen, there was nothing wrong with that. Ironhead insisted on substituting himself. I can't do anything about it. Fang Ping criticized in his heart. He was actually not surprised that Yao Qingjun had materialized the scene of a great battle. What was surprising was that old Yao's obsession was really deep. Also, who had he fought and died? He guessed that this scene that was materialized should be something that happened in his past life. But who was his opponent? Catacombs martial artists. Why did they fight then? These had now become the past and could not be traced back. When Wang Jinyang heard this, he thought for a while and said, if we materialize it, will there be any difference? I don't know. We'll have to make a trip to Star City sooner or later. Fang Ping glanced at the people in Star City who had already left and said in a low voice, I can go, but you have to be at least rank 7 or 8. In Star City, I don't care about others, but the Yang family doesn't like me. They still have a rank 8 in their family. If I'm in their territory, they might cause trouble for me. Li Hansong's gaze turned cold instantly. He snorted coldly. The Yang family. How dare they? That one from the Yang family, old Qin said that he knelt there. He barged into our house for no reason and took without asking, that's robbery. Shut up. Wang Jinyang scolded directly, saying angrily, if you say such nonsense again, Do you believe that I won't kill you? Li Hansong, I'm warning you. Next time, don't say such things in front of me. I'm annoyed when I hear it now. Li Hansong looked innocent. What did I do? Did I say anything wrong? That was his friend's house. The Yang family's old ancestor barged into his friend's house and died there. In Li Hansong's opinion, there must be evil intentions. At least he and Qin Fengqing would be fine if they went. A peerless powerhouse actually died. Maybe he went in to confiscate the house. However, old Wang was angry. Li Hansong could only shut up reluctantly. Fang Ping did not say anything. Li Hansong's words gave him a headache too. Mother ****. This guy was so convinced now that he was embarrassed to say anything more. He had been thinking about whether he would be beaten to death one day. And the guy who beat him to death was Li Hansong. Among the three of them, Yao Qingjun, he did not lie to him. Old Wang did not really believe him. Li Hansong. This guy combined his own experience and fell into it step by step. He believed in everything with great determination. If one day he found out that Fang Ping was lying to him, would he be satisfied if he did not beat Fang Ping to death? I still have to improve my ability as soon as possible. There are still external enemies and hidden dangers on the inside. Iron Head is like a bag of dynamite. If one day he unexpectedly punches me in the head, I won't be able to reason with him. On the 2nd, everyone talked and chatted, and time passed quickly. June 3rd, the day the youth tournament officially began. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the central square. Li Daong frowned. He did not look at the young people but at a figure on the roof not far away. What was this guy doing here, on the roof? Old man Li was like a statue, motionless. He did not communicate with them, nor did he greet the grandmasters. After this guy arrived last night, he had been standing on the roof, ignoring everyone. No matter who went to ask questions, he ignored them. Of course, he did talk to a few people, such as the president of the Martial Arts Association. When the president went, Old Man Li only said, "Change the ranking, or I'll kill you with a sword." When he said that, the president almost vomited blood in anger. Is everyone in MCMAU like this? Powerhouses, can't you be more magnanimous? That bastard Fang Ping went to ask someone to change the title yesterday. This bastard came and asked to change the ranking. How free are you guys? The president of the Martial Arts Association was so angry that he could not be bothered with him. If he wanted to pretend to be a statue, then continue to pretend. Let's see how long he could pretend. Li Daong glanced at Li Chongqing and did not bother with him anymore. Beside him, Su Haran was somewhat helpless. Li Chongqing was pretending to be a statue, but that was not true. His aura was always locked on to one person. It was not him, it was a rank 8 powerhouse next to him. This rank 8 powerhouse's face was extremely dark, and he was extremely annoyed. Li Chongqing was aggressive. His aura was extremely strong, and his murderous intent was boiling. It was as if he would attack in the next moment and kill him with a sword. Bastard! If it wasn't for elder ancestors' fall and big brother's death in battle, this wouldn't have happened. This time, the Yang family sent 2 peak rank 6 martial artists to participate in the youth competition. If they got the quota, perhaps 2 rank 7 powerhouses would be born soon. Today, the Yang family's powerhouses had all fallen. Only 2 high-ranked martial artists, him and Yang Qing, were left. If there were 2 more, there would be 4 grandmasters holding the fort. Although they did not have the combat strength of Paragon or rank 9, it was not too bad. He also attached great importance to this matter. He rushed over personally to ensure that they got the quota. Among the descendants of Paragon, there were 2 peak rank 6. This was not a weak force. Unfortunately, his family's ancestor had fallen. He was afraid that the ones who attacked the Yang family were not the descendants of Paragon, but martial artists similar to Sino Nation's military department. It was not only Sino Nation who had the same idea. Everyone else had the same idea. On Sino Nation's side, martial arts universities, the government, including the 2 from the Yang family, were the real targets of all parties. In order to ensure that they got the quota, he did mention to the 2 of them that when it came to the last minute, the martial arts universities would be their targets if the others were not easy to deal with. However, who knew that MCMAU would actually send Li Chongqing? What did this mean? A martial artist whose vitality is constantly fading. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The Yang family's rank 8 snorted coldly in his heart. What an arrogant fellow, he was also a rank 8 powerhouse. If they really fought, even if he was not Li Chongqing's opponent, as long as he dragged it out for a while, this fellow could exhaust himself to death. What was there to be arrogant about? Just as everyone was deep in thought, Li Daong suddenly said, "They're here. Everyone, as the host, go and welcome them." After saying that, more than 10 grandmasters present walked toward the main entrance of the Martial Arts Association. This time, there were many grandmasters on Sino Nation's side holding the line. Rank 9 Li Daong, Rank 9 Su Haoran, Rank 8 President of the Martial Arts Association, FMS Vice-Chancellor, Minister Wang of the Ministry of Education, Rank 8 Yang family. If Old Man Li was counted as a Rank 8, then there were 5 Rank 8s. 2 Rank 9s, 5 Rank 8s, and 7 to 8 Rank 7 Grandmasters. Sino Nation also attached great importance to this competition. The number of quotas they obtained meant the number of grandmasters they could add in a short period of time. Even if half of them died or were injured, there would still be half more grandmaster powerhouses in the quota. The quota battle that was held once every 3 years was a chance to quickly increase the number of grandmaster powerhouses. Every country would not give up such an opportunity. The grandmasters left, while Fang Ping and the others stayed where they were. Outside the Martial Arts Association, a few buses stopped slowly. Some people got off the buses one after another. There were white people and black people. As soon as these people got off, they looked at each other. Very soon, someone said loudly, "Luo Sayas, how dare you claim to be invincible in rank 6? I've never had the chance before. Today, I'd like to see for myself." The person who spoke did not have dark skin. Instead, he looked more like an Asian. He held a scepter in his hand and wore a blue crown on his head. At this moment, his vitality was soaring, and he looked extremely domineering. Luo Sayas, who was called out by him, was a Caucasian with blonde hair and green eyes. He carried an incomparably huge broadsword on his back. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it a door plank. The martial artist holding the scepter came from the Wanta world. Right now, he was also speaking in Mandarin. When they came to Sino Nation, everyone used Mandarin to communicate with the outside world. For martial artists, learning a language was not too difficult. It was easier to learn than the catacombs language. Hearing the scepter martial artist's provocation, Luo Sayas said calmly, "Carmen, of course, you and I will have the chance to fight. But not now. Don't forget about business." "Of course. Don't worry. I'll give you a chance." The man with the scepter, Carmen, said loudly with a face full of confidence, "Sino Nation's martial arts powerhouses, there are no martial artists in this generation that are worthy of my attention. The strength of the ancestors does not mean that this generation is strong. This time, Sino Nation will not get 10 quotas." These words were also said loudly in front of everyone, even though there were many Sino Nation grandmasters walking toward him. However, Carmen did not care. Every time the youth tournament was held, Sino Nation was the main target of all parties. There was no other reason. Sino Nation had the most people. In order to make Sino Nation get fewer quotas, the other 5 parties would attack Sino Nation first every time to test their strength and defeat some people, striving to make Sino Nation get the least number of quotas. In the past, Sino Nation could get about 10 quotas in every tournament. Even if half of them survived, it meant that Sino Nation would have an additional 5 grandmaster powerhouses in a short period of time. Of course, there were not many of these 5 in Stellar Sky City. After so many years, although Stellar Sky City had gotten quite a number of quotas, the number of survivors was not as many as the government and the military department. This was also the reason why Jian Chao kept pulling Fang Ping to protect him. When the people from Stellar Sky City went to the restricted area, there would be heavy casualties. At that time, others would not spare you just because your ancestor was powerful. First, they would target Sino Nation, then they would kill each other for quotas. This was the consensus. This time, however, the martial artists from Sino Nation who participated in the tournament seemed to be weaker than the previous tournaments. There was only one person who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, and 8 people who were peak rank 6. This was not a small number. However, there were still a few middle-stage rank 6 martial artists below them. This was really too many, and it also gave the other parties an opportunity. Before Carmen and Rosai's conversation ended, someone laughed in awkward Mandarin and said, "The World Martial Arts Association should publish a global rank 6 ranking. In the God ranking, Sino Nation has the most martial artists, but they are all old people. Maybe we should publish a youth ranking. That would be fair." That's right, we should publish a youth ranking. Only then can we prove the new generation of martial artists, and which party is the best in nurturing. The old people are strong, but that doesn't mean the new generation is strong. These foreigners spoke one after another. Their words conveyed the same meaning. Sino Nation's older generation martial artists were strong, but the new generation was not. They were all living off their previous achievements. The older powerhouses beside them did not interrupt them. They all wore smiles on their faces. Martial artists, especially young martial artists, should be like this. If they did not dare to compete and fight just because the older generation was strong, then how could they surpass them? Foreign enemies were foreign enemies, but there was no force that did not want to be stronger. The more powerhouses in Sino Nation, the more power they had. However, now that the powerhouses did not appear, the older generation had also lost the will to compete as they grew older. However, the younger generation should be like the rising sun, full of confidence. Sino Nation, which had the most martial artists, was the stepping stone for the major forces. The younger generation could step on the younger generation of Sino Nation's younger generation martial artists to rise. Only then could they be confident, ignore the pressure, and advance by leaps and bounds. Not far away, Sino Nation's grandmasters did not care either. It was just shouting slogans, they could not shout them. Every time, these guys had to do this. After so many years, everyone had long gotten used to it. They only hoped that when they finally left, they could still be so confident. That would be called unyielding. Since everyone is here, then let's get ready to start the competition. The powerhouses did not want to waste time. Now that the situation was unstable, it was already not easy for everyone to take the time to organize a competition. Every family had 3 or 4 grandmasters, and the least had 1 or 2. Almost all of them had a rank 9 holding the fort. In the central square, Fang Ping chuckled. Very arrogant. This place was less than a kilometer away from the front. The weakest among them was a middle-stage rank 6 martial artist. How many of them could not hear what the foreigners were saying? Du Hong said softly, "Rosais is from the Hall of Gods, and he's at the Blood and Essence Unity realm. Don't underestimate him." He was known as the invincible rank 6, but it was not self-proclaimed. It was publicly acknowledged. At the very least, in both Europe and America, Rosais was recognized as the number 1 rank 6. 2 months ago, in the catacombs, he had killed a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion with 3 swords. He was even hailed as the new god of war. Rosais isn't a descendant of the god of war, but he is acknowledged by the Hall of Gods as the new god of war. Fang Ping interrupted, "Even the gods' heaven isn't as powerful as Stellar Sky City. Why doesn't Stellar Sky City have such martial artists?" Beside him, Xianxia felt that Fang Ping had underestimated Star City. He could not help but say, "There are more people in Heaven of Gods than we do. Moreover, it's held once every 3 years, so time passes by very quickly. Star City doesn't have to perform mentality-vitality fusion every 3 years. But for the previous few sessions, we did have them. Big Brother Jiang was one of the best among them. Big Brother Jiang was not even 30 years old this year. 3 years ago, he defeated many powerhouses who had fused with their blood and essence and obtained a spot. After entering the restricted zone, he was now a middle-stage rank 7 powerhouse. Moreover, Big Brother Jiang had 2 divine weapons in his hands. One of the divine weapons was forged by him after killing a level 7 demonic beast. Although Luo Saisai is strong, he is still much weaker than Big Brother Jiang. Beside him, Su Zixu also said with admiration, "That's right. My brother is the same. 6 years ago, he participated in the youth tournament, and no one was his match." Now he has also entered upper stage rank 7 and is preparing to forge a golden body. Li Fei immediately added, over the past 10 years, Star Town has produced many young powerhouses, including Yang Qing from the Yang family. In fact, there were more geniuses in recent years compared to the previous years. However, there were periods of prosperity and periods of decline. The population was here, and there was a term every 3 years. Most of the time, Stellar Sky City might not even be able to gather 10 people for a term. There was a period of time when Stellar Sky City gave up almost all of its spots to the government because there were too few people. Fang Ping grinned. If that's the case, this batch of yours is considered a weak period? Everyone was speechless. Xianxia said carelessly, you can say that, but it's not too bad. There were a few batches where there were quite a few early stage rank 6 who got a spot. At least there aren't any early stage rank 6 this time. With that, Xianxia added, by the way, the other 5 families don't actually restrict people from their families. We don't restrict them either. For example, didn't General Du participate? They only managed to gather so many people even with the power of the entire country. It's already not bad that we managed to gather so many people with the power of our country. In short, the people of Saturn City didn't want to admit that they were weak. They just wanted to prove that they were in a period of weakness. Du Hong didn't reply and continued, Ka Meng, a top-notch rank 6 fighter from the world of 10,000 pagodas, mentality-vitality fusion. He's known as the #1 rank 6 in Africa. Previously, he exchanged 3 moves with a rank 7 catacombs martial artist and retreated unscathed. He's extremely powerful. At this point, Fang Ping suddenly looked at him and said with a smile, General Du, let's not talk about others. What about you? You've been entrusted with an important task by the military department and even become the team leader this time. I'm more interested in General Du's battle achievements. Du Hong smiled. Beside him, Li Yiming said lazily, I'm not sure about Du Hong's combat strength, but some time ago, this fellow led an army of 10,000 martial artists in the 3 lower ranks and annihilated an army of 30,000 people in a catacomb city. Among them, there were many middle ranks. With that, he damaged the foundation of the other party. Now, they've even put up a bounty, hanging it directly on the royal city. Kill Du Hong, and the reward is 100 caddies of energy stones. Many high ranks are looking for him. Fang Ping was a little surprised when he heard that. I didn't expect General Du to have such a battle achievement. This is much more impressive than killing some powerhouses alone. Du Hong smiled and shook his head. General Fang, let's not talk about these things. Compared to you, I'm too far behind. You've annihilated a royal city, not at all. That was also fate. An army of 30,000 people, even if they were placed there for me to kill alone. I'd still have to spend an hour or so. The first half of his sentence was fine, but when he said the second half, everyone's expression turned a little strange. Was he being modest? Not really, the others did not want to say anything. Li Yiming, on the other hand, was a little displeased. Do you really think an army battle is that simple? An army of 30,000 martial artists can exhaust you to death. Fang Ping smiled without saying a word. He did not continue this topic. Sensing that the people in front were about to arrive, Fang Ping suddenly looked around. It was a pity that old Qin was not here. It was a pity that Ironhead was an idiot. He could not understand the look in his eyes. It was a pity that the others were all idiots. No one supported him. How could they tolerate a foreigner being so arrogant? The next moment, Fang Ping saw Jiang Chao. His gaze sharpened instantly. I'll choose you, fatty. Whether you can understand what I mean or not, it's up to you. If you don't understand, then I won't cover for an idiot. Jiang Chao's scalp tingled under Fang Ping's gaze. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. In the next second, Jiang Chao suddenly roared, frog in a well. If Fang Ping doesn't appear, who dares to call themselves the top rank 6 in the world? Ridiculous. Everyone was stunned. Suzusu suddenly pinched his arm hard. Embarrassing. Embarrassing bastard. You're from Star Town, okay? Even if she thought that Fang Ping was quite powerful, she still had to suck up to him in front of so many people and all the other holy lands in the world. Don't you have any shame? Is Star Town shameless? Xianxia's words not only stunned everyone present, but the grandmasters from Sino Nation were also speechless. That was not enough. Xianxia did not care about that. He roared again, "I've been practicing martial arts for 2 years, and I'm close to becoming a grandmaster. My combat strength is unparalleled. Whoever is unconvinced, fight me." Fang Ping frowned. "That's enough, Xianxiao. Those who come are guests. Sino Nation martial artists don't fight for fame. Fang Ping, martial arts must be fought for. Your strength is unparalleled, and I, Xianxiao, am convinced. These frogs in a well dare to make a fuss. If you're unconvinced, then come and fight me. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid. Forget it. Shut up." As expected, Xianxiao shut up. He looked as if he was the one who made the decision, which made Wang Jinyang frown. The people from Star Town were almost speechless. Was Xianxiao crazy? Opposite. Some of the foreign grandmasters who were walking toward them chuckled. Fang Ping? That young martial artist from Sino Nation's mentality materialization? It's him. Looks like he's quite capable. That little fatty, he's a martial artist from Star Town, right? He's from the Jiang family of Star Town. I didn't expect that even someone from Star Town would be convinced. The martial artists from Star Town are proud and arrogant. These foreign grandmasters were extremely fluent in Mandarin. They had been dealing with Sino Nation for a long time, so they had a better understanding of the situation there. This was especially true for Star Town. Because there were many peak-level powerhouses, their martial artists were arrogant, despotic, and extremely savage. 3 years ago, Jiang Hao of the Jiang family was challenged once. He killed a descendant of a peak-level powerhouse. After that, no one dared to challenge him anymore. However, this person did not stop. He was incomparably arrogant. He used all 3 chances to challenge him, killing another person and injuring 2 others. In the youth tournament, there was no rule that said one would not need to challenge anyone after winning a match. If you wanted to, you could keep challenging him until you ran out of chances. Jiang Hao killed 2 people and injured another 2 in 4 battles. There were only 2 chances left, so no one dared to challenge him anymore. Even though Jiang Hao's words were overflowing with disdain that day, provoking the foreign grandmasters to the point of going crazy, none of the martial artists from the 5 forces were willing to court death. Although the youth competition did not have a champion or a runner-up, Jiang Hao was still hailed as the champion 3 years ago. It was evident how arrogant the martial artists from Star Town were. Now, the Jiang family was actually worshipping an outsider martial artist. Now, even the foreign grandmasters were solemn. They had some understanding of the people from Star Town. However, among the martial artists from the outside, even if Fang Ping was quite famous, especially when he materialized his mentality, everyone paid attention to him. However, the materialization of a rank 6 martial artist's mentality might not be stronger than mentality-vitality fusion. It was not like Star Town had never seen powerhouses before. If Fang Ping could convince them to this extent, he might really be stronger than they expected. For a moment, the foreign grandmaster's eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. In the crowd, among the young martial artists, a few top-notch rank 6 martial artists looked eager and expectant. Amidst their anticipation, they were also in a dilemma as to whether they should challenge him or not. According to the previous agreement of the clans, the priority was to eliminate the weak and get the quota. Sparring with the same rank was secondary. In this complicated situation, the 2 sides met. 70 young martial artists, close to 30 grandmasters. This was the entire staff and audience this time. At this moment, Li Daong suddenly said, "Let's begin." Fang Ping and the others were stunned. They were starting already, however, very quickly, Fang Ping realized that he was wrong. They were not talking about them. As soon as Li Daong said that, a total of 7 rank 9 powerhouses present attacked at the same time. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others realized what they were going to do. These rank 9 powerhouses directly lifted the huge arena in the distance and hung it in midair. That was not enough. The powerhouse's mentality surged out and set up mentality barriers in all directions of the arena. They even began to solidify, Fang Ping was a little dazed as he watched. He whispered, "Is this necessary?" Of course, it might be necessary. After all, they were all rank 6 martial artists with strong destructive power. If they really went all out, it would not be difficult to destroy the Martial Arts Association. However, there was no need to be so flashy. Why did they have to float in midair? Could they not solidify on the ground? Beside him, Du Hong explained in a low voice, "It's to make it convenient for grandmasters to watch the battle. It's not just here. There are many grandmasters in Capital City who haven't come yet. Without buildings to block them, it's easier to watch the battle. Including some of the grandmaster powerhouses in the government, just live stream it directly." Fang Ping was speechless. Du Hong was speechless. What he said made sense. It was still Xianxia who explained, "This is the old rule. There was no video in the past. Speaking of which, these grandmasters are indeed a little old-fashioned. They couldn't do it in the past. Doing it now is a waste of mentality. This was a convention. It was quite good in the past. Now, it seemed a little superfluous and very flashy." These few people spoke softly. Their voices were so low that ordinary people could not hear them. Even rank 7 and 8 would have a hard time hearing them. However, those rank 9 powerhouses. Many of their mentality trembled slightly. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what he said made sense, but, "We are happy." "Why do you care?" On the other side, Fang Ping said again, "That way, other people can see it too. Why don't we just make it public and make it so mysterious?" Du Hong shook his head. "Ordinary people can't see it. Almost everyone below rank 7 can't see through the barrier of solidified mentality. This is to make it convenient for grandmasters to watch the battle. It's not open to ordinary martial artists." Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He laughed suddenly. "Grandmasters from the central government?" Speaking of which, Fang Ping's current level was not low. However, most of the grandmasters he knew came from the 3 departments and 4 residences. Some came from the local areas. The 3 departments and 4 residences, including the local House of Governors, belonged to the central government. This was not an issue. However, the central government itself was also an organization that governed the entire country. There did not seem to be many powerhouses who belonged directly to the central government. Fang Ping only knew Northern Spear King Wang Yu, Dragon King Lin Long. These few rank 9 came from organizations directly under the central government. As for what organizations they were, he was not sure. There were 32 people on the rank 9 list now. Excluding the 3 departments and 4 residences, there were only 6 who truly came from the central government. Of course, including the 3 departments and 4 residences, there were more than 20 people. The rest were all casual martial artists who did not hold a position in the central government. Some might have already stopped caring about the affairs of the world. Some were guarding the catacombs, but they did not hold a position in the government. However, Fang Ping thought, was the number of powerhouses directly under the central government too little? It was the same for the rank 7 and 8 rankings. There were not many martial artists directly under the central government. As for the central government, there were people who participated in the competition every 3 years. There were times when Star City did not get a spot, but the central government had never missed a spot. Every time, a spot was in their hands. After so many years, there did not seem to be many grandmasters. Now that he thought about it, maybe they did not even show up. Du Hong did not reply. He was not sure either. He was only a rank 6 martial artist. No one told him about this. As these few people were chatting, the martial artists opposite them were carefully sizing up Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping was being stared at, so he looked over with a smile. After watching for a while, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. After setting up a mentality barrier, Fang Ping said with a smile, "Look, that guy is wearing. Is that the armor of an ancient knight from the Middle Ages?" Fang Ping gestured to the few people beside him with his eyes. Opposite them, a martial artist wrapped in full body armor, holding a greatsword, like an ancient knight coming back to life. And that one, wearing animal skin. Damn, what is he doing? Right, and that one, is that a tattoo on his body? That one, Rosace, right? Is he carrying a door plank as a weapon? As Fang Ping spoke, Du Hong said with a slight headache, General Fang, every place has its own customs. There's no need to mock each other because of these, Fang Ping chuckled. I'm not mocking them. It's meaningless. I'm pretending to size them up on purpose. In fact, I'm probing their strength. You guys take it easy. Du Hong did not believe it. Fang Ping's gaze changed, his pupils narrowing slightly. That's the bearded monk. Don't look at him. Damn, a rank 7. There's a rank 9 powerhouse beside him who set up a mentality barrier. Surrender immediately when you guys meet him. This monk did not say a word and even asked the rank 9 to block the probing. He definitely has evil intentions. Maybe, he wants to kill some of us. General Du, he's challenging you. You'd better surrender. Getting the quota is the most important thing. Du Hong's expression did not change, but his tone was low. General Fang, are you sure? Nonsense. Why would I lie to you? While the rank 9 isn't paying attention to me, these people can't discover my probing. This is someone from the ancient Buddha sacred land, right? What are they trying to do by sneaking up on a rank 7? A rank 7 could not hide from a powerhouse's probing. However, Sino Nation's grandmasters would not use their mentality to probe those people for no reason. They would only judge through vitality sensing. The other party had been tampered with by a rank 9 powerhouse. Unless a high-ranked powerhouse used their mentality to probe and penetrate the barrier, only then would they be able to sense their specific strength. However, that would be a little too much. Fang Ping shielded his own aura and probed with mentality. Although he would also touch the barrier, the rank 9 were all busy with their work. If they did not sense a powerhouse's mentality forcefully breaking through, they might not care too much. They might even think that it was the monk who triggered it himself. Knowing the opponent's strength in advance was still very beneficial. Du Hong's expression was solemn. A rank 7 martial artist who did not reveal himself at all might have the intention to kill a powerhouse. After killing one person, the others would know. Naturally, they would not fight recklessly anymore. However, if the person who was challenged in the beginning did not have time to admit defeat, then it would be troublesome. If this rank 7 powerhouse challenged Du Hong and unleashed his full strength, he might be able to kill a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in no time. Du Hong did not look at the monk directly. He took a deep breath and said, General Fang, continue. See if there are more. These people have always treated Sino Nation as their target. Their target is either me or you. General Fang, you should be careful. Fang Ping did not say much and continued probing. After a while, Fang Ping said with some surprise, that one with tattoos all over his body, is he from Totem City? Yes. The one hiding at the back with no tattoos on his arm is a grandmaster. There are grandmasters in Totem City? This time, Du Hong was stunned. If it was said that Pantheon Heaven, ancient Buddha sacred land, and Wampagoda world had them, he would believe it. However, Totem City and the Andes Mountains were not strong, and yet they had produced grandmasters. This was surprising. The most important thing was, why were Totem City's grandmasters so low-key? Could it be to deal with Sino Nation martial artists too? Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly laughed. I'm afraid it's not to deal with us. Those in black robes are from Andes, right? Aren't these two families in the same group? That Totem City Grandmaster seems to be eyeing the mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse from their family. Du Hong was surprised again. Personal grudge, or was there some dispute between the two families? At this time, Du Hong suddenly felt a little emotional. This person, Fang Ping, was quite capable. The two hidden grandmasters were actually discovered by him. General Fang, are there any more? Yes, Pantheon Heaven has more than one mentality-vitality fusion. There are two. Other than that Rosace, there's another one, the one with fiery red hair. The rest are gone. On the surface, there is only one mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse in each family. Counting it this way, there are 2 grandmasters, 6 mentality-vitality fusion, 17 peak rank 6, 25 in total. There are 20 upper stage rank 6 and 5 middle stage. Including us, the fight for 30 places is not easy. We have to kill at least a peak rank 6 to have any hope. Du Hong's tone was a little deep. More than that. It's best to kill a few more. You know what I mean. Yes, I understand. Some of them are actually the kind that can be guaranteed entry. Fang Ping grinned. Actually, the ones who suffer the most every year are not the weaklings, but the powerhouses instead. That's right. Du Hong said softly, in order to fight for a place, the best way is to kill those descendants who are not peerless so that they have no chance to fight. Actually, the ones who die the most are peak rank 6. Mentality-vitality fusion will get a place if there are no accidents. The middle stage and upper stage are almost all peerless descendants. The peak ones, on the other hand, mostly come from the government or the people. This time, including us, there are a total of 25 peak who have not achieved mentality-vitality fusion. There are less than 10 peerless descendants. Of the remaining 15, at least 5 or 6 must die, or be too heavily injured to fight again. Fang Ping chuckled softly. We are middle stage. How about pretending to be peerless descendants? Don't even think about it. Actually, everyone has information. Even if they don't know now, when they go on stage later, those with grandmasters overseeing will also be informed. These grandmasters will exchange information with each other. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Wang Jinyang and the rest, saying, grandmasters admit defeat directly. Of course, their target is probably not you guys. Those who achieve mentality-vitality fusion, go on stage and pretend to be defeated. Don't use your full strength, it's meaningless. Peak rank 6, kill them directly to deter the others. Fang Ping's tone was extremely cold. He believed that old Wang and the rest could do it. When Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were rank 5, both of them had entangled a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse. Now, both of them had not only just achieved rank 6, but they had also entered middle stage rank 6. Their strength was much stronger than before. Now that both of them were working together to fight mentality-vitality fusion, Fang Ping felt that both of them could win. In a one-on-one situation, a peak rank 6 was no match for them. As for Yao Qingjun, with his mentality materialization, he was actually stronger than old Wang and the rest. To middle-ranked martial artists, mentality was the most lethal weapon. As long as they were not unlucky enough to encounter martial artists who carried a lot of forbidden mentality weapons, they would be fine. However, there were not many peerless martial artists in Polaris City who had these things. Fang Ping did not think that they were street goods that everyone had. Just as Fang Ping was probing everyone's strength, the rank 9 powerhouses had also solidified the arena. Li Daong suddenly shouted, "Enter the arena." In the next moment, all the participating martial artists soared into the air and entered the arena. Some grandmasters entered one after another. Seeing that old man Li was still pretending to be a statue in the distance, Fang Ping hurriedly waved at him. Now that they had entered the arena, the rank 9 mentality outside was solidified. If something happened inside, they would not even be able to break the barrier in time. Old man Li did not waste any time either. He shot forward and entered the barrier quickly. Li Daong glanced at him and did not say anything. Some of the foreign grandmasters had a slightly strange look in their eyes. Someone said softly, "Li Chongsheng?" That Li Chongsheng who was crippled once and tormented himself into a cripple again? Someone shook his head, slightly ruminating. Yes, in some people's eyes, Li Chongsheng had tormented himself into a cripple for the second time. Once a martial artist fought, his vitality would be drained away crazily. If this was not crippled, what was? Sparring and battling were not suitable for Li Chongsheng. His only use was to be a kamikaze and kill a rank 8 martial artist. Moreover, he might not be able to kill the martial artist. After all, in their opinion, Li Chongqing had only forged an incomplete golden body. Strictly speaking, he was not even a rank 8. Some of the rank 9 martial artists present naturally looked down on such a one-time consumable. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had been tormented into a cripple. Li Daong did not say anything. Some things did not need to be said. For example, who did the divine weapon forged by the rank 9 monster in MCMAU belong to? Fang Ping had brought back some life essence previously. Although it felt like it was depleted, sometimes it was hard to say. In the end, the commander-in-chief's origin-unique technique was imparted. The main purpose of myriad Dao unification was to increase combat strength. The draining of vitality was not a waste. Instead, it was converted into an increase in combat strength. This kind of Li Chongqing. Li Daong looked around. These rank 9s present had better not provoke him. Once that fellow disregarded consumption and engaged in a great battle, someone might die. Although there were catacombs enemies all over the world, they would not hold back when they fought each other. The arena in the sky was incomparably huge. Stepping on the arena, Fang Ping did not feel the metallic texture. He only felt that he was stepping on clouds, which were solidified by a rank 9 powerhouse's mentality. Although a rank 9 martial artist could not maintain a constant state of solidification, as long as it was replenished at any time, it could still be maintained. Everyone entered the arena, and under the guidance of the various grandmasters, they walked to their respective seats and sat down. Fang Ping sat down and touched the ground in passing. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It's very strong. I'm afraid even a rank 6 wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. However, once it's penetrated, I'm afraid the few rank 9s who are maintaining it will also suffer from the backlash." At this moment, Minister Wang happened to be sitting in front of Fang Ping. Upon hearing that, he chuckled softly. "How is that possible? This is Sino Nation. The powerhouses won't make a move. How could it be broken?" Fang Ping smiled and said nothing. At this moment, Li Daong walked to the center and said loudly, "Everyone should be clear about the rules. It's the same old rules. 3 chances to challenge and 3 chances to be challenged. No matter if it was a challenge or being challenged, no one was allowed to refuse. After the 6 chances were used up, the winner of the final battle would automatically enter the competition. If he failed the last time, he could only withdraw. If the number of finalists exceeded the number, then arrangements would be made. If the number was not enough, then more would be added. Other than that, humans were striving for survival. The catacombs' great enemy was right in front of them. We humans must unite as one. The competition for the quotas is dangerous. When warriors fight, accidents are everywhere. However, if the opponent had lost the ability to fight, it was not allowed to intentionally kill the opponent. Lastly, remind the non-participating martial artists that they are not allowed to interfere with the competition. If a martial artist breaks the rules at the last moment and kills a defenseless opponent, China will step in to stop them." After saying that, Li Daong continued, "In the first round, China's Du Hong will start to choose his opponent. He'll rotate according to his strength, and he can choose to give up the challenge." At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly said loudly, "Commander, this is the order of strength to choose the opponent, but if someone hides their strength, then what should we do?" Li Daong gave him a glance and said coolly, "Strength represents priority. Choosing to hide means giving up the priority. It doesn't mean that just because you are strong, you must be the first to challenge." Fang Ping smiled and did not ask any more questions. In conclusion, the strong were respected. "I am strong, so I can choose my opponent first. I'm strong, and I can choose to hide. Who cares how I challenge?" It was very fair. It was indeed very fair. Those with strength could be willful. In the world of martial artists, this was a kind of fairness. Currently, blood essence fusion was the strongest. On the surface, each side had sent out a single blood essence fusion expert. The order was China, Heaven of Gods, World of 10,000 Pagodas, Ancient Buddha Sacred Land, Totem City, and Andes Mountains. This was also the ranking of strength. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected in this game-like competition. Even if the descendants of those at the pinnacle had special privileges, it was still a manifestation of the law of the jungle. Fang Ping was not averse to a competition like this. Instead, he found it more interesting. Perhaps the ultimate powerhouses had arranged these rules so that their descendants could see through the essence of everything. Everything, all of it, was the sorrow of the weak. However, how many people could truly see through it? These apex experts were indeed cold-blooded. They were using the blood of outsiders to tell their descendants that only the strong could control everything. Unfortunately, in Fang Ping's opinion, he was not cold-blooded enough. If he was truly cold-blooded, then he should be even more ruthless and remove these privileges from his descendants. At that time, perhaps everyone would be able to experience the true danger. At the same time, Fang Ping was a little happy. It was precisely because the apex experts were not cold-blooded enough that they would protect humans. If they did not even care about the lives of their own family members, how could they expect them to protect the human world? What a joke. It was a very complicated mentality. He hoped that these apex experts would be emotionless, but he also hoped that these apex experts would still retain some feelings. Martial artists without feelings, who would fight to protect. In the crowd, Du Hong stood up. Looking around, some of the other parties were slightly nervous. Someone, however, mocked loudly, Du Hong, is there no one else in Sino Nation? You actually became the leader of the younger generation. If you have the guts, come and challenge me. This was what Kamen from the world of 10,000 pagodas said. Provoking these powerhouses with vitality fusion and letting them have the opportunity to challenge them was something that all vitality fusion experts would do. Otherwise, it was very likely that their teammates would be killed. The golden-haired, green-eyed Luo Saisai chuckled. General Du Hong, I heard that you killed 30,000 people in one battle previously. Your personal strength has not been verified yet. Why don't you spar with me? On the ancient Buddha side, a martial artist with dark skin, especially big eyes, and dirty hair that almost touched the ground clasped his hands together and said, General Du, Buchue would also like to see the power of Sino Nation's martial arts. A few vitality fusion powerhouses were taking turns to provoke him. Fang Ping listened for a while and laughed softly. These guys don't seem to be very good at provoking people. Beside him, Xianxia chuckled. Do they really have a sense of shame? That's so embarrassing. Besides, martial arts powerhouses are all determined. Every family has a plan. Actually, there's no point in provoking them. That's not necessarily true. While both of them were talking, Du Hong's gaze fell on an upper stage rank 6 martial artist from the Hall of Gods. Being stared at by Du Hong, the brown-haired man's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Was he going to kill his opponent, even if it was against a normal peak? Mentality-vitality fusion was a sure win. Du Hong did not choose a peak powerhouse but chose an upper stage rank 6. The intention of killing his opponent was very obvious. Other than Sino Nation, the Hall of Gods had the most people with 14. Seeing Du Hong looking at the people on his side, Luo Saisai's expression did not look too good. He said lightly, General Du, don't you even have the guts to fight me? Are you afraid that I'll kill the general? Don't worry. If we really fight, I'll spare your life. You, come out. Du Hong was not disturbed. He pointed directly at the upper stage rank 6 martial artist. The brown-haired martial artist did not say much. He stood up and walked toward the center. Fang Ping glanced at him. Seeing the look in his eyes that looked like he was looking at death calmly, he suddenly cursed under his breath. In the front row, Minister Wang turned his head and gave him a look. Seeing that, Fang Ping said in a low voice, you know that you might die if you come. Why don't you even allow me to admit defeat? See blood. Just to let the descendants of the peak see how cruel a martial artist's battle is? Just to be a monkey? Minister Wang said in a low voice, because of the quota. This is the benefit. You don't get up early without benefits. The peak throws out the bait. If you don't take it, no one will stop you. I don't care about this quota. Fang Ping cursed. Then, he suddenly said, you want to see blood, right? You want to let the peak's descendants see how martial artists fight? Fine, today. Fang Ping. Minister Wang's expression turned cold. He growled, don't cause trouble. It's been like this for more than 100 years. If you don't want to participate, no one will force you. It's not your turn yet. You can withdraw or even pretend to be dead and hurt yourself. But this is a big deal. It concerns the birth of many high-ranked powerhouses. If you mess up the competition, even MCMAU can't protect you. Fang Ping snorted, looking displeased. I know. I didn't say I'll cause trouble. I said, next, it's my turn. I'll specialize in fighting the peak's descendants. As long as I don't kill them, that's fine. I'll just cripple a few. If I can't, look at your grandfather. Fang Ping suddenly cursed at the 2 young family members beside him. With a fierce look, he said, Motherf asterisk Kerr, if you keep looking at me like that, when it's time for me to challenge, I'll kill both of you directly. Don't give me that. There are 4 people from the Martial Arts University. No matter who you challenge, as long as you dare to cause trouble for the Martial Arts University, I promise you that both of you won't go back alive. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you're all bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Your peak is dead. So what if I kill you? Fang Ping. One of the 2 young family members had an icy expression. He said in a low voice, you really think that we can't do anything to you? Fang Ping suddenly regained his composure. He chuckled. Fine. I was too lazy to care about you before. Let me ask you now. Why are you so hostile toward me? I don't have a grudge against the Yang family. Grandmaster Yang Daohong died. At least I brought back his corpse and the rank 9 divine weapon. To be honest, if I was more ruthless at that time, I could have killed the 2 Grandmasters Liamo directly. I wouldn't even have to return the rank 9 divine weapon. If I killed them in the bounded domain, who would know? If I said they all died together, what can you do? You wouldn't dare. The Yang family member said coldly, if you dare to kill them, then you'll be committing a crime against Star City. Do you dare? Fang Ping laughed. If that's the case, I should have saved them. It's a must. In your opinion, it's wrong for me to not be able to save Grandmaster Yang Daohong. Is that right? Both of them did not speak. Fang Ping did not know if they agreed or did not want to speak. Fang Ping laughed happily again. So, in your opinion, even if I couldn't save him, the spoils of war must belong to you. Now, I'm the one who snatched your spoils of war, right? So, I'm not your benefactor, but your enemy. The enemy who caused the Yang family to decline. Am I right? Because I'm weak, that's what you think. How can the weak have human rights? Are you still living in the past? At the end of his sentence, Fang Ping suddenly looked sympathetic. He said with a face full of pity, to be honest, 99% of the people I've killed in this life are catacombs martial artists. I've killed a few evil sect martial artists because I thought they deserved to die. When I first started practicing martial arts, I killed 2 university classmates because I was impulsive and hot-blooded. Now that I think about it, maybe they didn't deserve to die. But I've never regretted it because they provoked me first and had the intention to kill me. After bringing back the 2 Grandmasters, I can't say whether I regret it or not. After I've done it, I won't think about it anymore. But bringing back Grandmaster Yang Daohong's corpse. Maybe it's the biggest mistake I've made so far. The Yang family, do you really think that I, Fang Ping, can be bullied? Both of you have been staring at me with those disgusting eyes for a long time. I didn't want to fight with you on account of your elder ancestor protecting humanity for so many years. Did I make concessions again and again make you think you can push your luck? Fang Ping. Before the 2 Yang family members could speak, Minister Wang said in a low voice, we'll talk about this after the competition. Fang Ping was in a bad mood. He said irritably, I don't want to be watched by others, especially when there are 2 dogs staring at me. If they dare to look at me again, Minister, I'll kill them. Arrogant. These words came from the front. The Yang family rank 8 looked unfriendly, his eyes cold and stern. Fang Ping, hand over the rank 9 monster or the forged divine weapon, and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise. Fang Ping chuckled. What can the Yang family do to me? That day, the government didn't object and tacitly agreed that I took those things. Are you going to attack and kill me? Yang he suddenly regained his composure and said softly, the Yang family has declined to this point. The glory of the past is gone. The Yang family has no intention of making enemies with anyone. The rank 9 origin has already been used by Vice-Chancellor Wu. I'll take a step back and ask for a rank 9 divine weapon. Don't tell me that the Yang family doesn't even have the right to do so? After saying that, Yang he looked at Su Haoren and said in a complicated tone, the elder ancestor has fallen. Big brother died in battle. The enemies he killed before he died have all fallen into someone else's hands. Big brother Su, aren't you afraid of disappointing everyone by watching from the sidelines? Su Haoren's expression was also complicated. He said helplessly, Yang he, Fang Ping has already returned Dao Hong's divine weapon. I can let Yang Qing use his divine weapon to exchange for the one Fang Ping obtained. You're making things difficult for Star Town. Yang He, Star Town hasn't abandoned anyone. The Yang family's situation isn't good now. You should recuperate for a period of time. Focus on your cultivation and achieve rank 9. The Yang family's glory will still be there. My aptitude is average. Without the help of the origin, how can I achieve rank 9? Qing'er is still young. When will she be able to achieve rank 9? Now, only when Qing'er and I both have rank 9 divine weapons can we restore the Yang family's vitality to the greatest extent. The two of them kept talking, but Fang Ping did not look at them. He was staring at the central area, at the battle between Du Hong and the upper stage rank 6 martial artist. 3 moves, in just 3 moves, Du Hong's spear pierced through the other party's skull. Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Kill!" No one uttered a word. The people nearby looked at Fang Ping with some surprise. They did not understand. Du Hong was killing someone. Why was he so agitated? Only Old Manly, who had been silent all this while, moved his eyes slightly. Yang He's figure appeared in his peripheral vision. Fang Ping had made up his mind. Today, he would kill the Yang family's rank 8, the fall of an absolute peak, the fall of a rank 9, had caused the Yang family's rank 8 to be in an extremely extreme state. Fang Ping was afraid of death. He was very afraid that he would die without knowing why. He still had too many things that he had not done. There were still too many people that he could not let go of. A rank 8 who was already in a state of madness, could not be persuaded by anyone. Over at Stellar Sky City, Su Haoran spoke again and again, trying to persuade the other party. However, the other party had no intention of giving up. He wanted to take back that rank 9 divine weapon, the divine weapon that, in Fang Ping's opinion, had nothing to do with the Yang family. The other party's remaining rationality prevented him from snatching it now, because the Yang family was no match for MCMAU. However, Fang Ping could not be sure that if this continued, the Yang family would become more and more enraged, more and more unwilling. There was no way Fang Ping could survive a rank 8 powerhouse's ambush, especially if the other party intended to kill him. Old Manly did not make a move now. The Yang family was still one of them. If he made a move, Stellar Sky City would not let it go. However, if the Yang family made the first move, he could kill the other party quickly. The two of them, one in front and one behind, did not speak, nor did they communicate. Old Manly, on the other hand, was prepared. Today, the divine weapon, longevity sword, would see blood. Fang Ping's gaze was cold and fierce. He kept staring at the central area, ignoring the Yang family. At this moment, Roses from the God's Paradise had already stood up, his gaze fixed on the Sino Nation side. Du Hong killed one of their upper stage rank 6 martial artists in 3 moves. Logically, he should also kill a Sino Nation martial artist to make up for it. Just as Roses was looking at him, Fang Ping suddenly avoided his gaze, revealing an undetectable hint of timidity. Beside him, Wang Jinyang glanced at Fang Ping without batting an eyelid. This fellow, was he trying to screw over Roses or the Yang clan? After Fang Ping said so much just now, when the word kill came out of his mouth, he knew that Fang Ping had the intention to kill. No one knew better than him how much Fang Ping valued his life. In the past, the fugitive Huang Bin only temporarily stayed on the 2nd floor. Because Fang Ping suspected that the other party might be plotting against him, he dared to deal with the rank 2 martial artist as an aspiring martial artist. Now, the Yang family's attitude was obvious. They would not stop until the divine weapon was handed over. How could Fang Ping ignore it? Wang Jinyang knew who had the rank 9 divine weapon. Not to mention that it had been forged into a longevity sword. Even if it did not, Fang Ping would not hand it over. In this way, the conflict between the two parties was almost impossible to reconcile. Wang Jinyang wanted to persuade him. In the end, it turned into a sigh. That day, when the two of them were in the bounded domain, Fang Ping did not intend to bring them back. Even if he did not silence them, he would leave the two of them there. In the end, the two of them would die completely. No one would go to the bounded domain in the short term. In the end, it was Wang Jinyang who persuaded Fang Ping to bring the two of them back. Now, because of this matter, the Yang family had become hostile toward him. Wang Jinyang did not know what to say, nor could he say anything. In the central area, Rosai's gaze had already landed on Fang Ping. He knew the Sino-Nation genius. Mentality materialization. Before this, the advice given by the rank 9 in Pantheon was not to challenge him. The other party was not weak. If the battle was too intense, even if the other party was killed, he would be injured, and others would take advantage of it. Now, however, this person was actually afraid. To challenge or not to challenge, a cowardly martial artist, even if his strength was not weak, would not be able to unleash his full strength in a life-and-death battle. Rosais could not make a decision at that moment. At this moment, Fang Ping had already concealed his emotions and returned to normal. He looked at him and smiled. Screw, right? Why don't we play? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Since General Fang has said so, then we'll do as you Sino-Nation says. I'll do as you say. General Fang, please. Rosais looked straight at Fang Ping, a playful expression on his face. As Fang Ping said, Fang Ping dared not kill him. On the other hand, he could take a gamble. This person was not as strong as he appeared. Killing him could also weaken some of Sino-Nation's strength. Although every country was resisting the catacombs, sometimes, a weak opponent was a good thing. The fight for the right to speak was nothing. More importantly, the catacombs' powerhouses also looked at which side was weak, and attacked which side was weak. The situation in Sino-Nation was deteriorating, and other places were deteriorating even faster. At this time, weakening Sino-Nation's strength might cause the catacombs to shift their target to attack Sino-Nation. In the future, if they really had to abandon some areas, Sino-Nation's attacks were so fierce, naturally, they would be abandoned areas. A young genius might not be enough to change anything, but a genius with unlimited potential. Killing him would still be beneficial. Fang Ping seemed to be stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, "You really want to challenge me?" "Of course." Fang Ping stood up and sighed softly. "I thought that if you and I fight, we might drag it out to the end. I didn't expect this." "Fine, let's do it then." Fang Ping walked toward the central area. Many Sino-Nation grandmasters frowned slightly. Fang Ping was strong. Logically, Rosais would not challenge him in the first round. Now, however, the other party did it. This surprised the Sino-Nation grandmasters. They could not understand it. No one saw the flash of cowardice in Fang Ping's eyes earlier. Even if someone saw it. Li Daong, for example, was frowning. What was Fang Ping trying to do? Fighting with such a powerhouse in the first round might not necessarily be beneficial to him. Showing off his strength, there was no need for that. Slightly puzzled, Li Daong looked around and looked at the crowd, his brows furrowed. This time, was it good or bad to let Fang Ping and the rest participate in the competition? Central area. Fang Ping walked out slowly, holding his saber with his right hand. He said seriously, "We're both fighting for the survival of mankind. I don't want to kill you. I also hope that everyone can avoid casualties as much as possible." Luo Sais could not help but laugh. Then, his expression turned cold. He pointed at the corpse that had been collected. "General Fang, didn't your teacher teach you that life and death are fated in a fight between martial artists?" "I understand." Fang Ping said no more. He took a light breath and said loudly, "Sino-Nation Magic City Martial Arts University student, Fang Ping." Luo Sais frowned slightly, but he still introduced himself. European Youth Competition Representative, Luo Sais Campbell. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping unsheathed his saber and slashed. When the saber slashed, the air exploded and sparks flew everywhere. Luo Sais was a globally recognized top-notch rank 6 powerhouse. He had once killed a mentality-vitality fusion with 3 slashes. His strength was terrifying. As soon as Fang Ping unsheathed his saber, Luo Sais let out a roar. A vitality glow formed around his body. The door-sized greatsword was as fast as lightning in his hands. When Fang Ping's saber fell, Luo Sais also swung his sword and slashed. Boom, the loud sound of metal colliding and the sound of air exploding rang out. Thud thud thud, loud footsteps could be heard. Fang Ping took more than 10 steps back. His hands were trembling. Pale golden blood dripped to the ground. Opposite him, Luo Sais smiled faintly. Both of them said nothing. That move just now was just a probing attack from both of them. However, after the attack, Luo Sais did not move an inch, but Fang Ping took a few steps back. His flesh cracked. A simple probing attack, and Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. Fang Ping is only a middle stage rank 6 after all. In the crowd, Minister Wang sighed softly. Was Fang Ping strong? Very strong, a middle stage rank 6 and a mentality-vitality fusion. The difference was huge. Not to mention that Fang Ping was facing an invincible rank 6 powerhouse who was famous in both Europe and America. After the attack, Fang Ping was not killed. He was only at a disadvantage. This was already the standard of a top-notch rank 6. Fang Ping's golden bones and half-golden body would not be weaker than a peak rank 6 powerhouse. However, this was not Fang Ping's advantage. As soon as Minister Wang finished speaking, many nodded. Fang Ping was indeed very strong, so strong that it was somewhat unexpected. He did not even use his own mentality. Relying solely on his vitality and physique, he was able to contend against an invincible rank 6 powerhouse. Even though there was a difference of a few ranks, his strength had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. However, Rosais was no ordinary rank 6. It was impossible for Fang Ping to rely on his physique and vitality to defeat the other. In the crowd, Xianxia stared at Fang Ping. It was indeed very powerful. It was a pity that he had shown off his abilities. If he hadn't been so full of himself at the start, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Hall of God's top experts. Back when he had materialized his mind energy, he had kept a low profile and did not cause a ruckus. A powerhouse like Rosais would definitely look down on him. Even killing him would be a waste of a challenge opportunity. He's a genius, but a genius who hasn't grown up yet. No matter how much of a genius he is, he won't be an expert. Xianxia murmured in his heart. Geniuses and experts were not equal. Geniuses could die, experts could die, but the prerequisite was that you could kill them. The Yang family knew that Fang Ping was extraordinarily talented. Xianxia also did not want to make things difficult for Fang Ping. In other words, Fang Ping, who had not reached a high rank, was not worthy of his attention. However, Fang Ping had taken away his eldest brother's spoils of war. If the old ancestor was still here, the Yang family might not care about this. With a top powerhouse around, that was confidence. So what if there was one more rank 9 or one less? However, the old ancestor was dead. Eldest brother was dead. Not only that, a rank 9 divine weapon. Actually, Xianxia had it himself. He had inherited Yang Daohong's rank 9 divine weapon. Did he really care about a rank 9 divine weapon? Yang Qing did not, but Yang Qing was only a rank 7. No matter how anxious he was, there was no need to be so anxious. The key point was that Fang Ping and the others had entered the inner boundary of the bounded domain. Would he believe that it was Qin Fengqing who had entered the inner boundary? The ones who had entered the inner boundary were Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and Li Hansong. The three of them had advanced from rank 5 to middle stage rank 6 in a short period of time. Especially Fang Ping, his mentality had materialized in advance. Did he really think everyone was stupid? Without entering the bounded domain, even if they were all resurrected martial artists, it was impossible for them to improve so quickly. The three of them had entered, but they had concealed the truth. Some people who knew would pretend not to know, but the Yang family could not. The Yang family's old ancestor was still inside. Since they had entered, then what about the old ancestor's remains? He had inquired about some information very clearly. How could Fang Ping and the others bring so many spoils of war, traversing thousands of miles and returning to Tiannan City? Storage ring. The old ancestor's storage ring was in their hands. The old ancestor's remains must be in their hands too. These B** stars had hidden the old ancestor's remains. That was the Yang family's old ancestor. Yang's mind was full of thoughts. There were some things that he did not say. But it did not mean that he had really ignored it. Paragon. The Yang family needed to produce a new paragon. Originally, the Yang family had hopes of producing a new paragon. If the Rose City Lord's origin had been given to him, he would have stepped into rank 9 and then accepted the old ancestor's inheritance. He would have had hopes of entering the paragon and leading the Yang family to the peak again. But all of this had been destroyed by Fang Ping. Fang Ping thought that he was doing it for the rank 9 divine weapon. Little did he know that He was thinking more about something else. He did not see the storage ring, but Fang Ping would probably carry this kind of treasure with him. He had been paying attention to him for a long time. He wanted to see if something would suddenly appear on Fang Ping's body. If he was injured, would he have more pills and life essence? He looked on coldly from the side. He glanced at Su Haoran from the corner of his eyes. The people in Stellar Sky City were getting more and more stupid. He used the rank 9 divine weapon as an excuse to make things difficult for Fang Ping. Was it really for a rank 9 divine weapon? The old ancestors' remains and storage ring were in Fang Ping's hands. That was what he wanted. That was the foundation for the Yang family to rise again. It was a pity that he could not tell anyone about this, not even Yang Qing. It would be fine if Yang Daohong was alive. The Yang family had a rank 9 powerhouse. Even if the other paragons were tempted, they still had to consider some things and could only let the Yang family inherit. But now, he was only rank 8. The Yang family could not absorb and digest everything in a short period of time to produce a new paragon. He did not have to think to know that if the news was leaked, no one would support the Yang family to inherit everything. They would only choose a rank 9 to inherit the old ancestors' path to the paragon. There were many rank 9s in Stellar Sky City. The government also had a lot of them. It would not be his turn. At most, they would give him some benefits as a consolation. It's a pity that Qing'er and I are too conspicuous. We can't follow him into the catacombs to kill him. We'll be discovered soon. If I want to take back the old ancestors' remains and storage ring, I can only find an opportunity and an excuse. He's too strong. Yang Mu and Yang Feng might not be his match. Damn it. Why don't I kill him? I'll look for an opportunity to search his body. I should be able to find the storage ring. Yang He's mind was full of thoughts. The two Yang family members had always been hostile to Fang Ping. Even when Li Daong and the others warned them several times, Yang He did not show any signs of stopping them. The reason was simple. He wanted to provoke Fang Ping. If Fang Ping was so angry that he did not know what to say or even attacked him, then he could kill Fang Ping fair and square. As for asking Fang Ping to hand it over voluntarily, that fellow was not even willing to hand over a rank 9 divine weapon. How would he be willing to hand over the old ancestors' remains? Initially, everything was going well. But now, He glanced at Li Chongqing, who was like a statue beside him. Damn it, MCMAU had actually sent someone to the youth competition. Moreover, it was not another rank 7, but Li Chongqing, who was the myriad Dao unification. Even if this fellow was expendable, his combat strength was not weak. Just as He was thinking of a million things. Central area. Fang Ping and Luo Seius had already exchanged dozens of blows. Luo Seius's movements were extremely fast. He had even ignited his vitality. His combat strength was even stronger now. The booming sounds were incessant. Fang Ping's body was already riddled with sword wounds. The gigantic longsword almost split Fang Ping in half a few times. Luo Seius sent Fang Ping flying with his sword again. He said mildly, "General Fang, at this point, you're still not using your mentality. Do you really think that you can fight me with your middle stage rank 6 strength?" Fang Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He grinned and said, "Vitality is easy to recover, but mentality is difficult. I have to leave some ace up my sleeve. I'm not fighting you alone." Having said that, Fang Ping's vitality began to recover. Rapidly. Although it did not happen in an instant, it only took 5 to 6 seconds. Seeing this, everyone knew Fang Ping's plan. He wanted to rely on rapid vitality recovery to wear down Luo Seius. Just as Fang Ping said, everyone was fighting more than one battle. Mentality was difficult to recover. Everyone knew this. If Fang Ping did not use his mentality, then he still had some ace up his sleeve. This way, Fang Ping could continue to fight other powerhouses who had mentality-vitality fusion. When martial artists fight, it's foolish not to use their full strength. Luo Seius shook his head in his heart. Sure enough, he was still too young. When I kill you, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, you won't be able to use them. Thinking of this, Luo Seius stopped probing Fang Ping. Before this, he had been worried about Fang Ping's mentality. Now that the other party had made it clear that he would not use it unless it was a life-and-death situation, what was there to hesitate about? Just as Fang Ping's vitality recovered, Luo Seius made his move. Luo Seius roared, his vitality soaring. The greatsword appeared above Fang Ping's head in the blink of an eye, like a leaf that made no sound. Fang Ping roared again and again, his chaos-vanquishing saber slashing wildly. In the void, the emperor's blood splattered. Shadows of emperors wrapped around the greatsword. Boom, 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 a series of booming sounds rang out. Fang Ping shot out, his face pale. This time, he did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved extremely fast, darting around the arena. He's recovering his vitality. This kid's vitality recovery speed is really fast, but, someone said in a low voice, but there's a limit to his recovery. Previously, he recovered in less than 3 seconds. After that, it took 5 to 6 seconds. Now, it's almost 10 seconds. It seems like the recovery is slower in the later stages. If we really exhaust him a few more times, he won't be able to recover. And the longer the recovery time, the more opportunities the opponent has. Some of the foreign grandmasters said they were discussing in low voices, but everyone present was a powerhouse. No one could hear them. Li Daong glanced at them and said coldly, "No one is allowed to interfere with the competition." Fang Ping's ability to recover vitality quickly had been revealed when he was a rank 1. Everyone knew this. However, Fang Ping did not have much time to recover vitality when he was fighting on the ground. In the early stages, Fang Ping relied on pills to recover. In the later stages, when his rank was higher, Fang Ping seemed to rely on the energy stored in his body to recover quickly. However, no one knew how many times Fang Ping could recover. Everyone only knew that Fang Ping, who was a middle stage rank 6, relied on his vitality to recover to peak quickly and had already delayed Luo Seius for a long time. However, if this continued, he would not be able to defeat Luo Seius. Recovering vitality quickly. Child's play. Luo Seius said in a barely audible voice, a hint of mockery on his face. At his rank, it was wishful thinking for Fang Ping to rely on this to close the gap between them. Fang Ping seemed to feel this as well. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. "You're forcing me to kill you." Fang Ping growled. Just as Luo Seius's greatsword pierced through the air and swept across his head again, Fang Ping let out an angry roar. In the void, a small city materialized in an instant. The small city enlarged abruptly, covering the entire central area. In the next moment, the small city descended, enveloping both Fang Ping and Luo Seius within it. The moment both of them entered the small city, a blood-red sun crashed down from the sky above the city. Luo Seius's expression was solemn. He waved his sword and slashed rapidly. At this moment, Fang Ping pierced through the air, celestiality sparkling on the chaos-vanquishing saber as he slashed. "Interesting, but it's not enough." Luo Seius grinned. His greatsword rose into the air abruptly, exchanging blows with the blood-red sun in midair. As for Luo Seius himself, celestiality appeared on his fist as he punched at Fang Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber. With this punch, Luo Seius was like a god of war. His body expanded abruptly, so did his fist, covering Fang Ping in one punch. Boom, a deafening roar resounded. The aftermath shattered countless illusory buildings in the small city. The moment these buildings shattered, they were like phantoms, like smoke. The broken ruins melted into the blood-red sun in the sky. A mentality combat technique adapted from the blood saber technique? No, it's just a little superficial. That blood-red sun is the core of his mentality materialization. As long as the sun is destroyed, Fang Ping will definitely be severely injured. It's a little flashy but impractical. But to be able to do this at his age, he's worthy of being Sino Nation's martial arts genius. Indeed, to be able to fight Luo Seius to this extent, forcing Luo Seius to burn his vitality and unleash his god of war's true form, he's a very powerful young man. I'm afraid a typical peak rank 6 would be killed in no time. Don't challenge him. The grandmasters discussed fervently in hushed voices. Li Daong did not say anything else because Fang Ping's performance was too obvious. Everyone could see it. Naturally, Luo Seius could see it too. In the small city in the central area, Fang Ping's blood-red sun bombarded Luo Sei's greatsword continuously. As for Fang Ping himself, he condensed celestiality, slashing incessantly, one slash after another. Countless emperor phantoms had already appeared, surrounding Rosais, who had grown larger. Is this the invincible rank 6? Ridiculous. In the small city, Fang Ping sneered. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Fang Ping suddenly uprooted a 7- or 8-story building beside him and smashed it directly at Luo Sais. Luo Sais let out a furious roar. His gigantic fist was not even worth mentioning in front of the small building. Yet, he punched with all his might, imbued with celestiality's outburst. With a loud bang, the small building collapsed. Fang Ping did not hesitate. He continued to uproot small buildings one after another and smashed them madly. This time even the grandmasters were extremely surprised. This fellow's materialization was very special. Not only that, but Fang Ping's mentality recovery speed did not seem to be slow either. These buildings that he smashed were not real buildings, but simulated by his mentality. Luo Sais was indeed extremely powerful. Punch after punch, he smashed countless buildings into pieces. Just as Fang Ping was about to continue uprooting buildings and smash him, Luo Sais's vitality burned to the extreme. His gigantic fist broke through the air, smashing toward Fang Ping's head from a distance. Fang Ping roared. Countless buildings around him turned into shadows instantly. This time, they did not merge into the red sun, but into Fang Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber. At this moment, the chaos-vanquishing saber creaked, like ripples on water, becoming slightly illusory. Fang Ping integrated his powerful mentality, mixed with celestiality and vitality force, and slashed his saber again. When the saber slashed out, another phenomenon appeared in the void. The gods had fallen. Immortal vanquishing saber? Some of the grandmasters in Sino Nation exclaimed in surprise. Fang Ping's mentality had not been materialized for long, but he had learned quite a few mentality combat skills. However, very soon, someone shook his head slightly and said, "It's neither. It's just a shell." Although Fang Ping had used 2 major mentality combat skills consecutively, the grandmasters could see that he had only scratched the surface. Compared to real mentality combat skills, it was still much weaker. Even so, Luo Sais was not a rank 7 after all. Although his combat strength was unparalleled, this collision of saber and fist still caused Luo Sais to suffer. The gigantic fist was directly slashed by the chaos-vanquishing saber until flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even the bones in his hands seemed to have cracked from the slash. Luo Sais, who had been suppressing Fang Ping earlier, was now being suppressed by Fang Ping. "Screw, looks like this is all you've got." Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, Fang Ping's voice was loud, his tone sarcastic. "I'll kill you." As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, the crimson sun expanded countless times in an instant and crashed down. The door-sized greatsword was smashed onto the ground directly, falling into the small town. The crimson sun's glow dimmed a little. Rosais roared, "How dare you underestimate me? How dare you use the materialized object's core directly? You're asking for death." Rosais roared. If he destroyed the materialized object's core, Fang Ping would definitely be heavily injured. The moment the crimson sun crashed, Rosais roared skywards. His body expanded to its limit again, like an ancient giant. The door-sized greatsword was smashed onto the ground. Rosais did not use his sword anymore. He extended his arms and leaped into the air, holding the crimson sun in his hands. Despite being pressed down continuously, Rosais's expression was fierce. Fang Ping was too arrogant. He actually dared to use the materialized object's core to directly touch him. "Shatter!" Rosais roared again. His entire body's vitality burned to its limit. His arms grabbed the crimson sun directly and began to tear it apart. Creak, the crimson sun formed entirely from mentality was showing signs of shattering. Fang Ping's expression changed, but he gritted his teeth. The illusory buildings in the small town disappeared one after another. In the next moment, they all merged into the crimson sun. The crimson sun erupted with incomparably brilliant rays. Rumble, with a loud explosion, half of the crimson sun exploded. Rosais's face turned pale instantly. Flesh and blood splattered from his arms, the bones in his hands shattered. Ah! Rosei screamed. Fang Ping actually made the materialized object's core explode directly. Was this bastard not afraid of death? If he was not afraid of death, why did he look so guilty earlier? Bastard, he was luring me to attack him, Rosei roared again and again. Fang Ping's face was extremely pale, but he soared into the sky, swinging his saber and slashing. Rumble, Rosei retreated continuously, gritting his teeth and saying, enough. If we continue to fight, you and I will both become targets for others. What a joke. If I kill you, who would dare to challenge me? Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. Rosei was furious. In the next moment, he suddenly ignored Fang Ping and threw a punch at the broken crimson sun. Dong, 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 as the blood sun collided with Rosei, it became even more damaged. There was a hint of worry in Fang Ping's eyes, but he still refused to give up. With a roar, more than half of the broken bloody sun exploded again. At this moment, the blood sun was already extremely dim. Luoseus was also dizzy. It was at this moment that Fang Ping slashed with his saber, his speed unbelievably fast. Bang! Crack, the sound of metal scraping against metal was heard, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Rosei's left arm fell off. Damn it, don't think you'll have it easy either. Luoseus came to his senses immediately. His right fist bombarded the bloody sun again, making the bloody sun grow dimmer and dimmer. Blood was splattering from Fang Ping's 7 orifices. His face was drained of color. Enduring the pain, Fang Ping continued to slash at his opponent's skull. After a few consecutive slashes, Rosei roared furiously. He turned around and threw a punch at Fang Ping. The two of them continued to exchange blows in midair. In the void of space, two afterimages constantly crossed each other. At this moment, the dim blood sun descended once again. Rosei roared, "Do you have a death wish? Kill you. Bastard." Rosei was starting to regret it. F***ck, he should not have challenged this bastard. This bastard dared to throw the materialized object core like a ball. If it was shattered, he would be heavily injured too. The competition had just begun. There were still a few powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Was he not afraid that if both of them were injured, the others would take advantage of both of them? He had thought that this bastard was a coward who was afraid of death. He had really miscalculated this time. He sent the bloody sun flying with another punch. Anger flashed across Rosei's eyes. This bastard was a lunatic. He did not care if both of them were injured. He might not care, but he could not. This is only the first battle. I can't be injured too badly, or else, thinking of this, Rosei's eyes flashed fiercely. Just as Fang Ping's saber was about to slash, Rosei flew out abruptly and landed on the ground. Blood was spilling from his mouth, his face drained of color. Fang Ping frowned slightly. He did not even think about it. The red sun crashed down again. Stop. The rank 9 powerhouse from Pantheon roared angrily when he saw this. He could see that Rosei wanted to preserve his strength. At this time, Rosei had taken the initiative to show signs of weakness, which meant that he had admitted defeat. Although he could not admit defeat, he was already at his limit. If Fang Ping attacked him again, it would mean that he was purposely trying to kill him. Trash. Fang Ping sneered, withdrawing the mentality materialization instantly. Then, he looked around and said mockingly, mentality-vitality fusion is nothing more than this. My mentality, spirit, and soul have been depleted. Challenge me if you can. Play dead, and I'll let you go. Arrogant. Arrogant. Rosei, this trash, many people spoke up. Some began to despise Rosei. Rosei did not say a word. He picked up his fallen left arm and looked at Fang Ping. The materialized object was put away. Fang Ping was stepping on a giant sword. That was his. His injuries were not as serious as they had imagined. Everyone could see that if they continued, it would be hard to tell who would win between him and Fang Ping. However, he did not want to fight to the death with Fang Ping in the first battle. This bastard was even crazier than he was. He was the youth leader of the Paradise of Gods. He had to consider the big picture. He could not fight this lunatic to the end. Fang Ping did not even look at him. He stepped on the giant sword and performed the flight step, flying toward the Sino Nation camp. Rosai's expression changed. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Damn bastard, give me back my sword. However, Fang Ping had already flown away with the sword. He had also pretended to be exhausted earlier. If he asked for it now, it would be even more embarrassing. Bastard. Just you wait. I'll give you one last chance to challenge me. I'll definitely kill you, bastard. Rosais cursed in his heart. He no longer cared about the giant sword. When he returned to the paradise of gods, he immediately took a bottle from a rank 9 powerhouse and gulped it down. He pressed his left arm far away. In the blink of an eye, his left arm was connected to his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rosai's vitality was restored to its peak in an instant. Seeing this, many people's eyes flickered. They gave up on the idea of taking advantage of him. As for Fang Ping, he was too brutal and powerful. Everyone gave up on the idea of challenging him. Sino Nation camp. Fang Ping steered the giant sword back to his original position. Minister Wang was just about to congratulate him when Fang Ping cast many mentality barriers in a row. Then, his expression changed slightly. Minister, you're here. Minister Wang's expression changed. He continued to strengthen the barriers. At this moment, Fang Ping's face turned extremely pale. The materialized object suddenly appeared in front of him, disappearing in a flash. However, all the grandmasters present saw it. The bloody sun collapsed instantly. The moment it collapsed, Fang Ping bled from his orifices. However, Fang Ping wiped away all the blood with a wave of his hand. Then, he said in a low voice, "It's okay. Don't look at me. No one dares to challenge me now." Old man Li's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, "Can it recover?" "Yes, but not this time. I can't use my mentality anymore, that combat strength, it's okay." Fang Ping suddenly held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked around provocatively, looking at the few vitality powerhouses from afar. He slit his throat, extremely arrogant. Now, everyone understood what he meant. He used the reputation of defeating Rosais to scare these vitality powerhouses. Worry flashed in Minister Wang's eyes. The materialized object's core had collapsed. This was not a problem of whether or not it would affect his combat strength. If the core collapsed, it would be a big deal. If Fang Ping could not recover, even if his vitality force was still there, his combat strength would be greatly affected. Could it really be recovered? He had seen the fleeting scene earlier. Blood Sun was the core of Fang Ping's materialized object. When the core collapsed, it meant that the materialized object had collapsed as well. It was already incredible that Fang Ping could still speak and remain clear-headed. Beside him, Li Hansong looked confused. The core had collapsed, that was not right. Was the core of Fang Ping's mentality materialized object not that small house? How did it become that bloody sun he had cultivated with Fang Ping for many days? He knew that the bloody sun was just something Fang Ping made. He purposely kept it for explosive purposes. His real core was that house. Why did everyone think that the bloody sun was the core? Fang Ping himself seemed to be showing signs of his mentality collapsing. It was a tragic sight. Li Hansong wanted to say something but stopped. Wang Jinyang touched him quietly. The bloody sun was mistaken by everyone as the core of Fang Ping's materialized object. That was because Fang Ping had been replenishing his mentality. The bloody sun was still extremely powerful. That was the core's performance. Now that the bloody sun had collapsed, those who were not familiar with Fang Ping naturally thought that the materialized object's core had collapsed. Among those present, other than the two of them and Old Man Li, no one else knew that the small house was where Fang Ping's core was. When Fang Ping materialized in Magic City, he materialized a city. After that, the house disappeared. Where exactly did Fang Ping condense the core? He did not reveal it himself. Outsiders could only analyze it through the signs of the battle. Li Hansong did not say anything. Yang He looked at Fang Ping without batting an eyelid. The martial arts competition continued. Fang Ping looked proud. His provocative gaze swept toward Carmen from the Wanta world. Carmen's gaze was cold. Beside him, the Grandmaster from the Wanta world seemed to whisper something. Carmen grinned at Fang Ping. Suddenly, he pointed at an upper stage rank 6 martial artist from the military department and said, "You, come out." The person who was pointed at did not say much. He stood up and walked out. Du Hong looked at him. His eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Li Yiming said loudly, "Dog, fight me if you have the guts. When I go on stage later, I promise I'll slaughter all of you." Carmen laughed coldly, "Do whatever you want." After saying that, Carmen did not say a word. His scepter instantly exploded with a dazzling light. As Fang Ping frowned, on the scepter, a spiderweb-like vitality force spread out. In the blink of an eye, it covered that upper stage rank 6 military martial artist. Upper stage rank 6 martial artists were not really weak. The Wanta world had some special combat techniques. He still knew about them. This military martial artist was just about to escape the coverage. This spiderweb-like vitality force, however, quickly covered him. Carmen spat out many mouthfuls of blood. The blood was like a living thing. It squirmed and continued to cover the military martial artist. On Fang Ping's side, Su Haoran said in a low voice, "This is the confinement technique of the Wanta world. It uses a strong vitality force and uses a special method to convert and confine the opponent." Before he finished speaking, Carmen suddenly grinned. He looked at Fang Ping and the others. His scepter suddenly swept out, bang. The military martial artist who was still struggling had almost no strength to resist. His head exploded. "Damn it!" Li Yiming was furious. His cold eyes swept towards Carmen. Carmen sneered. He turned around and returned to his original spot. With their strength, killing these upper stage rank 6 was too easy. Du Hong killed the martial artist from the Hall of Gods in 3 moves. It was even easier for him to kill these upper stage rank 6 because the other party could not break free from his restraints. Du Hong did not say a word. He walked to the front and carried back his comrade who had already lost his life. His eyes showed a hint of sorrow. Coming here, they were already prepared to die in battle. If they got the quota, then they had hope of entering the Grandmaster realm and becoming a true powerhouse. But the competition for the quota was something everyone wanted. They, the military martial artists, were the most dangerous group of people. Fang Ping closed his eyes and did not say another word. After the world of 10,000 pagodas, it was the ancient Buddha holy land. The long-haired monk who called himself Buchui did not choose Wang Jinyang and the others. Middle stage rank 6 was not worth wasting a chance for a powerhouse with mentality-vitality fusion. This person, once again, chose a martial artist from Sino Nation's side. Another upper stage rank 6 martial artist. There were only 3 upper stage rank 6 military martial artists. Originally there were 4 of them. Later, Yao Qingjun took down one. Perhaps it was also to save him. Buchui was also extremely powerful. The moment he entered the arena, he used mentality-vitality fusion and celestiality fusion. A pair of shining golden palms exploded with powerful celestiality. With 3 palms, he smashed the military martial artist's head into pieces. Fang Ping's gaze was slightly cold. He glanced at him. The other 5 parties seemed to be staring at Sino Nation. The only remaining upper stage rank 6 military martial artist. Fang Ping glanced at him. The other party was still calm. His eyes had already revealed the will to die. He should be going to battle soon. After he died in battle, it would be Wang Jinyang and the others' turn next. As for the peak rank SIXS who participated in the battle this time, they were all descendants of paragons. Totem City's mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse, a man covered in tattoos and dressed in animal skin, challenged the last upper stage rank 6 Sino Nation military martial artist as expected. This time, the Sino Nation martial artist began to fight with his life as soon as he entered the arena. After receiving a blow, the Sanjiao gate appeared instantly, opened, and self-destructed. A series of movements were extremely fast. As a result, the other party was also blasted by the force of the self-explosion. He let out a muffled groan, his face slightly pale. Jiang Chao, who was sitting beside Fang Ping, swallowed softly and said in a low voice, "In the past, I heard people say that the competition is very cruel. But in all these years in Constellation City, less than 3 people have died in the competition. I didn't expect it to be so cruel. Before the first round had ended, 3 people from Sino Nation had died. In the end, the one from the Andes did not challenge the Sino Nation martial artists anymore. Instead, he challenged a martial artist from Pantheon. Similarly, he killed that person within 3 moves. It's just a game, Fang Ping muttered in a low voice. A game that he did not know should exist. However, in order to fight for this opportunity, even if everyone knew, they still fought. After 1 round, 3 people from Sino Nation died, and 2 people from Pantheon died. On the surface, 5 powerhouses with mentality-vitality fusion had already made their moves. The second round had begun. It was Sino Nation again. This time, it was Li Yiming who was fighting. Li Yiming stood up quickly and looked at an upper stage rank 6 woman from the 10,000 pagoda world. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You, come out." The woman's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Li Yiming, I am, come out." Li Yiming's eyes turned cold and he roared. The expression of the woman with many small braids changed. She looked at Carmen and the rank 9 from the 10,000 pagoda world, pleading for help. Li Yiming wanted to kill her. She was the descendant of Juefeng, but so was Li Yiming. Moreover, his grandfather was still active in the open. Even if he killed her, her family's ancestor would not stand up for him. Carmen's expression was ugly, but he did not say anything. The rank 9 powerhouse from the 10,000 pagoda world said helplessly. The woman felt slightly relieved. After walking out of the camp, the woman wanted to say something. Li Yiming roared and slashed with his sword. The sword was like thunder, flashing past with a rumble. In the blink of an eye, the woman's head was sent flying. There was silence in the arena. The first descendant of a Juefeng was killed. Li Yiming laughed coldly. He looked at Carmen, then at the others and said coldly, "The others don't dare, but I don't care. Continue to challenge our people. Let's compete in killing. Let's see who can kill more." Everyone had a strange look in their eyes, but no one said anything. It was their business for the descendants of Juefeng to kill each other. As for who died in the others' hands, it was their bad luck. The woman just now was obviously prepared to pretend that she could not hold on anymore if she could not win. In the end, she did not even manage to take a single move and died a wrongful death. The competition was still going on. Among the peak rank 6, a descendant of a Juefeng had already made his move. A peak powerhouse from the Hall of Gods did not challenge Wang Jinyang and the others. Instead, he challenged Su Zixu. Su Zixu went up the stage and took a blow. She flew back immediately and returned to her team without saying anything. The other party did not chase after her. Not everyone had Li Yiming's confidence. On the side of the 10,000 pagodas world, a peak powerhouse pointed at Wang Jinyang without saying anything. They had checked out Sino Nation's information. Yao Qingjun seemed to be the weakest. Even a peak rank 6 was not confident that he could defeat him with his mentality materialization. Li Hansong's golden body was powerful, but he might not be able to defeat him. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, only had bone marrow power. At this time it did not seem too outstanding. Wang Jinyang got up slowly and walked to the center. Xianxia whispered, "Can he win?" "Let's see." Fang Ping did not say much. This battle was also beyond everyone's expectations. Wang Jinyang paid the price of a hole in his chest and killed his opponent within 30 moves. His pierced chest, on the other hand, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, even those grandmasters' eyes were shining. Sino Nation's resurrected martial artist. This kind of martial artist could not be treated as a normal middle stage rank 6 anymore. The competition went on. Not everyone chose to challenge. Some gave up the chance to challenge. Saving the 3 chances for the last was not an individual's idea. Right now, they were not sure of each other's strength. Other than those who were extremely strong and confident in themselves, the others still had to wait and see. The 6 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists had already challenged. According to the rules, it would only be their turn after everyone else had finished challenging. 25 peak rank 6 martial artists. Most of them had chosen to give up the challenge. The others were almost done too. The peak rank 6 martial artists who had not challenged yet were mostly from Sino Nation. Instead, there were only 4 martial artists from Sino Nation who had not challenged yet. The Yang brothers had not uttered a word. The other 2 were Li Fei and Xianxia. It was not their turn before. The right to challenge would be held in Sino Nation. After these 4 peak rank 6 martial artists had finished their challenges, only the upper stage rank 6 martial artists would continue to rotate. Not far away, Li Daong looked toward Sino Nation's side. The Yang brothers did not utter a word. Xianxia was a little surprised to see this, but he still took a step forward and chose to challenge an upper stage powerhouse from the Hall of Gods. Xianxia's strength was not weak. However, he did not manage to kill his opponent. Killing an opponent in a second was not something someone like him who had just entered peak could do. When Xianxia was done, Li Fei glanced at the Yang brothers and frowned slightly. Yang Mu, Yang Feng, you guys, Yang Mu smiled. You go first. We're not in a hurry. Li Fei saw this and did not say anything else. It did not matter who came first. This time, Li Fei also challenged an upper stage rank 6 martial artist. Compared to Xianxia, Li Fei was much more ruthless. Although he did not kill his opponent, he had severely injured him and returned satisfied. At this moment, among the peak rank 6 martial artists present, only the Yang brothers had not challenged yet. Yang He glanced at the pale Fang Ping and laughed suddenly. Fang Ping, I'm afraid your condition will be noticed sooner or later. Now, you still have the right to be challenged twice. For your safety, why don't you let Yang Mu and Yang Feng use their right to challenge once to help you get through this stage? What do you think? Beside him, Su Haoran glanced at him. Minister Wang glanced at Fang Ping. Seeing his pale face, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Fang Ping, can you still hold on? Fang Ping smiled. It'll be fine. It's going to be the upper stage martial artists soon. According to the order, Sino Nation will still take priority. Don't waste the chance to challenge a peak martial artist. Jiang Chao, can you and Jiang Yan pretend to lose to me once? Otherwise, in my current condition, I'm afraid I can't use my right to challenge. If I lose, I won't be able to get a place. Jiang Chao nodded. No problem. Jiang Yan had no objections either. She nodded and said, I'll save it once. I can challenge someone else. It's fine. Both of them agreed readily. Yang He sighed softly. It's too late. The hidden mentality vitality fusion from Heaven of Gods has his eyes on you. He's pretending to be an upper stage rank 6 now. Sino Nation, even if they have priority, they can only challenge once. There's only one chance left. I'm afraid he's going to attack. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. It was not just the hidden mentality vitality fusion. Even the rank 9 from Heaven of Gods was looking at Fang Ping suspiciously. Fang Ping's face was too pale. As for these hidden powerhouses, Du Hong had told everyone that it was necessary. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous if they challenged the wrong person rashly. Minister Wang's expression changed. Fang Ping was not in a good state now. He still had 2 chances to be challenged. Even if Sino Nation lost to Fang Ping once at the upper stage. Martial artists, there was still one more chance. The next one would be Heaven of Gods. The only way was to use up Fang Ping's 2 chances to be challenged on Sino Nation's side. However, the Yang family. Minister Wang was a little worried. Everyone had seen the dispute between them just now. Yang He smiled. Everyone, you don't have to look at me like that. Fang Ping is Sino Nation's prodigy. The Yang family doesn't want to see him being taken advantage of. The sooner he uses up his right to be challenged, the better, to avoid any accidents. Minister Wang was still hesitating. Su Haoran frowned slightly and said, Yang He, Fang Ping's injuries are not light. If Yang Mu and Yang Feng are really willing to help him this time, I think Fang Ping will be grateful, but, Yang He said seriously, the Yang family won't be a joke at this time. What do you think? When he said this, everyone somewhat believed him. There was no benefit in killing Fang Ping. Would MCMAU give the rank 9 divine weapon to the Yang family if they killed Fang Ping? They would be lucky if they did not seek revenge, since there was no benefit, the Yang family would not harm Fang Ping at this time. If the Yang brothers really lost to Fang Ping, even if Yang Mu won, as long as Yang Feng lost to Fang Ping later, then Fang Ping would still qualify as the winner. If he did not challenge later and did not lose to others, it would not be a problem for him to get a place. However, this would put a lot of pressure on Yang Feng. He might be eliminated later. From their point of view, there was no benefit in the Yang family attacking Fang Ping at this time. There was also no need for it. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. It was a little strange. He thought He would talk about the divine weapon. Fang Ping had been watching the two Yang family members. He thought He would use this opportunity to threaten him to hand over the divine weapon. However, He did not. He did not even talk about this. That was not what he had expected. Could it be that the Yang family wanted to form a good relationship with him before asking for the divine weapon? If that was the case, then there was no need for him to disguise himself and attack Yang He. It was just like what everyone else thought. Fang Ping also thought so. The Yang family's goal was the divine weapon. They did not have to kill him. There was no benefit in killing him at this time. What is Yang He planning? Fang Ping was a little confused. However, now that things had come to this, he was also a little confused. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Grandmaster Yang. However, the rank 9 divine weapon does have a place to go. Forget it. Let's talk about these things after the competition." Fang Ping was not sure what Yang He was thinking. If the Yang brothers had no ill intentions, they did want to form a good relationship with him. Fang Ping could not give him the rank 9 divine weapon, but he still had a rank 8 divine weapon. If the Yang family did not continue to treat him as an enemy, Fang Ping did not have much of an opinion about using a rank 8 divine weapon to solve the Yang family's problem. Yang He laughed and said, "We'll talk about this later. I'll let Yang Mu challenge you now." Okay. As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Yang Mu stood up and said, "I challenge Fang Ping." Many people were surprised when they heard this. Only when one of their own challenged one of their own would such a thing happen at the last moment, when the fight for the quota had reached a stalemate. Now, not only did this challenge waste Yang Mu's chance, but it also wasted Fang Ping's chance. With Fang Ping's strength, he might be able to defeat another vitality powerhouse. Not far away, Li Daong frowned slightly. However, seeing that Fang Ping had already stood up, he could only nod and say, "Go up." Fang Ping and Yang Mu walked out at the same time. Seeing that Fang Ping had walked out, Yang He chuckled and said, "Yang Mu, be careful. Don't hurt Fang Ping." Yang Mu immediately said, "I know. However, General Fang, don't be too careless. In the end, if there are more people, it might increase the chances of a challenge. That would be troublesome. That's why we have to display a certain level of strength. The best arrangement would be for Yang Mu to win and Yang Feng to lose to Fang Ping. This way, Fang Ping could enter the competition as the winner. As for Yang Mu, as long as no one challenged him, he could enter the competition as the winner. However, Yang He did not seem to have the intention of letting Fang Ping lose to Yang Mu. Perhaps it was because time was of the essence, or he did not have time to say it. Central area. Yang Mu looked at Fang Ping and said seriously, "General Fang, I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. Next, don't hold back." Fang Ping nodded, holding the chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand. At this moment, Yang Mu roared. Yang Mu, who also used a saber, slashed at Fang Ping, his vitality erupting to the extreme. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He also slashed with his saber. His body moved, and as he slashed, he instantly appeared above Yang Mu's head. After all, Yang Mu was a peak rank 6 powerhouse. His strength was not weak, and his figure was like lightning. Both of their figures crossed each other in the air. This time, Fang Ping did not use his mentality. After exchanging dozens of moves in a row, the two of them were evenly matched. Yang Mu did not intend to end the battle quickly. He kept fighting with Fang Ping, and the battle dragged on. Fang Ping seemed to understand something he did not quite understand. Yang Mu was draining his vitality. He could already feel that Yang Mu did not intend to fight with his life on the line, nor did he intend to kill him. However, he did not intend to lose to him quickly either. He was just dragging it out. He was dragging it out. He's draining my vitality. Is he waiting for me to run out of vitality? My injuries seemed to be very serious earlier, and my recovery speed is getting slower and slower. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fong Ping increased the speed of his vitality consumption. He wanted to confirm it, for the last time, although he had already made up his mind. Yang He's sudden promise to help him overcome a difficult situation had shaken Fong Ping. Now, Fong Ping was sure that it did not seem like kindness. After all, the Yang family has protected mankind for countless years. If he really wants to form a good relationship with me, then forget about it. But if he isn't? Thinking of this, Fong Ping moved quickly, looking for an opportunity to recover his vitality. The speed was very slow, as if his mentality was injured and could not recover quickly. Yang Mu did not seem to mind, nor did he stop. The two of them continued to fight. The peak rank 6 Yang Mu fought Fong Ping in the form of sparring. His attacks were not vicious. In the crowd, Minister Wang and the others watched for a while without saying anything. Although they felt that it would be best for the battle to end, Yang Mu seemed to be eager to learn from his prey, and they had nothing to say if he wanted to spar with him for a little longer. Su Haoran glanced at Yang He again. He frowned slightly but didn't say anything. This time, the battle lasted for a long time. Even if Yang Mu was exhausted, he still had no intention of stopping. After all, Fong Ping's vitality force was only at middle stage rank 6, although it was much stronger than middle stage rank 6. However, Yang Mu didn't go all out. He didn't bat an eyelid and continued to spar. The two of them were truly exchanging pointers, but it dragged on for too long. It was so long that some of the martial artists from the various countries were impatiently scolding, "Is there any meaning to it? That's not how you play around even if you want to get a recommendation. If there are more people, they will still have to fight." Someone cursed out loud. In the eyes of the crowd, Fong Ping and Yang Mu's duel was to ensure that Fong Ping would be selected. Others could do the same. But in the end, when there were more people who qualified, even if they ran out of opportunities, they might be challenged or even killed. If that was the case, it was better to take the initiative and kill the opponent first. The two of them fought for more than half an hour. Fong Ping recovered his vitality a few times, and so did Yang Mu. He even consumed some life essence. The others did not feel it, but Fong Ping and the Grandmasters did. Minister Wang couldn't help but say, "Patriarch Yang, it's about time." Even if it was really a spar, it was too much to consume life essence to recover at this point. Yang He frowned. This kid has always been a martial arts fanatic. Now that he's excited, he doesn't know his limits. At this moment, Fong Ping's face was as white as a sheet. Fortunately, at this moment, Yang Mu also couldn't take it anymore. He stopped immediately and panted. "General Fong is really powerful." Yang Mu admits defeat. Although the rules did not allow them to admit defeat, the two of them were familiar with each other and accepted each other, so there was no problem. Fong Ping frowned again. He glanced at Yang Feng not far away from him. Yang Mu had delayed him for a long time. Now, he looked like he was enjoying the spar and had completely forgotten his goal. He could not say anything. However, Fong Ping made a judgment in his heart. He murmured in his heart, 3, 2, 1. He had just finished counting when in the next moment, Yang Feng jumped out with a face full of joy and said, "General Feng, I've always wanted to spar with you. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a spar as well?" At this moment, Fong Ping's vitality had not fully recovered. At this moment, Fong Ping's pupils shrank. F***ck, he had guessed it right. He found it strange. The Yang family's attitude changed too quickly. It was true. As if following Fong Ping's train of thought, Yang Feng said, "However, my strength is similar to Yang Mu's. I'm afraid I'm not General Feng's opponent. I'll give it my all next. I hope General Feng won't be stingy with your guidance." In the eyes of outsiders, the two young brothers had each used up a chance to guarantee Fong Ping's entry. That was a favor. After all, although Fong Ping was strong, he still had to prevent other powerhouses from challenging him again. Yang Feng's strength was not as good as Fong Ping's. Excited by the prospect, he gave it his all. no problem. He was not Fang Ping's opponent. However, once he used too much. He did not expect Fang Ping to be so weak. If he killed Fang Ping, accidents were everywhere. Fang Ping had just defeated Yang Mu. As for the so-called heavy injury, it was only mental trauma. His vitality was still there, was it not? If he killed Fang Ping by accident, would Li Changxing break the rules and attack Yang Feng? If he died, then he was really dead. Why do they want to kill me? Fang Ping did not understand. He was not an idiot. How could he not guess their purpose? Those grandmasters and foreign grandmasters did not know the inside story. Even if these domestic grandmasters had some doubts now, at present, the Yang family was indeed helping Fang Ping. No one could say anything wrong. There's no benefit in killing me, right? What can they get by killing me? Other than MCMAU's hostility, there's no benefit. Fang Ping thought. Could it be that after killing him, they wanted to take away his Chaos Vanquishing Saber or the rank 9 inner armor? In a competition, killing an opponent could take away the spoils of war. Of course, the people present had high standards. The Chaos Vanquishing Saber was only an A-class alloy. Not many people cared about this thing. As for the rank 9 inner armor, this was not bad. However, killing him and offending MCMAU, just for a rank 9 inner armor, could it not be justified? Fang Ping was still thinking. Yang Feng's face was full of eagerness. He could not suppress his excitement and said with a smile, General Fang, can we start? Fang Ping frowned again. He still did not understand. Why was the Yang family so eager to kill him? Even if they hated him, they did not need to kill him now, right? Or, did he guess wrongly? Was it because they cherished their lives so much that everyone looked like a bastard who wanted to kill him? Fine, we'll know when we see it. This guy wants to kill me in one blow without giving me a chance to react. Then I'll have to see his trump card. Thinking of this, Fang Ping nodded and said, we can start. General Fang, then let's finish this quickly. Don't waste too much time. Yang Feng's face was polite, and his words were pleasant. However, in the next moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. What a familiar opening move. At this moment, Yang Feng, who was opposite, sprayed a lot of blood in the air. In the blink of an eye, a kill word materialized in the void. It was not the suppress word, but the kill word. Yang He. Su Haoran muttered in a low voice. Yang He did not bat an eyelid. He smiled and said, this kid is really reckless. But Fang Ping's strength is extremely strong. Although he's injured, it won't be a problem for him to take on this move. Su Haoran glanced at the somewhat dazed Minister Wang, then at Li Changxing, who had been silent all this while. He sighed in his heart and did not speak again. After all, the Yang family was a family in Star Town. Not far away. Li Deyong's expression changed. Kill word. The original combat technique created by a paragon. If one did not reach a high rank, using this kind of combat technique during a battle was suicidal, unless, just as Li Deyong thought of this, Yang Feng suddenly sprayed a mouthful of golden blood. It was completely golden. Bastard! Li Deyong was furious. He raised his hand to stop him. At this moment, a rank 9 from abroad who was standing next to him glanced at him. Although he did not speak, his meaning was clear. Both sides had just started fighting, and Fang Ping did not show any signs of being unable to fight anymore. If he interfered, that would be breaking the rules. Li Deyong was furious. He looked at Yang He, who seemed to be completely unaware of what was going on. What was the Yang family trying to do? Yang He did not look at him. Yang He only wanted to say that since the Paragon had set the rules, then they should follow the rules, kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping would be the Yang family's spoils of war, even if he wanted Fang Ping's corpse, even if he would be criticized by others, even if MCMAU would fly into a rage, even if the government would be dissatisfied. But if he died, the spoils of war would be theirs. This was the rule. Yang He's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. This time, he would definitely offend some people. However, logic was on his side, and the rules supported his actions. This was also the only chance for him to kill Fang Ping and take away his corpse in a fair and square manner. There was no reason for a rank 9 to interfere. If Li Changxing dared to interfere, that would be breaking the rules, breaking the global paragon's rules. No matter how angry Li Deyong was, he had to stop Li Changxing from interfering. So what if MCMAU was dissatisfied? If he got his hands on the elder ancestors' relics, there was hope for him to step into the Paragon. As long as he returned to Star Town, even if the other families were dissatisfied, what could they do? Could they just watch the MCMAU people rush into Star Town and behave atrociously? Dead geniuses were worthless. At most, only a few people from MCMAU would be angry. When he became a Paragon, everyone would forget about Fong Ping. A mere rank 6, a rank 6 with no future, who would go against a Paragon for him? The storage ring should be in Fong Ping's hands. Putting himself in Fong Ping's shoes, who would be stupid enough to give such an important thing to others? Martial artists were incomparably powerful. If Xianxia could swallow the mentality prohibition jewelry, Fong Ping could naturally do it too. After Yang Feng killed Fong Ping, he would take Fong Ping's corpse even if he had to shed all pretense of cordiality. Of course, if Yang Feng could find the storage ring, then the corpse would not be needed. Leaving it to MCMAU would be an accident. However, Yang He speculated that Yang Feng would probably not be able to find it. He had already scanned Fong Ping for a long time. The storage ring was not on him, so the biggest possibility was that it was still hidden in his body. Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yang He repeated the names of these three people in his heart. If Fong Ping did not have it, then the probability of these two having it was not small. If they shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Mu and Wang Jinyang would challenge them in the next round. Although these two were also very strong, there would always be opportunities. How could the children of the big families in Star Town not have any tricks up their sleeves? Just when Yang He was thinking about collecting the corpse, just when Li Daong was extremely annoyed. The kill character in front of Yang Feng was becoming more and more dazzling. Yang Feng, on the other hand, looked vigilant and confused. Why was Fong Ping not moving? He thought that Fong Ping would interrupt him, but he was prepared. Even if Fong Ping interrupted him, it would be useless. However, the calmer Fong Ping was, the more worried he was. Fong Ping glanced at him and did not interrupt him. He only asked curiously, "Why?" "Really, I can't figure it out." Yang Feng's heart trembled. As he continued to carve the kill character, he smiled and said, "What do you mean, General Feng?" The longer he dragged it out, the more complete his carving would be, and the more powerful it would be. Since Fong Ping wanted to drag it out, he did not mind dragging it out for a while. Fong Ping smiled. "You know what I mean. Why, do you want to kill me?" "Ha ha ha. General Fong must be joking. It's just a competition. General Fong is so strong, how could you?" "Forget it, I know what you mean." Fong Ping glanced at Yang He in the distance and sighed softly. At that moment, I was really shaken. "But you are bent on killing me, then I won't go easy on you." And at this moment, the kill character that Yang Feng condensed was completely formed. "General Feng," Yang Feng's eyes revealed a hint of joy. The kill character broke through the air instantly, and Fong Ping, whose vitality was previously exhausted, instantly recovered to its peak. Even so, Fong Ping's expression was still solemn. The kill character exploded with an incomparably strong murderous aura, charging straight at him. At this moment, in Fong Ping's eyes, it was no longer a character, but a person, an incomparably strong powerhouse, charging at him with an incomparably strong murderous intent. Fong Ping's eyes flickered, and the chaos-vanquishing saber slashed out instantly. Boom, the saber slashed out, and the saber glow collapsed instantly. In the distance, Li Chongqing's aura locked onto Yang Feng. Even further away, Li Daong frowned, staring at Li Chongqing. "You want to kill him?" Old Man Li's voice was incomparably cold. Yang He immediately frowned and said, "Yang Feng thinks too highly of Fong Ping. The Yang family has good intentions. Dean Li, don't misunderstand, you're courting death." Old Man Li's expression was cold. In the central area, Fong Ping consecutively slashed more than 10 times, but every time the saber glow neared, it was instantly shattered. The power of this kill character was beyond imagination. Based on this trend, even if Fong Ping's vitality recovered to its peak, he could still be killed. "Yang," he said without batting an eyelid, "Fong Ping should be fine if he takes this move." As he spoke, the kill character had already caught up to Fong Ping. Fong Ping slashed again. Creak, an ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. In an instant, a small nick appeared on Fang Ping's chaos-vanquishing saber. This time, many people's expressions changed slightly. The Grandmasters, on the other hand, were not too surprised. The moment Yang Feng attacked just now, they knew that this kid had the intention to kill. And Fang Ping was too stupid, giving the other party time. That mouthful of golden blood was one of the Peerless Peak's descendants' life-saving methods, a true life-saving ultimate move. If Fang Ping did not give Yang Feng time and interrupted it early, it would not have produced such a powerful force. You really want to kill me? At this moment, as Fang Ping fled at high speed, he still had time to say something. Seeing that his vitality had recovered to its peak, Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he said in a clear voice, "How could it be? Do you really think everyone is blind? Your Yang family is good. I thought that you helped me because I returned the divine weapon and the remains. I didn't expect you to bite the hand that fed you, and actually want to kill me, your benefactor." As Fang Ping spoke, the kill character approached, shredding his clothes, twisting his rank 9 leather armor to the point that it began to tremble, twisting Fang Ping's arms and legs to a bloody mess. "I've always been tolerant, thinking that you would be immersed in grief and realize your mistakes sooner or later. I didn't expect you guys to go even further, and actually plot against me. If that's the case, then don't blame me for ignoring the bigger picture." I, Fang Ping, was willing to look at the big picture and pretend to be injured in order to secretly kill that hidden mentality-vitality fusion expert from the Hall of Gods. I didn't expect you to force me to reveal my true strength. How detestable. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping let out a roar. A complete city suddenly appeared in front of him. Once the small city appeared, the blood sun instantly descended, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge blood saber. The bloody blade wasn't aimed at the kill word, but shot out violently towards Yang Feng in an instant. Yang Feng's face changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Fang Ping roared again. Dozens of crimson sabers appeared in the void. These blood blades gathered together and pierced through the void, appearing in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically. In the next moment, Yang Feng wanted to leave the area, and even wanted to pretend to be seriously injured and unable to fight again. However, Fang Ping did not give him the time to do so. Dozens of crimson sabers pierced through his skull almost as soon as they landed. There was no wound on Yang Feng's head, but his eyes dimmed for a moment, and then his aura of life disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping let out a cold humph. The golden kill character in front of him began to dissipate. Not far away, Yang He was instantly enraged. He roared, "Fang Ping! My Yang family was sincere to you, yet you actually killed Yang Feng." Fang Ping did not look at him. Instead, he glanced at the equally enraged Yang Mu. A ferocious smile appeared in his eyes. Yang Mu's body stiffened and he couldn't help but take a step back. Yang He's eyes were also extremely cold. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Logically speaking, it's time to challenge upper stage. Rank 6. Now, I want to challenge you. Everyone, give up. Otherwise, I will challenge you. Does anyone have any objections?" The entire place was silent. The scene just now was beyond everyone's expectations. Yang Feng's sudden killing move and Fang Ping's instantaneous counterattack were both extremely surprising. The foreign martial artists all fell silent, their eyes even revealing a playful look. Internal strife? Interesting, someone from Hall of God's side immediately shouted. All high-level players forfeit their challenge. Seconded. Needless to say, all the families gave up. Li Diong's expression changed again and again. He said, "Fang Ping, Commander, someone wants to kill me. Of course, once you're in the arena, you can't blame anyone if you get killed. Now that all the upper stage rank SIXS and Sino Nation have given up on challenging, does anyone want to make a move?" In the crowd, Jiang Chao and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. They wouldn't get involved. Su Haran frowned. "Fang Ping, High Grandmaster Su, is there anything that I, Fang Ping, can't do to offend Star City?" Sigh. "Is it true that I saved 2 level 8 experts? The Yang family bullied me like this. If you want to kill me, then just kill me. A martial artist must take revenge and repay kindness. According to the rules, I challenged Yang Mu. Did I violate any rules?" Fang Ping's voice was as loud as a bell. His gaze landed on Yang Mu, and he shouted, "Yang Mu, go up." Yang Mu's face was filled with fear. Previously, when Fang Ping's mentality had collapsed, he had mainly been draining Fang Ping's vitality. It was only because his life was not in danger that he dared to enter the arena. But now, Fang Ping's murderous aura was awe-inspiring. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. How would he dare to go forward and die? When Fang Ping tried to kill him, he did not have time to pretend to be heavily injured and powerless. Unless, he hurt himself now, but everyone was looking at him. If he hurt himself to the point where he could no longer fight, he could forget about raising his head for the rest of his life. Yang Mu suddenly thought of something and looked at Yang He hurriedly. Yang He's expression was dark. He said coldly, "Fang Ping, I've said it before. Everything before was an accident. You've already killed Yang Feng. Everything ends here." The Yang family only sent these two people to participate in the competition. Yang Feng's death was also beyond his expectations. If Yang Mu was killed as well, then the Yang family would be completely done for in this competition. Without a newly born grandmaster, and without being able to kill Fang Ping, they would suffer heavy losses today. "Yang Mu, come out. Otherwise, hurt yourself and I'll spare your worthless life." Second Grandpa, Fang Ping. Yang He's expression was extremely ugly. He repeated, "I've said it before. It was an accident. If I kill Yang Mu, it's also an accident." Fang Ping retorted. Beside him, Su Haoran spoke again, "Fang Ping, Star City doesn't want to get involved in this, but the Yang family is from Star City after all, so only the people from Star City can kill me?" Fang Ping's eyes were cold. He looked at Li Daong who was not far away and said, "Commander Li, Sino Nation, is this how they treat me?" Li Daong's expression changed again and again. He suddenly shouted, "Yang Mu, go up." Fang Ping's expression softened slightly. "Yang," he said angrily, "Li Daong. The Yang family has protected mankind for hundreds of years. Today, a little kid humiliates us like this. How dare you? Everything has its own rules." Li Daong was also extremely annoyed. He said coldly, "These are the rules set by the world's top powerhouses. Then, we must follow the rules." The Yang family and Fang Ping's actions had completely messed up Sino Nation's arrangements. Li Daong was also so angry that he was about to explode. Sino Nation had actually caused such a commotion in front of the other 5 major forces. How would others view Sino Nation now? "Yang," he said coldly, "no matter how strict the rules are, as long as Fang Ping gives up the challenge, he will naturally not violate them. The Yang family has contributed for hundreds of years. Can't we even protect a rank 6? Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping insisted, "Go up." "Fang Ping." Yang He's tone was icy cold. He said angrily, "Don't force me." At this moment, Yang He's anger had reached its peak. "If you force me, I will kill you. Would Sino Nation let a rank 8 like me pay for a rank 6 life, at most? I will snatch Fang Ping's corpse and return to Star Town." At this moment, Yang He was hysterical and crazy. The more he said that, the more Fang Ping felt that he needed to force him. He insisted, "Go up." Fang Ping. Yang He's emotions were fluctuating wildly. Beside him, Su Haoran saw this and was slightly worried. He quickly looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping, as a Sino Nation martial artist, the youth competition is still going on. As the leader of Sino Nation's youth martial artists, are you really going to let outsiders see you as a joke?" Fang Ping thought for a while and nodded. What Grandmaster Su said makes sense. I, Fang Ping, am not that kind of person. If that's the case, then Grandmaster Yang, please swear that if anyone from the Yang family dares to attack me again, the entire Yang family will be destroyed. The asterisk starred. Yang He was instantly furious. He roared, "Little kid, how dare you bully me?" Fang Ping said with a cold expression. Grandmaster Su saw it. Grandmaster Yang is determined to kill me. If Grandmaster Su can guarantee that the Yang family will not make things difficult for me in the future, I, Fang Ping, will not let outsiders see me as a joke. However, a rank 8 martial artist is so hostile toward me. Grandmaster Su, am I supposed to sit and wait for death? Yang He was just angry in the moment. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice, Grandmaster Su, please give me a guarantee that the Yang family will not attack me, or the government can give me a guarantee that I, Fang Ping, will not pursue this matter today. I don't have the guts to pursue this matter. After saying this, Li Daong looked at Yang He and said coldly, Yang He, what are you trying to do? Today, we are all here. Justice is in the hearts of the people. The reason why Sino Nation's martial arts can last for so long is because everyone is united. Today, say whatever you want to say. Otherwise, if you incite Yang Feng to attack Fang Ping for no reason, don't blame me for suppressing you. Li Daong. Yang He was instantly furious. He said in a sorrowful tone, you want me to give an explanation to a little kid? You want me to give him a promise? The Yang family has guarded the passageway for Sino Nation for hundreds of years. Now that elder ancestor has fallen and big brother has died in battle, Senior Yang's death will be judged by the public. Li Daong said in a low voice, some things can't be blamed on anyone. Yang Daohong went to the bounded zones to search for the remains. The government also supported him greatly and did not blame him. We also hope that Yang Daohong can retrieve the remains of the senior. No one wants Yang Daohong to die in battle. However, since it has happened, we have to accept reality. Blindly blaming others is not the way of a martial artist. Yang He said coldly, so, I have to give this junior an explanation today? Li Daong took a deep breath. After a while, he said, fine. Go back to Star City. You are not allowed to leave Star City in the future. Today's matter ends here. You want to imprison me? Yang He's eyes were cold and fierce. Just because the Yang family is in dire straits, you want to imprison me? Li Daong, you don't have the right. Li Daong's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He said, I represent the military department and the Sino Nation government. Yang He, are you really going to disobey? Yang He looked at him, then at Su Haoran, and finally at Fang Ping. He suddenly laughed. I only have one question. That day, was it really Qin Fengqing who went into the bounded zones alone? Fang Ping's heart stirred. He knew that Li Hansong had gone in too. Fang Ping was about to speak when Yang He, who had been staring at him, suddenly laughed. I know. He was sure, just now, he had been paying attention to Fang Ping, paying attention to his every move and all his emotional fluctuations. In that instant, he knew. Sure enough, Qin Fengqing did not go in alone, everything was as he had guessed. Before this, it was just a guess. Now, it was the truth. Now, because of such a small matter, the military department actually wanted him to not take a step out of Star City. Yang He looked around again and chuckled. As expected, without the elder ancestor, all of you have changed. No one is speaking up for the Yang family. After guarding for hundreds of years, the tea cools down when the person is gone. How sad is this? Today it's the Yang family. Who will it be the next day? The Su family? The Jing family? Or the Li family? Ha ha ha, Yang He threw his head back and laughed, full of grief and indignation. Without the venerable ancestor holding the fort, he could not even afford to provoke a rank 6. If the elder ancestor was still alive, would these people dare to treat him like this? Absolute peak. At this moment, this was the only thought in Yang He's mind. He wanted to become the absolute peak. If he did not become the absolute peak, the Yang family would be completely gone. And the hope of becoming the absolute peak was only Fang Ping. If I leave today, the military department won't allow me to leave the city. How can I seize the elder ancestor's relics? Since I'm destined to be confined. Why don't I kill him, take his body, and escape back to Star City? Will they really make me pay with my life? In the end, it'll still be confined and the same outcome. At this moment, thoughts emerged in Yang He's mind. However, Li Daong was here now. How could he kill Fang Ping? It was as if the heavens were helping him. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly took a few steps and left Li Daong. As Fang Ping walked, his heart was beating wildly. He felt danger. It was too intense. It was so intense that he felt like he would die in the next second. From the corner of his eyes, he looked at old man Li, who had been silent all this while. Fang Ping wailed in his heart. Can this old man do it? If I die, even if you kill him, it'll be over. I don't dare to gamble anymore. Fang Ping really did not dare to gamble anymore. He was afraid that old man Li would not be able to save him in time. Yang He seemed to have gone crazy. This old man's vision was too terrifying. He might really attack him. Should I go back to Commander Li's side? Rank 9 is safe enough. There's no need to gamble now. This guy can't kill me today. Since the military department has spoken, Star City will definitely not let him out. Fang Ping felt that the military department had some restraints on these martial artists. They should be able to keep their word. At the thought of this, Fang Ping hurriedly walked toward Li Deyong's side. His own safety was still the most important. Old man Li often bragged. He dared not believe him completely. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed in Yang He's eyes. Whether he killed him or not, the result would be the same. If that was the case, then he would kill this annoying brat. At most, he would return to Star City and go into closed-door cultivation. After making up his mind, Yang He did not hesitate anymore. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Fang Ping. Damn it! Li Deyong reacted instantly. He was furious to the extreme. Crazy, Yang He actually dared to kill someone in front of him. This was practically provoking the government, provoking the military department. With a curse, Li Deyong hurriedly attacked. However, someone else attacked faster than him. At this moment, in the midst of everyone's shock, Li Chongqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly exploded. At this moment, an earth-shattering sword glow penetrated the seal set up by the rank 9. The sword aura pierced through the sky directly. The sky-piercing sword glow sent chills down everyone's spine in capital city. Su Haoran roared, "No!" But it was too late. From the beginning until now, old man Li had not uttered a word. He had been holding it in, holding it in. At this moment, he finally unleashed his power. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding seal barrier shattered instantly. Some of the rank 9 powerhouses present turned pale one after another. Li Deyong's movements were also sluggish. At this moment, the invisible sword in old man Li's hand had already slashed down. In the void, an imperceptible black crack appeared instantly. This. Shatter. A rank 9 lost his voice in shock. How was this possible? MCMAU Li Chongqing could not possibly be this powerful. Moreover, for the sake of a rank 6, he unleashed an unimaginable power with one slash. Did he not want to live anymore? Everyone was stunned. Even Li Deyong, who was close at hand, did not manage to block it in time because the barrier shattered instantly. His movements were sluggish. The void trembled. In the next moment, Yang He, who had just thrown a punch, revealed a dazed look in his eyes. He was dazed for a moment without any reaction. Then, like a porcelain doll, Yang He shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Golden body, obliterated. Old man Li's face turned pale. He aged instantly, his spirit heavy. The invisible sword in his hand disappeared. In a low voice, he said, "Motherf ***, I've held it in for a whole day." Everyone was silent. Even though the battle stage had fallen, no one paid any attention to it right now. Su Haoran's face was full of shock. His heart was palpitating. Similarly, his face was full of confusion. Swordsman longevity breaks longevity. Li Chongqing killed the rank 8 powerhouse Yang He with one slash. Someone in the crowd murmured this sentence softly. In the past, swordsman longevity broke his own path to longevity. The trip to Nanjiang broke a rank 8's path to longevity. After the unification of 10,000 paths, he broke his own path to longevity again. Some people understood Li Chongqing, some did not, but swordsman longevity still had some prestige. Today, in front of many rank 9s, Li Chongqing slashed a rank 8 with one slash, shocking the world. Void-piercing swordsmanship. Someone muttered again, recognizing the sword technique used by Li Chongqing. It was the ultimate technique of the ultimate powerhouse, Netherworld King Li Zhen. Rank 9 longevity sword, the ultimate technique of the ultimate technique, combined with the accumulated power of 10,000 paths as one powerhouse, the sword shattered the void. That slash just now was shocking. Even a rank 9 powerhouse might not be killed by one slash, but facing that slash, they would definitely be severely injured. After the shock, the foreign grandmasters revealed expressions of anticipation. This time, there was a show to watch. The domestic grandmasters, on the other hand, were shocked by Li Chongqing's strength and his boldness. He actually killed Yang He, a rank 8 powerhouse was the backbone of the martial arts world. Even if Yang He attacked Fang Ping, even if Yang He made a mistake, the government did not ignore it. The military department had already ordered Yang He not to leave Star Town. Under such circumstances, Li Chongqing just now could stop Yang He, but not necessarily kill him. Now, Li Chongqing directly killed him. If he did not die, even if the other party was severely injured, the government and the military department would speak up for Li Chongqing. The Yang family made a mistake first. However, he was dead. No matter what, they must give Star Town and the Yang family an explanation. Just as Li Diong's expression changed again and again, in the crowd, the stunned Yang Mu suddenly came to his senses. The next moment, Yang Mu knelt on the ground with a thud. He was not begging for mercy. Elder ancestor, Grandpa, the Yang family is annihilated. Yang Mu's tears streamed down his cheeks, crying out in sorrow. Even if second Grandpa is wrong, his sin does not warrant death. Elder ancestor protected mankind for hundreds of years. The Yang family fought for mankind, for Sino nation for hundreds of years, and suffered countless casualties. 3 generations and above, all died in the catacombs. Does my Yang family deserve to be exterminated? Second Grandpa has spent his whole life fighting in the restricted area. He doesn't understand the ways of the world. Even if he's guilty, it's not MCMAU's turn to kill him. Bang, 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 Yang Mu suddenly kowtowed toward the center of capital city. The rank 6 powerhouse kowtowed until his head was bleeding. Tears of blood dripped from his eyes as he cried, Pluto King, Martial King, Yang Mu refuses to accept this. The Yang clan will not accept this. In this world, is there no one who will speak up for my Yang family? Yang Mu kowtowed until his head was bleeding. His sorrowful voice spread throughout the Martial Arts Association. Li Diong's expression changed again, a touch of sadness appeared on Su Haoren's face. The fox grieves when the rabbit dies. Even if the Yang family was in the wrong first, even if Yang He insisted on killing Fang Ping. Fang Ping was fine now. Instead, a rank 8 and a peak rank 6 from the Yang family had died here. He was from Star Town and was also the person in charge of Star Town. But now, Yang He had been killed right in front of him. The Yang family disciples no longer begged him to make a decision. Instead, they knelt and begged the 2 peak experts to make a decision. Su Haoren felt a little upset in his heart. The people from Suppressing Star City and the other participants were also upset. Someone could not help but whisper, even if Grandpa Yang, he shouldn't have been killed just like that. Sympathizing with the weak was everyone's mentality. The Yang family's experience was too miserable. Peak experts, rank 9, rank 8, rank 7, fell one after another. Yang Qing was the only rank 7 powerhouse left in such a huge family. There were 13 families in Star Town. The Yang family had truly declined this time. Fang Ping was an outsider. After all, they had been with the Yang family for many years. Even Jiang Chao felt extremely conflicted at this time. If Yang He had really killed Fang Ping, the people from Star Town would probably despise the Yang family. They bullied the weak and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They even dared to provoke so many enemies at this time. But Fang Ping did not die. The one who died was Yang He. In the arena, it was extremely quiet. No one spoke. Only Yang Mu's cries of blood and the sound of kowtowing could be heard continuously. He was begging the 2 peak experts to seek justice for him. He knew that the peak experts were also paying attention. At least one peak expert would be watching over capital city at any time. With such a huge incident happening, the peak experts would definitely know. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, just as Li Diong did not know how to handle it, the incomparably old Li Chongqing, who had just slashed with his sword, suddenly smiled faintly and said, killing Yang He was just an accident. I didn't expect him to not even be able to withstand a single slash. Yang Mu suddenly stared at him with blood-red eyes. The others also frowned slightly. Making sarcastic remarks at this time would only increase the hostility of the people from Star Town. Li Chongqing was a little unwise. Old Man Li glanced at Su Haoren, then at Li Diong. He smiled again and said, the lives of MCMAU people may not be as good as those in Star Town, but they are still valuable. Today, I killed Yang He with my sword. Whether it was right or wrong, I will pay with my life. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Su Haoran frowned slightly and said, Li Chongqing, what's the point of crying and bragging about your own achievements? Although MCMAU's strength is weak, we have also fought on the battlefield and dyed the foreign lands red. We have fought in the catacombs for the safety of our country and the peace of the world. Yang He wants to kill Fang Ping. What right does he have? Li Chongqing's voice was like a great bell. At this moment, he was like an ancient demon god, his sword qi soaring to the sky. Who has the right to kill Fang Ping? In this world, there are only catacombs martial artists and evil sect martial artists. If he does not betray humanity, no one has the right to kill him. Although MCMAU's strength is weak, we dare to draw our swords and fight. Today, I, Li Chongqing, killed Yang He with my sword. I am at fault, but not guilty. I will pay with my life. Boom, the sword qi soared into the sky, and a beam of sword qi shot out. In the next moment, Old Man Li instantly aged to the extreme. He sat on the ground with his legs crossed, and there was no sign of life. Everyone was stunned. Su Haoran hurried forward to check. His face was full of shock and confusion, even a little dazed. Silence. Silence. His life was extinguished. Li Chongqing was dead, he was dead. Li Diong's expression was also extremely ugly. The anger in his heart was about to explode. Dead, Li Chongqing had extinguished himself. How was that possible? How was that possible? In one day, Sino Nation lost 2 top-notch powerhouses. They did not die in the catacombs, not on the battlefield, but on the ground, in the hands of their own people. Bastard! Li Diong was furious, killing intent erupted from his body. Some of the weaker people around him retreated one after another, sweating profusely and terrified. Beside him, Fang Ping was indifferent. His face was full of sorrow. After a long time, Fang Ping stepped forward, walked to Li Chongqing, and suddenly knelt down, his eyes blood-red, saying, You treated me like a son. In order to save me today, you only killed an enemy. How could you do this? The Yang family thinks of themselves as meritorious, killing whoever they want. Do we not have any merit? We have also fought in the catacombs. Generation after generation of MCMAU instructors, who did not fight for the country. In the past, you fought incessantly. You were attacked by a rank 9 and had a mental breakdown. In the Nanjiang Catacombs battle, you killed a rank 8 with a sword as a rank 6, turning the tide. For humanity, for Sino Nation, you gave up the path to the top, the path to longevity, and embarked on the path of unification of all paths. You only killed an enemy. So what? Although I, Fang Ping, am not talented, what right did Yang He have to kill me? What right did the Yang family have to plot against me? After saying that, Fang Ping turned around abruptly, looking at Yang Mu, saying with a murderous aura, Yang Mu, today, my instructor did not die in the catacombs. He died because of the Yang family. His death was not worth it. Since you want revenge, come, you and I will fight, only life and death. Yang Mu's scalp went numb under his stare. The sorrow from earlier had long disappeared. He was also stunned. Li Chongqing was dead. This was completely out of his expectations. Everything he did just now, on one hand, was true grief and indignation. On the other hand, it was also to gain sympathy and punish the MCMAU people. Another reason was to help the rest of the Yang family wash away all the bad reputation. It was true that Yang He wanted to kill Fang Ping. It was true that Yang Feng wanted to kill Fang Ping. The Yang family's reputation was considered tarnished. Also, it was to save his life. MCMAU was so cruel that even second grandpa was killed. The competition was not over yet. If Fang Ping continued to challenge him, what should he do? The only way was to show weakness, to gain sympathy, and to arouse others' dissatisfaction with MCMAU. Everything was going according to his expectations. However, Li Chongqing's actions overturned everything in an instant. He was a top-notch powerhouse who could slash a rank 8 with his sword. He had also made great contributions to the Sino Nation and killed countless powerhouses. However, now, because he killed a martial artist from Star Town who took the initiative to attack his own student, he had self-destructed. Yang Mu was stunned. Star Town's Su Haoran did not say a word, his face full of worry. This time, it was really troublesome. The Yang family's trouble was still a small matter. The Yang family was now in decline. The only promising Yang Qing was not allowed to lead the city in the future. However, on MCMAU's side, Yang He took the initiative to attack Fang Ping. After that, Li Chongqing self-destructed. What did Minister Zhang think? What did MCMAU think? Wu Quishan was about to reach rank 9. The Guardian of the South, Wu Chuan, was also a rank 9 powerhouse. There were also a large number of powerhouses who had graduated from MCMAU, and MCMAU already had powerhouses. Should Li Chongqing have killed Yang He? Yang He was dead, but Li Chongqing was not. There would probably be people who would blame Li Chongqing. However, both of them were dead. The main culprit was the Yang family. Even Star Town would be regarded as an enemy by all the martial artists from the outside world. Star Town would be meritorious, but the martial artists from the outside world would not. After fighting for 100 years, how many people had sacrificed their lives and buried their bones in foreign lands? Was it not for the sake of world peace? Now, even a hero like Fang Ping could lose his life at any time. Who would dare to fight in the future? Who would still be willing to fight, if today's matter was not handled well? The unity of the people of Sino Nation for 100 years and the united effort to fight in the catacombs might be greatly affected. Therefore, at this moment, Su Haoran's head was as big as a cow's. The other grandmasters in Sino Nation also had complicated looks in their eyes. Many people looked at Su Haoran, at Yang Mu, at the other people in Star Town. There was dissatisfaction, anger, and annoyance. A good competition was ruined. A swordsmanship powerhouse like Li Chongqing could at least kill a rank 9 powerhouse. Dead, how could the people in Star Town be so unscrupulous? How could they be so domineering? Beside him, Fang Ping's murderous aura was soaring. He kept staring at Yang Mu. In his heart, however, he felt helpless. What was Old Man Li doing? Why did he have to do this? If things got out of hand, it would be hard to explain. If he pretended to be dead now, how could he show his face in the future? Then again, pretending to be dead could indeed gain sympathy. Otherwise, if Old Man Li had killed Yang He directly, no matter what, Star Town would sympathize with the loss of a rabbit and would eventually be dissatisfied with MCMAU. Now, Li Chongqing had paid with his life. Everyone had nothing to say, right? As for rank 9s like Su Haoran, they were all sure that Old Man Li was dead. That was because Old Man Li was really dead. This matter. Outsiders really did not understand. After all, there were only a few words about the unification of 10,000 paths in the ancient books. And Li Chongqing was the only martial artist who had the unification of 10,000 paths today. Martial artists, especially those who had reached the high ranks, were not considered dead as long as their mentality was not dead. The best way to confirm a martial artist's death was to confirm that the other party's mentality was dead. As for a certain someone, under the unification of 10,000 paths, the essence, spirit, and soul were united. If his vitality was depleted, his mentality would also be depleted, falling into a state of nirvana. The old man's previous slash had already consumed a lot of vitality. After that, the sword aura soared to the sky, exhausting the last trace of vitality, and naturally, he was dead. This point. Outsiders might not really think of it. It was not that they did not think of it, but it was generally known that mentality could not be recovered unless it was like Rose King, who had a heaven-defying divine fruit. The unification of 10,000 paths only referred to the unification of 10,000 paths. It did not introduce anything else. Thinking about it, Fang Ping still felt a little helpless. He did not plan to let Old Man Li pretend to be dead. The old man was addicted to acting. This was great. What should he do in the future? Just as Fang Ping was glaring at Yang Mu and thinking about what to do in the future, in the void, a figure slowly materialized. Sir Marshal King. At this moment, the foreign powerhouses bowed one after another, their faces full of respect. Over at Sino Nation's side, Li Daong was also full of worry. He felt a little guilty and helpless, saying gloomily, "Minister. Minister." The others greeted him one after another. Su Haoran was also extremely depressed. He bowed slightly and said, "Marshal King, today's matter, I already know." Zhang Tao's figure completely emerged. Before this, he really did not know, but when Li Chongqing slashed out with his sword, he knew everything. Jiwadong was too busy, he did not have time to pay special attention to some middle-ranked martial artists' competitions. Glancing at Yang Mu, Zhang Tao said slowly, Yang Mu, Yang Feng attacked Fang Ping first. Yang He ignored the rules, disregarded the law, and attacked Fang Ping. Now, Li Changxing paid with his life. Is the Yang family satisfied with this explanation? Yang Mu trembled with fear, speechless for a while. Zhang Tao looked at him for a while, then looked at Su Haoran and said, Is Star Town satisfied? Su Haoran said with a bitter expression, Martial King, this is not Star Town's intention. Star Town and MCMAU have a friendly relationship. Previously, Li Fei and the others even went to MCMAU to study. Last time, we also invited Fang Ping and the others to Star Town. Yang He's matter is only an individual's action. He does not represent the Yang family, much less Star Town. At this point, he could only completely disregard Yang He. Otherwise, if he left this knot in his heart, it would be troublesome in the future. The government could lead Sino Nation, but it did not really bow down to Star Town. Nether King Li Zhen, Martial King Zhang Tao, Eastern Guardian Shen Gaiyang, Northern Guardian Shen Haoyan, Li family's elder ancestor, although most of these people came from Star Town, it did not mean that they only cared about Star Town. As for the other elders, some of them did not care about worldly affairs, but some of them did not really care about Star Town. Moreover, this was only the Yang family's matter. If this matter really caused a huge commotion, then it would be really troublesome. Zhang Tao said slowly, if that's the case, Yang He and Yang Feng are dead. The assassination of Fang Ping ends here. Li Changxing's death and Yang He's death also ends here. Yang Mu, Fang Ping, do the two of you have any objections? Fang Ping was about to speak when Zhang Tao suddenly looked at him. The look in his eyes was a little strange and frightening. He said lightly, Fang Ping, you're known as the leader of the youth martial arts. You should think before you act. Martial artists don't need to serve the public wholeheartedly, but they need to have a clear conscience. Although Li Changxing is dead, a few days ago, I went on a trip to the Forbidden Sea and obtained a divine reversal fruit. If MCMAU is willing to pay the price of 5 divine weapons and killing 10 catacombs high ranks, I will give you the divine reversal fruit to save his life since Li Changxing has already been nirvana once. Now that humans need powerhouses to guard the catacombs, I will give you the divine reversal fruit to save his life. As soon as these words came out, the grandmasters both at home and abroad were shocked. Divine reversal fruit, it could save the life of a nirvana powerhouse. This was too scary. King Wu had actually gone to the Forbidden Sea and obtained such a heaven-defying fruit. This was too shocking. Su Haoran was also shocked. Li Changxing could be saved, however, the price of 5 divine weapons and killing 10 catacombs high ranks was also extremely shocking. If it could really save Li Changxing, perhaps MCMAU would also be willing, right? As for Fang Ping, at this moment, he was so excited that it seemed like he was about to die. He was really going to die. Zhang Tao was setting him up, old fox, old man, old bastard was setting him up, damn you, he must have seen it, he must have seen it. He knew that old man Li was not dead. He said so much, but he only said one thing. If he still wanted Li Changxing to show his face in front of people, then he would have to pay 5 divine weapons and killing 10 catacombs high ranks in exchange for old man Li being able to walk outside openly in the future. In reality, he did not have to pay anything. Fang Ping was too excited. At least in the eyes of the others, he was so excited that he was trembling all over. Was Absolute Peak also setting people up? If you really have the ability to take out a divine reversal fruit, I will accept it. Now. I will not accept it, I will not accept it either. Zhang Tao was still looking at Fang Ping, continuing to look. Would he accept it or not? He was actually quite annoyed now. Things had escalated to this point. The Yang family was at fault, Fang Ping was also at fault. Absolute Peak was not a fool. If Fang Ping did not deliberately pretend to be injured, would it have triggered the Yang family's follow-up actions? If Li Changxing did not kill Yang He, since the military department had ordered him not to leave Star Town, then after today, Yang He would not leave Star Town anymore. This was set in stone. In order to prevent future trouble, Fang Ping directly asked Li Changxing to kill the other party, almost causing a rift between the government and Star Town. If this matter was not handled properly, Sino Nation would suffer great losses. Both sides were at fault, but the Yang family was dead. Zhang Tao could not be bothered to say more. On Fang Ping's side, Li Chongqing had solved a big problem by pretending to be dead. However, Zhang Tao was not willing to let Fang Ping pass this easily. This bastard, even if he fought with the Yang family in private, he could not be bothered. What day was today? Where was he now? This was the International Youth Competition, also the focus of the world. Fang Ping and the Yang family's mess today was a disgrace to the whole of Sino nation. Behind closed doors, it would be fine even if they beat their brains out. However, in front of outsiders, to this extent, he even had the heart to hack Fang Ping to death. Did Fang Ping not still have 3 divine weapons, this bastard, leaving them empty in his hands? He did not even mention to support the government, at least increase the government's strength. The boots that Li Chongqing was wearing were worn for nothing. What was the point of keeping them? As for killing high ranks, this was something that should be done. There would be many battles in the future. Previously in the Tiannan catacombs, Wu Kuxian alone had killed many of them. There was no time limit, so it was not a big deal. What Zhang Tao wanted now was divine weapons. As for Fang Ping, his face was full of grief, indignation, sorrow, and grief. Beside him, Minister Wang said excitedly, "Fang Ping, quickly agree." From Minister Wang and the others' point of view, Zhang Tao was really thinking about MCMAU's contributions. Plus, they were family, so he was siding with MCMAU. He had even given out the heaven-defying divine fruit that could save the Nirvana powerhouse. As for divine weapons and killing enemies, to them, this was just to save some face. This was to avoid Star Town's dissatisfaction. After all, Li Chongqing could still be saved. It was almost equivalent to giving it away for free. If they did not believe it, they could ask the people in Star Town. 5 divine weapons in exchange for a divine fruit, would they do it? Divine weapons did not have a level limit. If 5 rank 7 divine weapons could be exchanged for this heaven-defying divine fruit, Star Town would be able to gather a large number of divine weapons to exchange for it. Not only Star Town, but the grandmasters of other foreign forces also looked envious and expectant. No one thought that Zhang Tao would lie. What a joke. This was a top powerhouse, Lord Marshal King, Hades King Li Zhen, Marshal King Zhang Tao. Even among the world's top powerhouses, they were the top-notch kind with unparalleled combat strength. It would not be easy for these big shots to go to a dangerous place like the Forbidden Sea to obtain the divine fruit. Yet, they were only exchanged for 5 divine weapons. It was too easy for MCMAU's people. Some people calculated in their hearts that it might be related to Li Chongqing's sword earlier. That sword even touched the destruction of space. If such a powerhouse could be saved, it would add a powerful high-ranked combat strength to Sino nation. Using this divine fruit to save Li Chongqing might be worth it. However, some people still felt that it was too extravagant. Li Chongqing's life was not long. Saving him. Was it not a waste? It was still Sino nation's top benevolence. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhang Tao was simply the incarnation of a kind person. As for Fang Ping, the corner of his mouth trembled. After a while, he said in a somewhat happy manner, "Minister, can he really be saved? Can he also recover the vitality that was previously lost?" Fang Ping felt that if Zhang Tao really helped Old Man Li recover his vitality, it would be worth it. After all, it would consume a lot of life essence. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao did not buy it. He shook his head slightly and said, "It can only stop his mentality from dying out. As for recovery, you guys will have to think of another way." F***ck. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. This was a business that cost nothing. Now, Old Man Li could recover his mentality by simply replenishing some vitality. Did he think he was a fool? Just like that. He wanted to extort 5 divine weapons from me. However, when he thought about what happened today, if he did not give an explanation, he might not be able to live through this. Without old Zhang's support, it would not be easy to pass this hurdle in Star City. 5 divine weapons. 5 divine weapons. Very good. Old Zhang, I'll remember you. You must live until I reach the top. Don't die. Today, it's 5 rank 7 divine weapons. When that time comes, it won't even be enough for you to return me the top divine weapons. Fang Ping remembered this debt. In history, this was the person who owed him the most, even more than Old Man Li. If it was not enough for old Zhang to sell himself. A top divine weapon selling himself should be enough. Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao strangely. Zhang Tao seemed to be able to see through a person's heart, glancing at him with a half-smile. I'm extorting you. What can you do? You're lucky I didn't slap you to death. Today, you almost messed things up. I didn't kill you because I'm taking your credit. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Ping said, half crying and half laughing, thank you for saving my life, Minister. I can't repay this kindness. Fang Ping will remember it. 5 rank 7 divine weapons, killing 10 high ranks. MCMAU will do our best. Even if we have to go bankrupt, I beg Minister to save instructor's life. The phrase, remember it in my heart, was really engraved in his bones. It was heavy. Zhang Tao sighed softly, nodded and said, then I'll bring Li Chongqing back. In this case, one divine fruit may not be able to save him. I'll look for Li Zhan and try to infuse the origin together again. I only hope that after he survives, he can see through some things because of today's nirvana. Sigh, with a long sigh, Zhang Tao waved his hand and took Li Chongqing's corpse away. After saying, let's continue, he disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. Let me die. A top divine weapon tricked me, a rank 6, and he even acted like he suffered a great loss. He even made other people worship him and make other people envious of him. What is this? Tricked me, and I still have to thank him. I'm in so much pain, compared to tricking others. What is this? Back then, when he tricked 5 divine weapons from Polaris City, it was a real battle with real swords and spears. He also acted as a follower and did it for a while. As for Zhang Tao, from the beginning to the end, he showed up for less than 5 minutes, and it was over. Fang Ping felt bitter in his heart, but he still had to pretend to be happy. He saved his instructor. How could he not be happy? Iron Head, this big idiot, was still congratulating him in a low voice. How lucky. Minister, you still have the divine fruit to save Dean Li. You're too lucky. Zhang Tao had left. Once Absolute Peak showed up, the matter was considered over. No one dared to go against Absolute Peak's will. As for Fang Ping, he glanced at the dazed Yang Mu and suddenly sighed softly. He said softly, I won't take this matter to heart anymore. You and I are both the pillars of Sino Nation's younger generation. I hope we can enter the restricted area together this time and forget everything that happened before. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Mu's expression changed drastically. He suddenly looked at Su Haoran, trembling all over. Grandpa Su, I want to send second Grandpa and Yang Feng home. In this lifetime, I will never leave Star Town. He was afraid, he was terrified. Fang Ping was so kind that he wanted to enter the restricted area with him. Just now, Fang Ping killed Yang Feng in a flash. Just now, Li Chongqing killed Yang He with one slash. In a few minutes, Fang Ping would meet him again and forget all enmity. Yang Mu's heart trembled. Fang Ping wanted to kill him, he was sure that Fang Ping wanted to kill him. On the ground, Fang Ping would not attack him anymore. Absolute Peak had already shown up. If Fang Ping dared to attack him again, he would really be disrespecting Absolute Peak. However, what about after entering the restricted area? Who could protect him? He did not want to compete anymore. He wanted to leave. He wanted to leave immediately. He even said that he would never leave Star Town. No one was not afraid of death. The Yang family of today was no longer the Yang family of the past. Fang Ping's face was full of kindness. He wanted to say something but stopped. It seemed like he did not know what to say. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of killing you. You're too weak, however, if you really die, I won't save you. According to what others said, the probability of death after entering the restricted area is not low. You will probably die, right? Su Haoran glanced at Fang Ping, then at Yang Mu, and finally at Li Daong. He sighed softly. Commander Li, now that Yang He and Yang Feng are dead, why don't you let Yang Mu bring them back to Star Town? Li Daong did not say anything this time. He nodded and said, sure. After saying that, Li Daong glanced at them and turned to look at a rank 7 military department martial artist. Send Yang Mu back to Star Town. He asked the rank 7 to escort him because he was worried that Yang Mu would not be satisfied and cause trouble again. On the one hand, He was worried that Fong Ping might be up to no good. The last point was also to explain the situation to Stellar Sky City. Although Zhang Tao had stepped forward to suppress what had happened today, it was still necessary to make things clear, lest Yang Mu go back and stir up trouble. Without saying a word, Yang Mu went to collect Yang Feng's corpse. As for Yang He, his body was badly mutilated and had almost been torn to pieces. Yang Mu used his clothes to wrap up the fragments. He took one last look at Fong Ping, his expression indescribably complicated. Resentment, then there must be, but after the resentment, his heart turned cold. This was a ruthless person. Most likely, he had long wanted to kill them. Now that things had come to this, if they still couldn't tell, they would really be fools. Fong Ping said that he had pretended to be injured to kill the people from Pantheon. What a joke. When his mental strength collapsed, he only showed it to the people of Hua Nation. It was obvious who he was trying to lure. Yang Mu left without looking back. The Yang family was completely finished. Now there was only a high-ranked Yang Qing left, and he was only a middle-stage rank 7. Under the circumstances, what could Yang Qing do? Mcmau Li Chongqing was not dead. Before Nirvana, he said, draw your sword and fight. Unless a rank 9 powerhouse stood up for the Yang family, otherwise, who would dare to kill Fong Ping? As soon as he left, Fong Ping's expression returned to normal. Without waiting for the others to speak, Fong Ping suddenly said, now that Yang Mu has left, it's still my challenge, right? As soon as these words came out, the other countries lost the mood to watch the show. They had almost forgotten about the competition. Just now, the strength that Fong Ping had displayed was indeed terrifying. His mentality was not damaged at all. There was no damage at all. Previously, Rosés thought that he had severely injured Fong Ping. Only now did he know that Fong Ping was just messing with him. Fong Ping swept his gaze across the crowd one by one. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a Grandmaster Sword Knight from Pantheon. This person wore full armor, but did not wear a helmet. His fiery red hair was also quite eye-catching. Fong Ping smiled and said, you're at Mentality Vitality Unity. There's no need to hide anything. No one can hide it from me, Fong Ping. Having said that, Fong Ping glanced at the greatsword in his hand, then looked at his full armor, and said playfully, brother, why don't you come on stage and play? Without the threat of the Yang family, he did not need to scheme anymore. At this moment, Fong Ping was reckless and high-spirited. This time, he almost ruined the youth competition. Although the others did not say anything, Fong Ping knew that he had to do something. Selfishness and fairness had to be taken into consideration. If he still did not put an effort in the upcoming competition, he might make a lot of people unhappy this time. He killed Yang Feng and forced Yang Mu away. Sino Nation had lost 2 peak combat strength. He could only kill some foreign powerhouses. Yes, kill. This hidden mentality vitality unity was not a descendant of a paragon, but a powerhouse sent by the European government. The key was that the other party's sword was a divine weapon. Although the armor was not a divine weapon, it was still good stuff. He had just lost 5 divine weapons to old Zhang. Luo Saisai's greatsword was not bad, it was also a divine weapon. Now he had to think of a way to make up for the loss. The knight who was called looked at Fong Ping and said, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Right now, it's not the final stage yet. Fong Ping chuckled. It won't take long to kill you. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at Ka Meng and Butoi, as well as the tattooed man from Totem City. He said lightly, after killing him, all of you will be next. You've got guts. How dare you kill a Sino Nation martial artist? You deserve to die. Arrogant. The few of them were furious. On the other hand, Sino Nation was very pleased. Fong Ping killed one of their own. Although they did not say anything, they still felt a little upset. But now, Fong Ping was extremely domineering. He called out names and wanted to kill the Mentality Vitality Unity powerhouses from various countries. It was really inspiring. Cut the crap. Go on stage. Having said that, Fong Ping leaped into the air and landed in the middle of the arena. At this moment, the arena had already fallen. The few rank 9s took a look at the broken seal and were about to continue. At this moment, the arena floated directly in the air. The next moment, a thin transparent cover covered the arena. Fang Ping was slightly shocked. Absolute. Zhang Tao, he was indeed terrifyingly powerful. In Fang Ping's opinion, the seal set by the 7 rank 9s was not as powerful as the seal that was set up casually. Absolute was indeed enough to change everything. Just as Fang Ping entered the central area, the knight with the big sword walked out too. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, "You're digging your own grave. You talk too much." Just as he finished speaking, Sun City suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Sun City condensed into the chaos-vanquishing saber, Kacha. With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the chaos-vanquishing saber. At the same time, Fang Ping roared. Celestiality, golden bone, vitality force, all the power surged into the saber in an instant. The chaos-vanquishing saber began to crumble. Fang Ping leaped into the air and slashed. The gods had fallen. In the void, all the gods and Buddhas were destroyed. Just as the illusion appeared, the saber light had already fallen. The fiery red hair of the knight with the big sword stood on end. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Danger, extreme danger. Fang Ping was much stronger than when he fought Rosace. Roar. The knight with the big sword let out a wild roar. He did not run. There was no way to run. The battle area was too small. If he ran, he would be courting death. He could only take this move. Sun Sword. At this moment, the greatsword in the knight's hand was like the sun, exploding with dazzling celestiality. Powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion could explode celestiality. However, it would cause great damage to their bodies. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to do so. At this moment, the knight with the big sword did not hesitate, exploding with all his might. A sword and a saber collided instantly. The gods in the sky fell, their blood splattering in the void. Just as the knight with the big sword unleashed his frenzied outburst, roaring incessantly, Fang Ping did not take a break after the slash just now. In an instant, the same slash materialized again. Bill. In Heaven of Gods, a powerhouse's expression changed drastically, roaring, "Play dead, admit defeat." They sensed a huge threat. Bill was in trouble. Just as the knight with the big sword heard this voice and was about to take action, his vision suddenly went black, the void shook, mentality exploded. The explosion made him a little dazed. In this moment of daze, Fang Ping's second slash came. Boom, a loud bang was heard. On the spot, only a broken armor and greatsword were left. Fang Ping frowned slightly. With a shift of his mentality, he retracted the greatsword and armor. Then, he looked at the cracked chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand, feeling a little helpless. That day, he had promised to use it until peak rank 6. Great, now it was about to completely shatter. It was a well-known weapon below divine weapon. Zhang Dingnan's saber was not that great. However, he had obtained another divine weapon. That was not bad. While Fang Ping was still sizing up this greatsword that was slightly smaller than Rasai's, the scene was extremely quiet. In just a moment, Fang Ping had killed a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Was Bill strong? Mentality-vitality fusion could not be that bad. It was almost a dream for a typical peak rank 6 to kill a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse. But now, a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse did not have much room to perform, and was killed by Fang Ping with 2 slashes. In Wanta World, Carmen's expression was gloomy, gripping his scepter tightly. Sino Nation's first casualty was killed by him. In ancient Buddha sacred land, Butoya put his palms together, no longer smiling. He was mumbling something, suppressing the palpitation in his heart. In Totem City, the tattooed man did not say a word, his expression cold and solemn. In mentality-vitality fusion, only the black-robed martial artist from the Andes Mountains did not seem to care, because he did not kill any Sino Nation martial artists. Fang Ping only had 2 chances to challenge. It would not be his turn no matter what. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his face turned pale, blood spilled everywhere in the air, and he said with great difficulty, so powerful. Mentality-vitality fusion, it lives up to its name. F***ck. It was unknown if these foreigners knew how to curse in Sino Nation's national language. Anyway, at this moment, everyone's expression was extremely dark. Mother Vastus Kerr, you killed Bill with 2 slashes. and the other party did not even attack you. You self-destructed a part of your mentality. Now only an idiot would believe that you could not recover. Bastard. B*TCH. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Things had already come to this, and you still want to put on an act. Do you think that everyone is an idiot, that we will take the initiative to challenge you? Meanwhile, over at Sino Nation's side, Xianxia swallowed his saliva, and said with some delight, so powerful. As he said that, Xianxia thought of something, and immediately shouted, globally rank 6, Fang Ping is invincible. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. Fang Ping, who had unleashed his full power, was too powerful. Moreover, it was extremely shameless. When he unleashed one move, the materialized mentality self-destructed. It was almost impossible for those below rank 7 to withstand it, and they would all experience a moment of dizziness. Meanwhile, Fang Ping's vitality recovered quickly, and he could quickly unleash a second slash. Most of the time, even if your mentality self-destructed, you would not be able to unleash a second slash, and you would not be able to kill your opponent. But Fang Ping could. He had unleashed 2 slashes in a row, 2 extremely powerful slashes. There were not many rank SIXS who could withstand 2 slashes from him, unless they were martial artists who wore accessories that could withstand mentality attacks. Obviously, Bill did not. Or rather, among the martial artists present, including those from Sino Nation, there were less than 10 who had this ability. Moreover, it might not necessarily be in powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. It was more likely to be in the weaker ones. Fang Ping spat blood for a while, glanced at Carmen and the rest, then looked at Luo Sayas, and chuckled. I've used up all my chances of being challenged, but the 2 hidden grandmasters can challenge me, and I won't reject them. Maybe I'll witness a battle between rank 6 grandmasters, ha ha ha. Fang Ping was arrogant and presumptuous to the point of no bounds. He pretended to be injured, and it was obvious that he had no intention of concealing it. He was just toying with them, yet, he pointed out that there were 2 hidden grandmasters, and even began to provoke them. This guy was too savage. The foreign young martial artists were extremely furious. And also extremely vigilant. There were 2 more grandmasters, other than their own people. Outsiders really did not know that there were actually 2 hidden grandmasters this time. At that moment, everyone was on high alert. As for the 2 grandmaster powerhouses who were pointed out, although they did not show it, they were also somewhat vigilant in their hearts. Amazing, did King Wu tell them just now, or did Fang Ping discover it on his own? If Fang Ping discovered it on his own, then this Sino Nation prodigy was really a little scary. Daring to challenge grandmasters, this guy's ability might be even stronger. When Fang Ping returned to his seat, Xianxia said excitedly, amazing, really amazing. Killing mentality-vitality fusion in 2 slashes. Fang Ping, invincible rank 6, you're definitely going to be one. Fang Ping grinned. That's not necessarily true. Some people's trump cards are very strong. For example, the kill formula from before. I've also seen the suppress formula before. That can even suppress a rank 9. Xianxia chuckled. That requires preparation time, and it's not like you can use it whenever you want. There are 13 families in Star Town, and there are 13 ultimate techniques. Actually, we've only learned the surface of these ultimate techniques, and they're not the real ultimate techniques. If you really want to unleash a powerful force, you need to be at least a rank 9. For example, my Jiang family's destroy formula is said to be unbreakable, but in reality, even if I really used it, I would be killed by you before I could even make a move. That would be useless. Just now, he wanted to say Yang Feng, but after thinking about it, he immediately shut his mouth. Yang Feng was killed by Fang Ping, so he was also a member of Star Town. There was no need to say anything more. Destroy formula? Does everyone in Star Town use this kind of font ultimate technique? Fang Ping was still very interested in this. He had not seen Commander Li's void-piercing swordsmanship before. It was not that he did not want to see it, but when it was sent to him, he could not open it. When Old Li opened it, he learned it. It was gone, yes, gone. Li Zhen was too stingy. He only taught Old Li. After Old Li learned it, the aura of the origin dissipated, and then it was gone. Just like Rose King's rank 9 origin, it was gone after it was used up. If no one showed you a short movie, you would not be able to learn it. Xianxia and the others learned this kind of ultimate technique, but they still needed their rank 9 family to consume some of their origin energy to help them learn it. Those who did not have a rank 9 family did not even have the chance to learn it, unless their paragon ancestor took the initiative to teach them. Not really. There are a few families that don't use fonts. Actually, fonts are just an external manifestation. The main thing is still the structure of some origin. Cough, cough, cough. Su Haoran coughed softly, glaring at Xianxia with some annoyance. This little fatty, he had the urge to beat him to death. At this time, it was not convenient to be too close to Fang Ping. Fang Ping had just killed someone from Star City. No matter what, no matter how good their relationship was, he had to keep his distance at this time. At least it represented Star City's attitude. If word got out that you were chatting with Fang Ping now, everyone might think that it was the Jiang family who instigated it. Also, you can tell everything to the outside world. Can you casually talk about the ultimate technique? Someone like Li Zhen valued his own ultimate technique more than anything. Aren't you afraid that your ancestor will kill you? Xianxia pursed his lips and said no more. Minister Wang, on the other hand, looked at Fang Ping with a gratified expression. He smiled and said, "Well done." Fang Ping's domineering killing of a mentality-vitality powerhouse could be said to have shocked everyone. With Fang Ping around, Sino Nation was much more confident. At this time, the matter of Fang Ping killing the mentality-vitality fusion martial artist was considered to be over. According to the order, it was time to challenge the middle stage rank 6 martial artists in Heaven of Gods. In reality, there were not many middle stage rank 6 martial artists. The 5 forces only had 5 of them. Sino Nation, on the other hand, had more. That middle stage rank 6 martial artist first glanced at Su Zissou, then looked at the other middle stage rank 6 martial artists from various forces. Finally, after some thought, he still challenged the middle stage martial artist from the 10,000 Pagodas world. It could not be helped. He was also afraid of death. Other than martial arts university people, the middle stage rank 6 martial artists who came to participate in the competition were all descendants of Peerless Peak. It was fine for them to fight, but there were a few lunatics in Sino Nation. Although Fang Ping did not kill a Peerless Peak's descendant, Li Yiming had just killed one. Fang Ping was not interested in the battle between 2 middle stage rank 6 martial artists. He asked casually, why didn't Minister Zhang's descendants participate in the competition? Minister Zhang had 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters, but one of them died. Of the remaining 4, 2 have already achieved high ranks, and the other 2 are still young. The one who spoke was Minister Wang. Fang Ping heard this and raised his eyebrows. How old are they? I think they're taking the Gaokao this year. I don't really remember, so I didn't pay much attention. Minister Wang was not too concerned about this. He was also a rank 8 powerhouse. No matter how much he curried favor with the Peerless Peak, it was not to the extent of currying favor with his descendants. In this era, if you did not have the strength, even if you were a Peerless Peak's descendant, powerhouses would not pay much attention to you. Xianxia and the others were all Peerless Peak's descendants, but people like Minister Wang usually only talked to Fang Ping and Du Hong. There was no other reason, you did not have the strength. I respect your ancestors, but it does not mean I am willing to pay attention to you. Fang Ping heard this and touched his chin. Participate in the Gaokao, such a coincidence, MCMAU wanted to take him in, they had to fight to take him in. Under normal circumstances, the descendants of these big shots in Capital City would go to Capital City Martial Arts University. But now, MCMAU was the most famous martial arts university. Take him in, hee. Fang Ping's eyes revealed a hint of deep thought. When you arrived at MCMAU, your seniors and instructors would painstakingly teach you. You can't not appreciate it, right? The key was, what was the other party's strength? The Peerless Peak's descendants all cultivated in advance. Their strength would not be too weak. Participate in the Gaokao. He did not seem to have heard of anyone rank 5 or 6 participating in the Gaokao. Fang Ping was a little suspicious. If in the end, a rank 5 or 6 martial artist entered the school, it would be embarrassing if the average instructor could not defeat them. Forget it. Even if they really are rank 5 or 6, it's nothing. Fang Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Old Zhang extorted 5 divine weapons from him this time. Although there was a reason for it, it was still too much. He would settle the score with him sooner or later. On Heaven of God's side, the match between the 2 middle-stage martial artists ended very slowly. After fighting for a long time, a winner was finally decided amicably. At this time, the middle stage of the 10,000 pagoda world had just finished their battle and was not in the mood to continue challenging. As for the others, some gave up their chances again. Some challenged the 2 who had just fought. After 1 round, it was Sino Nation's turn. This time, Sino Nation had the right to challenge. Old Wang, Tai Tu, Yao Qingjun, and Su Zhisu all had the right to challenge. Fang Ping saw this and laughed. Fight for our martial arts university's prestige. Isn't the 10,000 pagoda world very arrogant? That Carmen or whatever it is, how dare he kill our Sino Nation martial artists? The 3 of you, kill 1 peak rank 6 each. As soon as he said this, there was a slight commotion on Wanta World's side. There were 12 people from Wanta World participating in the competition. After a few rounds, 3 people had already died. Now, there were 9 people left. Other than Carmen, there were only 3 peak rank 6 martial artists left. One of them was even a descendant of a paragon. Li Hansong cracked his neck and laughed. Alright, I'll kill one then. I've waited for a few rounds and no one challenged me. What a pity. Not far away, Carmen gripped his scepter tightly. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, Fang Ping, I still have 2 right to challenge. Fang Ping smiled. Do whatever you want. On my side, other than the few of us, only General Du Hong is not a descendant of a paragon. You can pick anyone. It's fine even if you pick us. Just give it a try. As for killing a paragon's descendant, you can kill them if you want. Fang Ping was not interested in this. Even if Jiang Chao and Su Zhisu were challenged and killed, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. If others could die, then a paragon's descendant could die too. At this time, did they really expect him to value other people's lives more? That was obviously impossible. Carmen's face darkened. He did not speak again. However, his gaze was set on Wang Jinyang and the others. Fang Ping could not kill them himself, but these people. If they really dared to kill their people, he would not be merciful. Wang Jinyang did not even look at him. Li Hansong, on the other hand, grinned. With mentality-vitality fusion, there was a high chance that he would not be a match. However, it was not that easy to kill him either. Ignoring Carmen, Li Hansong pointed at one person from Wanta World and laughed. Come out. 3 minutes later, Li Hansong paid the price of bathing in golden blood and killed his opponent. Soon, Li Hansong began to recover. His golden body shone even more brilliantly. This time, everyone from Wanta World was so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These guys, although they were middle-stage martial artists, they were even worse than the paragon's descendants. At the same time, Ministry of Education. Zhang Tao sipped his tea leisurely, staring at the corpse in front of him for a long time. After another sip of tea, Zhang Tao said faintly, he's already dead. How can he be revived? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. His corpse has been obliterated. Old Manly was still silent. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. Before I left, coincidentally, I touched the corpse and found 10 caddies of life essence. People nowadays are really rich and overbearing. They can even casually throw away their life essence. How can that be? The next moment, Old Manly spoke. At this moment, Old Manly was exasperated. He shrieked, I sealed it. How did you get it? When he came, he brought life essence. However, he did not carry it with him. Instead, he put it on the roof where the sculpture was and sealed it. It was not far anyway. If he needed it, he could use it immediately. Who knew? Zhang Tao would find it, Zhang Tao sneered. He said faintly, I'm at the top. What can be hidden from me in capital city? Old Manly cursed in his heart. Bullsh *T, if nothing could be hidden from you, today's incident would not have happened. He could only brag about it after the fact. As he spoke, Zhang Tao suddenly said coldly, "You brought so much life essence with you, and it's on the ground. Are you ready to kill?" "No. I brought it for self-defense." "Humph." Old Manly did not care if he snorted. He said weakly, "Give it back." "I picked it up. Your name is written on it." "Is it yours, Li Chongqing?" "No." Old Manly did not mind. He added, "But I swallowed it in my stomach. It has my breath on it. It's gone now." "Then why don't you just kill me?" Old Manly was listless. He thought for a while and said, "Forget it. Don't give it back. I'll hang myself in front of the Ministry of Education, bastard." Zhang Tao slammed the table, annoyed. He tossed a bottle to him. Old Manly took it quickly and looked at it. He opened it again and said unhappily, "2 caddies less." "Cut the crap. In your case, 2. 5 caddies is enough. The 2 caddies less will be the cost of my insurance." Zhang Tao added, "Do you think we'll let it go just like that? Do you know how big of a mess you've made? You killed the current head of the Yang family, in front of all the experts in the world. What do you expect the people of Star Town to think? The Yang clan's old ancestor and some of the old ancestors of Star Town had lived together for hundreds of years, yet they didn't have any feelings for each other. You almost ruined everything. If you really died, then forget it. But you didn't die, and I saved you, which is equivalent to me protecting you. I'll take the blame for you. Is there a problem with giving me 1 kilogram of life essence?" Zhang Tao scolded him a few times, but he cursed in his heart. These guys were really rich. Ever since he picked up a bunch of them back then, he really hadn't gotten his hands on any of them. It wasn't that he couldn't get his hands on them, but he couldn't kill them casually. There were still many people injured in the Ministry of Education. Since he had picked up 10 caddies, it shouldn't be a problem to collect some storage fees, right? The absolute peak was also poor, Old Manly said gloomily. "Didn't you extort 5 divine weapons from Feng Ping? That's what he needs to pay." Zhang Tao was slightly annoyed. MCMAU has spoiled him too much. This isn't a good thing. He should have suffered a setback and suffered a big loss. This time, how much trouble has he caused because of his stubbornness? 5 divine weapons isn't about this. It's just a warning to him not to act recklessly anymore. The Yang family made a move on him first. I know. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. If not, I would have killed you long ago if you dared to kill a Sino rank 8 in front of everyone. But he can't take any losses. He calls himself the youth leader, but what is a leader? Tell me, Li Chongqing, is a leader like this? He has better ways to resolve some problems, even if he needs to endure humiliation temporarily. He's a powerhouse, a genius, far from being a leader. He unites all forces that can be united, even if he's misunderstood. They want to kill him. I know. Zhang Tao was slightly speechless. Aren't you here? Do you think the Yang family can kill him? Not possible, right? As long as the competition is over, since the military department has ordered Yang He to return to Star City, then Star City will not disobey. Do you really think Li Zhen is a pushover? If Star City dares to let him out, even if Li Zhen flips out, Star City will have to consider if it's worth it. The government won't sit back and do nothing. After today, they can ignore the Yang family. Even if they're unhappy, they can rise and hide. If they rise, they can soar in the universe. If they hide, they can hide. That's what a hero is. He's only 20 years old. Old Manly was speechless. He's not an old person like you. If we don't stand up for him now, something big will happen sooner or later. Zhang Tao glanced at him, frowning. Yes, he's young. You're young too? If you went easy on him and injured Yang He, would you be able to fake your death and get away without killing him? When the time comes, we'll be in the right. If Star City doesn't give us an explanation, how can we let them get away so easily? You, on the other hand, you killed him with 1 slash. Do you think you're overbearing? Li Chongqing, you're becoming more and more brainless, Old Manly explained. I couldn't control my strength. It was also my first time making a move. How would I know if I could kill him? Shut up. Zhang Tao flew into a rage out of humiliation. You talk back 3 times for every sentence I say. If you were my son, I'd kill you with one slap. At his age, old man Li was considered his son. He was even younger than his son. However, looking at old man Li's aged appearance, Zhang Tao felt that it was better not to have such a son. He was too old. Old man Li did not say anything. What did I say? You talk a lot, okay. After a while, old man Li said, then I'll be leaving. Leaving? Going where? Zhang Tao frowned. Stay in the Department of Education for a while. Leave after the competition is over. After you return to MCMAU, you're not allowed to go out. Cultivating in seclusion has drained your vitality very quickly. Even if you have life essence to replenish the consumption. But this is not a long-term solution. I can still live for 8 to 10 years. I don't know if I can live until then. Old man Li did not care. Zhang Tao pondered. It's easy to die if you want to. Cultivate a little stronger. You can unite all paths, vitality and mentality. When you cultivate to 100,000 calories vitality, you can kill a rank 9. Right now, you're still lacking a lot. When that time comes, even if you want to die, you have to take a few rank 9s with you. Don't die of old age on the ground. Right now, Li Changxing's vitality was not very strong. Rank 6 martial artists had 10,000 cal vitality. Rank 7 martial artists could usually cultivate to 50,000 calories. Of course, at that time, vitality did not mean everything. A rank 8 powerhouse could reach 100,000 calories vitality. Old man Li had once boasted that he would cultivate 1,000,000 cal vitality to reach the peak. He also said that 100,000 calories vitality could kill a rank 9. At that time, he did not have a rank 9 divine weapon yet. He had not learned the void-piercing swordplay technique. Of course, although vitality was easier to cultivate, he could not kill a rank 9 in one move. Right now, his vitality was only slightly higher than a new rank 8 martial artist, about 60 to 70,000 cal. If he wanted to cultivate to 100,000 calories, who knew how long it would take? If he really cultivated to 100,000 calories, there would not be many rank 9s below the peak who could fight him. Old man Li did not say anything. Zhang Tao pondered for a moment again. Suddenly, he said, Fang Ping, did he bring back the Yang family's corpse? Old man Li's expression turned serious. He said immediately, of course not. Zhang Tao felt a headache coming on. He said softly, if he did, ask him to bring it out as soon as possible. Some things are still a little troublesome. Others might not know, but how can I not know? When he left the catacombs that day, it's not like I don't know how much life essence he brought with him. Now, you bring 10 caddies here and there, and it might not even be all of it. Wang Qinghai brought 2 caddies too. Zhang Qingnan and Chen Yaoting also got some. That's the reserve from the last Nanjiang catacombs trip. Do you think I'm an idiot? Zhang Tao said angrily, the life essence is condensed from monster plants. There's not a trace of Remnadora? Is it the Rose City Lords or Nanjiang gigantic willow cities? Can't I tell? I've taken the blame for all of you, and you're trying to fool me? Li Changxing, do you think I'm an idiot who has lived for almost 100 years? Old man Li looked helpless. Alright, he had underestimated absolute peak. After a while, old man Li said, he really didn't take it. If he did, he wouldn't keep it a secret and wouldn't bring it out. Even if he didn't give it to the Yang family, old Wu was about to reach rank 9, he would still give it to old Wu. This kid is sentimental and knows who will protect him. It's not bad for him if old Wu becomes stronger, then where did his storage ring come from? Zhang Tao asked. Fang Ping's life essence had increased by a huge amount out of nowhere. Others might not care, thinking that it was his reserve from the last time. But it was not like he did not know. Coincidentally, the last time Fang Ping came out from Tiannan, he was there too. He knew every strand of hair on Fang Ping's body. Old man Li was speechless. He mumbled, he doesn't have a storage ring. If you dare to lie to me again, I'll throw you to Mount Imperial Sea. You can go talk to the few from Star City yourself. Zhang Tao looked displeased. Even at this time, this guy was still playing dumb with him. Li Changxing was helpless. After a while, he said, all right. I'll tell you, he does have a storage ring, but only he can open it. It's something that belongs to him. That's not someone else's, it's his. He already had it when he was in the Nanjiang catacombs. It has nothing to do with the Yang family. I can guarantee this, because I already knew it last time. Having said that, Old Manly looked at Zhang Tao and asked, does everyone in Absolute Peak have a storage ring? Zhang Tao ignored him, saying softly, his own storage ring. Where did he get it? After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao shook his head. Martial artists all have their own secrets. I don't want to investigate too deeply. Everyone has their own secrets. But this time, coincidentally, it's related to that person from the Yang family. I didn't pay attention to it before. Now that I think about it, the Yang family's incessant pestering might have something to do with this. As he said that, Zhang Tao confirmed once again, are you sure that it's his, and not something that was stolen this time? I'm sure. Li Chongqing, you're a swordsman powerhouse. I believe you. Zhang Tao nodded slightly, muttering, forget it. Just say that it's a trial product developed by the government and gave it to him. The government has really developed it? Old Manly looked surprised. He had long heard that the government was developing these things, but had they really developed it? No, but some of the trial products have extremely unstable space and can collapse easily. Once it does, it'll hurt both others and oneself. It's still in the development stage. As for us, we have it. It's not our own, but we obtained it from some other places. Fang Ping also has it. At this moment, Zhang Tao thought of many things. After a while, he said, tell him not to go around showing off for no reason. Where did he get this thing? Although I don't want to ask about this, some things can easily cause some misunderstanding. That person from the Yang family. Li Zhan and I will go to the bounded domain once in a while. Even if we don't enter, we can more or less sense some of the situation. As long as Li Zhan and I bear witness, it'll be over. Don't give me any more trouble. The situation now is not stable. Star Town's situation is also a little complicated. You and Wu Quishan, one has weak rank 9 combat strength, the other is about to reach rank 9, Old Manly said with some dissatisfaction. I'm not considered a weak rank 9, am I? Zhang Tao was so angry that he almost laughed. If you continue fighting with a weak rank 9, you'll most likely be the one who dies. Do you really think you're something? Can you lock onto a rank 9's whereabouts? Just treat it as a powerful weapon. Stop talking nonsense. If I say you're a weak rank 9, then you are. Old Manly said nothing. Since Zhu Feng had already said so, if he continued to refute, he would definitely get angry. Zhang Tao did not bother to say anything more. He continued, Sino Nation needs high-end combat strength to replenish now. You guys are also martial arts university seniors. Don't be like young kids, fooling around. Also, go back and warn Fang Ping. This is the only time. If he wants to be a leader, he must at least display the bearing and demeanor of a leader. Being a leader doesn't just mean it. Got it. Get lost. Don't go to Imperial Sea Mountain in the near future. Old Manly nodded and said no more. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned his head and said, what if the Yang family comes looking for trouble again? Zhang Tao's expression darkened. He said angrily, do you think they're idiots? It's hard to say. Then kill them. Not on the ground or at Mount Royal Sea. Anywhere else is up to you. Zhang Tao humphed. Do you even need to ask me? If the Yang family really came looking for trouble, then he was stupid. As long as they did not make a move on the ground and cause trouble for him, not at Mount Royal Sea either. Because there was a patriarch in Stellar Sky City. Be careful not to get killed. Old Manly did not say much. Martial artists were not easy to deal with. Old Manjiang was also a ruthless person. If he was not ruthless enough, he would not be able to reach the peak. This time, he was angry with Li Chongqing and Fang Ping, but that was because these two bastards did not follow the rules. He had done such a thing in public during the youth tournament. If it was in the catacombs, if the Yang family made a move on Fang Ping, he would be killed. There would not be so much trouble. After waiting for Old Manly to leave, Zhang Tao mumbled, Fang Ping's own. He. Where did the storage ring come from? After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao shook his head. Forget it. He would not bother. Although the storage ring was good stuff, it was only for an individual. It did not matter much in the big picture. As long as it was confirmed that it did not belong to the Yang family, it was fine. The corpse of a peak would still attract attention. Meanwhile, Martial Arts Association. Wang Jinyang's expression was cold. He had pierced through his opponent's chest with one move, shattering his internal organs. His opponent was not completely dead. His eyes showed some disbelief. Were all martial arts students in Sino Nation this ruthless? Ruthless to the enemy, ruthless to himself too? At this moment, half of Wang Jinyang's face was gone. The crack in his skull was shocking. The skull was the Achilles heel of most martial artists. This martial artist named Wang Jinyang was not like Li Hansong. Li Hansong had golden bones all over his body. He was so strong that even his skull was made of gold. Wang Jinyang was not. Once his skull was shattered, he would die without a doubt. However, Wang Jinyang dared to use his own head as bait. He was really ruthless. Wang Jinyang did not care about him anymore. He casually tossed his opponent away. When his opponent landed on the ground, there was no sign of life. Over at the 10,000 Pagoda World, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. In a short time, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had killed two of their peak rank 6 powerhouses. At this moment, there were only 7 people left in the 10,000 Pagoda World. Out of 12 people who participated in the competition, 5 had died. Although there were people who died in the past, there were not so many. It was already the limit for a family to have 2 or 3 people die. Most of them were heavily injured, and some of them only had light injuries. This time, Wang Jinyang had killed 2 peak rank 6. Li Hansong had killed a peak rank 6. Fang Ping had killed a mentality-vitality fusion. These few martial arts university youths who appeared in the youth competition for the first time were undoubtedly ruthless. They were ruthless to the enemy and to themselves. Even some of the martial artists from the military department might not be as ruthless as them. The military department martial artists were also constantly fighting, but they rarely went on adventures alone. Most of the time, they acted in teams. Compared to people like Fang Ping and the others, these adventurers who wandered around the catacombs had experienced more storms, faced more dangers, and seen more of the world. The middle-ranked martial artists present had at most fought with some catacombs rank 7s. As for Fang Ping and the others, they had encountered more rank 7s than they could count. When old Wang returned, Fang Ping took a look at his head and frowned slightly. That was too risky. Old Wang shook his head slightly and pointed at his head that was already beginning to glow with golden light. His meaning was clear, he would not die and could recover. Beside him, Xianxia swallowed and said with a face full of smiles, "Brother Wang." Fang Ping glanced at him, slightly speechless. Wang Jinyang was also speechless. Xianxia was older than them by 4 to 5 years, however, this guy called him Brother Wang. Was he shameless? Some people from Star Town wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. It was too King embarrassing. Xianxia did not care about this. Ruthless people, he loved ruthless people the most. He was afraid when the ruthless people were in someone else's house, but he was in their group now, an accomplice, with these few ruthless people protecting him. How awesome would it be? During the battle, he would cheer them on, and after the battle, he would be in charge of logistics. It was too King perfect. How could a team not have logistics services? As for following the people from Star Town or the military department, forget about it. The people from Star Town were not reliable, and he was not familiar with the people from the government. Moreover, his strength was not that great. It was not as good as following Fang Ping and the others. Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping ignored him. Beside him, it was already Su Zisu's turn. However, Su Zisu looked at Yao Qingjun and said immediately, "I give up." Her little heart was thumping hard now. She was a little scared. It was better to let Yao Qingjun and the others fight. Maybe if they killed a few more, they would advance without fighting. Su Zisu did account. Many people had died. Sino Nation had 4 dead. 1 had left. There were 15 left. Heaven of Gods had 14 people. 4 had died. There were 10 left. Want a World, 7. Ancient Buddha Sacred Land, 10. Totem City, 5. Andes Mountains. 6. The only full team, there were 53 people left. These ruthless people. If they killed another 23 of them, they would all advance without fighting. Su Zixu started counting. Fang Ping still had 2 chances to challenge. The other 3 people from martial arts universities still had 8 chances. 10 times, if they killed one every time, there would be 43 left. The others would have to be killed, right? Maybe. I don't have to fight anymore? Su Zixu was a little lost. Did they not say that fighting for a spot was very difficult? Would he be able to directly advance this time? While Su Zixu was counting with her fingers, the other party's expressions were solemn. This year, the death rate had exceeded expectations. In the past, it had never been this bad. When he saw Yao Qingjun go up, he looked at the only remaining peak rank 6 in Wanta World. Carmen was completely furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Ping. Do you really want to go to the extreme? 2. He is the king's heir. Fang Ping smiled. Yao Qingjun is only a rank 5 martial artist. He is the weakest here. How can challenging a peak rank 6 be considered going to the extreme? I should be the one worried. Carmen, why don't you ask this king's heir to go easy on him? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Could a martial artist with mentality materialize be treated like a rank 5? Did Yao Qingjun have mentality recovery techniques like Fang Ping's? If he did, then it would be troublesome. If he did not, some of them might wear the mentality prohibition jewelry. They might even have a chance to kill Yao Qingjun. However, if he did, even if he wore that thing, he could only block it for a while. How could he block the repeated mentality self-detonations? He would die for sure. The Wanta World side was a little scared after being killed. Seeing the ugly expressions on Carmen and the rest, some of the Sino Nation contestants looked delighted. On the military department's side, the first martial artist to be killed was killed by Carmen. The person who was targeted by Yao Qingjun seemed a little nervous. When Yao Qingjun pointed at him, the other party looked left and right. After a while, he walked out. What happened next almost made the Wanta World side vomit blood. Yao Qingjun had just displayed the mentality materialization when the other party seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He flew backward and lay on the ground, motionless. It was over. This time everyone was speechless. Did he attack? Yao Qingjun looked helpless too. He turned his head and looked at Fang Ping. He had no choice. In the crowd, Xianxia muttered, Motherf asterisk cur, why did he copy me? He had already thought about it. If he met a powerhouse who challenged him, he would do it. Now, he had not done it, but someone else was one step ahead of him. Fang Ping was also speechless. Yao Qingjun might not actually be able to kill his opponent. His mentality was strong, but it was consumed quickly. He could not be like old Wang and the rest who used up his mentality and waited for it to recover. His mentality recovered slowly. Once it was used up, it would be dangerous if he was challenged later. Therefore, Fang Ping had already made arrangements. If he really could not kill his opponent, he would not use up too much mentality. His goal was still to get a place. Now, the battle was over before anyone made a move. With that, the first round of the competition was completely over. The second round had yet to begin. The rank 9 with the crown on his head suddenly said, Deputy Commander Li, the purpose of the youth competition is to enter the God territory. After we enter, we will still be allies. Now, the killing is too intense. Should we adjust? The old man with the sun halo on his head frowned slightly. In the past, almost no one died in the mentality-vitality unity state. Everyone could enter. This is also the greatest guarantee that human martial artists can resist the God territory martial artists. Now, the killing is too intense. The old man looked around, glanced at Fang Ping, and continued, in the past, there were middle stage and high stage martial artists left, but very few. Most of them were peak rank 6 and mentality-vitality unity. If the killing continues like this, it will be dangerous. In the past few years, everyone also killed, but not so ruthlessly. Even mentality-vitality unity was killed. The relationship between human countries was very complicated. They cooperated and killed each other, weakening each other's strength. This year, however, other than Ka Meng and Tu He who had just played dead, there was no peak rank 6. This time, among the participants, there were 2 Grandmasters, 7 Mentality Vitality Unity, and 24 peak rank 6. Now, there were 6 Mentality Vitality Unity people and 16 peak rank 6 people. The number of peak rank 6 people who died was more than the number of upper stage. As the two of them spoke, the old monk from the ancient Buddha sacred land also said slowly, "The killing is too intense. It has exceeded expectations." Just like military exercises, there would always be some death indicators. However, the number of deaths was also controlled within a certain range. According to the past situation, it would not exceed 20%. In other words, the death toll of more than 14 people had exceeded everyone's expectations. Now, there were already 16 people dead. This was only the first round. Now, the youth representatives from all sides were fighting with anger. If this continued, although Sino Nation's performance was the strongest, they still had 15 people. They could not kill Fang Ping and the rest. If they were really in a killing frenzy, who would care about the identity of the peerless progeny? Half of the people from Stellar Sky City would probably die. Just as Li Daong was deep in thought, on Sino Nation's side, Minister Wang set up a barrier and said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, we can't continue killing. If we continue killing, we will become the target of public criticism. If we provoke the 5 parties, 2 rank 7s, and 5 Mentality Vitality Unity people, half of our people will die. If that really happened, Wang Jinyang and the others would be in danger. If the first essence and blood fusion couldn't kill you, then the second would continue to challenge you. No matter how fast your recovery speed was, it was still limited. If he managed to survive one, there was still hope, but if there were 2, he would definitely die. As for feigning death and admitting defeat, there weren't many martial artists who would do such a thing. Most of the time, death was a small matter. The country and personal honor were the most important things. Fang Ping glanced at everyone. Du Hong said in a low voice, "We've already intimidated everyone. It's not a good time to be ruthless. If we don't, they'll start fighting amongst themselves. This way, we can maximize our chances of getting more slots." Fang Ping. The quota was the most important. 1 quota almost represents the birth of a grandmaster. No matter how many rank SIXS we kill, it's not as important as 1 more grandmaster. The youth tournament was not just about fighting. When you have the strength to intimidate everyone, you don't necessarily need to be cruel and ruthless. That will cause everyone to join forces to attack you. Before this, there were still challenges between the various parties. However, in this round, if Sino Nation were to kill again, it would probably be Sino Nation's turn. After hearing that, Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "I don't have the intention to kill. I didn't want to kill anyone from the beginning. But Carmen and the others. This is a tradition. They're also the first person from Pantheon that I've killed." Although the death of his comrade saddened Du Hong, he was still rational. Killing some people was a tradition in every competition. He was the first to kill someone from Pantheon to establish his dominance. Similarly, the powerhouses from other countries killed to establish their status and prove their strength. As he said that, Du Hong said in a low voice, "If you really want to vent your anger, enter the restricted zone first. After entering, it'll be extremely chaotic. No one will care if you die in the restricted zone. However, if you kill too much in the youth tournament, especially the descendants of the top, you might have to bear some consequences." Fang Ping understood. His eyes narrowed, and he nodded. "I understand." After he finished speaking, Li Daong and a few rank 9s discussed in low voices for a while. Then, they said, "In the second round, representatives from various countries are allowed to replace the participants in the field to admit defeat." As soon as this was said, many people breathed a sigh of relief. There were not many who could ask a martial artist to admit defeat on their own. However, it was still possible to ask the elders in their family to admit defeat on their behalf. Just like the Martial Arts University Championship, there were not many participants who admitted defeat. It was mostly the grandmasters from each school who did so. This way, the casualty rate would be greatly reduced. Each country had rank 9s watching over them. They had extremely sharp eyes. It was easy for them to sense whether the other party could kill their own people in one hit and admit defeat in time. Fang Ping curled his lips. The so-called rules of the top could not be changed. However, when it came to the issue of a large number of casualties, it could still be changed easily. These people deserved to be killed. After killing so many, naturally, they would not dare to treat it as a game anymore. He was really not too afraid. Even if he encountered the two rank 7 powerhouses, he was not too worried. At the beginning of rank 7, the strength of mentality was limited, and so was celestiality. It was impossible to kill him in one hit. If he could not kill him in one move, Fang Ping might not be able to exhaust the other party to death. However, in the end, the outcome would still be determined. Grandmasters might not dare to waste time with him. Such young grandmasters were not familiar with them. Obviously, they had just broken through. Fang Ping also sensed for a while. There were no middle stage rank 7 existences. The rules changed. Du Hong said again, this round mainly eliminates the people from Pantheon of Gods and Totem City. The remaining two families have grandmasters. Andes Mountain is the weakest and has a full team. The other families will not let them go. Let them fight it out. As for the world of 10,000 pagodas, there were not many people left. Carmen did not want Sino Nation to continue targeting them, so it was best to keep an eye on the other families. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Du Hong stood up and said, I challenge you. As he said that, he pointed at an upper stage rank 6 martial artist from Totem City. That person's expression changed slightly. He thought that Sino Nation's mentality-vitality fusion was going to attack him. He could not help but look at his own rank 9. Totem City's rank 9 was a tall, muscular man with tattoos all over his body. He looked extremely ferocious. Seeing this, he glanced at Du Hong and said directly, admit defeat. He did not even have the intention to send someone up. Upper stage rank 6 against mentality-vitality fusion, they would be killed in 3 moves. Du Hong won directly. Next was Luo Sayas. Luo Sayas stared at Sino Nation's side for a long time. In the end, he chose a black-robed martial artist from Andes Mountain with an ugly expression. Seeing this, Fang Ping lost interest in watching the battle. He looked at Minister Wang and asked, Minister, now that I'm almost certain to get the quota, shouldn't you tell me about the restricted zone? I still don't know anything. I don't know what to do. Minister Wang shook his head. Don't ask because I'm not too sure either. When the quota is confirmed, there will be someone to answer your questions. Beside him, Su Haran said, when the competition is over, we will tell everyone. President Fang, you don't have to be too anxious. As he said that, Su Haran seemed to hesitate, but he still said, after entering the restricted zone, I hope that President Fang can take care of Li Fei and the others. Su Haran added, what happened to the Yan family doesn't represent Star City's attitude. Li Fei and the others have also interacted with President Fang a few times. President Fang knows their character. The second generations of Star City did not have bad personalities. Even after they found out that Fang Ping had tricked 5 divine weapons away, they did not say anything. Because of their families and the strength of their ancestors, these people were naturally arrogant, but their temperaments were relatively simple. Whether it was love or hate, it could almost be seen from the surface. On the other hand, the martial artists from the outside world had more experience. Each of them was a wily old fox. When they reached rank 6, almost no one would be a simple fool. For someone as simple and honest as Tang Feng, if you treated him as an honest person, you would not even know how you died. Fang Ping did not give any promises. He only smiled and said, you're too kind, High Grandmaster Su. I still don't know anything yet. Su Haran did not say anything else. It was fine if Fang Ping did not take care of the others. The key was that this guy did not enter the restricted zone and set them up. In the second round, because the representatives could represent the contestants to surrender, the speed of the battles was faster. The death and injury rate was indeed greatly reduced. Unless it was an evenly matched opponent, both parties would fight passionately. Sometimes, when the battle was really intense, the life and death of martial artists would be decided quickly. Sometimes, a rank 9 might not be able to determine the outcome of the battle in that instant. In this way, when the second round was over, only one person would die. The two rank 7 grandmasters were still silent like statues. They did not challenge anyone. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Li Daong walked over and said softly, "Don't use up all your challenge chances. After 3 chances, those two may challenge you. Du Hong, you must at least leave one challenge chance. Don't challenge again in the next round. The same goes for the others. Unless someone is sure to be eliminated and there are enough people, you must ensure that you get a place." As soon as these words came out, Fong Ping suddenly came to a realization. Yes, he almost forgot about this. If he really used up all 3 chances and was challenged and lost, then he would lose his chance. Fong Ping's 3 chances to be challenged had already been used up. However, this guy had arrogantly announced that grandmasters would challenge him. Even if he used up all his chances, he would still accept it. If he used up all 3 chances and was challenged and lost, then he would lose his place. Although the rules of the competition were simple, they contained a lot of information. Some strategic deployments even included the problem of a martial artist's patience. If you could not last until the end and could not help but want to take advantage of others, then you might end up being taken advantage of by others. Very soon, it was Xianxia's turn to fight. Up until now, this fellow had never experienced a single battle. No one challenged him. Before this, he did not have the chance to challenge anyone either. Now it was his turn. Xianxia looked at the few middle-stage rank 6 martial artists for a long time. Finally, he looked at Su Zissou and said softly, "Zissou, why don't we spar? Just fight casually. Why don't you admit defeat?" Su Zissou was about to explode. This damn fatty was so shameless. How could he say something like that? Xianxia did not care about this. He said in a low voice, "The other middle stage rank 6 are all outsiders. If they have some trump card and kill me in one move, then who am I supposed to reason with? Don't you think this makes sense, Zissou? Let's fight. How about we decide the winner with rock paper scissors?" Su Haren's expression was dark. He said coldly, "Xianxiao." Xianxiao pursed his lips. Suddenly, he looked at Li Yiming in the front row and grinned. "Brother Yiming, that ultimate inner armor of yours. Can you lend it to me for self-defense?" Li Yiming gave him a look, slightly displeased. However, after some thought, he still took off his leather armor and threw it at him. He said angrily, "Don't lose it." "Of course." Xianxiao was all smiles. He looked at Fong Ping and chuckled. "Fong Ping, can you lend me Rosai's door plank sword?" Fong Ping frowned. "You're using this? This is a divine weapon. If you lose it, I'll compensate you." Fong Ping glanced at him. He was slightly helpless, but he still nodded. After that, Fatty Jiang began to borrow things from everywhere. After a while, Xianxiao was fully armed. He was wearing a peerless inner armor, an accessory that could block spiritual energy, a huge door-sized greatsword, and a full body armor that he had previously wrapped around himself, including a helmet. Everyone was looking at him. Xianxiao was still unfazed. He put on the damaged armor that Fong Ping had used to kill the mentality-vitality fusion opponent. Only then did Xianxiao go up the stage. After going up the stage, he was not in a hurry to choose his opponent. Instead, he stabbed the giant door plank sword into the ground. However, he realized that he could not stab it no matter what. This troubled Xianxiao. He did not have the ability to stab the sword into the solidified arena. Fong Ping watched for a while. The corner of his mouth twitched. He said in a low voice, Is he going to use the sword as a door plank? To block people? Probably. I guess? Wang Jinyang was powerless. He did not want to say anything more. Did this guy have to do this? Xianxiao dawdled for a while. When Li Daong was getting impatient, he suddenly pointed at one of the people in Heaven of Gods and said loudly, You, come up here. Su Zissou could not help but curse in a low voice, shameless. He prepared for a long time. I thought he would at least challenge someone of the same rank. In the end, he chose an injured middle stage rank 6. There were a total of 5 middle stage rank SIXS in each country. these 5 people had fought before. Among them, the one from Heaven of Gods had fought twice and had some injuries. In the end, Xianxia, an upper stage rank 6 with extreme defense, went up to pick and choose, and chose this person. I should have guessed it. Fang Ping shook his head helplessly. This fatty did not look like a martial artist at all. He did not know how he cultivated to upper stage rank 6. There was no justice in this world. As for the other descendants of the paragons, no matter how afraid they were of death, they would not show it too obviously. As for the one in the 10,000 pagodas world who pretended to be dead, that was also because he felt that there was a gap in strength. Xianxia was a little higher than the other party, yet he was actually so afraid of death. Li Diyong's face was a little dark. The person from Heaven of Gods was also dumbfounded. After this fatty did this, he even thought that he had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Otherwise, did he need to do this? Speechlessness was one thing, but the battle still had to be fought. When this person went up the stage, everyone witnessed an exciting battle. Xianxia did not fight the other party at all. He ran from the beginning to the end, and only when he was free would he turn around and slap the other party with his greatsword. He was fighting with the intention of exhausting the other party. After all, the other party could not kill him in one move. It would be difficult for him to even penetrate his defense. He was also a little higher than the other party, and his vitality was stronger. If he dragged on until the end and ran out of vitality, he could only rely on his physique to fight. The other party would not be able to penetrate his layers of armor. This battle made Fang Ping doze off while watching. The people from all sides who were watching began to chat. Everyone had almost forgotten that there were still 2 people competing on the stage. Fang Ping even had the heart to take out his poker cards and play cards with old Wang and the rest. Fang Ping dozed off, but Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "This fatty, do you think he's pretending to be weak to eat the tiger?" Him? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. It's hard to say. But the degree of shamelessness he has some of the demeanor of a powerhouse. Powerhouses, the stronger they are, the more shameless they are. Beside him, the expressions of Minister Wang and the rest changed. What the hell was this? Could we be as shameless as this fatty? Could an upper stage rank 6 fight a middle stage rank 6 to this extent? The female vice-chancellor of FMS glanced at Su Haoran, who had an ugly expression on his face, and teased, "He's really amazing. Obtaining victory at the lowest cost. He's a good seedling." Su Haoran let out a soft snort. "Good seedling. I'll give you a good seedling. Do you want it?" The 2 of them fought for more than an hour. They fought until the sun was about to set. Xianxia finally won. He won. He had worn down his opponent. He had worn down a middle stage rank 6 martial artist until he was panting heavily. He really did not want to fight anymore, so he took the initiative to admit defeat. This was the first contestant in the entire arena who took the initiative to shout "Admit defeat." He did not want to fight anymore. No, he did not want to run anymore. He really could not run anymore. He could not chase anymore. That damn fatty was running with all his might. He was too tired from chasing, and he still had to guard against others hitting him with a greatsword. He really could not take it anymore. At this point, almost no one wanted the 2 of them to continue. As soon as he admitted defeat, Li Dayong accepted it immediately and said quickly, "Next." As for Xianxia, he walked back valiantly, his head full of sweat. "I won. It wasn't easy. I should be able to get a spot, right?" When he said that, everyone was speechless. No one spoke. The challenges of the upper stage martial artists gradually ended. At this moment, there was a slight commotion in the crowd. The middle stage rank 6 had begun, and the right to challenge had once again fallen to Fang Ping. This time, who would he challenge? Fang Ping glanced at Carmen, then at Rosas and the others. After a while, he smiled and said, "I want to keep the 3rd chance. So, the 2nd challenge might be my last." When he said that, Carmen's expression changed slightly. Fang Ping had his eyes on him since a long time ago. Just when Carmen thought that Fang Ping was going to challenge him, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Buchui, whose long hair touched the ground, and said, "Fake monk, why don't we have a match?" When he said that, many people were a little surprised. Du Hong and the others also looked at Fang Ping. They had agreed before that this round would be against Heaven of Gods and Totem City. Fang Ping said in an inaudible voice, the ancient Buddhist sacred land is too strong. They also have a grandmaster. We must weaken their strength. The Andes are not that scary. The ancient Buddhist sacred land was silent. Now, the remaining people were second only to Sino Nation. They had the most people and suffered the least losses. As for the Andes, after the previous challengers, there were already people who were heavily injured. There would not be many who qualified. When they heard him say that, everyone realized that the ancient Buddhist sacred land seemed to be too strong. These monks were silent. Now there were still 9 people who were unharmed. Among them, there was 1 Grandmaster, 1 Mentality Vitality Fusion, and 3 Peak. Buchui looked at Fang Ping, stood up and said, since General Fang is interested, then Buchui would like to experience. Before he finished speaking, his body shone with a golden light, like a real Buddha had appeared. Fang Ping did not care about this. He smiled and said, Monk, you're not bringing your staff? It's just a worldly possession. Fang Ping squinted and smiled. It's a divine weapon, after all. Although it can't be used to its full potential, if I don't bring a weapon, wouldn't it seem like I'm bullying you, monk? You should bring it. No need. Monk, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Fang Ping's expression suddenly turned ugly. When he said that, many people looked at him strangely. The other party did not bring a weapon, but he said that he wanted to fight to the death with him. What kind of logic was that? Alright, everyone understood what he meant. If he did not bring a weapon, there would be no benefits to snatch, and Fang Ping would beat him to death. If he brought a weapon, he might not beat him to death after snatching something. Buchui's expression changed. After a while, he said, General Fang, please. He did not want to talk nonsense with this guy. Did this guy really think he had him? As for not bringing his staff, he was indeed worried that it would be snatched away. He had seen Rosai's greatsword being snatched away earlier. Now, even if it was not a draw, he could admit defeat. Even if he was slightly injured, it was better than losing his divine weapon. Seeing that this guy was so stubborn, Fang Ping was extremely annoyed. Out of 5 divine weapons, he had only snatched 2. He still needed 3 more. If he could not snatch them, would he not have to pay for 3 divine weapons? Because Buchui refused to bring a divine weapon to the arena, Fang Ping did not hold back either. Without saying a word, he materialized his mentality and self-destructed in the next moment. Buchui's entire body shone with a golden light. There was no sign of his mentality being intimidated. Now, Fang Ping knew that this guy had an accessory that could block mentality. As for Buchui's golden light, Fang Ping observed it for a while. It was not a golden bone, nor was it a real golden body. It could only be said that it was a slightly stronger half-golden body, but it might not be stronger than his half-golden body. An accessory that could block mentality was still shockingly valuable. Fang Ping stared at the other party. He did not hesitate. If one self-destruct was not enough, then he would do it again. If the second time was not enough, then he would do it again. Now, it was not a big problem for him to self-destruct 30 to 50 times. No matter how strong the accessory was, it was impossible for it to completely block the self-destruction of a materialized object. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Fang Ping self-destructed 7 to 8 times in a row. Buchui finally could not take it anymore. The golden light on his body began to dissipate, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Even if he wore an accessory, it could not stop Fang Ping's attack. Just as Fang Ping was about to step forward and end the other party with a slash, the ancient Buddhist sacred lands rank 9 powerhouse roared, admit defeat. Damn it. Fang Ping was furious. The second round's rules had changed. To him, he was extremely unhappy. It was not as satisfying as the first round. As long as the other party could still fight, then they could continue. However, things had come to this. Everyone was staring at him. Fang Ping glared at Buchui fiercely. He wiped his neck, his face ferocious. Buchui's heart palpitated slightly. A thug had really appeared on Sino Nation's side. Fang Ping's arrogance and despotism were evident in his words. Just as he was about to slit his throat, in the ancient Buddhist sacred land, a bearded monk in the crowd said slowly, General Fang, China has always been humble. why do you have to be so aggressive? Fang Ping turned his head and looked at him. Suddenly, he laughed and said, there's nothing we can do. We're weak. Without a rank 7 holding the fort, the pressure is too great. Big Beard, I'm just bluffing to scare people. But, if Big Beard doesn't provoke me, then I won't provoke you either. Don't you think so? The bearded monk looked at him for a moment and said again, General Fang, this time it's a competition for the slots, understood? Fang Ping nodded. He looked at a martial artist whose face was covered in a black robe on the Andes side and smiled. Brother, what do you think? Everyone looked toward the Andes, and some of them were surprised. As soon as the bearded man spoke, they knew that he was a grandmaster. Of course, foreigners called them God State Masters. But to everyone's surprise, the second one was from the Andes Mountains. Just as Fang Ping was asking the question, the black-robed martial artist said, General Fang doesn't have the right to question me. A woman? Fang Ping's face was full of surprise. He did not care about what she meant. Instead, he asked in surprise, so flat. I can't tell, I thought it was a guy. Cough, cough, cough. Now, even Li Daong couldn't stand this guy. How could you say that? In any case, he was a rank 7 martial artist. Why did you care if he was a man or a woman? But, come to think of it, it was really flat. Thinking of this, Li Daong suddenly cursed in his heart. What am I thinking? Is that something I should be thinking about? This was the World Youth Martial Arts Tournament. How could he have such thoughts on such a serious occasion? Li Daong gave Fang Ping an unfriendly look. If this kid spouted any more nonsense, he would find a chance to kick him to death. These foreigners, who were fluent in Mandarin, could understand Fang Ping's words. The black-robed woman seemed a little angry and lightly rebuked. Fang, provoking the strong, there is a price to pay. Amused, Fang Ping said, I'm not provoking you. I'm just asking to see what you mean. If you don't provoke Cathay, I won't make things difficult for you. But... Fang Ping suddenly said thoughtfully, but then again, early stage rank 7 should be just SOSO, right? It's not like I've never killed a rank 7 before. Maybe. I can kill 2 more for fun. I'll say it again, I've used up all my chances of being challenged. You two are welcome to challenge me. I won't refuse, so it should be possible. Or perhaps, he could just treat it as a sparring session outside the arena. You still have one more chance to initiate a challenge. I'll leave it at this, whichever of you challenges the Cathayan martial artist first, I'll definitely challenge you. Kill a rank 7. You're not allowed to surrender. Let's play to the end and see what happens. Everyone fell silent. The black-robed woman did not speak. The bearded monk murmured softly and did not speak either. A rank 6 threatening a rank 7. Not to mention that they had never seen it before, but this time everyone had really learned something new. Arrogant, incomparably arrogant, it was a clear warning to the two that he would challenge whoever made a move against the Chinese martial artists. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Could he really fight a rank 7? Fang Ping sneered and returned to the Sino Nation camp directly. As soon as he returned, Su Haoran frowned slightly and said, Fang Ping, overconfidence isn't a good thing. Challenging 2 rank 7s isn't a good thing either. The two of them only have 3 chances to challenge. One of them was useless. If they attack us, 6 chances, they might cripple 6 people. Even if they voluntarily admitted defeat, many of them did not have many chances left. When they endured until the end, everyone would be forced to use up their chances to initiate a challenge and be challenged by the other party. That would mean that they would be eliminated. Fang Ping laughed. These two fellows are hiding and not moving. Only by making it clear will they become the target of public criticism. As for challenging us, I've said it before. When the time comes, I'll challenge them. Early stage rank 7. They've just entered rank 7. Their mentality is about the same as mine. The only thing that's stronger than me is the outburst of celestiality. Early stage rank 7 might not be able to kill me instantly. If they can't kill me in one move, I'll self-detonate their mentality 30 to 50 times. Can these two fellows really fight me to the end? As soon as he said that, Su Haoran's expression changed slightly. Xianxia could not help but say, Fang Ping, your mentality is too insane. Can you really self-detonate so many times? Fang Ping chuckled. I'm just joking. 7 to 8 times is the limit. I just fought Butoya. I can't hold on anymore." As he spoke, a small city suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ping. The small city collapsed in an instant. Fang Ping's mouth was bleeding. He looked at the martial artists around him, his face full of fear. "Don't let them see this." "Enough." Minister Wang growled. "You're almost done." This bastard Fang Ping came to participate in the competition. His head was as big as a cow's. "Do you think others will still believe you? Also, are you King crazy? Destroying materialized objects for fun when you have nothing better to do. Do you know how much we want to kill you?" All the powerhouses' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Again. How many trump cards did this guy have? He was so savage that he would collapse his mentality and materialize objects for fun when he had nothing better to do. Forget about rank 6, even a rank 9 could not afford to play with him. It would be best if he played himself to death one day. This bastard really made me want to vomit blood. After Fang Ping, a few middle-stage rank 6 martial artists fought a few more rounds. Old Wang and Ironhead did not participate in this round. This time, Yao Qingjun did not challenge a peak rank 6 martial artist. Instead, he chose an upper stage rank 6 from the Hall of Gods. Upper stage rank 6. Even the Sanjiao gate had not been completely sealed. Relatively speaking, his ability was not considered strong. Yao Qingjun's mentality materialized. Against a martial artist like this, it was almost a crushing defeat. Under the mentality outburst, the other party almost had no ability to resist. It was only because the rank 9 from the Hall of Gods admitted defeat that he was not beaten to death. The second round ended very quickly. In this round, someone had already used up all 3 chances to be challenged. Some people lost 3 out of 3 battles. Faced with such a situation, they could only take the initiative to challenge and win. Otherwise, they could only be eliminated. In the third round, even mentality-vitality fusion did not move. The 2 Grandmaster powerhouses also did not move. If they did not move, the others also dared not challenge them. Some of the peak rank 6 martial artists chose to challenge the weak, and some also gave up the opportunity to challenge. However, Jiang Chao, this fellow, was still targeted. He fought too wretchedly, which made many people unhappy. An upper stage rank 6 from the ancient Buddha sacred land had targeted him. In the end, although Jiang Chao was still fully armed this time, he was very arrogant. Just as the other party was about to attack, Jiang Chao shouted, "That's enough. Who are you again? Which ancient Buddha's disciple are you from? My old ancestor's defense zone is not far from your house. If you hit me, be careful that my old ancestor will take revenge." "What are you looking at? My old ancestor is a combat king. He can fight 1 against 3. I won 1 round, that's enough. You still want to challenge me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? My Jiang family only has 2 descendants in my generation. My pervert doesn't find a wife to marry and have children. It's obvious that he wants to end the family line. If you kill me, the Jiang family's bloodline will end. Can you bear this responsibility? Hurry up and admit defeat. Otherwise, I won't defend. If you kill me, so be it. Think about the consequences. You ancient Buddhists say that you monks have a lot of descendants. It's fine if a few die, but if I die, your whole family won't even be enough to be buried with me." Jiang Chao was really arrogant. He scolded and said that he had challenged once and that it was fine as long as he won. This fellow still dared to challenge him. It was obvious that he was not giving his old ancestor face. The ancient Buddha sacred land's catacombs entrance was adjacent to Sino Nation. They met frequently. If he was angered, he would look for the old ancestor to take revenge. At this moment, the whole place was frighteningly quiet. The upper stage rank 6 martial artist who challenged him changed his expression again and again. "Fight or not, this fellow's kill me if you have the guts" attitude was too annoying. Fang Ping was also stunned. He could not help but ask, Is his old ancestor really that strong? Su Haran was helpless. He did not want to speak. Minister Wang was also a little embarrassed. This fellow was embarrassing Sino Nation's reputation. However, he still explained in a low voice, "Among the human paragons, combat kings are one of the strongest paragons. There were about 50 peerless human powerhouses. The War King was at least in the top 5. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I've heard that in the early years, the Catacombs Apex and the Humans Apex had exchanged blows. The War King had once fought against 2 people alone. On the Demon Plant clan side, a peerless elite and a peerless demon plant attacked him together. In the end, those 2 were the ones who retreated. You have to know that the impasse realm is the kind where one reaches the end of the road. Logically speaking, it's all about the same. However, the War King was able to gain the upper hand even when fighting 1 against 2. If he were to fight 1-on-1, I'm afraid that he really does have the strength to kill an absolute pinnacle expert. Can't Commander Li do the same? Who's stronger, him or Warlord? Minister Wang was not in a position to say this. Su Haoran thought for a while and said, Commander Li is known as the Netherworld King and is one of the strongest human beings. On China's side, the Battle King, Hades King, and Martial King were at the pinnacle. They were all extremely powerful. However, the publicly acknowledged number 1 was actually the ancestor of the Li family, Heavenly King Subduing. You have to know that Supreme Kings have single titles, but the Li family's elder ancestor has 2 titles. At this point, Su Haoran suddenly realized that he had said too much. At this time, Li Yiming continued, the Supreme Kings all have single titles. The elder ancestor used to have one too, but it's said that the elder ancestor has already taken the second path. Therefore, the original title was added with a word, becoming a double title. It's not that the elder ancestor is weak, but it means that the elder ancestor has really taken the second path. Don't be fooled by foreigners' words like War God and Sun God. But that doesn't mean anything. Only on China's side, among the absolute pinnacles, the elder ancestor is the only one with 2 titles. In other words, he doesn't care about worldly affairs and doesn't care about rankings. Otherwise, among the absolute pinnacles, the elder ancestor should be the first. Seeing that Li Yiming had spoken, Su Haoran smiled and said, how should I say this? The other Holy Lands might not have no powerhouses who can match him, but everyone hasn't fought. The Heavenly King Subduing won't claim to be the first. At that level, he no longer cares about these things. Fang Ping said with a look of shock, according to this, even the Battle King might have the strength to kill the absolute pinnacles. Then, isn't the Heavenly King Subduing? That's right. When it was said that the Battle King might be able to kill the absolute pinnacles, Su Haoran was actually uncertain. Now, however, he said seriously, the Heavenly King Subduing has killed the absolute pinnacles before, but not from the restricted area. It's from the Forbidden Sea. The absolute pinnacle inner armor that Yiming is wearing belongs to that monster. Fang Ping was stunned. He could not help but glance at Li Fei. Li Fei felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Li Yiming said casually, why are you looking at him? The Heavenly King Subduing is also my elder ancestor. My grandfather is also an absolute pinnacle. If there's anything good, of course they'll give it to me first. When I don't need it anymore, then I'll give it to them. They're martial artists, after all. Strength speaks for itself. When I go to Star City's Li family to get something, they can't refuse to give it to me. Fang Ping was speechless. Li Fei's face was flushed red. He was slightly annoyed. Damn, how dare a robber show off here? This fellow Li Yiming, relying on his grandfather being an absolute pinnacle, often went to Star City and bullied others. Many people in Star City had been beaten up by him. This fellow could enter the Li family storeroom whenever he wanted, unlike Li Fei. He really had no right to enter. If he dared to enter, the Li family would hammer him to death. At this moment, Fang Ping felt that he had learned a lot of gossip. Li, Chen, Shen, Jiang, Su, Wei, Zheng, Lu, Jiang. Other than the Yang family, there were 12 other families in Star City. Currently, it seemed that the Li family was the strongest. Not only did they have 2 absolute pinnacles, but they were also the top powerhouses among the absolute pinnacles. This was not easy. The Jiang family should not be weak either. Did they not see how arrogant Fatty Jiang was? As for the other families, Fang Ping roughly judged that the Su family should not be too bad. It was hard to say for the other families. In fact, it could be seen from the strength of the descendants who participated in the competition that Su Zissou was the weakest. The weakest did not mean that the family was weak. It might just be that the Su family did not have an advantage among martial artists below 30 years old. However, if they were really weak, there were only 9 people from Star City this time. Other than the Chen and Shin families from the military department, there were still 2 families in Star City who did not get a spot. The fact that Su Zissou, who was a middle stage rank 6, could participate in the competition meant that her family's ancestor was powerful. In fact, it could be seen from the accessories of the mentality isolation restriction. Among so many people, only Xianxia, Su Zissou, and Li Fei had it. Li Yiming. It was hard to say, but he might have it too. The other one is old Zhang. His strength is not bad. I thought he might not be that strong since he broke through later. Now that he was mentioned together with Warlord and Netherworld King, he must be extremely strong too. Fang Ping judged in his heart. The Li family's elder ancestor was the strongest among the absolute pinnacles. Zhang Tao and the others were probably not far behind. The rest should be about the same. After living for hundreds and thousands of years, I can't believe I'm not as strong as the 2 newbies. The other family's elder ancestors are a disgrace to the absolute pinnacles. Naturally, he could only say this in his heart. If he really said it out loud, Su Haoran and the others could really hammer him to death. No one could stop them. In the past, Fang Ping had always looked down on Wu Chuan for embarrassing the rank 9. Now, even the absolute pinnacles were starting to criticize him. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little wary. Was he too arrogant? Not really. Fang Ping felt that he was not arrogant. It was just that after seeing these absolute pinnacles, he felt that these pinnacles were also people. He did not have that mysterious feeling from before. It's all old Zhang's fault. Shameless, tricking me, making me think that even the absolute pinnacles are like him. The other absolute pinnacles must be like Commander Li, cold and domineering, unusually mysterious. That's what the absolute pinnacles should be like. Fang Ping criticized in his heart again. Old Zhang had embarrassed the absolute pinnacles. A powerhouse should act like a powerhouse. While he was still thinking, on the stage, the rank 6 who challenged the fatty could not take it anymore. He said sullenly, I admit defeat. He did not want to fight anymore. If he knew this would happen, he would not have challenged him. One moment, he asked his elder ancestor to take revenge. The next moment, he asked his perverted big brother to take revenge. The next moment, he even dragged his grandfather out. If this went on, who else could he drag to take revenge? I didn't even hit you. You're a martial artist of the same rank. Aren't you embarrassed to do this? Jiang Chao was not ashamed. Instead, he felt proud. When he walked back, he said casually, this competition is all about the background. Warlord's descendants can't even go to the restricted area. What's the point of playing? Li Yiming, stop fighting too. What are you fighting for? Just get a spot. Let's see who dares not to give it to you. Li Yiming looked at him coldly and said in disdain, don't stand with me. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Jiang Chao curled his lips. Was he stupid? If he could get a spot directly, why did he still fight? Did it not hurt to be injured? Jiang Chao, this spot was probably a done deal. He retreated without a fight. The others would probably not challenge him anymore. Even if someone's ancestor was as strong as Warlord, they might not be interested in fighting him. Some of the absolute pinnacle's descendants still cared about their reputation. They also wanted to prove themselves. Jiang Chao had no intention of proving himself at all. Fighting him was meaningless. Fang Ping, on the other hand, gave this fatty a deep look. Now, Fang Ping felt that this fatty was really not simple. After Jiang Chao's challenge, the battle continued. Fang Ping had been plotting something. When it was time for the middle stage rank 6 challenge, Fang Ping suddenly said, Zissou, you still have 3 chances to challenge, right? Su Zissou nodded. Are you ready to challenge this round? No, Su Zissou was a little embarrassed. I wanted to wait until there were enough people, then I would be nominated. She was prepared to win without doing anything, so she felt a little embarrassed. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. The probability of that happening was not high. Su Zissou had to win at least one round to stand a chance. The losses in the later rounds were not as great as those in the earlier rounds. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said, you challenge Wang Jinyang, then surrender. Wang Jinyang glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said, "You've already been challenged once. Let Zisu challenge you again. Later, you'll challenge Tai Tu. Tai Tu will admit defeat. Then, Tai Tu will challenge Old Wang again. Tai Tu will admit defeat again. Tai Tu, make sure that Old Wang advances this round. You'll use up all of Old Wang's chances of being challenged." Li Hansong nodded and didn't say anything. At the side, Yao Qingjun said, "Why don't I do it? You need to maintain a winning record, or else your recovery speed won't be that fast. If there's a chance in the next round, I'll make sure you advance to the next round. You can also challenge Tai Tu later, and Tai Tu will admit defeat. Let's use up all our chances of being challenged first. Tai Tu, you have 2 chances to challenge him. You must win one." Li Hansong said seriously, "Don't worry, we'll definitely win." Among the 3 of them, Li Hansong's defense was the strongest, and his recovery speed was also the fastest. If he were to fight, his chances of victory would be the highest. Up until now, Fang Ping realized that all the clans were wasting the chances of the middle stage and upper stage martial artists being challenged. At this point, how could he not see it? Everyone left the opportunity for those experts to be challenged. In the end, if they didn't have a winning record and Li Hansong and the others were targeted, they could only challenge those experts who had fused their essence and blood and Grandmaster. As for Su Zissou, there were a few middle stage rank 6 martial artists who had not been eliminated. It was obvious that they were allowed to solve their own problems. Losing a chance to challenge was not a big deal. Very soon, it was time for the middle stage rank 6 challenge. Li Hansong and the rest followed Fang Ping's instructions and depleted each other's chances. Lao Wang had used up all 3 chances to challenge him and entered the game with complete victories. As long as he did not take the initiative to challenge others, others would not have the chance to challenge him. On Li Hansong's side, he had also used up his energy twice. A moment later, the 4th round began. In this round, there weren't many battles. Everyone seemed to be calculating something, using up the opportunities of some people to ensure that some people advanced. When they reached ancient Buddha's sacred ground, Big Beard wasn't challenged at all. He didn't challenge anyone either. At this time, his gaze turned to Li Hansong, and he slowly said, "I challenge Li Hansong." Fang Ping's expression darkened when he heard that. Li Hansong had been challenged twice, and he had challenged others twice. Now that he was being challenged again, he could only win the last battle. Su Haoran glanced at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said softly, "Surrender." Su Haoran didn't say much and said, "I admit defeat." When they reached the Andes, the black-robed woman looked at Yao Qingjun, but after a while, her gaze fell on Du Hong. Du Hong only had 1 chance to challenge him. After a while, the black-robed woman said, "Challenge Du Hong." Fang Ping's gaze was cold and fierce. He glanced at her and chuckled. "It seems that a weakling like me is indeed not worthy of your attention. Rank 7 powerhouses are indeed powerful. The fight for the slots depends on your own means," the woman replied mildly. Before Du Hong could speak, Su Haoran said directly, "Surrender." Du Hong could not go on stage. If he was killed or severely injured, Sino Nation would suffer a great loss. However, in this case, Du Hong would have to challenge someone else in the next round no matter what and win. Otherwise, the number of people in the next round would be enough, and he would be eliminated immediately. In the next round, not only Du Hong, but Li Hansong too. He had to win. This round, when it was Su Zissou's turn, this woman did not avoid the battle anymore. She could also see that it was useless to avoid the battle. There were still too many people. If she did not win this round, she might be eliminated next. Fortunately, everyone had a tacit understanding, leaving some chances for these middle-stage martial artists. Su Zissou's opponent was also a middle-stage rank 6 martial artist. Su Haoran waited for his granddaughter to go on stage, and suddenly said, "I really hope she loses." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping and the others understood. If Su Zissou, a middle-stage rank 6, really won, probably no one would challenge her, and she would be qualified. However, Su Haoran did not want his granddaughter to be qualified. It was too dangerous for her to go to the restricted area with this strength. However, when a martial artist reached this stage, even if they were pampered, they still had their own opinions. If Su Zissou insisted on participating, he could not stop her. Now, he could only hope that his granddaughter would be eliminated. Unfortunately, things did not go according to one's wishes. Some people wanted to enter but could not enter, some people wanted to lose, but it was difficult for them to lose. Su Zissou actually defeated that middle stage rank 6, gaining a victory. Seeing this scene, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. Grandmaster Su, why don't you let Ironhead challenge Zissou and help you eliminate her? Su Haoran glanced at him and said lightly, if she loses, then it's fine. If she wins, then I can't let you guys have her. If she lost, Li Hansong could challenge Su Zissou again. He had no objections. However, if Li Hansong eliminated Su Zissou at this time, then it would not do. Fang Ping smiled and said no more. It seemed that Su Haoran's feelings were complicated. On one hand, he did not want his granddaughter to go, but on the other hand, he was not willing to give up his spot. Perhaps he also hoped that his granddaughter could become a grandmaster. After all, the situation was getting more and more unstable. If there was a chance to become a grandmaster quickly, he would not let it go. 3 years later, there might not be such a chance again. The fourth round ended. The sky was completely dark. At this time, Li Daong announced, now, there are 26 martial artists who still have a winning record, 12 martial artists who have no winning record but still have a chance to challenge, for a total of 38 people. This round, everyone should consider whether to challenge or not. Because there are not many chances left for many people to be challenged. If you don't challenge this round and use up your chances, then even if you have a chance left, no one will challenge you, and you won't be able to get a spot. After saying that, Li Daong added, martial artists who have 3 chances to be challenged and still have a winning record, come to my side first. As soon as he said that, many people stood up and walked toward Li Daong. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang belonged to this group. Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun, nodded slightly, and walked over. Very soon, Li Daong looked around and said, there are 17 people in total. 17 of you, regardless of whether you have a chance to challenge or not, as long as you don't challenge anymore, the spots are almost confirmed. Among the remaining 21 people, 8 of you will need to be eliminated before the spots will be officially confirmed. At this time, Xianxia suddenly walked over. Li Daong gave him a look. Xianxia shrugged. Although he did not use up his chances to be challenged, no one would challenge him anymore. He should be considered to have secured a spot. Li Daong was a little speechless. You know. Why do you have to walk over here? Did I ask you to come over? Among the 21 people, it was not just Xianxia. In fact, there were 3 or 4 other people who had secured a spot and would not be challenged. The people who were really going to be eliminated were the others. Li Daong did not care about him anymore. He looked at the crowd and said, 5th round, continue. This round, Du Hong was still the first. It was also his last chance. Du Hong looked around. There were 7 people from the Sino nation who still had a chance to be challenged. Including himself, there were 8 remaining Sino nation martial artists. There were a total of 12 people from the other clans. Xianxia had already run over. Among these 12 people, there were 5 at Mentality Vitality Fusion and 2 at Grandmasters. Of the remaining 5, 1 was at intermediate stage, 2 were at advanced stage, and 2 were at peak stage. These 5 people were almost guaranteed spots by the various clans. It was almost impossible to challenge them. Even if there were, he had to leave them for others, like Li Hansong or Yao Qingjun. Of these 2, Li Hansong had to fight. Yao Qingjun might be targeted by a grandmaster. If he was targeted, he would need someone to be his opponent even if he lost. As the leader, Du Hong could not only think about himself. He had to think about getting more spots. Thinking of this, Du Hong looked around and said, I challenge Buchui. On the ancient Buddha sacred land side, Buchui glanced at Du Hong. He did not say much and quickly stood up. This time, the battle between these 2 mentality-vitality fusion was extremely intense. Buchui wanted to defeat Du Hong and eliminate him completely. Du Hong also had to defeat Buchui to get a spot. Their strength was actually equal, but Buchui's mentality had been defeated by Fang Ping in the previous battle, so his strength had dropped. Both of them fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes. Du Hong used mentality-vitality fusion, gathered celestiality, and defeated his opponent with one shot. At this time, Fang Ping saw Li Daong breathe a sigh of relief. Clearly, he was also a little nervous about Du Hong's battle. If he lost, Du Hong would not be able to qualify. Then this trip to the restricted area would be dangerous. There was no other reason. Fang Ping was not reliable. Li Daong dared not really let him bring the team into the restricted area. This kid could be alone. Ranger and an adventurer. Leading the team. Li Daong was worried that when he returned, other than a few martial arts university people, the rest would be gone. If that was really the case, the people from Star Town would tear Fang Ping to pieces. The leader was actually also a nanny. Du Hong could be the nanny, but if Fang Ping was the nanny, if everyone died, Fang Ping would also have to bear the responsibility. It did not matter if a few people died, but if everyone from Star Town died, even if Fang Ping was in the right, it would be hard to explain. Du Hong won. He had used up his chance and joined Fang Ping's team. Luo Saisai had actually won the second challenge. However, this time, Luo Saisai still chose to challenge. He challenged Star Town's Wei family's Wei Hao. Wei Hao had challenged twice before and won the second time. However, how could an upper stage rank 6 be Luo Saisai's opponent? Wei Hao admitted defeat without hesitation. When Butoya arrived, Butoya also challenged the people from Sino Nation. There was no other reason. Sino Nation had the most people, so he had to challenge a few more. Jiang Xian from the Jiang family was challenged. Naturally, she lost. Now, there were more and more martial artists from Sino Nation who did not have a winning record. Li Daong did not care. He said softly, if both of them are eliminated, there will be 13 left. If Li Hansong loses, then there will be 12. 12 was more than enough. Fang Ping did not say a word and continued watching. Luo Saisai did not have a chance to challenge anymore. It was the same for Butoya. However, these people still had a chance to be challenged. Fang Ping sized up both of them and said slowly, these people have used up all their chances to challenge now. They're treating me like I don't exist. This time, at least one of them will be eliminated. Li Daong shook his head and said, it won't be your turn. As expected, before it was Fang Ping's turn, the ancient Buddha sacred land rank 7 with a big beard said, I challenge Butoya. I admit defeat. When he said that, Fang Ping frowned immediately. Butoya had advanced, his 6 chances had all been used up. On the other hand, keeping this rank 7 was almost a sure win. Just one chance to challenge him would suffice. It was not only the ancient Buddha sacred land. On the Andes side, the rank 7 woman had also admitted defeat to their mentality-vitality fusion challenge, allowing this mentality-vitality fusion to advance directly. Gradually, there were more and more people on Fang Ping's side. Very soon, it was Li Hansong and the others' turn. This time, Li Hansong challenged a peak rank 6 from the Hall of Gods. Both of them had their last chance. When Li Hansong fought before, everyone knew how strong he was. Both sides fought until their flesh was torn apart. Li Hansong won with difficulty. Although he did not kill the other party, at least he won. At least he passed this round and ensured his advancement. When it was Yao Qingjun did not challenge. He continued to observe. Meanwhile, the number of people on Fang Ping's side had reached 24. The remaining people who still had a chance were getting fewer and fewer. The 6th round began. All parties were ensuring that some people would advance. Very soon, it was ancient Buddha sacred land's Big Beard's turn. This time, the other party had his eyes on Sino Nation's side again. He used his last challenge chance on Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjun did not seem ready to admit defeat. Seeing that, Fang Ping walked over and said, admit defeat. At this moment, Fang Ping was staring at Big Beard. He had used up his 3 challenge chances. He did not fight even once, but he had won. No one was willing to fight with a grandmaster, but he still had a chance to be challenged. Fang Ping did not say much. He looked around, took a look at the 10,000 pagoda world side, and said in a low voice, later, you will challenge that upper stage rank 6 martial artist. Yao Qingjun frowned slightly. It's okay. So what if he's a descendant of a paragon? It's more important to get a place. Xianxia and Wei Hao were eliminated too. Hearing that, Yao Qingjun nodded. Not long after, it was his turn to challenge. As for Yao Qingjun, he followed Fang Ping's instructions and challenged that upper stage rank 6 martial artist. Once his mentality materialized, the other party was almost defenseless. However, this time, Yao Qingjun did not kill him. The other party's rank 9 would not sit and watch either. He did not admit defeat because he wanted to see if he had a chance to win. At this moment, Yao Qingjun still had a chance to be challenged. In the 7th round, the remaining people only had the chance to be challenged. Many people did not have the right to challenge. When it was the black-robed woman's turn, the other party only had one more right to challenge. Fang Ping saw that the other party was looking at Yao Qingjun, her gaze cold and fierce to the extreme. He said in a low voice, "If you dare to challenge him again, I will definitely kill you." The black-robed woman's voice was also extremely cold. She said, "Are you threatening me?" "That's right, I'm threatening you." Fang Ping suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't challenge Yao Qingjun this time, I will challenge that big beard later and kill him. If you challenge him, I will kill you." The black-robed woman said playfully, "You want to challenge Tua Man?" "That's right." "Interesting," the black-robed woman laughed. She said, "All right, then I won't challenge him anymore." If Grandmasters did not make a move and Yao Qingjun's mentality materialized, the others would not be his match. Even if they achieved mentality-vitality fusion, it would not be a guaranteed win. Moreover, now that they had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, the only ones left were the one from Totem City and Ka Ming from Wanta World. These two people did not have the right to challenge anymore. They only had the right to be challenged. In other words, as long as the black-robed woman did not challenge Yao Qingjun would get the slot for sure. It was unknown whether she wanted to watch the show or she had never planned to challenge Yao Qingjun, but the black-robed woman chose the mentality-vitality fusion martial artist from Totem City in the end. This time, the other party's expression turned ugly. This meant that he would definitely lose, and he did not have the chance to challenge anymore. He only had one chance to be challenged. He had to get someone from Totem City to admit defeat to him before he could advance. As for admitting defeat, under the current circumstances, it meant that Totem City had to eliminate one person. This was because there was almost no chance left. Although he could not wait to fight this woman, in the end, the tattooed man still chose to admit defeat. When it was Totem City's turn again, an upper stage rank 6 martial artist who had already been confirmed to advance chose to challenge him and admit defeat. This allowed this mentality-vitality fusion to advance. At this moment, there was no one else from Totem City. The final qualifiers were only the tattooed man and a peak martial artist. Totem City, 2 qualifiers. Andes, 2 qualifiers. The black-robed woman still had the chance to be challenged, but it was still pending. Only 3 people from the Pagoda world were qualified. There were 5 people from the world of gods who had the qualifications to be nominated. Ancient Buddha Sacred Land. Among the 5 forces, 6 qualifiers were the most. On Sino Nation's side, there were 12 qualifiers. Seeing this, Li Daong frowned slightly. He said, "Currently, there are 31 qualifiers from all sides. Now it's your turn, Fang Ping. There are not many martial artists who have the right to challenge. Fang Ping, if you eliminate one more person, the slot will be confirmed." As he spoke, Li Daong added, "The right to challenge has been used up. Those who still have the right to be challenged are Tumen, Luska." Fang Ping did not utter a word. He looked around and asked suddenly, "The other 5 people from Ancient Buddha Sacred Land have used up their right to challenge?" Li Daong calculated for a while and nodded slightly. "All used up." In other words, this big bearded monk is so confident that no one will challenge him and no one can win against him. Although he has used up his right to challenge, he can still advance, right? On Ancient Buddha Sacred Land's side, big bearded monk Tumen said slowly, "General Fang, you still have one chance to challenge, but are you sure you want to use it on Tumen? If you lose, you'll lose your qualification." Fang Ping was the only one among the top-notch powerhouses who had reserved the right to challenge once. This referred to mentality-vitality fusion and above. With his ability, as long as he eliminated one more person, he would not have to fight anymore. Tumen was not the only one who had the right to be challenged. There was also Andes rank 7 Leska, a peak rank 6 from God's Paradise, and ancient Buddha sacred land had another peak rank 6 who had the right to be challenged. If Fang Ping really wanted to eliminate someone, the best way was to eliminate one of the two peaks from ancient Buddha sacred land and God's Paradise. If he challenged these two, he would almost certainly win. Not only would he get the slot, but the youth competition would also end. Of course, Fang Ping could still challenge the Sino people. There were a few people from Sino who had the right to be challenged, but the probability was not high. Li Daong glanced at Fang Ping, hinting with his eyes. At this point, stability was the priority. There was no need to target these two rank 7 martial artists. If he lost, Fang Ping would be eliminated directly, and the competition would end. Beside him, Minister Wang also said in a low voice, "Don't take the risk. You're only a rank 6 after all." Fang Ping, getting the slot is the priority, getting the slot. Isn't the purpose of the slot to become a grandmaster? Fang Ping smiled. I'm very confident in becoming a grandmaster. Actually, I don't really care about the fight for the slot. You, Minister Wang heard him say this and said angrily, at this point, there's no need to do this. Fang Ping grinned. This guy is too disrespectful, I'll admit it. When he challenged Iron Head previously. Just now, he challenged Old Jiao again, obviously not giving me any face. The slot is a small matter. This isn't the first time he slapped me in the face, twice, no, thrice. Buchui also eliminated Jiang Xian. 3 times in a row, these two guys have slapped me in the face. Minister, I'm someone who cares about my reputation. Do you think I can tolerate this? Then I'll challenge their peak rank 6 martial artist. That won't do. Fang Ping smiled. Minister, what benefits does a grandmaster get by entering the restricted zone through the youth competition? Before Minister Wang could speak, Su Haoran said softly, rank 7s entering the restricted zone through the youth competition and entering on their own are completely different. The youth competition actually means an admission letter. If you enter through the youth competition, then you're a rank 7. The rank 8 and rank 9 martial artists in the restricted zone won't attack you. This is an absolute agreement. However, if you're a rank 7 and don't enter through the youth competition, then it's the same as the outer domain. If you're unlucky and encounter a rank 8 or rank 9, it's fine even if they kill you. Therefore, even if some people achieve rank 7, they'll enter through the youth competition. This way, their safety is greatly increased, and they won't die accidentally. So that's how it is, the quota is actually a kind of protection for them, Fang Ping understood. Su Haoran glanced at him and said, Fang Ping, now that the situation is clear, I suggest you challenge the ancient Buddha sacred lands peak rank 6. This way, you can secure the quota, Fang Ping chuckled. To be honest, I originally wanted to play it safe, but this guy didn't give me any face. He's just a guy who just achieved rank 7, yet he's so arrogant. Rank 7s. It's not like I haven't killed them before. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Tua Man and shouted, Big Beard, come out. Tua Man pressed his palms together and said softly, General Fang, how unwise. Just because of a momentary fight, Tua Man shook his head lightly. This Sino Nation martial arts university prodigy was too arrogant, too arrogant. This kind of person would not be able to achieve great things if he only did things on a whim. Including the internal strife in Sino Nation previously, it was also this person who provoked it. If he did not get the quota this time, this Sino Nation prodigy status would plummet. Perhaps even his martial arts heart would collapse. Maybe it's because things went too smoothly that he became arrogant. End of chapter 556. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.